Chapter 1. Rebirth and Rebirth. My name is Deed. An unimaginable catastrophe has befallen my surroundings. They have all gone mad, transforming one by one into monstrous beings. I too might succumb to this fate. Forgive my confusion, my memories are somewhat jumbled. A high-dimensional world has invaded my universe, shattering the barriers of dimensions and unleashing temporal storms that ravage the cosmos. The Earth I inhabit was engulfed by these temporal storms, reducing all its inhabitants to mere dust. I was no exception, however. My soul fortuitously drifted into another universe. Yet, due to the storms, I have lost a portion of my temporary memories. All I know is that I am now a glorious and handsome mid-level Saiyan warrior. Each day, I merely execute some patrol duties and occasionally engage in energy blast training with my Saiyan female colleagues in the skies. Do not misinterpret. It is merely practice with energy blasts. Having resided in this world for a few months, life feels serene and delightful. I wish to languish in this state until my old age. Wait a moment. Saiyan, that name sounds so familiar. By the heavens, is this not the world of Dragon Ball? At this moment, Rod was on planet Vegeta, executing his patrol duties when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his head, memories of his previous life as a tyrant began to clarify. Rod, what is wrong with you? A strikingly beautiful Saiyan woman, robust and curvaceous in her battle attire, caught Rod just before he plummeted from the sky, inquiring about his well-being with genuine concern. It's nothing, Leah. I merely overexerted myself with our energy blasts yesterday. I feel a bit drained. Rod responded nonchalantly. His brazen words elicited knowing glances and meaningful smiles from his fellow patrollers. Rod, do you even know how to communicate? Go to hell. Leah, resembling an enraged tigress, retaliated by unleashing an energy blast that struck Rod squarely in the face, propelling him into a nearby mountainside, where dust erupted. Around him, look, is that not Lord Friesia's cosmic fleet? A rugged and burly Saiyan patrol warrior pointed in astonishment at the ominous fleet gathered outside of planet Vegeta. It seems something is amiss. Let us investigate. Leah, recognizing the gravity of the situation as the patrol leader, furrowed her brow and hastily soared into the vastness of space surrounding planet Vegeta with the other patrol members following suit, sensing the urgency that, is it really necessary? I was merely stating the facts. That fierce woman hits hard. It hurts so much. Rod rubbed his swollen cheek, grumbling. Hey, why has the sky suddenly brightened? Glancing up at the sky, illuminated by a colossal energy sphere, Rod scratched his head in curiosity. Could it be that we are encountering Friesia's obliteration of planet Vegeta? That seems rather fortuitous. I have just regained my memories. Rod, observing the energy sphere approaching ever closer, attempted to reassure himself. Damn it, what is happening? After finally becoming a Saiyan, I haven't even had the chance to flaunt my powers on other planets before facing death. This is utterly frustrating. Rod, in his irritation, kicked the debris at his feet and cursed the heavens for their injustice. Oh, to face death again, I could really use a smoke right now. Rod resigned himself to the act of smoking, lamenting his impending demise, until he was swallowed by a sphere of energy. Brimming with destructive power, the once mighty Saiyan planet, Vegeta, was utterly obliterated by a single energy attack from Friesia. Strange. Why is this fellow's record in the book of life and death nothing but a jumble of nonsense? This is truly bizarre. Wait a minute, am I not a ghost myself? Ha ha. A corpulent man, towering at 5 meters with a bushy beard and clad in a suit, sat before a grand sandalwood table, repeatedly scrutinizing a hefty tome in his hands, occasionally indulging in self-deprecating humor. That moment, Rod, lying on the ground, opened his bleary eyes, surveying his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. Am I not dead? Rod pondered. Confusion etched across his face as his vision gradually sharpened, revealing the strange sights around him. Indeed, you are dead. However, I cannot ascertain any specific details about you, yet your body remains intact. I surmise you must be a righteous martial artist. Thus, you can seek a place to cultivate your skills. The burly king of hell, observing Rod's dazed expression, felt confident in his deduction this naive young man was likely one who had just learned a few flashy moves and ventured out to uphold justice, only to meet his demise at the hands of a villain that you am. Although I am unsure of what has transpired, I believe your reasoning holds merit. Rod, feeling slightly intimidated by the king of hell's fierce countenance, concluded that since he had suffered no loss, it was of little consequence. As soon as Rod spoke, he was unceremoniously kicked out of the king of hell's hall by one of his subordinates. Is it really that casual? Then again, I am not the protagonist. I must have entered the underworld. Yet why is it so cold here? My body feels quite chilly. Rod glanced at his own form, realizing he was entirely unclothed, with a little rod hanging out in the open. No wonder the king of hell was so direct in expelling me. It all makes sense now. Rod, belatedly aware, hastily plucked a leaf from the ground to cover his modesty. Ouch! What is this? Rod exclaimed, clutching his groin in annoyance. Upon tearing away the leaf, he was startled to discover a face etched upon it, causing his expression to falter. How frightening! Are the plants in the underworld so terrifying? They tell me to cultivate my skills, yet provide no specific location. Blast it! Is this how they treat those who are not the protagonists? Rod scanned the eerie underworld, filled with various bizarre flora, and lamented his predicament that aren't Scions supposed to be malevolent? I recall following Rhea to slaughter an indigenous planet during the rite of passage. Could it be that my soul, as a human from Earth, is too pure? The more Rod contemplated, the more he felt justified, recalling how he had spent 30 years single in the maternal womb of Earth, filled with righteousness, only to find himself amidst the ruins of a world. Well, I might as well inquire around. Fortunately, the memories of this body have been assimilated, and there are no language barriers. Rod, covering himself with one hand, began to engage in conversation with the passing specters and souls after several arduous months. Rod, having endured countless trials, finally discovered a tranquil locale, replete with the essence of nature. Hello there, old man. This is the place where martial artists train, isn't it? Rod surveyed the seemingly normal surroundings and spotted an elderly man clad in white practicing his punches. You are a fresh face. Indeed, this is a haven for martial artists. The white-haired elder, noticing Rod, responded with a warm smile, resembling a sage indulging in mystique. Ah, I see. Finding the atmosphere rather tranquil, Rod chose a spot to lie down and began to doze off. Young man, are you not a martial artist? Why choose slumber over training? The elderly man, with a tone of gentle persuasion, observed Rod's leisurely demeanor with a hint of confusion. I've wandered through the underworld for half a year to find this place. I'm utterly exhausted. Besides, am dead, what good is training? Can mastering martial arts bring me back to life? Also, I'm not a martial artist. All right. If you wish to train, go ahead. Just leave me be. Rod waved his hand dismissively, ignoring the white-haired elder. Strange, his aura is potent yet unstable. He truly does not resemble a martial artist. After contemplating Rod's disheveled state, the elder decided to leave him be after all. Everyone harbors their own thoughts and opinions, and he need not interfere. Having only recently arrived, he also required time to acclimate to his new surroundings. My name is Rod. I have been reborn, yet shortly after my rebirth, I met my demise once more. I have lingered in the underworld for over a decade. Each day, I engage in a spar with an old man named Sun Wukong, sleep, and find myself at a loss for what else to do. Is this how I am destined to spend my life? Until one day, a Saiyan named Son Goku arrived, and upon recognizing my Saiyan heritage, he impulsively challenged me to a duel before rushing off to train on Snake Way. Soon after, a diminutive figure accompanied by a three-eyed individual and a scarred, long-haired man appeared, injecting a fleeting joy into my existence. However, within a few days, they ventured to the North Kai's realm to train, proclaiming themselves as guardians of Earth. I was indifferent. Perhaps it was time to seek a new life, as I was on the verge of forgetting who I truly was. Yet, by a twist of fate, I was to be resurrected. It seemed someone was using the Dragon Balls of Earth to revive those slain by Frisia. Due to my peculiar soul and the intersection of two keywords, I inadvertently disrupted the dragon's intent, placing me on the resurrection list. As I watched my form grow increasingly translucent, I realized I would finally escape this dreary underworld. A flash of light surged forth, and Rod's soul swiftly pierced the temporal barrier, soaring towards Earth. However, just as Rod was about to descend upon Earth, the remnants of a temporal storm embedded within his soul erupted. His spirit inexplicably leapt through time and space, drifting away from the Dragon Ball universe toward another realm. Here it comes. This is the sensation of rebirth. Having regained a corporeal form, Rod basked in the gentle sunlight and fresh air, feeling a profound sense of relief and rejuvenation. As he opened his eyes, he found a fist, rapidly enlarging before him, until it collided with his face, sending him flying. What the hell? Rod exclaimed in bewilderment while suspended in midair. In that fleeting moment, memories surged from within his being, inundating Rod's soul like a tidal wave. My name is Rod. I am an abandoned Chinese orphan, adopted by a Chinese-American couple. Currently in my second year of high school, I am relentlessly tormented by the school bully, Dick, and his minions. Aware of my status as an adopted child, I dare not trouble my family or retaliate. Today, I failed to provide the bully with his protection money. What should I do? I'm about to be beaten. As the memory subsided, Rod collapsed onto the ground, a red bump swelling on his face. Rod, you little brat, today's lesson is for you. If you don't have any money tomorrow, just wait to be thrown into the trash and kicked around like a ball. Dick, tall and imposing, is a renowned football player at the school, with aspirations of securing a scholarship to a prestigious university. The principal turns a blind eye to his bullying, for in the eyes of the administration, Dick's promising future as a distinguished student far outweighs the worth of someone like Rod, a poor yellow-skinned boy from a public school. Chapter 2. How to make money quickly. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Rod was momentarily stunned by a powerful punch from Dick, leaving him with a slight concussion and a fleeting loss of memory. Dick, what on earth are you doing? A strikingly beautiful blonde woman in a flowing dress reproached Dick, as she pulled the dazed Rod up. Whoa, easy there, little lady. Rod, remember our agreement for tomorrow. Dick, with a glance at the bewildered Rod, left with a smirk, embracing his voluptuous girlfriend, Jessica, accompanied by his entourage. Rod, are you all right? Dick is such a jerk. The lovely blonde girl, with an air of concern, gazed at the frail and handsome Rod, reminiscent of a delicate invalid. Thank you, Erica. I'm fine. Rod instinctively felt his face flush, responding shyly. What am I doing? Rod pondered his own reaction as a sudden wave of memories related to Erica surged within him. Ah, I see. This fellow often harbored feelings for her. What a repressed character. Rod realized that the original owner of this body was indeed a pitiful wretch, harboring a twisted infatuation for Dick's girlfriend, Jessica. All right. I shall return home. Rod seized control of his body. He needed time to acclimate. In this unfamiliar environment, he sought a quiet and safe place to thoroughly digest the memories of this body. The highway bustled with traffic. Most parents were driving to pick up their children, while others walked home. Due to the American cultural emphasis on sexual tension, many, like Dick, were brawny yet simple-minded, preoccupied with reproduction and wealth. The sun bathed Rod's slender form as he reflected on his modest upbringing. His parents were ordinary wage earners, often oppressed by their employers, leading to a challenging family situation. Rod, being sensible, practiced frugality and avoided being a burden to his adoptive parents. What a tumultuous life. So rich in stories. Finally, the monotony was lifting. After processing the memories swirling in his mind, Rod gained perfect control over this body. Fortunately, after training with that old man, Sun Wukong, for several years, he was now equipped to navigate this world. Rod chuckled at his feeble physique. It was likely what the ancients referred to as someone who could not even bind a chicken. Once a mid-level warrior with a power level reaching 5,000. After years of cultivation in the underworld, he had mastered energy control, elevating his battle prowess to 8,000. Yet, in this body, his power level was merely around 26. For an adult male, power levels typically ranged from 4 to 6, and even the slightest increment could yield monumental transformations. It was not merely about increased strength. The energy enhanced the body in every conceivable aspect: nervous response, bone density, muscle resilience, and more. A mere point of power could catalyze an astonishing metamorphosis within a person. Rod, who currently resembled a slender figure barely over 5 feet tall, would transform into a robust adult male upon reaching a power level of 5. At level 6, he would embody the prowess of a champion athlete. As he walked and pondered, Rod found himself, almost unconsciously, standing at the doorstep of his humble abode. The lowly house, with its patched-up walls, was acquired by his adoptive parents for a mere $5,000. The family scraped and saved, managing to earn $300 a week, which amounted to $1,200 a month. This meager sum barely sufficed to meet the basic necessities of life in America. Perhaps it was best not to enter. The circumstances of my existence are not something this family can bear. Rod paused at the entrance, the will of the original owner of this body beginning to struggle. Accept your fate, young man. What value does your pitiful existence hold? I shall fulfill your unfulfilled desires. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Rod felt a release within his body, as if shackles had been loosened, granting him a greater degree of control. It was now 2008, a time when America was experiencing a burgeoning prosperity, attracting a multitude of immigrants eager to become citizens. Yet, racial discrimination was rampant during this period. That evening, atop a secluded, abandoned warehouse, a slender boy sat cross-legged, seemingly engaged in meditation. I wonder if the breathing techniques taught to me by that old man, Sun Wukong, will prove useful. At that time, I had the leisure to learn them, and now they might come in handy. Rod quietly attuned himself to the workings of his organs and the flow of blood, his mind sharply focused on locating the vital energy sustaining his body. Odd. Why is there no trace of energy within, yet a little figure appears to dwell in my mind? Is this not the Saiyan body I possessed before? After meditating for an hour, Rod found no trace of the energy he sought, but stumbled upon the image of a Saiyan from the Dragon Ball universe in his consciousness. Could it be that the souls from the Dragon Ball world possess a unique quality? Never mind, since I cannot find the energy. I might as well attempt to communicate with this body. Once more, Rod concentrated, and a warm energy gradually flowed from the Saiyan form into his slender body. In the realm of his mind, a small portion of the Saiyan body dissipated, transforming into energetic particles that merged with Rod's frame, initiating a fine-tuning of his genetic structure. At this moment, Rod was drenched in sweat. His emaciated form, resembling a mere skeleton, began to flush with color. Grumble. My stomach growls in hunger. Rod emerged from his meditative state, realizing his body had reached a limit. To his surprise, he could absorb the characteristics and strengths of the Saiyan body into his own. Indeed. My soul is extraordinary. The ability to merge physical forms from different worlds exhilarated Rod. Although his strength still left much to be desired, it should suffice against ordinary individuals. Rod rose, feeling the energy within him wriggling like a small worm. This surge of energy had unexpectedly enhanced his combat power by a single point. Now, his physical combat capability reached 3 points, and with the boost from his energy, it totaled 4 points, comparable to that of an average adult. It is worth noting that the impact of a bullet is approximately several hundred kilograms. A burst of 8 points in combat power exceeds that of an ordinary person wielding a hunting rifle, just as Sun Wukong in his youth. A combat power of 10 points could withstand gunfire. It is time to venture out for a bite to eat. After a moment of contemplation, Rod donned his attire, seized his backpack, and emptied its contents of books, a devilish grin playing upon his lips. In the depths of the night, within the shadowy alleys of Ojai Town, a quaint locale adjacent to Los Angeles, known for its unpretentious charm, an all-too-familiar scene was unfolding. A young man of African descent, clad in white and wielding a sharp knife, was politely tugging at the handbag of a streetwalker adorned in tattered stockings. I belong to the Mexican gang. You are courting death by doing this. The streetwalker, clearly under the protection of a gang, exhibited no fear of her assailant, for in such a profession, survival often hinges on the backing of a powerful ally. Damn it. Let go, you wretched woman. The young man, realizing he had encountered resistance, felt a flicker of trepidation. However, he soon reasoned that even if he released the streetwalker, he might not fare any better. Thus, he resolved to snatch the money and make a swift escape. Hey, what are you doing? Bullying an unarmed lady. From the shadows cast by the dim light, a diminutive boy of about 5 feet emerged. His demeanor grave as he fixed his gaze upon the young man. Where did this yellow-skinned monkey come from? Scurry back to your milk. The assailant retorted, dismissively. Upon realizing the challenger was merely a small Asian boy, he scoffed, expecting a seasoned hero to rescue the damsel, only to find himself confronted by an inexperienced youth. Such insolence from you miscreants, devoid of any civility. Rod, incensed by the affront to his pride, a trait deeply rooted in his Saiyan heritage, could not tolerate such humiliation. Damn you, yellow-skinned monkey. Are you seeking death? The young man advanced with his knife, intent on teaching Rod a lesson. Yet, as the assailant drew near, Rod stood his ground, unflinching. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch. Thud. The sound of the impact reverberated, startling the streetwalker. Oh my heavens! How could you do such a thing to a child? Despite her circumstances, she possessed a semblance of conscience. And witnessing the brutality inflicted by the young man stirred her empathy. Damn it, filthy. A sharp voice rang out, and the young man collapsed to the ground. A gaping wound tearing through the muscles beneath his ribs, blood gushing forth. The moment the assailant swung his fist, Rod had concentrated his energy into his index and middle fingers, piercing the unprotected flesh of the young man's torso with remarkable speed. Though Rod's current combat prowess was merely 4 points, he had harnessed his energy to amplify his physical strength at a single point of contact, delivering a force slightly inferior to a bullet's impact, easily penetrating flesh. Rod flicked the blood from his hands onto the fallen youth, rummaging through his belongings to procure $50. What a miser, he mused, regarding the weakening young man with indifference before turning his attention to the astonished streetwalker. Madam, as a reward for his heroic act of saving a damsel in distress, all he sought was the contents of her wallet. Rod, with a charming smile, observed the tall streetwalker before tearing a fragment of fabric from the shirt of a young African-American man, using it to wipe the blood from his fingers. Here is your wallet. The streetwalker tossed the wallet aside, fleeing the alley without a backward glance, and Rod made no attempt to stop her. Such rudeness. Not even a word of thanks. He sighed, shaking his head at her hasty retreat. Ah, $200. Quite a decent sum. Better than that black fellow. Rod rifled through the wallet, retrieving the $200 that the streetwalker had earned through arduous means, and nonchalantly tossed the wallet onto the face of the nearly lifeless young man before departing the alley without a second thought. In the desolate alley, a young African-American man, drenched in blood and clad in white, lay on the ground, groaning in agony. As the blood continued to flow, his pupils began to dilate, marking the end of his wicked life. Chapter 3. Indulgence in the deep of night, the streets of Howie Town were nearly devoid of illumination. Save for a few 24-hour convenience stores, a McDonald's, and some adult shops. At this hour, Rod's stomach growled with hunger. The Saiyan race is known for its prodigious appetite. Even with only a fraction of Saiyan's strength, his cravings had significantly increased. McDonald's it is, high in oil, fat, and calories. Affordable, delicious, and filling. Without hesitation, Rod chose to dine at McDonald's instead of the supermarket. Pushing open the glass door, he entered to find a row of neatly arranged, albeit somewhat unclean, standard tables and chairs. A relatively young woman with a ponytail, dressed in a uniform, was distractedly chatting on her phone, seemingly bored by the late-night crowd. What brings someone in at this hour? The waitress reluctantly put away her phone, feeling quite displeased, yet her face still bore a standard polite smile. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? She regarded the slender Rod with a puzzled expression, wondering why such a small boy was out alone at this hour. I'll have a Big Mac meal, please. This time, Rod decided to pay honestly, understanding that given his current lowly status, it was wise to maintain a low profile. After all, McDonald's was monitored and a well-established chain. Few dared to rob it. Certainly. That will be $10. The waitress skillfully operated the register, awaiting Rod's payment. And I'll take 9 more to go. Rod thought it wise to round up the order. He didn't want a handful of loose change. Half an hour later, after savoring his Big Mac meal, Rod left with a takeout bag, feeling slightly unsatisfied. The busy waitress, mopping her brow, suddenly realized that Rod had not left her a tip. Damn that little brat. I hope I don't cross paths with him again. She fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, having worked hard all night without earning a single tip. Ugh, how odd. The weather isn't even cold, yet I feelin' well. Rod rubbed his nose as he pulled out a Big Mac from his takeout bag and began to eat. As copious amounts of food filled his stomach, Rod's digestive system, enhanced by Saiyan genes, secreted gastric acid capable of swiftly converting sustenance into protein and energy. In an instant, he dissolved more than half of a hamburger that would typically take an ordinary person several hours to consume. The following morning, Rod stretched languidly atop the rooftop of an abandoned warehouse, gazing at the picturesque town, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. He quietly resolved to embark on a grand venture. In this capitalist society, wealth is the ultimate truth. For someone like him, devoid of any skills, following the straight and narrow was not a viable path. Only through plunder, violence, and theft could he rapidly amass riches. After all, this was the grim reality hidden beneath the veneer of human civilization, which powerful nation was not founded on the ashes of war. The law of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. This has been true in the past and remains so today. Even robbery requires finesse. The recent Mexican cartel's unforgivable drug smuggling operations were ripe for exploitation. Their illicit gains were ripe for confiscation and safekeeping. A devilish grin crept across Rod's face. But first, he needed to develop further. His strength had already adapted. After consuming 10 Big Macs, his combat power had reached approximately 34. He could continue to absorb the physical strength of the Saiyans. At this moment, Rod's physique had begun to exhibit some muscle, and with the enhancement of his energy, his baseline combat power had risen to 44, equivalent to that of a lean adult male. Sitting cross-legged with his palms facing the heavens, a warm current flowed from his mind into his body. His energy transformed from a singular thread into two, as a faintly red energy emanated from the Saiyan's essence, merging with Rod's slender form. His energy enhancement now totaled 2 points, bringing his physical combat power to 54, finally granting him strength surpassing that of an ordinary human. Suddenly, a wave of heat enveloped him, causing Rod to flush like a lobster. The rumbling of his stomach echoed once more. He felt it was time for another meal at McDonald's. The morning shift had begun at the fast food establishment, with several efficient, short-haired servers now on duty. They swiftly handled transactions and prepared orders, exhibiting no signs of stress despite the throng of customers. "Sir, may I take your order?" inquired a tall, angular young male server, offering a friendly smile to Rod, who stood at about 5 feet tall. 2 Big Macs for here, and 18 to go. Rod confidently produced $200 and placed them on the counter. "Thank you. And how much would you like to tip?" The male server, noticing the sizable order, beamed at Rod without hesitation. A tip? How troublesome." Rod suddenly realized he had forgotten to tip the female server the previous day. Paying for a meal was one thing, but now he was to pay twice, which left him flustered. "Can we have the food first and then settle the tip?" Rod thought quickly. "Certainly. Please hold on." The server collected the money and placed it in the cash register, politely gesturing for Rod to find a seat. "Oh, is that our little Rod?" exclaimed a familiar voice. "What's this? Now that you have money, you're here for breakfast at McDonald's? Don't forget about today. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind playing a game of trash football with my buddies." Dick opened the restaurant door to find Rod seated ahead, whimsically mocking him while casually embracing his girlfriend's slender waist, a smug smile adorning his face. "Of course, Dick. How could I ever forget? observing Dick's contemptuous expression. The brutal genes of the Saiyan lineage within Rod began to stir. However, he was restrained by Rod, for this was not the opportune moment for a brawl. Once he had digested this batch of colossal burgers and absorbed a modicum of the Scion's physical strength from his consciousness, his plans would gradually unfold. "Sir, here's your meal." A waitress placed 2 massive burger combos before Rod and promptly departed to attend to her other duties. Wow, such a big guy devouring 2 combos. Surely he intends to stuff himself to death. Ha ha ha, this dead dwarf can really eat. Dick laughed derisively at Rod, with his companions chiming in with their own jests. "I hope you can still laugh this merrily later." Rod feigned a calm smile and took a hearty bite of his burger. Within 2 minutes, both burger combos had been consumed by Rod, as a copious amount of gastric acid dissolved the food, transforming it into energy and protein to replenish his body. "Sir, your meal is ready." A male server struggled to place 18 burger combos in front of Rod, the towering pile resembling a human in height. "Damn it. This yellow-skinned monkey is wasting my money." Dick frowned at the extravagant order Rod had placed, knowing full well that his intention was to strip Dick of his clothes and take all the cash on his person today. Rod's wanted spending immediately soured Dick's mood. "Fine. Consider this your tip." Sensing Dick's discontent, Rod was struck by a new idea. He swiftly produced a $100 bill, handed it to the server, and seized the 18 burgers, dashing toward the restaurant exit. "Follow him. Surround him." Dick's eyes widened as he witnessed Rod's casual display of cash. The moment Rod stepped outside, Dick trailed behind with his girlfriend and henchman in tow. Rod sprinted down the sidewalk, laden with burgers, drawing curious glances from passers-by. After some winding, they ultimately arrived at a narrow alleyway. "Haha, this dead dwarf has cornered himself." Dick sneered. "You dare waste my money? You're asking for trouble. Today, I will teach you a lesson." He gestured for his henchman to block the alley's exit, cracking his neck with a crisp sound. "Dick, you truly are gentle. Unlike me, I shall crush your hands and feet, extract your intestines, and use them to strangle you, ultimately twisting off your head to serve as a ball for kicking." Rod's eyes turned feral, the brutal factor ingrained in his Scion genes surging forth. As a race that thrived on battle and carnage, the Scions were inherently synonymous with evil. "What are you saying, you damned yellow-skinned monkey? I'll break your legs." Dick felt a chill under Rod's menacing gaze and charged at Rod, delivering a kick aimed at his chest. Rod set down his burger and lifted his foot to retaliate. Under the influence of a potent aura, the full extent of the 54-point combat power erupted forth, while Rod, empowered by this energy, could momentarily augment the hardness of his body. Although Dick, towering and muscular with a battle prowess of 56, could only muster less than 30% of his physical strength without the aura. As their legs clashed, Dick's leg instantly fractured at a grotesque angle, splintered bones piercing through the skin of his calf. Dick collapsed onto the ground, gazing in horror at his grotesque leg, screaming in agony. Dick's girlfriend, Jessica, let out a terrified shriek, observing Rod's brutal act of crushing Dick's thigh. The nearby lackeys widened their eyes in fright, too intimidated to approach. Dick, today, I intend for you to relish the ecstasy that pain brings." Rod gently pressed down on Dick's already broken right leg, and with a sudden, forceful tug, he yanked off Dick's thigh amidst Dick's wide-eyed terror. In that instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Dick fainted from the fright. The other lackeys, witnessing this scene, scattered in fear, unwilling to meet the gaze of the devil that was Rod. A warm aura enveloped the wound where Dick's thigh had been removed, staunching the flow of blood. "Brother, our game has only just begun." "Ha." Rod laughed cruelly, reveling in the primal pleasure of torturing his prey. Please, spare me." Dick, having just regained consciousness from the pain, trembled in fear, pleading for mercy as he stared at Rod's savage countenance. "That won't do. I have only just begun to savor this." Rod caressed Dick's dazed face, whispering in a devilish tone. Chapter 4. Arrest and Imprisonment. "Killing you now would be far too mundane. Your friends have witnessed my misdeeds. I shall return for you later. I prefer a payment plan. I will be waiting in the abandoned warehouse on West Street." Rod stood, casting a mocking glance at Dick before picking up the food on the ground and leaving the alley. Rod always preferred to torment his prey for a while before indulging. The plan had commenced. Before departing the alley, Rod glanced at the tranquil, bustling town, revealing a knowing smile. In America, where firearms are rampant, Rod's current capabilities were insufficient to counter such attacks, and being a naive high school student, he lacked wisdom. While he could earn a pittance by robbing criminals in the alley, the threat of an armed assailant looming one day was a daunting possibility. If he were to kill Dick now, old Dick would surely seek vengeance, potentially leading to his own demise. Thus, the only place devoid of firearms and truly safe across America is none other than prison. The police station in Ojai Town. A dozen portly officers were snacking on treats and sipping coffee while idly chatting. Various files lay scattered about, and now and then, gang members were being released on bail. Do you think the death of that Delaran gang member due to robbery will spark a gang war? A rather stout white officer bit into a donut, glancing at the female officer diligently entering information on the computer. Unbeknownst to them, Locke nonchalantly remarked, "Let them engage in their petty squabbles. We are merely here to earn a paycheck, so let us not take matters too seriously." The female officer cast a glance at the corpulent Locke, her expression one of indifference. "Tracy, our precinct's case closure rate has been somewhat dismal of late, and we have yet to encounter any significant cases. This will inevitably diminish our bonuses for the year." Locke, observing Tracy diligently documenting notes, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had recently set his sights on a vehicle and found himself lacking the necessary funds. Indeed, my friends, that is the crux of the matter. However, the criminals we face here are predominantly gangsters. We cannot afford to provoke them. A well-built white detective approached with a cup of coffee, as the precinct had been unusually quiet due to the absence of minor tasks. Suddenly, the telephone rang, its shrill tone breaking the silence. Tracy promptly answered, "Hello. Ojai Police Department. How may I assist you?" Internally, Tracy felt a sense of futility, as such calls typically involved either a distressed elderly lady reporting a lost cat or inebriated youths engaged in idle chatter. "Officer, we are experiencing that is someone is attempting to commit murder. East Street, the alleyway on 5th Street. The voice on the other end stumbled through the description, uncertain and disoriented. "Ma'am, please speak slowly. Did you say 5th Street? Upon realizing that this did not appear to be a gang conflict, but rather a situation arising from personal grievances, Tracy felt a surge of optimism. Such cases were often straightforward and could contribute favorably to their performance metrics, a veritable boon for the police. "Gentlemen, we have a lead. Genuine work lies ahead." Tracy hung up the phone, immediately commencing the documentation of the case and activating the police radio to broadcast the details. "Tracy, take your time. Let us get into the car first. This case is mine to claim." Locke, momentarily distracted by his meal, was urged, "Enough eating. We have work to do, my friend. We cannot allow the patrol team to snatch this opportunity." Detective Manton patted Locke on the shoulder and hurried outside to start the patrol car, waiting for Locke to maneuver his hefty frame inside before speeding away. Within an abandoned warehouse, a lean boy was performing one-handed handstands, surrounded by empty plastic bags that had once contained food. 498, 499, 531. He exhaled at last. "I have attained a physical prowess rating of 4. Alas, it is still insufficient to withstand firearms." Rod harbored a profound disappointment towards the current state of affairs. Once, he had been a scion capable of annihilating entire planets. Now, he found himself confined within a frail form. It felt as if a Tyrannosaurus Rex had suddenly been transformed into a mere mouse, a disparity that weighed heavily on his spirit. Perhaps by tonight, I shall adapt to this body's modifications and once more harness the strength of a scion. Yet, it seems I may not have the luxury of waiting until evening. The slender boy's physique was taut and firm, seemingly diminutive yet concealing immense strength. At present, Rod's muscular capacity was not dissimilar to that of an adult who exercised sporadically. Stretching his body, he heightened his auditory perception, attuned to the faintest sound of a pin drop. Outside the derelict warehouse, the sound of vehicles coming to a halt could be discerned, accompanied by the approaching footsteps of several individuals. "Police. Search warrant. Raise your hands and place them behind your back." For police officers, armed and stern-faced, surrounded Rod, showcasing their unwavering diligence in the course of their duties. Rod raised his hands and turned around, allowing the officers to pin him down and cuff his wrists. He was then escorted to the police car by the well-built Detective Manting. "This matter could have been handled by our patrol officers. Your enthusiasm is commendable," remarked one patrol officer, feeling quite vexed at Manting's unwarranted involvement. "For the sake of social duty, I won't intrude on your patrol any longer." Manting, dismissing any further banter, drove away in the police car, aware that a case like this would yield a modest bonus. "I'm curious how you managed to incapacitate a hulking lad like him," Manting mused, glancing at the rearview mirror where Rod, thin and simian-like, sat. The statements from those high school students clearly reeked of exaggeration. "I did take a leg off him, but if you wish to see it again, that can be arranged once I'm out of the juvenile detention center." Rod reclined nonchalantly in the back seat, gazing out the window, his mind serene and unperturbed, devoid of any impending prison anxiety. Such arrogance. Manting felt a twinge of irritation at Rod's demeanor, contemplating how these yellow-skinned monkeys were courting disaster. Before long, Rod was led to the detention room of the police station. Confined within a frigid cell, inside, there was another young man, a black youth adorned in hip-hop attire with dreadlocks. The young man eyed Rod with a lewd grin. "Well, little kid, did you get caught selling your backside? You look decent. If you come my way, I might just look out for you." He leaned in closer, feigning a menacing expression to intimidate Rod and satiate his own twisted vanity. "If you can't speak, then remain silent." Rod shot back, his gaze icy and mocking. "You're asking for it, you filthy monkey." Before the young man could finish, Rod seized him by the side of the face and slammed it against the iron bars of the cell, delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen, and then grasped his head, unleashing a surge of energy. The force, comparable to that of a world-class athlete, propelled the young man's skull forcefully against the metal bench within the cell, leaving him dazed and with a row of broken teeth. "You really want me to silence you, don't you?" Rod grabbed the young man by the hair, forcing him to look up, and then delivered a punch that rendered the already woozy youth unconscious. "Stop. What are you doing? Hands up." The nearby officers, alerted by the commotion in the corner of the police station where the cell was located, quickly noticed Rod's aggression. Yet, Rod's swift and decisive actions left them no time to unlock the cell and intervene. Complying, Rod raised his hands without resistance, allowing the officer to open the cell and subdue him while they dragged the unconscious young man out to be taken to the hospital. "You really pack a punch." "Initially, we couldn't ascertain the details of the prior homicide and aggravated assault, but now you've practically handed us the evidence. Even if you are a minor, murder, robbery, and malicious injury could land you in prison for 5 to 6 years. At this moment, as Mondang was recording a statement, he was alerted by the cacophony near the prison cage and rushed over. The cold, indifferent gaze of Rod, the assailant, felt akin to being scrutinized by a wild beast. "Gurgle, I am famished. I demand sustenance. If my hunger remains unassuaged, I shall feast upon you." Rod gripped the iron bars with both hands, his bloodthirsty eyes chillingly fixed on the two police officers outside the cage. Having spent over a decade in the underworld of the Dragon Ball universe, Rod's appetite was insatiable, and one could easily surmise what he had been consuming all those years. Unlike the fortunate protagonist, Goku, Rod had primarily scavenged whatever morsels of flesh he could find, which occasionally included martial artists with corporeal forms. Rod was not one to adhere to the dual moral standards. To him, morality and law were utterly meaningless. Since merging with the memories of the Saiyan Rod, he had come to regard the weak in only 3 terms: slaves, food, or toys. "I'll fetch him some food." Mondang felt a chill run down his spine as Rod's menacing gaze bore into him. Recalling the record of Rod breaking a football player's leg and effortlessly removing information with a single hand, Mondang's instincts urged him to avoid provoking Rod. After years in the police force, he had learned to trust his intuition. "Mondang, isn't this against the regulations?" The officer overseeing the detention area cast a troubled glance at Mondang. "I will pay for it myself. Mind your own business." Mondang shot a glare at the officer and approached the cage. "Boy, what are you?" Mondang regarded Rod with a sense of unease. He was far from an ordinary human. "Those who recognize the situation are wise. You have made the right choice. As for my identity, you shall discover that in due time." Rod plopped down on the metal bench, crossing his legs and leaning against the iron bars, as if nothing had transpired. Aside from the bloodstains left by a previous incident, it seemed as though all was well. Chapter 5. 5 years of imprisonment in the town of Ojai. The courtroom buzzed with whispers among the jury, while the defendant, a slender Chinese man, stood nonchalantly at the bar. "Defendant, do you have anything to say?" The middle-aged judge observed Rod's indifference with palpable displeasure. "Gurgle, I am hungry. I want food." Rod's stomach growled, and he remained unfazed by the proceedings. After all, how could a mere rope restrain a malevolent dragon? Criminal Rod, convicted of intentional homicide, robbery, and malicious injury, with severe circumstances, multiple sentences to be served concurrently. Due to your minority, you are sentenced to 5 years of imprisonment. The judge, clad in black robes, struck the gavel in anger, noting Rod's apparent lack of remorse. "No, only 5 years. My son's leg is ruined. He should be executed. He deserves execution." The mother of the plaintiff, Dick, wept bitterly as she shouted in outrage. On the secluded road leading to the distant Los Angeles Juvenile Detention Center, a yellow bus revealed a series of figures clad in orange prison uniforms behind resilient iron-barred windows. A group of 20 or 30 youths, diverse in skin tone and physique, were shackled and restrained to their seats, unable to move. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, I am a murderer. If you know what's good for you, when we get to prison, you'll serve me well, and I can ensure you won't be bullied. I'm part of the gang. You better remember that." A lanky, thin African-American youth attempted to project an intimidating demeanor. He was a lackey of the gang, having been arrested for selling drugs at school. To make his time in prison more bearable, he felt compelled to appear fearsome. Otherwise, life behind bars would be quite unpleasant. "Is that really true?" Rod feigned a look of terror, suddenly inspired to indulge in some dark humor. "Of course. I'm with the Bloods. Do you see the tattoo on my arm?" The slender youth revealed a tattoo of a skull adorning his forearm. "Wow, big brother, I promise to behave." Rod found himself intrigued, relishing the rare opportunity for amusement in his newly reborn life. "Remember my name. It's Maurice. Do you know whom I've killed?" "The leader of a rival gang. I shot him twice right in the forehead." Maurice pointed to a nameplate on his chest, exuberantly boasting of his criminal exploits. Wow, Maurice, you're incredible. Unlike me, I just managed to take down a thug barehanded, robbed a Mexican prostitute, and broke a football player's leg. Rod compared his own meager accomplishments to Maurice's grandiose tales, feeling rather inadequate. What? You killed and robbed? Don't make me laugh. With that scrawny frame of yours? Maurice scoffed, regarding Rod as an even bigger braggart than himself. The bus traveled at a leisurely pace, but still arrived at the juvenile detention center in the outskirts of Los Angeles before dusk. As the guard swung open the iron gate, the bus entered the facility. A 4-meter-high fence separated the prison yard into 2 sections, with a narrow iron walkway in between. The newly arrived juvenile offenders, under the watchful eyes of the seasoned inmates, timidly approached the prison doors. Hey, why is there a yellow-skinned monkey among us this time? I'm going to have some fun with him. A burly African-American youth slammed his hand against the iron bars, intimidating Rod and establishing his dominance among the new arrivals. The once arrogant Maurice shrank back, intimidated by the imposing figure of the hefty youth. Hey, you fatso, watch it. My boss is Maurice, of the Bloods. Rod boldly kicked the iron bars towards the hefty youth, startling him. Hey, you little brat, don't start trouble. The guard, brandishing a nightstick, shouted at Rod. TSK, Maurice, huh? You'll know your boss is nothing when I break his legs. The hefty youth glared menacingly at Rod, uttering a harsh threat. Great, what is this little brat doing? This is a disaster. What should I do? How could my frail frame withstand the blows of a beast as formidable as this? At that moment, Morris felt a bitter pang in his heart. His brow furrowed as he endeavored to conceal his nameplate. Soon, the group of juvenile delinquents, newly arrived at the prison, was ushered into the inspection room. Under the watchful eye of the guards, the newly arrived youths underwent a thorough pat-down and information registration. Jerome, aged 16, convicted of malicious assault, faced a 2-year sentence. The robust white guard, sporting a slight paunch, scrutinized the files in his hands as he directed each juvenile to step forward for inspection. Jerome, a lean young man, stripped bare, revealing his soft, flabby skin, as a guard of average build wielded a metal detector to conduct the search. Once cleared, he was instructed to gather his clothing and follow a slightly portly guard to select a bunk. Next, Morris, 17 years old, convicted of drug dealing and theft, sentenced to 8 months. The tall, slender African-American youth, Morris, shed his clothes, exposing a gaunt physique that suggested malnutrition. After a successful inspection, a guard gestured for him to wait for his cellmate, and soon both entered a shared cell together. Next up was Rod, 17, convicted of intentional homicide, grievous bodily harm, and robbery, facing a 5-year sentence. Wow, is your frame truly that formidable? The guard was taken aback upon seeing Rod, who stood at just over 5 feet and appeared slightly malnourished. In America, juvenile offenders typically remain incarcerated until the age of 18, with only the most heinous offenders facing direct transfer from juvenile detention to adult prison. Rod paid no mind to the guard's remarks, obediently undressing for his inspection. Afterward, he shot a playful glance at his cellmate, Morris. A chill ran down Morris's spine as he swallowed hard, fearing that the next 8 months might not be easy. Aren't they going to check that area? I heard from the brothers in the gang that one must be checked back there upon entering prison. Morris glanced curiously at the guard nearby. You are minors. No need for such an inspection. Do you wish to ensure your backside can contain your excrement? The guard replied with a mocking tone, amusement dancing in his eyes. The guard handed them their bedding and toiletries, then escorted them to their cell. The door swung open to reveal a cramped space of merely 10 square meters, housing just a toilet and a sink at the far end. To the left, a narrow bunk bed, barely wide enough for 2, hugged the wall, while to the right, 2 stools were available for placing their toiletries. You have 2 hours to settle in. Gather promptly for dinner. The guard remarked as he locked the cell door behind them and whistled a tune while sauntering away. Hey, Morris, my boss. Is it true that you're looking out for me? Rod tossed his belongings onto the upper bunk and plopped down onto a stool, propping his feet up on the lower bed. Hey, Rod, you know, I'm affiliated with the Bloods. My boss bribed the judge to secure a lighter sentence for me, so what I said earlier is indeed true. At this moment, Morris feigned calmness while still attempting to justify his actions. I believe in you, Morris, but as the leader, isn't it reasonable for you to make my bed? Rod gestured for Morris to prepare his upper bunk, allowing him to save face. Hey, Rod, you make a valid point. What's wrong with the leader helping his subordinate with a bed? Morris sighed in relief and quickly climbed to the upper bunk, diligently making Rod's bed. He even neatly folded Rod's blanket and placed his toiletries on the sink. Rod, could you move your feet a bit? I'd like to make the bed, Morris said, looking at Rod, who had his feet resting on the bed, with an expression of discomfort. No way. Rod glanced at Morris and flatly refused. It's fine, as the leader. I must consider my subordinate's feelings. You can stay seated. I'm not in a rush to make the bed. Although Morris felt anger bubbling inside, He reminded himself that he was sharing space with a ruthless killer and decided that a little compromise could lead to greater peace. After all, he could endure this for 8 months. A few minutes later, Rod began to feel a bit bored. He shifted to a cross-legged position on the upper bunk and commenced meditation, while Morris hastily continued making the bed, anxious that Rod might suddenly seek trouble with him again. As Rod mentally communicated with the Saiyan essence within him, a droplet of concentrated Saiyan energy fell from his fingertips and merged with his own being. With a sizzling sound, a wave of heat emanated from Rod, who now resembled a boiled shrimp, his entire body flushed. Tendrils of energy, akin to worms, flowed from his mind into his body, stabilizing the surging strength within him. With a deep breath, Rod felt his physical combat power surge to 45 points, allowing his energy to increase by an additional 4 points of explosive power. He stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his body, while not drastically changed in appearance, exhibited a notable increase in muscle density and bone hardness. Currently, Rod's combat prowess rivaled that of Captain America. Furthermore, thanks to the unique abilities of the energy, his explosive strength could rival the impact of a gunshot, surpassing even Captain America's capabilities. Gurgle. I'm hungry. After absorbing the Saiyan power, Rod's stomach growled with hunger. An hour later, ding ding ding, the meal bell rang, and one by one, prison guards entered the hall, opening cell doors and instructing the juvenile offenders to line up for their meals in the cafeteria. Chapter 6. Prison turmoil within the Los Angeles Juvenile Detention Center. A notorious group of young offenders congregated. At 5 in the afternoon, it was dinner time. Clad in orange jumpsuits, the youths formed a long line, waiting for the chef to serve them food. Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, enjoy this last dinner with your leader. A hefty black inmate, who had just received his meal, deliberately approached Rod, making a slashing motion across his throat before leaving with his entourage, his nameplate reading pig. Morris. What should we do? Rod pretended to be terrified, patting Morris, covering his nameplate and face. Rod, don't joke with me. Can't I just admit my mistake? I'm merely an errand boy. Please let me off. I can be your subordinate. Morris's visage contorted into a mask of anguish. Being in the presence of this murderer was already sufficiently terrifying. Now, he was to contend with what appeared to be a prison bully. Had he known, he would have refrained from this charade. But that was not an option, Morris. You are the leader, and you must protect me. As a high-ranking member of the Bloodsucker gang, you ought to show him a thing or two. Rod, with a sadistic amusement, observed the trembling Morris, finding him rather entertaining. Very well, my esteemed leader, let us discuss this after we have dined. Morris, filled with both irritation and trepidation, found himself at a loss for what to do. However, it was paramount to satisfy his hunger first. Rod, equally famished, agreed that they should eat before anything else. When it was Rod's turn to receive his meal, the corpulent chef merely slopped a meager portion of pork onto Rod's plate, accompanied by bread, macaroni, and an orange. Hey, is this enough for anyone? Rod frowned at the paltry meal before him. Though generally easygoing, he had a threshold. If he was not satiated, he could not predict what actions he might undertake. This is the rule. Everyone receives only this amount. Besides, can you little monkey, consume any more? The overweight white man mocked Rod, who was slight of build. Is that so? Rod's gaze shifted to the nearby guard, who remained indifferent to his plight, estimating that his current physical prowess was still lacking. He resolved to bide his time before confronting the rude white pig. Rod took his tray and sat beside Morris, and within 2 minutes, much to Morris's astonishment, he had devoured the contents of his plate. What are you staring at? Have you never seen anyone eat? Aren't you going to eat? Then I shall. Rod snatched Morris's tray and, in less than half a minute, polished off its contents. Honestly, with food available, you choose not to eat. He tossed the 2 impeccably clean trays, as if they had been washed, in front of Morris and turned away towards the stout youth. Morris stared at Rod, then at his own empty tray, still untouched. His mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Hey, you black pig, eat your own. Rod seized the hefty youth's large tray and, in mere seconds, discarded an empty one onto the table. Damn it, you monkey. Seeking death. Pig, with a fighting power of approximately 58, swung a punch at Rod, which appeared to Rod as slow as a turtle's crawl. Rod slightly tilted his head, evading Pig's blow, and effortlessly grabbed another plate from the table. Pig's punch missed, leaving him in disbelief, and he swung again, only to have Rod nimbly dodge once more. Stop. You must cease immediately. The guard, realizing the situation, swiftly intervened. Yet Pig continued to relentlessly pursue Rod, who consistently evaded his attacks, casually snatching a tray from an unsuspecting onlooker. Damn it. Did you not hear me tell you to stop? Several guards approached, apprehending Rod and Pig. As they were minors, they could not implement violent discipline. TSK. A few more times, and I shall be full. Rod silently scoffed, feeling that his belly was only slightly distended, clearly believing he had not eaten enough. Pig and Rod were taken aside for a talk due to their ruckus. Since Rod merely snatched food without resorting to violence, he received only a severe warning. However, Pig was not so fortunate, receiving an additional month to his sentence, which infuriated him. At 14, he had entered prison for manslaughter, sentenced to 5 years. Approaching 18, he would soon transition to adult prison for another year of servitude, leading to his eventual liberation. Although it was merely an extra month. It was a month in adult prison, a perilous situation for a juvenile offender, as they often became targets. Rod, I cannot accommodate your request regarding meals. The prison budget is limited, and every inmate receives the same fixed rations. Warden DeRees, contemplating Rod's lean file and his agile movements from earlier, set down his cigar and pondered. If you join my ranks and serve my interests, we can negotiate. However, you must first assist me in demonstrating your capabilities. DeRees felt the need for an agile individual to handle some less-than-clean tasks. Whatever, as long as there is enough to eat. Rod was not averse to the warden's sudden demand. If it meant he could eat his fill, what harm could there be in killing or arson? Rod had contemplated that prison was, in fact, the safest place for him in the early stages. His reckless nature could easily lead to enmity and bullets outside. Without the means to withstand gunfire, it was wiser to develop quietly within the prison walls. Very well, I will place you in solitary confinement with Pig. Eliminate him to prove your strength. DeRees knew he could not entirely relinquish Rod. He needed leverage. If Rod killed Pig, he would incur the wrath of the Crimson Cripple Gang, notorious for drug trafficking and violent crimes. Founded in Los Angeles in 1960, its members were predominantly young African Americans, often employing illicit methods to maintain territory, intimidating and attacking rival gangs, and frequently committing malicious assaults on innocent bystanders, resulting in countless casualties and fatalities yearly. Thus, the gang was infamous for its brutality. Pig was one of their own, and should Rod kill him, he would be at odds with the gang. DeRees merely needed to wait for Rod to complete the task assigned to him, and then, upon his coming of age, send him to a true adult prison. At that juncture, the Crimson Cripple members would naturally eliminate witnesses for DeRees. Fine. Rod regarded DeRees, uncertain of his ulterior motives, yet it mattered little. At just 17, he had over a year to develop, confident he could elevate his overall combat prowess beyond 100 within that time. Then, the schemes of these insignificant beings would be shattered by the might of his iron fists. Soon, under Dullus's arrangement, Rod was taken to Pig's cell, where they were confined together. Well, is that not a yellow-skinned monkey? Pig provocatively mocked Rod upon his arrival, restrained by the presence of the guard, merely exchanging empty taunts. Black Pig, cherish the last few minutes of your life. Rod cast a meaningful glance at Pig, as if observing a corpse. You two better not cause trouble, or you'll end up in the darkroom. The guard glared menacingly at Rod and Pig, uncertain why the warden had decided to confine them together. But he adhered to his orders without question. You dead monkey. Now you have nowhere to hide. I'll beat the excrement out of you. Pig taunted as he approached Rod, unable to contain his eagerness to inflict pain. With the obstruction gone, he was ready to slaughter. Rod twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound, a fierce aura emanating from him, his gaze icy and cutting. Damn it. Dead monkey, perish. Pig, unnerved by Rod's sudden glare, felt a shiver of fear. It was a humiliation for him to fear a mere scrawny figure. In a fit of rage, he swung a fist at Rod, who retaliated with an explosive punch of his own. The collision of their fists produced a sharp crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as Pig felt as if his hand had been struck by a cannonball. Rod's punch carried a force of 1,500 kilograms, akin to a sledgehammer smashing a watermelon. The devastating impact shattered Pig's bones, leaving one arm dangling like a limp rag. An excruciating pain surged through Pig's heart. He gazed at his deformed arm in horror, collapsing to the ground and wailing, trembling as if confronted by a monstrous apparition. The force of their clash was mutual. However, Rod, having absorbed the Scion's physical prowess, possessed a density twice that of an ordinary human, coupled with the protective aura, rendering him unharmed. What's wrong? Can't handle a single punch? Black Pig, you lack the qualification to make me relish the thrill of battle. Rod looked disdainfully at Pig, pondering why these humans persistently pranced about, self-assured in his presence. Boring. Die. Rod raised his fist, his battle power of 85 ensuring absolute dominance over Pig. With a series of thuds, Rod's fist struck Pig's face, producing a dull sound, though not as bone-crushing as before. The impact was substantial. Pig's face began to contort under the relentless assault, blood splattering onto Rod's ferocious, bloodthirsty visage. In that moment, Rod resembled a demon from the depths of hell. Finally, Rod tore Pig's clothing, wiping his bloodied fist smeared with flesh and bone remnants, before leisurely sitting on the bunk, crossing his legs, and whistling with carefree contentment. A pool of thick, foul-smelling blood spread across the ground, and Pig was reduced to a grotesque, shapeless corpse, lying in a pool of crimson. Chapter 7. The prison underground fights in the opulent and spacious office of Warden DeRees. he puffed on a cigar, his lips twitching as he observed Rod voraciously devouring a mountain of food before him. "Rod, your appetite is quite remarkable," Dearest remarked, astonished as he watched half of the food vanish in an instant, feeling as though he was in the presence of a monster. The diminutive Rod, resembling a monkey, had an appetite surpassing that of 10 adults. At that moment, Rod was not only absorbing the energy and protein from the food but also beginning to harness the strength of the Saiyan physique within his mind. He discovered that under conditions of excessive eating, the efficiency of absorbing the Saiyan power was greatly enhanced, with the time needed for his body to adapt being nearly negligible. He speculated that previously, due to insufficient protein and energy, he could not rapidly assimilate the Saiyan essence. However, with an abundance of food now, the situation was markedly different. 5 minutes later, Rod had polished off the equivalent of more than 20 meals. He was enveloped in steam, his skin flushed like that of a lobster. His muscles twitched and swelled slightly, and his bones seemed to stretch a tad higher. "Excellent. My physical combat power has reached a level of 6. Rod rejoiced inwardly, aware that a score of 6 in an ordinary person would imply a stature exceeding 2 meters, adorned with muscles akin to Dwayne Johnson. Yet, due to the Saiyan genetics, Rod's muscle and bone density had increased, rendering him still relatively slender. Nevertheless, compared to before, he had indeed gained a considerable amount of muscle. "Thank you for the dinner, Warden. In return, I shall fulfill the task you assigned me. So, what would you have me do next?" Rod elegantly wiped his mouth, feigning sophistication, as if the ravenous display just exhibited was not his own. "Have you heard of underground fights in prisons?" Dearest, eager to move on to the main topic, wasted no time with pleasantries. "Is it where different prisons send inmates to fight for gambling?" Rod replied with raised eyebrows, his interest piqued. "Precisely. Each quarter in California, prison fights are held, and the victors can earn a reduction in their sentences. But fear not, as you are still a minor. You will be participating in the underground fights among juvenile offenders." Dearest continued, his eyes narrowing slightly, extinguishing his cigar. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. This suggestion, though framed as an opportunity, was in fact a veiled threat to Rod. He had consumed the meal and taken a life. To refuse now would be impolite. Of course. How could I possibly decline such an entertaining proposition? The notion of sentence reduction seems rather dubious. I would prefer additional food for my victories. Rod, oblivious to Dearest's ulterior motives, dismissed the idea of reducing his sentence, believing that once he transitioned to an adult prison, a new warden would render any previous agreements void. Dearest merely mentioned it casually, and Rod naturally did not take it to heart. "Very well. Prepare yourself. I shall draft an application, and in a few days, you will be assigned to a training facility." Doris's mood brightened instantly upon witnessing Rod's keen awareness of the situation. Initially, he had intended to select Pig for participation in the prison combat, but the unexpectedly formidable Rod inspired him to consider a cockfight between the two contenders, with the victor gaining the upper hand. After all, the juvenile prison fights were not as sustainable as those in adult facilities, and he wouldn't need to expend energy cultivating their skills. Having already lost millions in prison fights, Doris saw in the ruthless, exceptionally gifted Rod a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Suddenly, the television in the office blared with breaking news from around the globe, announcing that the renowned heir of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, had been attacked by terrorists near the Sahara Desert and was currently missing. Rod, just escorted from the warden's office by the guards, widened his eyes in surprise at the mention of Tony Stark. "Is this the Marvel Universe?" he thought, a knowing smile creeping across his face as he proceeded toward his cell at the guard's urging. Inside the cramped, damp confines of the prison cell, a tall, slender young black man clad in an orange jumpsuit anxiously scratched his head and occasionally kicked the bed, clearly frustrated. "It's over. That was Pig. And from the Bloodied Limbs gang, no less. My prison life is doomed. How did I get entangled with that yellow-skinned monkey? That harbinger of doom," Morris lamented, banging his head against the wall in a futile attempt to escape Rod and Pig. "Ouch." He winced, touching the bump on his forehead, still unable to bring himself to inflict real harm. Creak. The sound of the cell door swung open, and the guard urged Rod to hurry inside. "Hey, boss. Why the sudden rush? What is going on?" Rod found Morris's frantic demeanor amusing. "Why, you're back," Morris stammered, his heart racing as he saw Rod unscathed. Although he hadn't witnessed the entire fight, he knew Rod had slain Pig. After all, Rod was the only one who had walked out alongside the guards, while Pig had been carried away wrapped in a shroud. Please, have a seat." Morris, feeling a chill run down his spine under Rod's piercing gaze, became increasingly nervous and struggled to speak coherently. "I preferred your formerly rebellious demeanor," Rod remarked, climbing up to the upper bunk. Finding Morris's disjointed speech dull, he felt a twinge of boredom. "Boss, from this day forward, I am yours. I was blind to your greatness before. Please don't hold it against me. From now on, if you say east, I will never go west," Morris exclaimed, his survival instincts kicking in as he contemplated hundreds of strategies, ultimately deciding to cling to Rod's coattails. "What's this? Aren't you a notorious member of the Bloody Limbs gang? You're actually my older brother." Rod observed Morris's sudden antics with a measure of approval. The lad could prove useful as a loyal subordinate. "Boss, you are indeed the boss. I hereby sever ties with the Bloody Limbs gang and pledge eternal loyalty to you." Morris knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, resembling nothing more than a dog belonging to Rod. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. However, you must assist me with a task," Rod observed Morris, sensing that he might prove useful. "Boss, I would stake my life for you." Morris feigned bravado, pondering the absurdity of his submission. Surely, he would not be subjected to further cruelty. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What if Rod possessed an unyielding heart? What if he desired something far worse? As this notion sank in, Morris began to perspire profusely, his heart racing in his throat. "Help me procure a map of Los Angeles. The more detailed, the better." Rod considered the fact that they resided in a Marvel universe, deciding it prudent to maintain a low profile. Mentioning anything related to the Iron Board could expose him as an abnormal human, leading to capture and experimentation by S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially, he had hoped to unleash energy blasts upon reaching a power level of 10, making a grand escape from prison to live a life befitting his ancestors. However, now aware of the extraordinary nature of this world, Rod planned to discreetly slip away during his transition to adulthood, seeking a safe refuge to develop his abilities. A map would undoubtedly be the safest option. Otherwise, a reckless dash could result in a disastrous encounter with the police, who would not hesitate to pursue a 5-star citizen like Rod in this reality. "Boss, leave it to me. I've got this." Morris sighed in relief, grateful it was not his own rear end on the line. It was merely a map, after all. And juvenile offenders had the right to access reading materials in the library. He could simply tear a page from a map book, even if caught. It would likely result in just a warning. Oddly, he wondered why Rod didn't obtain the map himself. Never mind, he decided. Curiosity could lead to trouble. Despite his lingering questions, Morris suppressed his inquisitiveness, recalling the adage that curiosity kills the cat. Rod, on the other hand, could not risk acquiring the map himself, as he was under the close scrutiny of Warden Duras. If discovered hoarding a map, it would raise suspicions of an escape attempt. Rod turned his attention away from Morris, settling into a cross-legged position, his palms facing the sky, entering a meditative state. Earlier, during mealtime, he had been so preoccupied with merging with the Saiyan physique that he neglected to absorb his energy. He began to regulate his breathing, directing his energy to circulate within his body. Upon reaching a power level of 10, a transformation would occur, allowing his energy to manifest externally, enhancing his abilities beyond mere physical protection. However, this energy explosion could only be unleashed once. The explosive force generated would be sufficient to obliterate a small car. As tendrils of energy coalesced in Rod's mind, flowing into his body, his physical form strengthened independently, enabling him to accumulate even more energy. Ultimately, Rod's energy reached a power level of 7. At this moment, Rod's full-throttle capabilities rendered him more agile and powerful than Spider-Man, and with a power level of 13, he became nearly immune to ordinary bullets, only susceptible to heavy sniper rifles like the Barrett. Chapter 8. The Prisoner Fighting Tournament. Gentle morning light filtered through the iron bars and square patches, illuminating the spacious cell where a slender figure performed handstand push-ups. 999, 1,000, 1,200. Sturdy muscles envelop Rod, who stands at a mere height of 1.60 meters, resembling a thin layer of armor. His seemingly frail physique conceals remarkable resilience and strength. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Rod notes the autumn chill settling in, the warmth of his body manifesting as a faint, ethereal mist. Remarkably, after only 3 days of training, his combat power has surged to 8. With his energy levels reaching 9, progress is swift. Rod stretches his body, the friction between his bones producing a crisp sound. The fusion of human and Saiyan genes appears to have fully awakened the dormant ancient power within the Saiyan lineage, allowing Rod's combat prowess to escalate at an astonishing rate, now boasting a formidable combat power of 17. Although this falls short of Son Goku's remarkable combat power of over 170 during his defeat of the Red Ribbon Army, easily vanquishing gangsters armed with lightweight firearms poses no challenge. In just about a week, Rod has transformed from a powerless high school student into a ruthless prison enforcer. Furthermore, as long as he has ample nourishment, his physical strength shows no signs of stagnation. "Rod, Warden Duras is looking for you." A slightly portly prison guard opens the solitary confinement door, motioning for Rod to step out. Inside the spacious warden's office, Duras snips the end off a cigar, savoring its rich aroma. Before him lies a letter sealed with a golden border. "Warden, Rod has arrived." The guard knocks on the office door, standing quietly with Rod at the entrance. "Come in." The guard opens the door, allowing Rod to enter, before habitually closing it behind him. Rod. The California fighting tournament has commenced. We leave today, and I must caution you. If you don't fight with all your might, it could cost you your life. Duras observes Rod, who remains unperturbed, and finds the young man overly presumptuous. It is essential to recognize that even in a juvenile detention center, fighting can be exceedingly brutal. The adversaries could range from inherently violent athletes to grotesque individuals raised by deranged murderers. Duras harbors reservations about Rod, the wiry yet powerful youth. Contemplating the possibility of placing a bet if Rod manages to secure a victory in the preliminary round. I will take their lives. Rod grins, revealing a savage smile. In the outskirts of San Francisco, within a secluded estate enclosed by towering concrete walls, a steel fence divides the property. One side is adorned with an array of luxurious vehicles, while elegantly dressed high society individuals saunter towards the opulent entrance. The other side holds various buses encased in iron mesh, where formidable men, shackled by chains, are escorted by guards towards a dimly lit underground passage. Hey, why is there a monkey participating this year? Does your juvenile facility only house kids under 14? A towering black youth. Once a promising football player, but now restrained by chains due to his uncontrollable violent tendencies, sneers. After succumbing to drugs and injuring his coach severely, he was forcibly confined to the juvenile facility. You're right. Let us hope we don't cross paths. Rod gazed sympathetically at the towering African-American inmate as he passed by en route to the basement, reflecting that these fragile beings often resorted to bluster to mask their vulnerabilities. It's your turn. A robust guard approached Rod, unshackling the chains that bound his feet to the vehicle. My heavens, I wonder whom you have offended to be sentenced to such misery. The guard regarded the diminutive Rod with a hint of curiosity. Within the opulent mansion, an array of exquisite artworks adorned the space, while a lengthy table in the grand hall was laden with an assortment of delicacies and luxurious desserts. A server, donning a butterfly mask, elegantly offered fine wines to the affluent guests engaged in jovial banter. Hey, isn't that Warden Duras? How much do you plan to lose this year? A rotund man in a tailored suit, holding a glass of champagne, sauntered over to Duras. Nolan, what brings you here, you bloated pig? Upon spotting his adversary Nolan, Duras's expression soured instantly. Oh, such words are unbefitting of a gentleman. Nolan, relishing Duras's discomfort, retorted with a smirk. Why not purchase my goods this time? Given your previous losses, it might help you recover some ground. Otherwise, those creditors you owe money to may come knocking, and that won't end well for you. I'm just afraid I won't see you next year. Nolan and Duras were rivals and former classmates. Their past wagers had been mere trifles. Little did Duras know that he would gamble recklessly, turning to high-interest loans from the organizers. Nolan speculated that if Duras could not repay the interest this time, he would likely not survive the ordeal. Don't concern yourself with me, you glutton. I am confident this time. Duras, recalling the peculiar Rod, believed that dealing with these juvenile offenders would pose no challenge, provided he did not encounter any further anomalies. You said the same last time. Nolan shook his head, deeming Duras too impulsive. The juvenile prison's brawl served as a prelude to the ultimate clash between inmates. With a single bet not exceeding $1 million and a maximum multiplier of 10, the victorious prison would claim a prize of $500,000, a trivial sum in the eyes of true magnates. Thus, it garnered little attention from the wealthy elite, merely serving as a warm-up event for the inmate showdown, while also gauging the interest of affluent investors in such spectacles. Should the event successfully attract significant investment from the wealthy, the prison would unveil its most formidable inmates for the main event, enhancing its appeal. However, if only a handful of minor tycoons participated, the prison would dispatch a few promising contenders for a modest exhibition. This year's inmate brawl had garnered considerable attention, with Mr. Stan, a veteran of Stark Industries, already entering the fray. The forthcoming inmate showdown promised to be a grand occasion. Duras, don't lose your head this time. Nolan cautioned, patting Duras on the shoulder. His old friend was always eager to outshine him, displaying a narrow-mindedness that Nolan found tiresome. Yet he chose not to dwell on it for the sake of their long-standing friendship. I know you look down on me, Nolan. You have your ministerial father shielding you. A mere few million is trivial for you. I will manage my own finances. Prepare yourself to weep today. Duras gazed at Nolan with eyes brimming with jealousy and animosity. Was it not merely the privilege of having a wealthy father that allowed him to adopt such an air of superiority during their school days? Had it not been for the desire to outshine Nolan, Duras would not have found himself indebted to the exorbitant loans of the Cox family. Very well, very well. Nolan took a sip of champagne, realizing that conversing with someone like Duras was utterly futile. It felt as if they were destined to be adversaries. Hey, are we at odds again? A tall, elegantly dressed man in a sharply tailored suit approached Nolan with a refined demeanor. I thought it was someone else. It's Colonel Beam. What brings you here to scout candidates for General Ross? Nolan remarked, warmly patting Beam's robust shoulder. Recently, that test subject escaped. much to General Ross's chagrin. But let us not dwell on that. The fight is about to commence. Beam replied. However, I must say, Mr. Doris's extravagant spending truly opened my eyes. He teased, casting a sidelong glance at Doris, who, despite having some notoriety within this circle, was infamous for less than admirable reasons. Generally, he would be the subject of private ridicule among them. Humph. Doris scoffed, striding towards the already ajar basement door, indifferent to the banner. Chapter 9. The battle begins within the dimly lit, spacious corridor of the basement. Well-dressed individuals of modest wealth whispered amongst themselves, discussing the fighters they intended to wager on today. As the crowd entered through the basement door, two burly, gun-toting bodyguards checked their gold-embossed black invitations before opening the heavy wooden door. Before them stood a cement structure reminiscent of an ancient Roman amphitheater. The inner circle of the arena was a sunken dueling ground, encased in iron bars. The floor and walls bore remnants of uncleaned blood, illuminated by the bright lights from above. Within the arena, two iron cages, each barely accommodating a single standing figure, connected to the entrance passage, seemingly designed to confine participants and prevent premature clashes. The outer edges were lined with leather seats arranged in neat rows, where a box containing 10 million in chips sat at the side. In front of the box were two throwing slots, one red and one blue, along with a button adorned with a hammer and knife motif. Any chips tossed would be recorded by sensors beneath the armrests, facilitating the betting process for the audience. Above the seating area, luxurious private boxes encased in bulletproof glass were reserved for affluent businessmen, each possessing assets of at least 10 million. As the guests settled into their seats, an opening appeared above the underground arena. A brightly dressed man, wearing a half mask, descended from the platform, capturing the attention of all. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the warm-up match of the Prisoner Death Fight, California Division. I am your host and commentator, Mr. Jester. This time, we have selected 32 formidable contenders from all juvenile detention centers and youth prisons in California for a thrilling one-on-one unrestricted combat. All spectators may place their bets on their favorite fighters within the first 10 minutes of the match. We shall determine the odds based on the wagers placed by both contestants just 1 minute before the commencement of the match. The victorious participant shall automatically advance, while the defeated, well, let us just say, in any case, today only one contestant shall leave this place alive, and that individual will be crowned the champion. The warden of their respective prison will receive a grant of $500,000. Now, let the competition begin. I invite our first pair of contestants to take the stage. Mr. Joker, with fervor and eloquence, delivered an impassioned speech, clearly showcasing his exceptional prowess in the arena. In mere moments, he elucidated the day's events. First to enter the fray is a notorious juvenile delinquent from San Francisco, a devil incarnate who, due to some disputes, slaughtered an entire family, sparing even the children. The malevolent Eaton. As the organizers concluded their introduction, a towering figure, shackled and standing over 6 feet tall, was prodded into the iron cage by guards wielding long steel forks. Beast, scoundrel, abomination, a cancer upon society. The audience, self-proclaimed members of the elite, erupted with vile epithets aimed at Eaton, relishing the opportunity to judge from their lofty perch. To hell with you, a pack of hypocrites. You are no better than I am. You are unworthy to insult me. Eaton bellowed, furiously pounding on the iron bars, yearning to tear apart the pretentious faces in the stands. Next, we have a villain from the Arcadia Juvenile Detention Center. A soulless monster notorious for his heinous crimes against young girls. The depraved killer, Maddie, a grotesquely corpulent, leering figure, towering at nearly 6 feet 3, was laboriously escorted into the cage by 3 guards wielding steel forks. His ample frame appeared somewhat cramped in the 2-meter-high and 1.8-meter-wide confines of the cage. Die, you sick pervert. Do you deserve to exist in this world? Repulsive fatso. The audience, incensed by Mr. Joker's introduction, erupted in furious condemnation of the deviant Maddie. All right. I understand our audience harbors a deep-seated disdain for evil. The forthcoming clash of these wretches will surely demonstrate that wickedness ultimately leads to annihilation. Let the betting commence. Mr. Joker, observing the crowd's fervor, swiftly sought to temper their excitement, redirecting their attention to the eagerly anticipated blood sport. For these so-called aristocrats, wagering and the thrill of combat held far more tangible allure than standing on moral high ground. As the clinking of chips filled the air, a large screen descended slowly from above the arena, displaying 2 columns, one red and one blue, whose numbers danced wildly. 10 minutes later, the figures settled into 2 single-digit ratios, signaling the end of the betting period. The odds stood at 12-1 in favor of the red team, suggesting that the malevolent Eaton had a significant advantage. What shall the outcome be? Ladies and gentlemen, behold today's opening battle. The malevolent Eaton versus the predator Maddie. Mr. Joker, microphone in hand, raised his head with fervent enthusiasm as he hosted the event. With a click, The electronic locks of the two cages were remotely disengaged, and the two imprisoned villains stepped cautiously out of their confines, eyeing each other warily. The prison guards tossed the keys to the handcuffs and leg irons toward the corresponding miscreants within the iron cage. Moreover, the contest was time-bound, lasting a mere 15 minutes. Should the time elapse, the criminals would be compelled to engage in a violent brawl. Mr. Jester, feigning benevolence, offered a reminder that indirectly provoked the nefarious participants in the arena to hasten their confrontations. "Beat that fat pig to death," shouted one spectator, while another echoed, "Let the fatso take down that black bastard." Among the audience, those who had placed substantial bets were animatedly cheering. The imposing figure of the black man, Eaton, cautiously seized the keys and liberated himself from his shackles, preparing to advance towards the rotund Maddie. "Listen here, fat pig. You're going to be lying down on your way back today." Eaton, assessing Maddie's bulk, felt confident of his chances given his own skills. "Die, you black bastard." At the same moment, Maddie freed himself and launched a punch toward Eaton's head. Eaton deftly sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a swift strike to Maddie's midsection. The sound of a dull thud resonated as Eaton's fist collided with Maddie's belly, creating ripples across the layers of fat. To Eaton's dismay, his punch felt as though it had struck rubber. Maddie remained unscathed. "Your punches are remarkably soft," Maddie taunted, his physique having been honed by a tumultuous childhood marked by poverty and violence. In his quest for affection, he had twisted his psyche, using young girls as mere dolls to fulfill his grotesque fantasies. "You're courting death, white pig." Eaton, known for his quick temper, lost his composure and swung at Maddie. However, Maddie's robust defense easily absorbed Eaton's assault. Seizing the opportunity during Eaton's momentary lapse, Maddie countered with a punch to his head. A sharp crack echoed as Eaton was struck. Momentarily dazed, Maddie pressed his advantage, delivering another blow to Eaton's skull. Blood began to trickle from Eaton's nose, clearly indicating that the two heavy hits had rendered him concussed. Maddie's fists, akin to hammers, continued to rain down upon Eaton's head. With each successive strike, Eaton, fueled by rage, abandoned his agile advantage, succumbing to Maddie's relentless onslaught. Soon, Eaton's head was marred with numerous wounds. As Maddie unleashed his eighth punch, Eaton could no longer withstand the barrage and collapsed to the ground, his face bloodied and swollen, resembling that of a pig's head. "Bah," Maddie spat disdainfully. His unique physique, characterized by dense fat and resilient muscle fibers, allowed him to absorb over 70% of any impact. The tempestuous flurry of Eaton's attacks had merely served as a light massage to Maddie. "Die, you black bastard. May money perish." Eaton observed Maddie attempting to rise from the ground and swiftly executed a jumping elbow strike to his back. With a sharp crack, Eaton's waist twisted grotesquely as he coughed up a mouthful of thick blood and fainted. His breath gradually waned. Alas, the formidable Mr. Eaton, once favored by the audience, unexpectedly succumbed to our hunter Maddie. Such a turn of events is truly astonishing. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. Mr. Joker lamented as he observed the brutal and bloody scene in the arena. "Damn that black devil, he truly deserves it. All show and no substance." Dearest cursed from his seat, having wagered $50,000 on Eaton, only to witness a dismal defeat. "Well done, fat pig." Nolan cheered, clearly having profited from Maddie's success. This infuriated Juris, who felt a strong urge to slap him across the face. "Now, might we inquire if Mr. Maddie shall continue to contest? A successful streak would grant him a much-needed respite." Mr. Joker regarded the unscathed Maddie with a knowing smile. "Come forth. I shall demonstrate my true strength to you hypocritical scoundrels." After claiming the first blood, Maddie's adrenaline surged, filling him with an exhilarating sense of invincibility. Next, we welcome a villain from the Los Angeles Juvenile Detention Center, a bizarre figure who, after saving a damsel in distress, turned to robbery, and a man notorious for crippling the school bully, the Punisher Rod. Mr. Joker's enthusiasm soared at the mere mention of Rod's introduction. His record was that of an evil hero who employed violence to counter violence, a man he greatly revered. Surely, he must be a robust young man brimming with masculine allure, Mr. Joker mused. Chapter 10. A shocking revelation in the dim, narrow underground corridor. A figure emerged slowly. Step by step, under the expectant gazes of the audience, a slender boy, standing at a mere 5 feet 6 inches, entered the iron cage, dwarfed by the towering Maddie. He was not prodded by guards wielding steel forks. In fact, his shackles had been removed prior to entering the cage, as the guards deemed this wiry lad posed no threat whatsoever. "What? Our Punisher Rod is merely this slight boy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is utterly incredible." Mr. Joker gaped, his jaw dropping at the sight of the monkey-like Rod, a stark contrast to his expectations. "Oh, poor child, what misfortune has befallen such a small boy? Indeed, that warden is utterly despicable. I am ashamed to be associated with him. I recognize that boy from the news. He seems to be from Dearest prison." "Haha, you mean Dearest? That fool. Yes, the one who bet $1 million on a mid-event warm-up match. I can't believe it's him. It makes sense, though. Such a person could certainly be involved in such matters. The audience, witnessing Rod, could not help but feel a surge of pity, viewing him as a victim trapped in the darkness of society. Rod, the petty-minded jurist, facing the crowd's disdain due to Rod's presence, found himself harboring resentment towards the boy. All right, we have 10 minutes to place bets, and the time begins now. Mr. Joker perceived this battle as utterly predictable, devoid of any excitement. The sounds of betting from the audience were sparse, with only a handful of individuals, driven by avarice, fervently placing their bets on the blue fighter, McGrady. Given the dishonorable nature of such a contest and its meager odds, many self-proclaimed virtuous individuals chose to abstain from participation. Dury, clutching his 100,000 chips, hesitated before ultimately deciding to exchange them for a mere 10,000 and wager on the blue side. While he initially harbored some confidence in Rod, the sight of McGrady's formidable physique, unyielding in the face of blows, instilled doubt in his mind regarding Rod's chances of victory. 10 minutes later, the numbers on the large screen began to fluctuate before settling at 1 to 10. Oh, it seemed this match was entirely devoid of suspense. Let us fervently hope that the hunter, McGrady, shows some mercy and goes easy. Mr. Joker shook his head in regret. For this disgraceful battle lacked the thrill that came from a real clash of rogues. Hey kid, you look rather appealing. You remind me of those delightful toys. I can hardly restrain myself from wanting to burst your bubble. McGrady approached the iron cage holding Rod, leering lewdly as he licked his lips. Eager to toy with the slender boy, I will shove your head up your backside. Rod regarded McGrady with cold indifference, exuding an aura of menace as his eyes gleamed like a demon from the depths of hell. Damn it, I will thoroughly torment you. McGrady, momentarily jolted by Rod's fierce gaze, slammed his hands against the cage in a display of defiance. It seemed Mr. McGrady could barely contain his desire to shred the charming Rod to pieces. And thus, the match commenced. Mr. Joker could not bear to watch any longer. Yet as a commentator, he felt compelled to witness McGrady dismantle Rod. Oh, my heavens, I can hardly bear to look. Some members of the audience still possessed a shred of conscience, while others were keenly interested in witnessing the spectacle of a fat beast mercilessly tormenting a dwarf. Click. The cage that had confined Rod swung open, appearing to protect him, yet it was merely the shackles of a fearsome beast. You little wretch. I shall have my fun with you. McGrady loomed over Rod like a bear stalking a fawn, with both hands reaching for Rod. He intended to play with him as one would with a life-sized Barbie doll. Bang! Rod unleashed a single punch, his combat power at 17 translating to nearly 10 tons of explosive force. However, he relied solely on his physical strength without channeling his energy. His 8-point physical prowess still delivered over a ton of force. The terrifying speed of his punch struck McGrady's ample belly like a cannonball. McGrady, belonging to a different breed of humanity, maintained a combat power around 72, coupled with unique shock-dampening characteristics. Rod's punch, capable of piercing the chest of an ordinary person, merely inflicted a negligible effect on McGrady. The damage he sustained was akin to being struck firmly with a wooden stick, some pain, but not significant harm. McGrady's anomalous physical structure meant that unless his opponent's combat power exceeded 10, true injury was impossible. Kid, you've got some strength. Much better than that black fellow. As McDye gazed at the diminutive Rod, he rubbed his belly, having cornered Rod within the confines of the cage. As long as Rod remained trapped, he could suffocate him slowly. Intriguing. You are certainly no ordinary person. Rod had just felt as if he had struck a rubber ball, only to be met with a surprising recoil. Youngster, you are indeed remarkable. McDye observed Rod's nonchalant demeanor as if he had merely been testing the waters, and began to regard him with increasing caution. Throughout his life, he had seldom encountered impacts that elicited pain, even when struck by a police baton. It only registered as a gentle thud, yet this slender, monkey-like figure could evoke genuine discomfort. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a good fight. You make for an excellent punching bag. Rod, relaxed and carefree, stretched his limbs, momentarily refraining from unleashing his power. The Scion's hallmark was their increasing strength through combat. Only by engaging in evenly matched battles could they awaken their genetic potential and swiftly absorb energy to enhance their prowess. You filthy yellow-skinned monkey. Now that I have you cornered, let us see how you evade. McDye no longer underestimated Rod and began to treat him as a true adversary. Retreat. Rod summoned 2 strands of energy, instantly unleashing a power surge of 10 points. With a single palm, he thrust McDye aside. The hefty McDye, weighing 200 to 300 pounds, was sent sprawling several meters before landing on the ground, utterly befuddled. What just transpired? McDye had been shoved away by a single push. My heavens, Rod, this is utterly astonishing. The clown on the platform had braced himself for Rod's impending defeat, but this bizarre scene left him dumbfounded. Sitting on the ground, McDye watched in disbelief as Rod emerged from the iron cage, feeling as though it were all a figment of his imagination. You fat pig. I shall stuff your head into your backside. Rod strode forward with a steady pace, each step igniting his fighting spirit. His bloodthirsty gaze remained fixed on McDie, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Rod's calf muscles coiled, leaving a fleeting afterimage as he rapidly closed the distance to McDie, his legs snapping like a whip towards MCDY's forehead. Crack! The sound of the kick reverberated, and McDie felt as if he had been struck by a belt, a searing pain coursing through his face. You bastard! I will tear you apart. The pain sent MCDY's adrenaline soaring, fury overtaking his mind. He swung a heavy fist at Rod, but Rod effortlessly sidestepped, delivering a jab to MCDY's side. The flesh of MCDY's side rolled like waves under the force of Rod's strike, a blow potent enough to incapacitate a boxer, yet not inflicting significant damage on him. Cursed monkey, is dodging your only skill? McDie roared in anger, the previous blow still stinging. This humiliating experience of being unable to retaliate effectively gnawed at his pride. Huh, what can you do while standing still? Rod grinned, gathering energy beneath his feet, firmly anchoring himself to the ground. You foolish monkey. I never expected you to be truly simple-minded. T-Mac directly lunged at Rod, attempting to envelop him in a bear hug with the intention of crushing him to death. What a weight. T-Mac found himself submerged in Rod's substantial girth, exerting all his strength, but discovering that he could not budge Rod in the slightest. Trying to squeeze the life out of me. How amusing, Rod retorted, countering T-Mac's embrace with his own, channeling the full force of his 17-point power into his grip. The pressure, akin to several tons, bore down on T-Mac's waist, rendering him as helpless as if a massive truck had cornered him against a wall. Let me go. Let me go. Panic surged through T-Mac as Rod's iron-like hands clamped down, tightening relentlessly and inflicting excruciating pain that brought him face to face with the chilling specter of death. Explode for me. Rod unleashed a ferocious burst of strength, and T-Mac's corpulent form ruptured like a water balloon, his intestines and innards spilling across the ground as Rod forcibly bisected him. The blood that erupted from T-Mac drenched Rod, who now resembled a malevolent specter emerging from a gruesome inferno. I initially intended to engage in a playful contest, yet you insisted on this charade. You forced me to unleash my wrath. Rod's lips curled into a sadistic grin as he concentrated his energy in his hands, delivering a swift blow that severed T-Mac's neck and forcibly crammed his head into the severed torso lying nearby. Incredible! Unbelievable! Such a frail punisher as Rod possesses this level of strength. The audience gasped, witnessing this astonishing spectacle. Mr. Jester, microphone in hand, shouted hoarsely, declaring this the most memorable and sanguinary battle of his career. He fought to suppress his nausea, his voice trembling. Meanwhile, the audience, lacking such fortitude, succumbed to the grotesque scene, retching in disgust. My heavens, I must have him, Beam exclaimed, rising in excitement. A being of such extraordinary power would surely grant control over that terrifying strength if utilized as a specimen for his own forces. Calm down, Mr. Beam. We are not at the final stage yet. Nolan scowled at Rod, having just lost $200,000 on T-Mac, his displeasure at this seemingly deceptive foe palpable. If only I had known. Dulles, witnessing the formidable and terrifying Rod, felt a wave of regret wash over him. With odds of 1 to 10, and considering Rod's displayed ferocity, it was likely that the odds for his subsequent matches would plummet. He had borrowed $500,000 to participate in this brutal contest. And now, placing all his bets on Rod might not even recoup his losses. The interest on his loans had already doubled. And Dulles owed the Cox family $2 million. If he couldn't repay it by next month, he would face dire consequences. However, if he could just orchestrate a fixed match in the end, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Dulles stroked his chin, contemplating nefarious schemes. Chapter 11. The Bloody Punisher. Bloody Punisher. Rod. Rod. In the dimly lit underground arena, the audience erupted in a fervent chant of Rod's name, igniting an electrifying atmosphere fueled by the sheer violence and power he displayed. The American populace harbors a profound admiration for the strong, and Rod, a figure of undeniable prowess, has captured the attention and respect of all. Within the illuminated confines of the duel arena, a diminutive silhouette unleashed a punch that penetrated the chest of a towering Caucasian, seizing his still-beating heart and crushing it with a single grasp. The once mighty figure, with vacant eyes, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside by Rod, landing amidst a heap of corpses. How utterly tedious! Rod licked the blood from his hands and yawned, aside from the initial challenge posed by McGrady. The rest of the criminals were merely ordinary individuals. Not a single one could withstand even a single strike from Rod. Well, the bloodthirsty Punisher has achieved an astounding 13 consecutive victories. He remains as formidable and ruthless as ever. The champion of this tournament hails from a prison where a grand prize of $5 million awaits. The next challenger is a nefarious thug from Sacramento, a common drug addict and felon. Oh, how pedestrian. Let us welcome the next unfortunate soul to face execution. The ordinary criminal, Sack. A robust black man clad in prison garb, was pushed into the iron cage, gazing in bewilderment at the blood-soaked, diminutive figure outside. "Hey, isn't that a yellow-skinned monkey? You're so filthy I wouldn't dare to touch you," laughed Sack, mocking Rod, who, although drenched in blood with a fierce expression, seemed to Sack an easy target to dominate. "Humph." Rod let out a cold snort, resolved to inflict a few more moves to thoroughly torment this jester. "Well, the odds are unequivocally in favor of Rod, standing at 1 to 10. It appears our bookmakers are in for a substantial loss today. Thus, the bloody feast commences." The announcer exuberantly proclaimed that this California match would be more exhilarating than the typical off-season national prison death matches. 1 to 10. It seems no one has faith in you. Yellow-skinned monkey. Sack, still seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, chuckled at the smaller Rod. With a click, the iron cage door swung open, and Sack, unable to contain himself, charged at Rod, the violent genes within him surging. He intended to make this diminutive monkey experience despair. He dashed towards Rod, unleashing a powerful strike aimed at Rod's abdomen, but Rod pivoted on his left foot, harnessing his waist strength, and delivered a swift kick that crashed into Sack's thigh. Sack, caught off guard by Rod's thunderous assault, had no time to react. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Sack's thigh contorted grotesquely. Rendered immobile, he gazed in horror at Rod, the overwhelming pain and numbness plunging him into despair. "Is this what you desire?" Rod inquired with a sinister smile, slowly approaching the mound of corpses and casually plucking a leg from one of the bodies. This length should suffice." Rod grinned at Sack, who had soiled himself in fear, resembling a devil from the depths of hell. "And no, don't come closer. Spare me." In that moment, Sack recalled the earlier part of his life, once a promising football athlete. Had it not been for drugs and a severe injury inflicted by his coach, he would never have fallen to such depths. But now, repentance was far too late. Oh, the pitiful and frail human. To always hold oneself in high esteem without a sense of reverence for matters at hand is to invite dire repercussions for one's insolence. Rod, brandishing a severed human thigh, approached Sack with deliberate strides. With a swift kick, he sent Sack soaring, subsequently thrusting the thigh with ferocity into Sack's rear. The overwhelming force propelled by the thigh pierced through Sack's body. Ugh! Mr. Jester could no longer contain the visceral shock of bloodshed and promptly retched, prompting the audience to succumb to similar reactions of nausea. My heavens! What a thrill! This visit was indeed worthwhile. Nolan wiped the remnants of vomit from the corner of his mouth, exhaling deeply while clutching his chest. "It seems this lad has garnered quite the spotlight. It appears you shall bleed a bit, Colonel Bim," Nolan jested, glancing at Bim with a teasing grin. Meanwhile, Juris watched Rod with palpable excitement. If he truly became the champion of the arena, not only would he clear his colossal debts, but also reap substantial profits. "Bravo, Rod. Splendid work," Juris exclaimed joyously, the despair from his previous loss of $10,000 dissipating into thin air. "For the next round, I shall wager all on Rod." Witnessing Rod's ruthless prowess, Juris had begun to harbor a flicker of respect for the brutal contender, casting aside previous grievances. When an individual promises immense returns, minor conflicts become trivial. In the VIP section above the audience, only one light illuminated the area, indicating that among the affluent spectators, there was but a solitary millionaire present. A fine fellow indeed. Yet, we are here to profit. Spread the word. Let the remaining dozen join in. A dapper gentleman with golden hair and azure eyes swirled the red wine in his goblet, observing Rod in the arena with great interest as though he were a captivating plaything. As a scion of the Cox family, he was born superior to the lowly commoners. He was a natural aristocrat, an embodiment of refined elegance. "Very well, Master Rider." A robust middle-aged man, impeccably dressed, slightly bowed and gracefully approached the door to summon his subordinates in preparation for the next bout. Wow, another bloody feast awaits. Truly worthy of the title. The Blood Punisher Rod. Who shall be the unfortunate soul in the next round? Mr. Jester glanced at the document in his hands, commencing the reading of the next criminal's profile, when suddenly the screen flickered and transformed into a page of crimson text. Well, our bookmaker believes this routine has grown tedious. Henceforth, our very own Blood Punisher Mr. Rod shall face all remaining criminals alone. Hailing from the depths of California, these vile miscreants are notorious for their malevolence. And our Mr. Rod shall engage in combat against a dozen. How exhilarating this is! Mr. Jester was beside himself with excitement. For this was the first time in his career he had encountered such a scenario. The odds have been forcefully set at 1. It appears that irrespective of the selection, one can attain double the returns. So, will our formidable and ruthless Blood Punisher Rod emerge victorious, or shall the villains prevail? Mr. Jester began to cultivate suspense. After all, even the mightiest individual is but one person, bound to experience moments of fatigue and vulnerability. In a scenario where one must confront over 10 formidable and brutal criminals in an open arena unarmed, success is utterly implausible in reality. Suddenly, the audience's yellow buttons, adorned with crossed hammers and knives, began to flicker. Wow. It appears the most exhilarating melee mode has been activated. Mr. Rod is in grave danger. However, the formidable Mr. Rod may also possess expertise in weaponry. Which side will ultimately prevail? It's time to place your bets. Mr. Joker shouted hoarsely, overwhelmed with excitement for this deadly duel. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the clash of both parties. Meanwhile, the audience began to hesitate, conflicted about whether to continue betting on Rod, while simultaneously brimming with anticipation for the showdown. The damned Cox family is ruining my perfect experiment. Colonel Beam angrily pounded on the armrest. A melee. A 1 against more than 10 is essentially a death sentence for Rod. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Even if one possesses exceptional martial arts, facing 10 unarmed opponents is futile. The key point is that they are all Japanese, not particularly strong. Rod is now confronted by muscular behemoths, each over 6 feet tall, wielding sharp weapons. An elephant could be encircled and overwhelmed, let alone a mere human. The audience began to wager all their chips, for this match is the ultimate showdown. If such a thrilling contest does not incite madness, what purpose would it serve to be here? Alas, the house always plays it safe. They will not engage in unprofitable ventures. This young man's fate is sealed. Norrin shook his head as he observed the bloodied, frail Rod, then placed 500,000 chips on the blue team of villains. Once one steps into the dueling arena, they become mere pawns of capital. Plans can never keep up with changes. What now? Doris had prepared for a windfall. Yet the organizers have thrown a wrench in his plans. He is now caught in a precarious predicament. Previously, due to Rod's consecutive victories, Doris had accumulated over $800,000, but he still faced a significant debt of over $2 million. Even placing all bets on the villains would yield only about $160,000, still insufficient to clear his debts, unless he resorts to borrowing. Forget it. Better to play it safe. In the face of life and death, pride matters little. Doris resolved to place all his bets on the blue villains. He decided to seek Norrin's assistance, despite his long-standing disdain for him. However, this was a matter of life and death, and he had to set aside his pride. In the VIP room, the brashness of a lone warrior is of little use. What good is individual prowess? With a mere word, I could condemn you to your demise. Dressed in an expensive, classic suit, the dapper blonde nobleman rider scoffed disdainfully at Rod through the one-way glass, downing a glass of red wine. Down below, the villains are about to enter. Please prepare yourselves to witness the final deadly bout. Mr. Joker bellowed. The anticipation for this climactic confrontation was palpable. Click, click. The sound of iron gates opening echoed as one by one, the villains, armed with hammers, cleavers, and axes, slowly entered the arena. Their vicious faces regarded Rod like a lamb awaiting slaughter. What is happening? Our bloody Punisher is surprisingly unarmed. Will this mark the end of a king, or the rise of one? Upon witnessing the scene, Mr. Jester realized that Rod was deliberately targeted. Despite harboring disdain for the dealer, he dared not voice his thoughts. The audience on stage erupted in boos, clearly enraged by such an unjust duel. Rod, surrounded by a host of menacing thugs wielding weapons, exhibited not a trace of fear or anxiety. Instead, he erupted into wild laughter. Ha, ha, ha. No matter how many worthless fools there are, they remain worthless. You have successfully compelled me to take this seriously. Rod cracked his neck, emitting a crisp sound, and a terrifying aura began to rise from him, igniting the battle instinct embedded within his Saiyan genes. Chapter 12, Bloody Carnage Scum. Have you ever glimpsed hell? Rod gazed at the vicious teenage criminals encircling him, unperturbed, and mockingly surveyed the rogues around him. Ha ha ha, this monkey hasn't yet grasped his predicament. He thinks he has something special? I can handle this monkey all by myself. I'll chop him into mincemeat. The thugs laughed maniacally, plotting how to dismember Rod. Before entering, all the criminals received a notification. Killing this monkey-like fellow would earn them 100,000 and immediate bail out of prison. While some criminals felt this was somewhat dishonorable, they compromised for the sake of freedom and wealth, while others had never even dreamed of such an opportunity. With a rush of energy surging through Rod's body, he lightly pushed off the ground, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. The burly white thug, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, barely registered a shadow of a fist flashing before him when his head exploded like a smashed watermelon, splattering blood and brains. Rod seized the thug's machete, channeling his immense energy into the blade, which gleamed with a chilling light. With a swift slash, he cleaved a black thug in half, blood spraying as the blade carved a deep gash into the ground. Come, let me crush you all. Rod gently flicked the blood off the blade, his cold, piercing gaze sweeping over the assembled thugs. He had just dispatched 2 criminals in the blink of an eye, a feat accomplished in mere seconds. The speed was astonishing. Neither the thugs nor the audience could comprehend what had transpired. Charge. This kid is a monster. If we don't act, we'll all perish here. A tall, thin black thug was the first to react, shouting in panic. Rod's terrifying strength and speed made it abundantly clear to the thugs that this seemingly diminutive figure was no ordinary man. He was a monster, Gripping the machete, Rod, empowered by his energy, could effortlessly unleash a blade that could sever steel. A single strike could slice through a car, let alone a human. The thugs, desperate to survive, charged at Rod frantically. Their numbers offered a glimmer of hope that they might strike this beast amidst their chaotic assault. Strength in numbers, they thought. They could not allow Rod to pick them off one by one, or it would be akin to awaiting death. Rod gazed coldly at the throng of marauders surging towards him, a chilling smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, he gripped his blade and executed a lateral strike, cleaving one assailant in two. Subsequently, he concentrated his energy into his legs, delivering a whip-like kick that shattered the skull of another thug who had approached with an axe from the side. Some of the assailants, devoid of any semblance of honor, hurled their hammers at Rod like projectiles aimed at his head. Yet, driven by primal instincts, Rod's reflexes were extraordinary. He caught the iron hammer effortlessly just 5 centimeters from his forehead, his muscles surging with formidable power, and promptly hurled it back. The hammer, propelled by nearly 10 tons of force, pierced through the chest of the original thrower, leaving behind a gruesome cavity. At that moment, a towering thug swung an iron rod aimed squarely at Rod's head, only to find his strike intercepted by Rod's singular grip. The immense strength of Rod's hand crushed the rod, leaving a distinct imprint. The thug struggled to retrieve his weapon, but it remained immovable, as if embedded in concrete. With a fierce grip, Rod lifted the iron rod and swung it laterally, striking the thug with the force of a speeding truck, shattering his ribs and spine into a catastrophic fracture. In an instant, 4 adversaries were dispatched, leaving the number of remaining thugs dwindling to less than 10. The remaining assailants, witnessing Rod's merciless brutality, began to tremble with fear. Their morale plummeted, and those unable to withstand the psychological strain hastily discarded their weapons, fleeing towards the open iron cage to escape the terror that was Rod. However, Rod had no intention of sparing these foes. He concentrated his energy and launched his cleaver with great force, which, akin to a heavy crossbow bolt, pierced through the fleeing thug's skull from the back of the head to the forehead. Everyone present shall perish. Rod's expression morphed into one of savage bloodlust, the conqueror's genes within him raging with fervor. A few remaining thugs, unwilling to succumb to slaughter, resolutely seized their weapons and charged at Rod. Others, witnessing their comrades attempting to hold Rod at bay, stealthily retreated towards the cage. Rod, observing the desperate struggles of the remaining thugs, grinned with a cruel smile and swiftly appeared before a brawny assailant. His hand, like a tiger's claw, seized the thug by the throat, and with a mere tug, he tore away flesh and windpipe. Blood gushed forth from the severed throat like a fountain. Meanwhile, another thug wielding an axe felt an icy dread creep down his spine before losing consciousness, as Rod had effortlessly extracted his entire spine in an instant. Rod picked up the fallen axe and swung it towards the last remaining assailant, a burly African man brandishing a crowbar, cleaving through his neck and sending the head flying, blood spraying forth from the severed neck. "Oh my heavens! What immense power!" exclaimed Mr. Jester, his voice filled with excitement. Initially believing Rod would succumb to the onslaught of thugs, he was astounded by the sheer terror of Rod's might. "My word, Rod, you are truly formidable," Dulles exclaimed, enthusiastically pounding on the armrest. Given the current circumstances, Rod's battle against the thugs resembled that of slaughtering chickens. Victory has become an undeniable certainty, unless an unforeseen event occurs. Although Dulles has lost everything in his wager, Rod's prowess in the arena is sufficient to secure him a staggering $5 million prize. Damn it! How can such a being exist? No, he is not merely human. He is a monster. Norrin, witnessing Rod facing armed thugs with the same ease as one might slaughter a chicken, has lost his previous nonchalance, gritting his teeth in fury. After all, he has staked $500,000 on this. My God, I must capture Rod. Bim has already resolved to report to General Ross, intending to apply military pressure to forcibly seize Rod. Demon. The remaining scattered thugs, barely a handful, have been thoroughly intimidated by the brutal Rod, fleeing in panic towards the iron cage's exit. At that moment, the prison guards behind the cage hurled handguns at the fleeing villains. Good heavens, those are handguns. It appears that the bloodthirsty Punisher Rod will not be leaving this place today, lamented Mr. Joker. He did not anticipate that the organizers would shamelessly allow those juvenile thugs to wield firearms. This utterly undermines the rules and would bring disgrace upon the Cox family. Hush. The audience erupted in discontent, clearly dismayed that what was supposed to be a monumental duel has been reduced to utter farce. This match is a travesty. To think they would resort to guns. Dulles pounded the armrest in frustration, yet dared not voice his anger, for he owed debts to the Cox family and could only vent his fury upon the chair. What a pity, Colonel Bim. Your plan has been thwarted. Norrin realized, upon seeing the guards distribute weapons to the thugs, that the outcome of this deadly confrontation had been predetermined from the outset. Who among the Cox family is responsible for organizing this bloodbath? How dare they? This damned fool has tarnished his family's reputation. Bim, furious, stood to confront the person in charge, only to be restrained by Norin. It is too late. Observing the thugs retrieving their guns, Norin shook his head in dismay. Humph. Lowly scum. Those who dare oppose me shall meet but one fate. Seated on a luxurious tiger-skin sofa in the VIP lounge, Ryder watched Rod wreak havoc in the arena. Gnashing his teeth, it was Rod who forced him into such an undignified position. Monster, perish. The fleeing thugs, seeing the discarded handguns as a lifeline, rushed to seize them, aiming at Rod and yelling as they fired. Bang, bang. A volley of gunfire erupted, and just as everyone believed Rod was surely doomed, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He extended a hand toward the incoming bullets, and with a swift motion, he caught them all, leaving behind mere afterimages. How is this possible? The thugs, having exhausted their ammunition, trembled as they faced Rod, who stood before them, a head shorter yet menacing as a natural disaster. In panic, the thugs discarded their firearms and fled towards the iron cage's entrance, only to find the guards sealing off their last escape route. It seems I shall not be spared today. Thus, I shall no longer conceal my true capabilities. Rod has realized that the organizers are resolute in their intent to eliminate him, rendering further pretense unnecessary. Seizing a blood-soaked iron axe without a second thought, Rod hastened towards the iron cage, disregarding the terror-stricken miscreants. Channeling his energy into the axe, a terrifying force erupted, cleaving the cage door asunder with precision. Then, under the gaze of onlookers, he vanished into the pitch-black underground passage. My heavens! The bloodthirsty Punisher Rod had caught a bullet. This is simply astounding. Mr. Jester was left speechless in shock. Such exaggerated prowess was something he had only witnessed in films and comics. Ward exclaimed, while Dillis gaped in disbelief, his mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. What on earth is this? Nolan shouted in astonishment. Hey, General Ross. Hurry and send troops to the Blueberry Manor in San Francisco. This is a Level 1 incident. It is crucial to the Super Soldier program. This concerns our future. At that moment, Beam dashed out of the basement, disregarding security's attempts to stop him, and directly dialed a satellite phone outside the manor. How is this possible? Quickly. Release the anesthetic. Hurry. Don't let him escape. Ryder was instantly flustered. Rod's display was utterly breathtaking. A man capable of catching bullets barehanded must harbor unfathomable secrets. He must be kept under control. Chapter 13. Escape. The dim, narrow underground passage resembled a sealed coffin, with small ventilation shafts every 2 meters. Scarcely large enough for a bowl. A diminutive, lean figure sped through the passage, reaching the iron door at its end in no time. Rod, summoning all his strength, struck the door with a powerful fist, leaving a dent before halting, feeling lightheaded. The anesthetic gas from the ventilation shaft had begun to impair his bodily functions. After all, Scions require air to breathe, and Rod was merely a human with a fraction of Scion genes and physical characteristics, thus unable to be fully immune to the effects of such chemical gas. Damn it, I must get out quickly, Rod cursed, sealing his breath with energy. Gripping the iron axe tightly, he gathered all his strength into the weapon. With a mighty swing, a cold glimmer flashed as the axe cleaved the steel door in two. Rod delivered a powerful kick to the severed door, sending it flying 2 meters, crushing several guards armed with handguns who were stationed behind it. Lay down your weapons and surrender. The other guards, in a panic, raised their guns, anxiously watching the menacing figure emerging from the underground passage. The silhouette, wielding the iron axe, stepped into the dim light, a bloodied face with a cold gaze scanning the guards. Rod let out a cold laugh, gripping the axe tightly as he swiftly moved. The guards, trembling, opened fire, and in an instant, the entire room filled with the cacophony of gunfire and flashes of light. Once the gunfire ceased, the room was soon filled with the harrowing screams of the guards, and within a minute, it was once again shrouded in silence. Littered with severed limbs, Rod kicked aside the lifeless head of the guard, gradually approaching the last iron gate that led to the outside world. With a swift motion, he raised his iron axe and forcefully cleaved it open before stepping through. Halt, you! Inside the walled compound, a towering guard brandished his baton menacingly at the blood-soaked Rod. The guards overseeing the bus were all poised with their firearms aimed directly at him. Rod regarded the guards with a disdainful snort, his figure blurring as he left behind a fleeting shadow and sprinted towards the concrete wall. Fire! Commanded the tall guard, but the bullets were deftly evaded by Rod. Gathering energy beneath his feet, he effortlessly leaped onto the wall, scaling it with agility and disappearing into the woods beyond. My heavens, how did that scrawny fellow manage that? The burly guard exclaimed in disbelief, watching as Rod dodged the bullets. Report. The target has escaped. The tall guard relayed over his walkie-talkie. You fools. How could you let him slip away with so many armed men? An enraged voice roared from the device. Sir, Rod has managed to flee. The impeccably composed butler entered the VIP room, speaking softly. With a crash, the golden-haired rider smashed an expensive bottle of red wine worth thousands of dollars onto the floor, his expression darkening. Pursue him. Mobilize every available resource. I want him back, no matter the cost. Ryder shouted furiously. And find out which prison Rod is from. I demand all his information. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he added, Yes, sir. The butler quietly left the VIP room to make calls and coordinate efforts. In the underground arena, spectators murmured amongst themselves, speculating on the outcome of the brutal fight. Doris, that monster Rod must be your doing, right? Nolan quipped, leaving his seat to approach the dazed Doris. This situation is no longer mere entertainment. You are in deep trouble. Nolan patted Doris on the back, sensing that his old friend was in dire straits. Nolan, I beg you, lend me $2 million. I promise to repay you. I can offer you $500,000 in interest. Doris stammered, but was abruptly interrupted by Nolan. Enough, my friend. This isn't merely a matter of debts anymore. I won't wade into your murky waters. Nolan understood that a being as formidable as Rod would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful figures. The potential benefits of harnessing such a human weapon for mass replication were beyond imagination. Mr. Doris, our boss requests an audience with you. A bodyguard, clad in a tailored suit that strained against his muscles, approached Doris with a cold stare. I understand. Doris felt as though he were under the scrutiny of a tiger, discomfort washing over him. The bodyguard led Doris through a labyrinthine corridor for what felt like an eternity until they reached a lavishly decorated hall. Sir, I have brought Doris. The bodyguard knocked gently on a grand door gilded in gold, his tone cautious. Enter. An elegant and gentle voice called from within. The bodyguard opened the door and entered first, standing to one side while slightly tilting his head to gesture for Doris to come in. Doris, it seems you still owe our family $2 million, don't you? The handsome man with golden hair and blue eyes lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs as he gazed through the one-way glass at the duel arena, where not a single intact corpse was in sight, a scornful smile curling upon his lips. You know that in previous events, the bodies of these young prisoners should have been whole. Only then can we properly collect their organs, and the final victor will be auctioned off. Do you have any idea how much your monstrous presence has cost my family? Ryder's tone grew increasingly menacing. This bloody conflict had been thrown into disarray, and he estimated that his family's support for him would diminish as a result. This bout would tarnish his reputation. Unless he could capture Rod and unravel the secrets he harbored, he was merely one among many heirs, and if he could not redeem himself, he would ultimately become a mere shadow within the family, languishing in obscurity for the rest of his life. Ryder was ambitious and proud. He would not permit himself to falter. Mr. Ryder, I will repay the debt. Please, grant me a little more time. Doris, upon hearing Ryder's words, fell to his knees, weeping and pleading. Debt? Do I care about your paltry sum? My mood is quite foul today. Ryder rose, clutching a golf club, and approached Doris. No. Before Doris could finish his plea, the iron end of the golf club struck him on the temple. Let go. Struck in the temple. Doris instantly became dazed and collapsed to the ground, barely able to utter a word before Ryder swung the golf club again, hitting him on the head. Ryder executed a perfect swinging motion, using Doris's head as a makeshift golf ball, relentlessly striking it. Blood splattered across Ryder's handsome face as he continued his assault. A cruel smile began to emerge on Ryder's indifferent visage. The scent of blood seemed to awaken a dark, twisted side within him. The pristine white suit he wore became speckled with crimson, yet he persisted in his brutal swings, even as Doris's head became a pulpy mess. The blood that showered onto the face of the nearby bodyguard caused him to break into a cold sweat, clearly terrified by Ryder's savagery. After all, he too could meet a similar fate should he err. Ah, how exhilarating, Ryder exclaimed, surveying the lifeless form of Doris before discarding the golf club and retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the mingled blood and sweat from his face. Yes. The bodyguard nodded slightly, expertly dragging Doris's corpse by the legs out of the room. Rod, when I catch you, you shall be well taken care of. Ryder's gaze was filled with resentment as he looked at the chaotic duel arena beyond the glass. Chapter 14. A new life. The autumn air was crisp. In the shadowy forest, the rustling of trees echoed continuously, and golden leaves cascaded to the ground. A figure, resembling a monkey, darted among the treetops, ascending higher into the forest until the slender form halted atop the tallest old tree, surveying the expanse below. It's quite a distance from the city. I must quicken my pace. Rod estimated that he was still at least 20 kilometers away from the nearest urban area of San Francisco. He needed to quickly blend into the crowd for cover. It was a fundamental principle for most factions in America to refrain from attacking civilian areas. Only terrorists would wreak havoc upon innocents and disrupt societal stability. The immediate priority was to enter the city and disappear among the masses, thereby vanishing from sight. Rod's current abilities rendered him unafraid of ordinary bullets. As long as he did not find himself isolated and surrounded, he faced little mortal danger. On the expansive mountain highway, a large truck laden with goods cruised steadily. Inside the cab, lively music played while the corpulent driver swayed to the rhythm. occasionally embracing his Doberman companion beside him. A slender shadow darted from the woods, leaping several meters high to effortlessly land atop the truck, then scampering toward the rear before gracefully jumping down. Seizing the lock on the cargo hold, the figure crushed the metal latch with ease, tossed it aside into the foliage, and slipped inside, shutting the door behind. Woof, woof. Inside the cab, the jovial Doberman, who had been happily swaying with its owner, suddenly barked at the cargo hold. "Hey, Bruce, what has got you so riled up?" The driver exclaimed. "Calm down, buddy, we'll be there soon. We'll feast together." The portly driver affectionately pecked his black Doberman before continuing to hum and sway as he drove freely. The truck sped along the highway toward the outskirts of the city, where trees began to thin out, leading to an urban checkpoint. At the checkpoint, several police officers were inspecting passing vehicles, seemingly searching for fugitives or illicit goods. "Stop." Routine inspection. A slightly overweight officer gestured for the truck driver to pull over for an inspection. "Hey, officer, what is going on?" the driver inquired, patting Bruce's head as he opened the door to look at the officer outside. "Step down. There has been a series of gruesome murders in San Francisco. Please cooperate with our inspection." The officer made a comparison between the plump driver and the slender Asian man in the photograph, then signaled for the driver to exit the vehicle. "Officer, I'm transporting construction materials. There are no passengers." The driver maintained his composure, aware that American citizens generally held a low trust in law enforcement and the government. "Mike, check the cargo hold. Jack, look into the driver's cab. Listen, pal. It's a sensitive time. You'd best cooperate." The slightly overweight officer casually dispatched two officers to inspect the truck while he himself patted his handgun at his waist, signaling the driver to behave. Woof, woof. The black Doberman barked furiously at Jack, who had entered the driver's cab. "Sheriff Harden, the cab is clear," Jack announced after taking a glance at the various urinals inside, covering his nose as he could no longer endure the stench of urine and sweat, hastily exiting the vehicle. Mike approached the rear compartment, realizing the door was not locked. Sensing something amiss, he swiftly drew his firearm and slowly opened the door. Suddenly, a lean, powerful hand shot out from the darkness within, gripping Mike's neck. Before he could comprehend the situation, his neck was snapped, and he was dragged into the cargo hold. "Mike, how's it going over there?" "Mike." The slightly overweight police officer shouted loudly, his tone tinged with an instinctive awareness of something amiss. "Jack, come with me to the back." The officer drew his sidearm and cautiously approached the rear of the vehicle, with Jack following closely behind, also brandishing his firearm. Other officers, realizing the gravity of the situation, drew their weapons and began to encircle the truck, preparing for any eventuality. The overweight officer and Jack positioned themselves against either side of the truck's rear. "Mike, have you finished your checks? It's time to come out, buddy." The officer rapped on the metal truck body, signaling Mike to respond. "Damn it, stay alert. Open the door and aim your weapons to prevent the suspect from escaping," he commanded, and all the officers raised their guns, targeting the rear of the truck. However, just as the officer gestured for Jack to open the back door, Rod smashed through the front of the truck with an axe, breaking through the metal and swiftly emerging from the front, shattering the glass of the truck's cabin and yanking the overweight driver out, tossing him onto the ground. Rod then climbed through the shattered window, started the truck, and pressed the accelerator, aiming to crash into the police vehicles blocking his path. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, leaving the driver sprawled on the ground, bloodied and bewildered. The officers stood in stunned silence, uncertain of what had just transpired, only witnessing the massive truck barreling through with reckless abandon. Woof, woof. Bruce barked frantically at the small figure of his owner, now thrown aside. Rod glared menacingly at Bruce, who shrank back in terror, trembling on the seat as if confronted by a ferocious beast. The cargo truck, weighing several tons, crashed into the police cars and sped toward the city. Bang, bang, bang. A group of officers fired wildly, yet could do nothing but watch as the truck receded into the distance. "Damn it. Headquarters. The suspect is heading toward Delmar Street in the truck. Please set up roadblocks immediately." The overweight officer rushed to a police car, opened the door, and urgently reported via the radio. "This stinks." Rod grimaced, covering his nose, struggling against the foul odor wafting from the cabin. After a brief period, he floored the accelerator, allowing the truck to accelerate rapidly, then leaned over the front, casting a knowing smile at the surrounding vehicles. "Look, Mickey. That Asian guy in prison garb is on the roof." "How dangerous," exclaimed a young black man, tapping his bearded friend in astonishment. "Manny, I see it. That guy's insane. Could he be an escaped convict? This is more thrilling than our trip to Las Vegas." Mickey, driving an old yellow car, excitedly remarked as he watched Rod on the speeding truck. Rod noticed the two bold young men and, with a nimble leap, landed on the roof of the yellow car, then punched through the rear window to enter the vehicle. "Hey, can I hitch a ride, friends?" Rod asked, casually crossing his legs and gazing at the two bewildered youths. "What just happened, Mickey?" Manny, an African-American, cast a glance at the back seat where Rod sat, appearing as nonchalant as a passenger merely traveling along the same route. Then he turned to look at Mickey, a Caucasian. You ask me, I ask who? Mickey, bewildered by the sight of the driverless truck speeding ahead, struggled to comprehend the situation. Friends, I am but a wretched soul captured by the government for inhumane experiments. I possess extraordinary powers, and they are relentlessly pursuing me. Should they capture me, they would transform me into a soulless weapon. As Rod spoke, he extended a hand and effortlessly crumpled a piece of metal from the car window into a ball, tossing it at Manny. Hey, buddy, he might be telling the truth. Manny exclaimed, astonished as he squeezed the hardened metal sphere. By the crab of fortune, it seems we have encountered something truly magnificent. He could be a superhero from the comics. Our college life is bound to be extraordinary. We have a superhero friend. Mickey cheered, pressing the horn in excitement. Yes, brother. Manny echoed joyfully, clearly indicating that these two exuberant college students might have indulged in substances. By the way, you too, don't follow the truck. There are police pursuing me. Rod chuckled helplessly at the antics of these eccentric characters, never expecting such a diverse array of individuals existed in the world. Initially contemplating eliminating the two and seizing their vehicle, Rod now considered a new idea. Perhaps these two fools could serve his purposes temporarily. Well, it appears fortune is on our side today, brother. Watch my driving skills. Mickey shouted, flooring the accelerator and executing a drift at a nearby intersection, veering into another neighborhood. Meanwhile, the speeding truck continued on its original path, the sound of police sirens echoing behind, evidently from the officers who had just attempted to intercept Rod. Soon, the truck approached a tunnel where a multitude of armed police officers stood ready. The roadway before the tunnel was strewn with rows of spike strips. Stop immediately, or we will open fire, commanded the middle-aged Chief, Mandy, through a megaphone. Chief Mandy, it seems there's no one in the driver's seat. Just a dog, remarked an officer quietly, peering through binoculars. What? If there's no one, then who is driving? Could it be the dog? Chief Mandy, infuriated yet amused, looked at his subordinate with disappointment. By God, it truly is a dog. Mandy snatched the binoculars, only to discover a Doberman in the driver's seat barking loudly. Quick, get off the road. The truck is coming. Chief Mandy, noticing the truck showing no signs of slowing down, frantically urged his officers to move away. At that speed, should the truck hit the spike strips, it would surely overturn. As anticipated, the truck's tires struck the spikes, and due to the immense inertia, it flipped over, crashing sideways into the tunnel entrance, blocking it completely. The cargo within the truck spilled across the ground, and the tunnel entrance sustained significant damage. Fortunately, the officers had kept their distance and were unharmed. The Traina family had already issued a statement. Today's report would be quite challenging to compose. Director Mandy gazed at the chaotic street, his hand pressed against his forehead, clearly distressed by the failure of the operation. Meanwhile, an old yellow sedan sped down another road, heading towards Berkeley, adjacent to San Francisco. Chapter 15. The University of Freedom. As night fell, the scenery of San Francisco transformed into a dreamlike tableau. Bathed in warm yellow light, the streets exuded a languorous and romantic atmosphere. In the distance, the silhouette of the Golden Gate Bridge emerged from the darkness, resembling a mysterious passage to another realm. A gentle sea breeze wafted through the air, carrying the briny scent of the ocean, starkly contrasting with the city's vibrant hustle and bustle. Street performers, illuminated by neon lights, strummed soft guitar melodies, captivating passers-by who paused to listen. The cafes nestled in the alleys glowed warmly, revealing people gathered around tables, sharing stories and laughter. As the night deepened, the city seemed to envelop itself in a tranquil embrace. However, San Francisco was far from silent. Countless riveting tales lurked in the shadows of the night. Thugs, caught peddling drugs, engaged in a fervent chase with the police, while gangs conducted arms and drug transactions in dimly lit warehouses. Streetwalkers, clad in revealing attire, danced provocatively beneath the neon glow to attract clients. An antique yellow car cruised down the street, occupied by three young men of distinct ethnicities, one white, one black, and one Asian. Hey guys, wait up, we're heading back to school. We can live together. We're a trio, and one of us is always out chasing girls. Hardly ever home. You'll have to show me your skills then. Manny, the black man, casually struck up a conversation with Rod. Of course, but I'm starving. Can you find me something to eat? Rod replied, glancing at Manny, intending to spend some time with these two while getting a sense of the city. Hungry, Mickey? You still have some money, right? We should have enough left for a meal. Manny recalled their impulsive trip to Las Vegas with a few $100s, only to lose it all upon arrival. Hey, didn't we wager our week's pay? Looks like we're going to be hungry today. Mickey awkwardly responded, realizing their current state of financial destitution. Well, I have a bit of bread left. It'll have to do. Mickey added, feeling the weight of their poverty. In that case, take me back first, Rod said, narrowing his eyes at the two, contemplating their need to fend for themselves. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of the University of California, Berkeley, steering the car inside. "Are you guys students at this university?" Rod exclaimed in disbelief. In his memory of this world, UC Berkeley was a renowned bastion of freedom and complex student dynamics. Today, he was astounded to discover that these two were indeed students of this esteemed institution. "Yeah, brother, we're all graduate students in bioengineering. You know how demanding our studies are. We need some time to unwind." Manny chuckled, patting Mickey on the shoulder. "Ward, how superficial it is to judge by appearances." Rod shook his head, as the brutal instincts inherited from his Saiyan lineage began to be subdued by reason. Recently, he had resolved to cultivate his mind and spirit, to dispel the malevolence and sanguinary aura that clung to him, while also taking the opportunity to study and enhance his strength. Although he had already attained absolute dominance over ordinary humans, this realm was far from ordinary. It is essential to acknowledge that the Marvel multiverse is rife with unpredictable phenomena. And until the specifics of this universe were grasped, it would be prudent to bide his time. After all, the branches of the Marvel universe are manifold, and Rod could not ascertain what kind of terrifying adversaries he might attract. "All right, brother, just around the corner is our dormitory area. I'll park the car in the public lot," Mickey declared, navigating through the dimly lit surroundings until they arrived at a spacious parking lot, where an assortment of vehicles were scattered about. "What splendid luck today, so many available spots," Mickey exclaimed joyfully. "Come on, brother, it's only Saturday. Our funds won't even stretch to a night's respite in Las Vegas," Manny retorted with a sardonic tone. Soon, under Manny's and Mickey's guidance, Rod entered a reasonably spacious and tidy three-person dormitory. The walls were adorned with various posters, featuring beautiful women and celebrities. However, the most striking of all was an aged poster depicting a robust figure clad in a costume fashioned from the American flag, his face obscured by a mask. "Captain America. My grandfather's idol. Also mine. Isn't he magnificent?" Mickey said, his pride evident as he gazed at the poster of the iconic hero. Manny, upon returning to the dormitory, stumbled onto his bed and promptly fell into a deep slumber. "Do you have a map of this city?" Rod inquired, scanning the room and addressing Mickey. "A map? Of course we do. It's in the car. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" "Brother, you can change your clothes. We can discuss this tomorrow. We have the entire day ahead of us," Mickey kindly offered, retrieving several garments from his wardrobe for Rod, who was still clad in prison garb. "All right, I'm famished. I'll step out to find something to eat." "Please don't lock the door," Rod replied, accepting the clothes and discarding his blood-stained prison outfit into the trash. "Okay, brother, I'm going to sleep now. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. The marijuana is quite potent." Mickey yawned after taking a few steps, collapsing onto his bed and quickly drifting off to sleep. Rod's stomach rumbled audibly, and he donned Mickey's oversized attire, which, although somewhat baggy, was still manageable. "Well then, it seems I must resort to a zero-budget meal," he mused, twisting his neck before tearing a piece of clothing into strips to fashion a mask to conceal his face. Along South Street, near the University of California, Berkeley, there were numerous restaurants, shops, and cafes, primarily frequented by students and faculty members of the university. On weekend nights, most of the campus populace had ventured to the downtown area or other locales in search of entertainment, leaving South Street, once bustling with activity, relatively deserted. At that moment, a slender figure clad in a black hoodie, face obscured by a mask, approached a sausage shop that had already closed for the night. He skillfully grasped the doorknob, feigning the action of retrieving a key, and with a gentle push, the door swung open. Just as the anti-theft alarm was about to sound, Rod nimbly leapt and crushed the alarm concealed behind the doorframe. "I am starving. Today, I shall indulge extravagantly." Rod gazed at the room brimming with sausages and cured meats, licking his lips before wrenching off the doorknob and hurling it at the surveillance camera perched on the ceiling. After shattering the camera, he tore off his mask and dove behind the counter, flinging open the cabinet doors to devour the fragrant sausages voraciously. "Delicious, so delightful," Rod exclaimed in bliss as he stuffed his mouth with meat. At that moment, Rod swiftly connected with the Saiyan essence within his mind, continuing to absorb the power of this physique and merge it with his own. An hour later, the once bountiful shelves lay bare as if ravaged by bandits. The sausage shop had been completely plundered by Rod. Burp. He patted his bulging belly, the energy derived from the food reaching the limits of his capacity. Following this fierce battle, his physical prowess had improved remarkably. His combat strength reached a level of 9, and his energy had solidified. With sufficient energy absorption, he would soon be able to unleash energy blasts. Rod settled into a cross-legged position. His spirits lifted as he began to absorb the energy steadily coursing through his Saiyan form. This gradual enhancement intoxicated him. An hour later, the energy within him peaked at 12, signifying his body's maximum tolerance for energy. His overall combat strength had attained a modest achievement of 21. "I yearn for a grand battle," he thought, lamenting the absence of an equally matched adversary. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs. Feeling an inexhaustible surge of power radiating from within, fueled by his innate Saiyan warrior spirit, Rod ventured into the kitchen of the shop. A sly smile creeping across his face as he beheld the gas line. A faint red energy coalesced in his hand, culminating in a small, luminous sphere. He flung the energy sphere towards the gas pipe, and in an instant, the shop erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Meanwhile, Rod had already scrambled into the ventilation duct, slipping out through an alley adjacent to the shop. 2 hours later, the police department of Berkeley dispatched several officers to the site of the exploded sausage shop. Ultimately, the incident was classified as a result of inadequate fire safety measures leading to the gas line explosion, as no traces of human-made explosive materials were found at the scene. Although the sausage proprietor mourned the loss of his goods, the substantial insurance payout from the accident dissuaded him from further inquiry into the whereabouts of his sausages. After all, capturing the thief would yield far less compensation than the insurance from the gas explosion. Consequently, the matter faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, Rod was dissatisfied with the potency of this energy explosion, reflecting on his past prowess in crafting explosive energy spheres with ease. Now, he found himself resorting to petty theft for sustenance. Chapter 16. The dormitory, the early morning campus of the University of California, Berkeley, was gently shrouded in a thin veil of mist, as if draping a delicate gossamer over this tranquil realm. Sunlight filters through the sparse clouds, casting a golden hue upon the ancient academic building, where the shimmering light dances upon the stone faade, imbuing the solemn and time-honored structure with a touch of warmth. Alongside the pathways of the campus, dewdrops cling to the leaves, swaying gently in the breeze. Occasionally, a few leaves flutter down, as if narrating the stories that belong to autumn. In the distance, the library emerges from the morning light, evoking a sense of tranquility and mystery. The air is infused with the fresh aroma of earth, mingled with the faint fragrance of blossoms, prompting one to take a deep breath and savor this gift from nature. Every so often, students hurriedly pass by, their laughter and chatter reverberating through the serene morning campus, adding a dash of vitality to the stillness. In this morning's university atmosphere, time seems to slow, offering a chance to immerse oneself in this tranquility and beauty, to feel the essence of youth and the gravity of academia. Yet, amidst the dormitory area, two contrasting figures, a black and a white, have begun their raucous antics early in the morning. What on earth? Why is there a bloodied prison uniform in the trash can? What happened to Manny yesterday? Mickey, with hair resembling a bird's nest, exclaimed, pointing at the foul-smelling garment. It seems we might have indulged in something last night. It feels like we brought back someone extraordinary. Manny responded, scratching his head in confusion. Now that you mention it, I do recall. I thought it was a dream. Mickey pondered, stroking his chin. After their indulgence, they felt as though they were floating, the world transformed. Devoid of pressure and concern, behaving as if they had gone mad. The current situation suggests that everything from yesterday was indeed real. But what about that peculiar person from yesterday? Mickey's mind began to clear, contrasting sharply with his previous carefree madness. Hey, guys, what are you making such a racket about this early? A lean figure appeared between them, curiously inquiring. Nothing, just some incidents from yesterday. Wait, who the hell are you? Manny instinctively replied, only to realize something was amiss midway through his sentence. Me? Didn't you bring me back? Rod patted Manny's shoulder. Ward. Mickey and Manny exclaimed in unison. Half an hour later, what should we do, Mickey? Keeping this guy around can't be a good idea. Of course, I know that. So what should we do? Call the police? Absolutely not. That would only complicate matters. This guy is surely involved in something confidential. Mickey and Manny whispered to each other, occasionally glancing at Rod, who was rummaging through cupboards in search of food. Friends, if I'm a burden, I can leave. Rod declared after finishing the last of the bread, feeling that these two were rather unreliable and contemplating fleeing. No. You misunderstand. We promised to help you. And we want to abandon you. However, our resources are limited. If you wish to stay, we can provide you with cover, but we cannot guarantee your livelihood. Mickey said, somewhat awkwardly. Indeed, we are not ones to go back on our word. Just as Mickey said, Manny chimed in, realizing the gravity of their situation. After all, they were merely two impoverished students. Enrolled in graduate school, they relied on student loans and lived their lives under considerable strain. Thus, their trip to Las Vegas yesterday, in pursuit of a fortune, ended in utter defeat. Had they not encountered a field of cannabis along the way, sparking a reckless decision to bring Rod to campus, the situation may have unfolded quite differently. You need not worry about me. I will take care of myself. Furthermore, we are merely residing here temporarily. Rod's clenched fist relaxed. Since these two were somewhat perceptive, he would spare them this time. The complications that arise from taking a life are rather cumbersome. Both Mickey and Manny breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Rod's response, grateful that they had not returned with a murderous lunatic. By the way, what is your name? He is Mickey, and I am Manny. Manny inquired curiously, gazing at Rod. As for me, I am Rod. I'm Luther. After a moment's contemplation, Rod casually fabricated a name. Luther, I recall you mentioned yesterday that you are a government experiment, correct? Mickey, observing the lean Rod, asked. Indeed. I am akin to Captain America. I am a super soldier. Rod began to spout nonsensical bravado. My goodness, is that true? But you appear so diminutive. Mickey, who stood at a height of around 178 centimeters, found Rod's 160-some centimeters decidedly unimposing. Yes, you hardly seem formidable, Manny echoed after scrutinizing Rod closely. Would you like to see? Rod offered a slight smile and approached the wall, his fingers penetrating the cement as effortlessly as if it were tofu. Oh my heavens! Is this real? Manny leaned closer, astonished by the impressions left on the wall by Rod's fingers. It can be done this way too. Rod's fingers curled like tiger claws. Digging into the cement wall, easily tearing away a chunk and crushing it with his bare hands, as though kneading dough. Goodness, that's incredible, Mickey exclaimed, astonished by Rod's display of strength. There's more. Rod continued his charade, effortlessly leaping to the height of the ceiling. He then concentrated energy in his hands and feet, adhering to the wall like Spider-Man. Heavens, it seems we have stumbled upon a treasure. Manny and Mickey exchanged wide-eyed glances, sensing that Rod might herald a monumental turning point in their lives. I must create a superhero costume for him, Mickey shouted with excitement, as he had harbored dreams of becoming a superhero since childhood. The opportunity to craft a superhero now filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. I yearn to dissect him for research. I want to conduct a medical examination. Manny, recognizing the immense scientific value of Rod's physique, reconsidered, realizing that provoking Rod might lead to his own demise. Alas, if only we had the funds. We could rent some equipment to thoroughly develop your abilities, Mickey lamented, gazing at Rod, feeling as though they stood before a treasure trove that remained untapped. This sensation ignited a restless yearning within him. Indeed, how unfortunate. Manny felt despondent at the mere mention of money. Both he and Rod were not only impoverished but also burdened with a significant student loan debt to the school. Money? Why didn't you mention it earlier? I'll get some for you later, Rod declared confidently, patting his chest. But wait, Luther. How are you going to get the money in your situation? Are you planning to rob a bank? Manny gazed at Rod, who was destitute and clad in their garments, in disbelief. Well, it's not entirely out of the question, Rod mused, considering it as a viable option. No. We can ask Manny's cousin for a loan. He is a lender, and Manny can negotiate for a lower interest rate. Mickey hastily interrupted Rod's fanciful thoughts, for if Rod truly resorted to robbery, he would be a notorious villain. Mickey envisioned Rod as a superhero instead. I still have some funds in my bank account. How about we create a superhero suit for Luther? Mickey observed Rod, unable to suppress his desire to fulfill the superhero dream. I think we should first extract Rod's cells for research. We could certainly become renowned biological scientists with Luther. Manny regarded Rod, feeling that a bright future beckoned. At that moment, the two had completely begun to view Rod as their personal possession. In the face of fame and fortune, they had succumbed to a certain madness. Meanwhile, Rod stretched lazily, looking at the two as if they were lifeless. If it weren't for the temporary respite here, he would have snapped their necks long ago. Luther, today we will be working in the lab. Please stay in the dorm for now. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Mickey advised Rod, believing it best not to let him wander. Indeed, Rod, your current identity is rather sensitive. It would be unfortunate if someone discovered you, Manny concurred, worried about the potential loss if Rod were to escape. Rod nodded and clambered back onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep. After wandering the city all night, he had familiarized himself with the general layout. Even if surrounded by police and military, as long as they did not employ weapons of mass destruction, he was confident in his ability to swiftly evade capture. Staying with Mickey and Manny was merely a whimsical notion. After all, being alone was rather dull. Life should be infused with a bit of joy, shouldn't it? As night descended, Rod awoke after a day's slumber and began his rigorous training. While performing one-handed handstand push-ups, he perused a newspaper he had recently borrowed, meticulously analyzing the article regarding the kidnapping of Playboy Tony Stark. Afghanistan? I recall Tony being imprisoned in a cave. Rod pondered, wiping the sweat from his brow as he stood up and stretched. Grr. Oh no. I'm hungry again. Rod patted his growling stomach, realizing that his appetite was growing increasingly voracious. He must find a stable source of sustenance. Chapter 17. An Encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D. That night, in a McDonald's restaurant, 3 men of different skin tones, black, white, and yellow, were gathered around a table. The black and white men stared in astonishment at the relatively smaller yellow man, who was voraciously devouring hamburgers. Manny, how many servings has Luther consumed? Mickey gazed at the astonished Manny, feeling as though the events unfolding before them were somewhat surreal. Over 20 servings, it seemed. Surely, no ordinary human could consume such a vast quantity of food. Manny scratched his head, utterly perplexed by how Rod managed to achieve this feat, questioning whether he was even capable of such indulgence. With his mouth filled to the brim, Rod abruptly snatched the hamburgers from Manny and Mickey's table, shoving one into his mouth with remarkable speed. Mickey suddenly regretted his decision to treat them to this meal. Manny, I've already spent the several $100s I withdrew just this afternoon. I fear we may go hungry for the rest of the week, Mickey lamented, glancing at Manny with distress. He had only 3,012 left, having withdrawn 300 at school today, and was rapidly nearing financial ruin. Attention, citizens. The serial killer Rod has recently been on the loose in California. Anyone who encounters him is urged to report immediately, as the police will offer a generous reward for any substantial leads. The overhead television in McDonald's abruptly switched from an entertainment program to breaking news, displaying a wanted poster featuring a slender, handsome Asian youth with an astonishing reward of 70,000 attached. Well, thanks for the treat, guys. I've got some matters to attend to tonight, so just leave the door unlocked for me. Rod, unfazed by the news, stood up and swiftly exited the restaurant, vanishing into the night, leaving Mickey and Manny in stunned silence. Mickey, did you hear that? $70,000. Manny exclaimed, incredulous. He even contemplated reporting Rod to claim the bounty and pay off his student loans. Manny, calm down. The value of a loser extends far beyond this. We must not be so short-sighted, Mickey quietly cautioned as he observed Manny's eyes gleaming at the mere mention of money. You're right, loser. No, I mean Rod. He is indeed of great worth. Manny regained his composure, realizing that Rod represented an opportunity for ascendance for two ordinary individuals without any significant background, and he could not be undervalued. By the way, where did Rod go? Manny questioned, surveying the otherwise empty restaurant, which now only housed himself, Mickey, and a solitary waiter. He just left and asked us to keep the door open for him. Mickey rubbed his head in response. What do we do now? We must find him, Manny urged. Feeling a sense of urgency, Rod was his beacon of hope for the future. He simply could not let him slip away. Let us just wait. You know Rod's capabilities. How could we possibly find him now? Mickey sighed, gazing mournfully at his empty wallet. Nighttime in Berkeley City illuminated only a few bustling areas in the city center, while other neighborhoods lay deserted, with only a few drug dealers lurking in alleys and some women in black dresses standing under streetlights, seeking solace in the arms of lonely men for a semblance of security in their lives. I need some money, but I mustn't make too much noise. Rod stood atop a high building, surveying the entire district as his mind raced with ideas. I've got it. At that moment, Rod observed a man withdrawing cash from an ATM, held at gunpoint by an African-American youth demanding money. Damn it. Hand it over. Quickly. Withdraw everything you have, or I swear I'll end you. The young man pressed the gun menacingly against the nape of a middle-aged man clad in a trench coat. Despite the man's distinguished demeanor, he was but an ordinary individual confronted with a firearm, compelled to comply and withdraw cash to hand over to his assailant. Now that's more like it. Hand over the money obediently, and I might spare your life. The young man smiled as he saw the middle-aged man preparing to deliver the cash. However, in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, as the young man was about to take the money, the middle-aged man struck, with lightning speed. He seized the assailant's handgun and raised it high, causing the young man to reflexively fire a shot that ricocheted harmlessly into the air. The middle-aged man then delivered a powerful blow to the young man's throat, followed by a kick to his groin, and concluded with an elbow strike to the young man's face, sending him crumpling to the ground. You've chosen the wrong target. The trench-coated man picked up the dropped handgun and skillfully disassembled it before casting the pieces aside. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. As he turned, a fist collided with his face, and darkness enveloped him. The world spun wildly before he collapsed, unconscious. His assailant, a small figure clad in a black hoodie, expertly rifled through the trench-coated man's pockets, retrieving a wallet and a bundle of cash, then vanished into the night without a backward glance. The streets lay silent under the cloak of night as the small figure deftly navigated the narrow crevices of an alleyway, easily scaling a nearby apartment rooftop. Phil Coulson. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Investigator. I seem to have robbed quite a significant individual. Standing atop the rooftop, Rod fiddled with the wallet, extracting a business card and offering a bitter smile. He had inadvertently sought a loan from an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., a stroke of ill fortune indeed. Yet, pondering further, he questioned why an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be in such a place. It seemed the agency had pieced together strands of evidence and narrowed down his hiding spot. This development posed a considerable challenge. Rod rubbed his nose, realizing that events were unfolding unexpectedly. After all, the premature appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D. was far from favorable. Being targeted by them was no trivial matter. It was crucial to remember that in a normal timeline, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have Hawkeye and Black Widow on their roster. This year, Iron Man was set to debut. Having robbed Phil had undoubtedly forged an enmity with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he reassured himself that even with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advanced capabilities, they were no match for him. After contemplating the situation, Rod concluded that he could manage the current predicament with relative ease. He then sat cross-legged to absorb the physical strength of the Saiyan within him, recalling that during dinner, he had realized Mickey was rather impoverished, and the meal provided was insufficient to support his simultaneous eating and absorption of Saiyan power. Now, as tranquility envelopes the atmosphere, it is the perfect moment to harmoniously convert the energy from the recently consumed sustenance. With Rod's dual approach, several droplets of blood from the Saiyan's corporeal form meld into his being, while the essence is swiftly absorbed by Rod. As Rod's strength has significantly augmented since his initial days, the reaction to absorbing the Saiyan's physical energy is no longer as intense. His cheeks merely flush, and a subtle surge of vitality courses through him. Before long, Rod's physical combat prowess reaches approximately 94, and his energy consolidates to 13 points of strength. Given ample time and nourishment, further enhancement will render Rod capable of effortlessly tearing apart Thanos. It won't be long. Once my combat power reaches 50 points, I will be able to utilize my energy for flight. Rod reminisces about the flight training he underwent during his Saiyan days, his heart brimming with excitement. Although he feels considerably weaker than in his Saiyan form, witnessing his gradual ascent in strength provides him with solace. Chapter 18. The Unforeseen Calamity in the Early Morning. Sunlight streams into the University of California, Berkeley. After a weekend of indulgence, most students have returned to campus to embark on a day filled with rigorous study. For American universities maintain a notably strict academic regimen. Failure to accumulate sufficient credits precludes graduation, and the annual tuition is exorbitant, making it a daunting challenge for ordinary families. Only a select few privileged individuals can afford to enjoy their collegiate experience without constraint. Oh my goodness, Rod, where were you yesterday? How did you acquire so much money? Mickey awoke to discover a pile of cash strewn across the floor, roughly totaling around $50,000 to $60,000. Good gracious. Rod, you didn't rob a bank, did you? Manny exclaimed, eyes wide as he grasped the money. It was enough to clear his student loans. It is worth noting that while interest rates on student loans during one's academic years are relatively low, they become exorbitantly high post-graduation. If he could settle his debts before graduating, his future would be considerably less burdensome. How could that be? I am a person of integrity at heart. I merely assisted those in distress, and they felt compelled to offer me some compensation. Furthermore, my name is Luther, Rod insisted, believing he was indeed a good person, resolving the troubles of those victimized by robbery and extortion and requesting some form of recompense. Although the compensation amounted to all their funds. All right, fine. You are Luther. By the way, is this money clean? There won't be any police at our door, will there? Mickey, eyeing the scattered bills, felt a twinge of greed. They were adults now, after all. One must seize opportunities. As for Rod's name choice, it was of little consequence, provided he did not attract trouble that would ensnare them. In the face of wealth, Mickey's once innocent superhero aspirations began to take on a different hue. Rest assured, I was quite discreet. The surveillance has been disabled, Rod nonchalantly retorted, viewing these two as mere embellishments in his life. Regardless of their intentions, they bore no genuine impact on him. Luther, I believe I should promptly utilize this money to craft you a battle suit, thereby preventing any inadvertent traces of your fingerprints and hair. Mickey glanced at the money and then back at Rod, realizing that his childhood dream of becoming a superhero seemed to hold less significance now. After all, the burden of student loans weighs heavily upon one's shoulders, akin to a formidable mountain. Nevertheless, as a form of recompense, you must assist us. Mickey fixed a serious gaze upon Rod, awaiting his response. Oh, a battle suit. How intriguing. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall oblige. However, I require you to create the suit according to my vision. Rod mused that if Mickey could indeed help him procure a decent battle suit, it would be quite advantageous. After all, a rough-and-tumble fighter like him could manage in combat. But he had little inclination for meticulous handiwork. Splendid, Luther. You are aware that Manny and I are not affluent and are burdened by substantial student loans. Thus, I implore you to lend us your assistance. Rod continued, I swear I will utilize only the finest materials for your battle suit. Recently, Manny and I have been researching biological nanomaterials, which yield garments that are exceptionally durable, fire-resistant, windproof, and even electrically insulating. Seeing Rod's enthusiasm, Mickey seized the opportunity, believing that if this fair exchange succeeded, he would reap significant rewards. Indeed, the super materials we are studying do require considerable funding. Luther, you must have a solution, right? Manny chimed in, collecting the bills one by one, occasionally lifting them to the sunlight to ascertain their authenticity. After all, Their project had been delayed for far too long due to financial constraints, and should Rod provide them with sufficient funds, their futures would undoubtedly brighten. A trivial matter. How much do you require? Rod observed the two, who seemed overly eager at the sight of money, feeling quite relaxed himself. Acquiring funds was a simple endeavor for him. Luther, just don't be too ostentatious, you're still quite sensitive. Mickey glanced at the poster of Captain America, internally grappling with guilt, for justice cannot be consumed. And happiness necessitates financial means. If I failed to conduct this properly, the police would have arrived here last night. Rod scoffed at the two, incredulous that they would dare question his business acumen. All right, you may manage the funds as you see fit. However, you must ensure that I am well fed tonight. I have a considerable appetite, and if I am not satiated, I will lack the strength to work, resulting in diminished returns. With that, Rod dismissed any further discussion and promptly collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Mickey, we've struck gold, Manny exclaimed, producing a thick stack of dollars. Dividing it into 2 portions and handing one to Mickey. My heavens, this feels surreal. Mickey marveled at the weight of the cash in his hands. The sensation of holding tangible wealth was exhilarating. Shall we immediately sell the materials and continue our research on biological materials? He cast a glance at the already slumbering Rod. A flicker of fear gripping him at the thought of losing the funds. Hey, brother, why the haste? Luther has not provided us with a specific delivery timeline. Let us wait until he brings it up again. We can utilize the funds for meaningful endeavors in the meantime. The research will unfold in due course. Manny, feeling exhilarated by the unexpected fortune, was lost in the moment. With their arms around each other, Manny and Mickey strolled out of the dormitory, boasting and heading towards the laboratory. They were determined to make progress on their research. Failing to complete this project would jeopardize their graduation. By the way, is it all right for Luther to sleep on his bed? As Mickey strolled halfway, a sense of unease suddenly washed over him. What was there to fear? Luther was certainly not the type of individual to be easily dealt with. Manny recalled the news about Rod from the previous night, a wry smile spreading across his face. The midday sun blazed, transforming the originally cool autumn day into a warm embrace. A crimson convertible Ferrari glided onto the campus. Its driver a dashing man with dark hair and Ray-Ban sunglasses. Beside him sat a stunning blonde woman, her figure voluptuous and skin taut. Mr. Stowalton, let us end this here. A philanderer like you is hardly suitable for me. The alluring blonde, with her cascading waves, cast a glance at the somewhat handsome Stowalton, resolutely deciding to part ways with him. A wealthy and attractive man could never forge a lasting connection with someone of her background, especially given his notorious infidelity. Kelly, darling, your words truly wound me. Stowalton feigned disappointment, yet in reality, he felt nothing at all. To him, women were merely garments to be changed daily. Nonetheless, such exquisite beauties were indeed rare, and encounters with them were not an everyday occurrence. The sports cars swiftly entered the parking lot, now bustling with students as the school day commenced. Finding a parking space proved nearly impossible, yet a row of spacious spots, adorned with golden letters painted in bold, lay at the center. Habitually, Stowalton parked his vehicle in his designated spot. Come on, Master Walton. Don't forget my $5,000. Surely you wouldn't stoop so low as to renege on such a sum. The glamorous blonde, Kelly, cast a sideways glance at Stowalton before stepping out of the car, tossing her hair and swaying her enticing figure clad in a pink mini skirt towards the direction of the girls' dormitory. Wretched woman, parading as a saint while selling herself. What a farce. Yet, her prowess was undeniable. Stowalton stretched lazily, savoring the reminiscence of the previous night's escapades. Well then, it's time to check on the dorm. It's been ages since I toyed with those 2 paupers. This time, I shall ensure my belongings go missing, and they will owe me a hefty sum. I shall humiliate them thoroughly, making them bark like dogs and crawl beneath my trousers. Ha, I can hardly wait. The mere thought of their fury, juxtaposed with their subservience, brought him immense delight. As a scion of the Walton family, Stowalton epitomized the essence of debauchery and extravagance, indulging in the pleasures of women and pranking fellow students, earning a reputation that made him an object of disdain throughout the university. By the way, where's my dorm again? Oh, right over there. Having not visited the school in quite some time, Stowalton nearly forgot his own residence, tossing aside his sunglasses onto a chair as he ambled towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, Rod was blissfully asleep, having spent the previous night engaged in charitable endeavors, accumulating a considerable amount of donations. Now, he was in dire need of rest. Click. The door wasn't locked? Those 2 paupers. What if my belongings truly went missing? I must teach them a lesson they won't forget, making them regret ever existing. Stowalton reached his dormitory door, twisting the handle only to discover it ajar. Unable to restrain himself from uttering a string of curses, however, when Sturt opened the door to his room, he was taken aback to find a slender Asian individual sprawled across his expensive bed, drooling in slumber. Fury surged within him. You scoundrel! How dare you sleep on the bed of a local lord? I shall beat you senseless. Sturt glared at the sleeping Rod. Roaring like a lion whose territory had been infringed upon, he swiftly approached Rod, yanked him up, and delivered a punch to his face. It felt like striking steel. The pain radiated through his fingers, suggesting a fracture. Seeking death are we? Rod, blissfully asleep, was jolted awake by the unwarranted assault, igniting a second wave of fury within him. The last person who had dared such an affront, Dick, had lost a leg for it. With a cold, piercing glare, Rod directed a murderous intent at Sturt, who, upon meeting Rod's gaze, felt as though he was staring into the eyes of a demon from the abyss. Before Sturt could utter a word, Rod's fist shattered his jaw, and he was swiftly pinned against the wall by his throat. Receiving a barrage of blows to his abdomen, Sturt, an ordinary man, was no match for Rod's formidable fists. His stomach was reduced to a gruesome pulp, intestines and flesh blending into a gruesome mixture. Though these injuries were not fatal, Sturt clung to life, nearly lifeless. Rod's final punch landed heavily on Sturt's head, the sheer force obliterating his neck and forcing his skull into his chest. Disturbing my slumber. Truly, you seek death. Rod gazed coldly at the mangled, headless corpse, mocking it without a flicker of emotion, as though he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. Chapter 19. Trespassing at the banquet on a warm afternoon. Phil sat alone in a CAF corner, savoring a rare moment of leisure. He ordered a latte, the delicate aroma of coffee intertwining with the creamy froth, exuding an air of tranquility. His gaze drifted through the window, observing the ebb and flow of pedestrians outside. The soft background music flowed gently, adding a touch of romance and warmth to the serene corner. Phil lifted his coffee cup, taking a gentle sip, relishing the bittersweet symphony of flavors on his palate. In this moment, all his worries seemed to drift away, leaving only the harmony and stillness of the CAF. He leaned back in his chair, indulging in the calm. He realized that this little corner of the CAF had become a sanctuary for his soul, a place where he could momentarily escape the clamor of the world. Except for the bruises marring his swollen face, he appeared to be just another ordinary person enjoying a midday respite. How should I write this report? Mugged by a gang of thugs? Phil chuckled to himself, lamenting that he had not clearly seen the assailant's face. And all the surveillance cameras in the area had been sabotaged. He had even suspected it might have been a gang of African Americans. However, if the incident of A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent being robbed by a petty thug were to be reported, he would likely become the subject of ridicule among his colleagues. Perhaps it is best to locate the infamous Punisher, Rod. It is said that this individual can catch bullets with his bare hands, a feat even more exaggerated than the tales of Captain America. This must be a gross embellishment. According to S.H.I.E.L.D. files, this young man seems to have acquired some peculiar power, though the specifics of his abilities remain uncertain. Phil recalled his colleagues, Black Widow and Hawkeye, and naturally concluded that it is not uncommon for certain individuals in this world to possess extraordinary talents. Currently, all clues point to two graduate students at the University of California, Berkeley. Their vehicle has been recorded traveling between Las Vegas and San Francisco, suggesting that Rod may have successfully escaped hidden within their car. However, it remains unclear where Rod is at present. Surely, he would not be foolish enough to remain at Berkeley. Phil shook his head, believing that such a cold-blooded and meticulous fugitive would not be so naive as to stay close to those who aided his escape. If such a scenario were to occur, it could only imply that the fugitive is either audacious enough to believe he can disregard national authorities or simply lacks intelligence. It is time to set out. This individual possesses formidable skills and adheres to a strict moral code, never harming the innocent. If he can be persuaded, it would be ideal. Phil drained his coffee cup, his mind racing with thoughts. S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently in dire need of elite combat strength, as most high-risk missions are undertaken by Black Widow and Hawkeye. Recruiting a top-tier agent would be immensely beneficial. Meanwhile, Rod, having just disposed of Stern's body, was in the bathroom washing away the blood. Reducing a person to mere fragments is quite a monumental task. Rod reminisced about grinding Stern's remains and flushing them down the toilet. An hour later, a sharp knock echoed from Rod's dormitory. Is anyone there? A calm male voice inquired from outside. After confirming the dormitory of Mickey and Manny, Phil intended to search the room for any unusual clues before questioning the two young men. Hey! A familiar voice called from behind Phil. Ward. Phil instantly recognized the voice of the man who had knocked him unconscious previously. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous blow to the back of his head, followed by a wave of dizziness. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. They found him so quickly. Rod mused, observing Phil, who lay unconscious from his strike, and marveled at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efficiency, finding him in less than a day. It seems there is no time left to play games with those two fools. However, if they dare breach their agreement, I shall ensure they understand the consequences of lacking a sense of obligation. Rod hefted Phil's unconscious form and tossed him into the dormitory, then departed without a backward glance, blending into the bustling crowd of students. Late at night, downtown Berkeley was particularly lively. The entire city is ablaze with lights, a kaleidoscope of colors. As a torrent of vehicles converges at the entrance of a grand hotel in the heart of the metropolis, in this central hub dwell families of various sizes and statuses. While the unsavory elements of society, such as petty thugs and streetwalkers, are conspicuously absent, inside, the entertainment has ascended to a higher echelon, where glamorous car show models, once chosen by affluent patrons, can exchange their allure for substantial rewards, elevating their status far above that of mere streetwalkers. The once petty criminals have transformed into imposing figures, flanked by bodyguards and police, ensuring that no disheveled individuals disturb the refined ambience of the evening. Tonight marks the birthday celebration hosted by the Walton family, with the enchanting Ellie Walton as the guest of honor. Distinguished families and affluent gentlemen from various quarters gather to partake in the festivities, forging connections and expanding their social circles. The hotel's interior is the epitome of opulence, adorned with elegance and grandeur. At the center of the lobby, a magnificent crystal chandelier descends from the ceiling, casting a brilliant glow. The floor is carpeted with lavish fabric, making each step feel as if one is walking on clouds. Priceless oil paintings grace the walls, each a treasure beyond compare. On either side of the lobby, towering floor-to-ceiling windows offer breathtaking views of the cityscape. Delicate white drapes flutter gently in the breeze, infusing the space with a romantic ambience. Lush greenery is strategically placed throughout the hotel, infusing vitality into the opulent surroundings. Every detail has been meticulously crafted, from the chandelier's design to the carpet's intricate patterns, and the sumptuous texture of the sofas, all exuding an unparalleled sense of luxury. In the center, a long table is laden with an array of delectable dishes, presented buffet style. Attentive servers circulate with fine wines and champagne to cater to the guests' desires. Centrally located on the first floor is a spacious stage where a classical music maestro performs soothing melodies, enchanting the audience. Meanwhile, in the restroom, a diminutive, slightly inebriated middle-aged man splashes water on his face, shaking his head to regain clarity. Just as he prepares to depart, a sudden numbness envelopes him, and he collapses. A slender figure drags the well-dressed man into a stall, stripping him of his expensive attire and donning it himself. Rod stands before the mirror, extracting hair pomade from the suit's pocket, slicking back his unruly locks into a dapper style. Dressed impeccably, he exits the restroom, leaving the doorman at the entrance puzzled by the unfamiliar, slender young man. However, upon noticing the luxurious suit, the doorman refrains from further inquiry. Mindful of his position as a mere employee, Rod gazes at the resplendent hall and the delectable spread of culinary delights, his mouth watering in anticipation. As hunger gnaws at him, how exquisite! This is the first time he has encountered such an abundance of food in this world. After so much wandering, he yearns for the indulgence of a lavish feast. Reflecting on the whirlwind of experiences he has encountered in just under a month in this world, a bittersweet sense of nostalgia washes over him. Rod chuckled heartily, casually seizing a large lobster and voraciously devouring it, entirely out of place among the surrounding elegant elite. My goodness, that fellow can truly eat. Is it possible he slipped in unnoticed? I cannot recall ever having seen him before. A well-dressed lady, wielding a fan adorned with jewels, concealed her laughter and gossiped with the other ladies. Ladies, the Walton family does not extend invitations to just anyone. Those who gain entry to this gathering are invariably affluent. Perhaps that man is merely a fortunate upstart, utterly unaccustomed to such society. A tall, refined gentleman in a tailcoat, holding a glass of red wine, casually initiated conversation with the ladies. Initially, they were intrigued by Rod's insatiable appetite, speculating about his origins. However, as Rod consumed an entire table's worth of food, the onlookers began to grow uneasy. My heavens, does he have a bottomless pit for a stomach? He has devoured enough for 10 people. The elegant gentleman was astonished, eyes widening in disbelief at Rod's voracity. He moved on to another table. Goodness, he is still eating. Oh my, he is so slender yet possesses an appetite that rivals a giant. The ladies watched in astonishment, critiquing Rod. They had encountered competitive eaters before, but this diminutive fellow surpassed all they had previously witnessed. Unbeknownst to him, Rod had become the focal point of the entire soiree. Meanwhile, in the VIP area on the second floor, members of the Walton family were engaging in lively banter with influential businessmen and officials. Although this gathering ostensibly celebrated Miss Walton's birthday, it was, in truth, a negotiation for a family alliance. Mr. Ryder, our Walton family has always maintained close business ties with the Cox family. My daughter has long admired you. Why not seize this opportunity for a prosperous union? The head of the Walton family looked with satisfaction at the handsome, blue-eyed Mr. Ryder. Father, I do not wish to marry Mr. Ryder. I yearn to discover my own love. Ellie complained, casting a reproachful glance at her father, who had always indulged her. She had always been enchanted by the tales of romantic love and strongly opposed the notion of a family arrangement. With raven black hair and eyes like autumn waters, her unique European charm was mesmerizing. Dressed in an exquisite light blue gown, she was not only a striking presence at the banquet but also quickened the heartbeats of every man who beheld her. "Ah, I appreciate your kind intentions, Mr. Walton. However, I have recently made plans to become engaged to Monica from the Gates family," Ryder remarked, smiling slightly at Ellie, whose beauty resembled that of a princess from a fairy tale, seemingly indifferent to her rejection. What a pity. The head of the Walton family lamented the lost opportunity for his daughter to wed Ryder. Among the affluent families, Ryder was considered a young talent. Unlike many of the other foppish Saiyans, the truly exceptional ones were already committed. After careful consideration, Walton ultimately decided that securing a son-in-law was essential. A family union should at least be reliable. After all, should they invite a wastrel into their midst, who would safeguard their vast estate? Is it really that son of his, who knows nothing but to indulge in women, that incompetent little brat? Stir? Chapter 20. Liberating the limitations of the flesh. Good heavens. This fellow has devoured 4 tables of food, nearly equivalent to the appetite of over 30 individuals. We are about to witness the birth of the most gluttonous person in California. No, America, indeed, the world. Who would have thought that attending this banquet would allow us to witness a Guinness World Record? The refined middle-aged gentleman expressed his sentiments, initially harboring disdain for this rustic character, but now he could only feel admiration. When an individual accomplishes feats beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, they become a marvel in the hearts of others. Surely he cannot be contemplating a 5th table. How astonishing. The elegant lady, who had looked down upon Rod at first, was now left with only shock and curiosity. Eat, eat, eat. At this moment, onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, began to cheer, eager to discover the limits of Rod's appetite. The other gentlemen, captivated by this rare scene, joined in the raucous chorus, igniting a fervent atmosphere throughout the banquet. Observing the lively turn of events from the first floor, the steward promptly dashed upstairs. "Master Walton, a true glutton has graced our banquet." The impeccably dressed steward approached the jovial patriarch, eager to share the news. "Oh, Mr. Walton, in all my years of attending banquets, this is the first time I have encountered such entertainment." Ryder, too, had caught wind of the spirited atmosphere below and could not resist the temptation to witness the spectacle. "Since Mr. Ryder is interested, let us go together. I, too, have never seen a competitive eater perform at a banquet." Walton was perplexed. He distinctly remembered inviting guests with rather normal appetites, certainly no competitive eaters among them. Upon reaching the balcony on the 2nd floor, Walton and Ryder were taken aback at the sight of Rod. Truly astounding, he can consume so much. The head of the Walton family watched in fascination as Rod polished off a plate of 5 or 6 pounds of roasted meat in mere seconds. What a glutton! Ellie cast a scornful glance at the vulgar Rod. Why does he seem so familiar? Ryder, observing the somewhat slender figure, felt a sense of recognition. However, Rod's face, partially obscured by the sauce, eluded his memory. How delightful! This is simply marvelous. Rod, resembling a boiled shrimp, felt the immense Saiyan strength surging within him. The terrifying energy generated an intense heat, causing his blood to boil and emanating waves of warmth from his body. Given that today's feast consisted of exquisite fare rich in high-quality protein, his body's absorption efficiency soared. Rod's physical strength had surpassed a combat power of 10 and was steadily increasing with each mouthful of the protein-rich delicacies. Almost there. Once this table is cleared, I shall be nearly satiated. This trip has truly been worthwhile. In my 3 lifetimes, I have never tasted such luxurious and delectable cuisine. Alas, I fear I may soon reach my limit. Rod felt a sense of regret as he sensed the limits of his stomach's capacity for converting food into energy were nearing their peak. Stretching his body, he revealed a protruding belly that strained against the confines of his suit. Realizing it was time to withdraw, he hurriedly made his way to the restroom. Acutely aware of how conspicuous he had become, "Bring him up to the stage on the 1st floor. I must meet such an amusing character." "Mr. Walton beckoned to the butler, eager to summon Rod. It was a rare opportunity to witness such a peculiar individual, and he was determined to unveil the true nature of this oddity. However, he had no intention of engaging in a face-to-face conversation with such a lowly figure. He preferred to look down upon those struggling to associate with affluent elites, their every effort a spectacle of absurdity. "That fellow looks remarkably familiar." RYD observed Rod's facial contours, growing increasingly certain. If not for Rod's hair, slicked back with oil, he would have recognized him instantly. "Ah, sir." The butler bowed and swiftly pursued Rod. "Excuse me. Sir, our master, Mr. Walton, invites you to join him on the 2nd floor." The butler intercepted Rod, panting heavily. "Me? But I'm on my way to freshen up." Rod gestured to his face, smeared with sauce and grease, offering an awkward smile. "My apologies, sir. But our master merely requires you to greet the audience from the center of the stage." The butler scoffed internally, dismissing Rod as a mere clown seeking to ingratiate himself with the master, viewing him as nothing more than a source of amusement. Oh, is that so? Rod pondered little further, as he had nowhere else to be and idleness was not appealing. At the center of the stage stood a diminutive figure, his belly bulging. With sauce and grease adorning his face and his hair styled in an awkward slick back, he appeared quite out of place. Daddy, look at him. He resembles someone from that freak show. Ellie covered her mouth, laughing at Rod. Haha, you are quite right. We have yet to witness this fellow's appetite firsthand. Why not encourage him to eat some more? Mr. Walton, amused by Rod's comical presence, was eager to further explore his capacity for consumption. Hey, good sir. If you can consume an entire cow, I shall reward you with $1 million. An idea struck Walton. Given the rarity of such an entertaining individual, it would be delightful to elevate the festivities even further. Absolutely. Rod, hearing of such an enticing offer, could hardly refuse. After all, an entire cow would surely push him to his limits. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? Before long, the chef wheeled out a whole roasted cow to the center of the stage, a colossal beast that dwarfed Rod by a considerable margin. The audience watched with bated breath, having only seen Rod consume small morsels until now. The prospect of him tackling an entire cow was nothing short of exhilarating. Father, does he even stand a chance against that leg of beef? Ellie gazed at the enormous roasted cow, which was larger than several rods combined. It is noteworthy that a whole roasted cow weighs between 200 to 800 kilograms, far exceeding the weight of Rod before he had absorbed any Saiyan power. Upon accepting my wager, success naturally brings a reward. Failure, however. Walton glanced at Rod with a playful smile, for his money was not easily won. Ha ha ha. The bold bull. Let us feast. Regardless of the speculations around him, Rod burst into laughter and dove headfirst into the feast, devouring the beef with fervor. Goodness, will he manage to finish it all? The once mocking noblewoman now watched Rod with growing concern, for he was indeed a marvel. People often harbor an inexplicable faith in miracles. Who knows? Let us hope he succeeds. The refined gentleman had been utterly convinced by Rod's voracious appetite, silently praying for him to complete the meal. With such an abundance of food, one could truly indulge. Rod contemplated, realizing he could liberate his physical form to absorb the energy from the food without restraint. Previously, he had refrained from recklessly absorbing the power of a Scion's physique, as breaking that limitation without sufficient energy to counterbalance the Scion strength could lead to his own undoing. The fusion of Scion and Earthling bodies was akin to inflating a balloon. The Scion power needed to be converted into energy before it could fill Rod's form. The Scion energy that entered Rod's body would reinforce him like a balloon, allowing rapid inflation as long as there was enough energy to neutralize the Scion strength. However, one could not overindulge at once. It was crucial to ensure that the food energy sufficiently counterbalanced the Scion might. Failure to achieve this would result in a repulsive reaction between the Scion strength and Rod's body. The ability to unlock physical limitations could only be exercised under conditions of ample food and energy, a unique trait of the Scions. Typically, after a life and death battle, Scions would activate this limitation in their nutrient pods or during meals to swiftly absorb energy and recover their combat prowess. At this moment, with his physical limitations released, Rod's eyes glowed with an eerie green luminescence, his mind consumed solely by the desire for sustenance. A more potent gastric acid rapidly secreted, hastening the digestion of the food accumulating in his stomach. Rod resembled a famished wolf, pouncing upon the roasted bull, tearing into it with fervor, each bite yielding a substantial chunk of meat. The fat from the beef splattered onto Rod as he feasted. His manner of eating was as primitive and barbaric as that of a caveman, eliciting astonishment from the guests below and the dignitaries on the second floor. Mr. Laird, what has come over you? Ellie exclaimed, noticing Laird's vice-like grip on his wine glass, the veins on his forehead bulging in apparent fury. It's nothing. I just remembered some matters left unattended. I need to make a call. Laird observed Rod, gritting his teeth below the stage. Recognizing him as the very cause of his downfall, reduced to a mere pawn in the family's marital alliances, Laird moved to a secluded area, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. Is Mr. Alexander Pierce available? I agree to join your new alliance. However, I require your assistance with a certain individual. Laird's gaze was cold, yet his tone remained gentle and refined. Mr. Laird, welcome aboard. Soon, I shall send someone to fetch you. Once you have completed the initiation ceremony, we will fulfill your requests. A deep, resonant voice of a middle-aged man emanated from the phone before the call abruptly ended. Ryder had received an invitation from Mr. Alexander Pierce several years prior. However, due to the excessively stringent conditions for joining the new alliance and his own prominence at the time, he had declined. Yet, now, Ryder found himself bereft of much influence within his family, having been forcibly arranged into a marriage due to a previous misstep in management. With the intricate entanglements of Ryder could no longer intercede at his level. He now found himself compelled to rely on external forces. Chapter 21. Transformation of the True Saiyan. In the resplendent lobby of the hotel, elegantly attired gentlemen and ladies surrounded the stage, anxiously observing a diminutive figure voraciously devouring a roasted whole cow, which was several times larger than he. What once was a complete roast now bore only the head, with the remainder reduced to a pale skeleton. This could not be human. The noble woman in the audience, paralyzed by Rod's terrifying appetite, dropped her fan without even realizing it. Surely, this was not possible. A human could not consume an animal larger than themselves. Moreover, his abdomen seemed to be continuously shrinking. His body was transforming. He was not human. That is a monster. A monster. The middle-aged gentleman pointed at Rod, his hand trembling, his voice escalating to a crescendo of screams. He is a monster. Someone seize him. Some audience members had begun to grasp the situation, while they might have found amusement in the spectacle of a glutton. Witnessing a monster in person instilled primal fear in the hearts of the onlookers. Chaos erupted in the crowd, with some reveling in the drama, while others sought to flee from the creature, for the best response to an unknown monster was to escape. Monster? Foolish humans. I am a god. Rod scoffed at the screams below, wiping the remnants from his mouth and tearing off his clothing to reveal a physique of formidable musculature. He then reinitiated the constraints of his corporeal form. The soul link that had been incessantly absorbing the Scion's physical essence was severed. Yet the power of the Scion flesh remaining within Rod continued to be transformed by the abundant energy of the food consumed. Rod's body underwent a metamorphosis as he assimilated vast quantities of sustenance and Scion strength, his height soaring to 175 centimeters, his musculature becoming harmoniously proportioned. At that moment, he appeared as a paragon of grace, with a countenance as splendid as jade, eyebrows like swords, and a voice resonant and melodious. His thick, dark hair cascaded over his shoulders. He now resembled a gallant youth, both scholarly and martial. Rod's physical combat prowess had reached a remarkable level of 13. And he surmised that upon fully digesting the Scion strength within him, he would attain a level of 15. He had an inkling that upon reaching a strength of 15, he would undergo a magnificent evolution. At this juncture, Rod radiated a scalding steam, his muscles tearing and reconfiguring to become increasingly resilient, while the density of his bones escalated in an extraordinary manner, nearly indistinguishable from steel. In the present day, with a physical combat strength of 13 points, Rod could withstand bullets without relying on his energy. Even a standard 7.62mm sniper bullet would likely only graze his skin. Mortals, bow before your god. The Scion genes within Rod began to manifest, for what Scion experiences a breeze, without stirring up waves. To put it more delicately, one could call it pride. Yet, Rod preferred to refer to it as the noble bloodline of the Scions. At this moment, Rod could fully comprehend the sensation Loki must have felt upon descending to Earth. Viewing humanity as mere livestock, for those elitist individuals below the stage could be crushed effortlessly with a single hand. Capture him. At this moment, Walton, standing on the second floor, felt a surge of urgency. It was painfully obvious that Rod was extraordinary, and the immediate priority was to apprehend him, subsequently extracting his superhuman secrets through relentless interrogation. Upon receiving Walton's directive, the surrounding bodyguards and security personnel began to converge upon Rod, all the while guiding the guests to exit the banquet in an orderly fashion. Daddy, please don't hurt him. Ellie, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, gazed at Rod and tugged at Walton's arm. Clearly, Rod's dramatic entrance and striking appearance had captivated Ellie, who had fallen for him at first sight. It was hardly surprising, considering Rod's undeniable handsomeness, rivaling that of Panin. His physique was sculpted, boasting a chiseled 8-pack. Which woman could resist the allure of such a man, embodying both strength and beauty? Ellie, you. At this moment, Walton realized that his daughter was infatuated, explaining why he had often sensed something amiss in her thoughts. He had introduced her to numerous affluent and educated suitors, yet she had dismissed them all, yearning instead for a romantic tale of a poor boy and a wealthy girl. This defiance against arranged marriages had left Walton weary. He even consulted a psychologist regarding his daughter, only to be told that Ellie was perfectly fine and that perhaps he should seek psychiatric help himself. Before long, a formidable circle of security personnel had surrounded Rod, each towering over 6 feet tall, their imposing physiques suggesting they were not to be trifled with. You are even less formidable than those brutal delinquents. Rod scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his features. For the murderous aura and physicality of these guards paled in comparison to those of the most vicious young criminals. Those who engaged in deadly combat were no ordinary foes. They were born of pure malevolence. Yet, against Rod, they were hardly worthy of carrying his shoes. Come, let me crush you. A cruel yet elegant smile adorned Rod's handsome visage, for slaughter was one of the rare sources of joy he found outside of sustenance. With his bare torso revealing muscles akin to an ancient Greek statue, Rod spread his arms and gracefully leaped 3 meters into the air. spinning like a diver before plunging into the throng of security personnel below, creating a massive splatter of crimson. 2 or 3 guards were utterly obliterated by Rod's descent, their bones reduced to mere fragments. Rod's fallen body wielded power indistinguishable from that of an iron ball. The slaughter game has commenced. Rod raised his bloodstained, handsome face, revealing a playful smile at the horrified security personnel who were unnerved by his brutal demeanor. With arms outstretched, he gently spun his body, resembling a meat grinder's blade, rapidly charging towards the crowd. Anyone who came into contact with Rod's rotating form was instantaneously shattered into a gruesome amalgam of flesh and bone, as if struck by a speeding truck. The entire area beneath the hotel's stage transformed into a hell of carnage, with shattered entrails and crushed skulls littering the ground, forming a grotesque mound of flesh. The orchestrator of this madness, Rod, was gripping the neck of the last surviving security guard, hoisting him aloft. "It has been far too long since I last set off fireworks," Rod reminisced, gazing at the struggling giant in his grasp. He then gently hurled the man into the sky, energy from within him coalescing into a red and white orb that Rod flung toward the airborne figure. With a resounding pop, the giant's body exploded like a firework, blood and shattered organs scattering through the air, creating a macabre and terrifying spectacle. The brief and meaningless life blossomed in the moment of death. It was exquisitely beautiful. Rod beamed with a morbid smile at the exploding human, then spread his arms wide, reveling in the cascade of blood. The scene was both elegant and brutally sanguinary. Rod's once brown eyes began to glow crimson, and the muscles throughout his body writhed with fervor. The residual strength of the Saiyan essence within him had finally been fully absorbed. His physical combat power had reached a staggering 15, and Rod's body commenced a remarkable transformation. His hair grew at a visible pace, and his tailbone elongated, eventually morphing into a slender, monkey-like tail covered in dark red fur. Any knowledgeable observer would undoubtedly exclaim, "A Saiyan has arrived." Rod's overall combat power had surged to 27. If he absorbed sufficient energy, his strength could become even more terrifying, potentially surpassing 30. "Damn it. I couldn't hold back," Rod cursed, having just evolved into a Saiyan. The overwhelming infusion of Saiyan genes had forcibly thrust him into an evolutionary phase, where the brutal instincts inherent in the Saiyan DNA dominated Rod's consciousness, compelling him to engage in indiscriminate slaughter for mere amusement. This massacre contradicted his principles of low-profile development. "Alas, it seems I must refrain from enhancing my strength in crowded settings. If I lose control again, it could lead to another bloodbath," Rod sighed, acknowledging that killing these ordinary individuals held little significance and would only invite unnecessary trouble. "But what of it? I shall do as I please. Die, you ants. Let your blood delight me. Ha ha ha." Observing the chaos and the fragmented remains strewn across the hotel's first floor, along with the fleeing elite and affluent, Rod erupted into raucous laughter. Those who had previously regarded him as a mere spectacle, high-minded in their arrogance, were now terrified and scurrying away like rats from the demon Rod, who emerged from a blood-soaked purgatory. Rod clenched his fists, his thumb and index finger forming the shape of a pistol, as a soft crimson energy coalesced at the tip of his index finger. In an instant, a beam of this ominous energy was unleashed, striking towards the fleeing elite and affluent individuals. The terrifying, high-temperature crimson laser effortlessly pierced through their heads and bodies, leaving behind charred holes in its wake. Rod resembled the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of those present. He had grown stronger. He must be captured, at all costs. The secrets he possessed must be uncovered. This power rightfully belongs to me, not to this prisoner, this lowly wretch. LYD hid beneath a table on the second floor, his gaze fixed on Rod, filled with envy. "Mr. LYD, we must escape through the secret passage before this demon comes up." Walton and Ellie had never witnessed such a scene. They were paralyzed by fear at the sight of the terrifying Rod, hastily pulling LYD along to flee the premises through the escape route on the second floor. "Enough. The police will soon arrive. I cannot confront heavy weaponry at this moment. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself today." A cruel and malevolent smile curled at the corners of Rod's mouth, as he conjured a crimson energy sphere the size of an apple and hurled it towards the second floor of the banquet hall. With a thunderous explosion, the entire second floor was engulfed by the horrific energy blast, ripping the prominent figures to shreds. The second floor of the banquet hall was reduced to ruins, collapsing under the devastation. The energy sphere also obliterated the hotel's load-bearing columns, causing the entire structure to teeter perilously. Seizing the opportunity presented by the hotel's impending collapse, Rod concentrated energy in his legs, unleashing a terrifying speed that cracked the floor beneath him. Like a phantom, he vanished into the darkness, leaving the hotel behind. Chapter 22. Reunion with Phil in the pitch-black night. Berkeley City Center sparkled with lights. The wails of police sirens echoed throughout the city, with police helicopters deployed overhead. In contrast, the suburbs lay in eerie silence. occasionally disturbed by the patrols of police cars under the dim glow of streetlights. A shadow with a tail flitted past the streetlight, weaving through the small-town buildings of the outskirts before landing on the rooftop of an apartment. That should be enough. I've run over 20 kilometers. Finally evaded the police search. Rod, bare-chested and showcasing his muscular physique, stained with blood, gazed towards the illuminated city of Berkeley, relieved. After ensuring there was no danger, he sat cross-legged to absorb the vast reservoir of high-quality energy stored within his Saiyan body. Having absorbed a significant amount of energy, it seemed that Rod had yet to reach his limit. With his power level now at 20, his body still appeared capable of absorbing more. Could it be that his transformation into a Saiyan had evolved his physical form, allowing for greater energy absorption? Rod recalled that while humans had an exquisite mastery over energy, their reserves were tragically limited. In contrast, mutated races like Krillin and Tien possessed a greater abundance of energy compared to ordinary humans. The energy possessed by extraterrestrial beings is truly astonishing. Among the Ginyu Force, which of those warriors has a power level below 10,000? Each one of them is capable of obliterating stars. Indeed, the structure and strength of the physical body have a profound impact on the limits of energy. The genetic threshold for an ordinary human to endure energy might hover around 100, perhaps a tad higher for those with exceptional talents. It is worth noting that even the mechanized version of Tao Pai Pai possesses a power level of merely around 200. While Master Roshi's peak power is only about 140, Rod, undeterred, resumed the absorption of energy from the Scion's physique. And the energy within him began to swell. 25, 30, 45. Finally, upon reaching a power level of 45, he hit his absorption limit. Rod's overall power had climbed to 60. At last, he had surpassed 50, enabling him to attempt basic flight. He stretched his body, gathering all his energy into his dantian. Then suddenly relaxed his sphincter, releasing energy downwards to propel himself upward through the reaction force. This method of flight resembled rocket propulsion, requiring a continuous release of energy to generate thrust for his ascent. Before long, Rod was clumsily airborne, suspended in the air. However, due to the insufficient energy, his flight was unstable, and he could not ascend too high. What he described as flying was, in essence, a form of wingless gliding. It appeared that acquiring a bat suit was imperative. With the addition of bat-like gliding wings and the propulsion of energy, he could truly soar. Rod envisioned himself donning a Gotham-inspired bat suit, filled with fervor to bring justice in America, while hovering in the air. Rod practiced his flying skills and contemplated his next move. Not long after, due to his lack of energy, he lost altitude and plummeted toward the ground. With insufficient energy, he resolved to conserve what little he had left. Upon landing in the woods, Rod climbed out of the dirt, brushing off the mud and fallen leaves. It was autumn, and the night temperatures had dipped to a mere few degrees Celsius. Yet, Rod felt no chill. Rather, his body felt refreshingly cool. What should he do next? Should he continue to bide his time, or engage in some activity for entertainment? If this universe adhered to a conventional cinematic timeline, it seemed that he had become invincible on Earth during this period. Nonetheless, prudence was key. The idea of kidnapping the abducted Tony Stark and compelling him to assist in constructing a suit was rather appealing. A knowing smile crept across Rod's face as he envisioned bringing back the still captive Tony, who had yet to become Iron Man, and making him work for free. The last he heard of Tony's abduction was 3 days prior while in prison. It took Tony about 5 days to escape from the cave. Afterward, he spent additional time wandering the desert. Therefore, Rod had at least 2 days to locate him. As he walked along the mountain road, he pondered his next course of action. Currently, Tony, being held captive, was in the most vulnerable state for Rod to enact his plan. Otherwise, it would be far more troublesome to capture him once he returned to his domain. Suddenly, Rod was jolted from his thoughts by the honking of a car behind him. Turning to look, he spotted a black SUV that showed no intention of stopping, seemingly waiting for Rod to step aside willingly. How fortuitous. Just the vehicle he needed. Rod displayed a knowing smile, then deftly sidestepped a vehicle that was about to collide with him. He maneuvered his body, allowing the force of the wind to adhere to his palm as he pressed it against the SUV, effectively merging his form with the vehicle as they traversed the highway together. Good heavens, did I just hit that person? A Caucasian man clad in a black hoodie stared into the rearview mirror, only to find no trace of a figure whatsoever. Bang! Suddenly, the side windshield of his driver's cabin shattered with a resounding crash as a bloodied hand reached in, grasping his neck and unceremoniously hurling him out the window. The young man in black felt himself being propelled by an overwhelming force, crashing violently into a tree by the roadside, before darkness enveloped him and consciousness faded away. Meanwhile, Rod slipped into the driver's seat, rummaging through the cabin to unearth a map alongside an assortment of illicit substances and firearms. Where am I exactly? Rod mused, flipping the map over and over, attempting to recollect his memories of reading maps. It should be around here. A stretch of highway near Berkeley, California, by the coast. I recall seeing Tony being abducted in Afghanistan. With the Pacific Ocean in between, I must fly to get there. It seems I'll need to. Requisition an aircraft. With that thought, Rod pressed the accelerator, steering the vehicle towards Berkeley Airport. The airport was conveniently located adjacent to the Berkeley University campus, where he could also check in on Mickey and Manny, those two inept individuals, and remind them to expedite the crafting of his battle attire. At Berkeley University, under the cloak of night, an academic building lay nearly deserted. Two police officers stood guard at the corridor outside an office still illuminated by light. Within, two young men, one black and one white, were scrutinized coldly by a slightly overweight man clad in a trench coat. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You've harbored a notorious serial killer. Are you aware that concealing a felon can lead to imprisonment? If you wish to avoid sabotaging your future, divulge everything you know to me. Phil's gaze was fierce and intimidating, leaving the naive duo momentarily stunned. I'll share what I know, but you must ensure it doesn't jeopardize our graduation, Manny replied, albeit with a hint of trepidation, yet maintaining his composure, recognizing that Phil required his information, thus retaining some bargaining power. Indeed, that individual possesses extraordinary abilities, but we will not yield unless our conditions are met. Mickey, having shaken off his initial fright, realized the potential value of the information concerning Rod, given his mysterious background. All right, let us engage in a thorough discussion. Phil regarded the two, understanding their reluctance to divulge information without assurance. After all, the absence of surveillance meant that, as long as he verified the accuracy of the intelligence, he could apprehend the duo afterward. The academic environment in America is liberal. Even if they were incarcerated, they could still pursue graduate studies upon release. After an hour of negotiations, Phil exited the office, satisfied with the intelligence he had recorded, signaling the officers stationed nearby to proceed with the arrests. You scoundrel! You deceived us! You! As the police entered the office, the anguished screams of two individuals echoed within. Ah, youth! Phil scoffed before making his way outside the academic building, having finally acquired the most crucial intelligence. However, his earlier visit to the dormitory might have stirred the proverbial hornet's nest, and now he must once again embark on the search for Rod's whereabouts. Just as Phil was about to leave the academic building, an unsettling chill ran down his spine, and a foreboding sensation washed over him. Hey! That familiar voice rang out once more from behind him. No way. Again! Phil instinctively muttered under his breath, only to feel a sharp pain at the back of his head before darkness enveloped him, causing him to collapse. Why do I keep running into him? Rod lamented, gazing at Phil, who lay unconscious from his blow. He then stripped Phil of his clothes and donned them himself, tying his dark red monkey tail around his waist. He carelessly discarded Phil, now clad only in his underwear, onto the grass before re-entering the academic building. Chapter 23, A Chance to Seize or a Chance to Steal. In the dead of night, the academic building reverberated with two harrowing cries. Clad in a black trench coat, Rod wiped the blood from his hands with the shirt of the police officer he had just slain, effortlessly shattering the handcuffs restraining Mickey and Manny. My friends, your situation is rather dire. Why not consider joining me? Rod flashed a benign smile at the visibly shaken pair. You. Mickey and Manny, having witnessed Rod's ruthless methods firsthand, were rendered speechless, stammering in fear. Furthermore, Rod's transformation from a slender youth to a strikingly handsome figure was something they could hardly comprehend in such a short span of time. Faced with the choice between imprisonment and aligning themselves with Rod, they would likely choose the former without hesitation. After all, they had betrayed Rod, and he was indeed a merciless killer. He had dispatched the officer binding them as easily as one might slay a chicken. If Rod were to discover their treachery, would they not meet the same fate? The thought sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to devise a way to politely decline Rod's offer. At least in prison, they would still be alive. Following Rod was akin to courting death. Luther, we believe it would be best if we, Manny, suppressing his terror, attempted to refuse Rod as graciously as possible. You witnessed my act of murder, did you not? If you choose not to join me, I shall have no choice but to silence you. Rod regarded the two with an innocuous smile. Manny meant to say, we are good brothers and ought to venture forth together, right? Mickey hastily covered Manny's mouth, awkwardly glancing at Rod. That makes sense. Then let us proceed. Rod, pleased with their apparent compliance, conjured an energy sphere in his hands and hurled it at the lifeless body of the fallen officer, reducing it to mere remnants of flesh and bone. This act served as both a warning and a deterrent. Witnessing Rod's bloody ruthlessness compelled Mickey and Manny to fall into line, obediently trailing behind him without uttering a word. The relentless wail of police sirens echoed throughout the city of Berkeley, casting the entire metropolis into a state of red alert. Every corner of the street is guarded by police, while armed helicopters sweep through the dimly lit alleys with their searchlights. Director Jerriman, we have cordoned off all the main thoroughfares of the city. A substantial police presence is also patrolling the suburban towns. A portly white officer, clad in the sheriff's uniform, reported proudly to the director, emphasizing the deployment of a Level 1 alert, with all officers mobilized regardless of their rest status. I must see the fugitive before dawn. The middle-aged director, his face adorned with stubble, exuded an aura of authority without anger, gesturing for the sheriff to leave before entering the police vehicle to retrieve his phone. Hello, is this Mr. Pierce? We have deployed all available forces to search for the bloodthirsty Punisher. The once authoritative director spoke in a surprisingly humble tone to the person on the other end of the line. I have dispatched S.H.I.D.L.D. agents to assist you. He must be captured alive tonight. A deep, commanding voice resonated from the other end of the call. Ring, ring, ring. Hello. Who am I speaking to? The crisp sound of a mobile ringtone echoed as Rod retrieved his phone from within his trench coat and answered nonchalantly. You're not Phil. Where's Phil? A man's voice questioned from the other side. My name is Luther, and yours? Rod replied with unruffled composure, emboldened by his evolution into a Saiyan, which had only amplified his disdain for humanity. I am Fury, Nick Fury. I believe we can negotiate. Fury attempted to continue, but Rod abruptly hung up, leaving Fury's expression darkened with frustration. Rod carelessly discarded the crushed phone and continued towards a corner of the campus, accompanied by his two small followers. Luther, may I inquire how we are to escape? There are so many police outside, and this direction does not seem to lead to the exit, Manny said nervously, fearful of misstepping in his words. Just follow me. We're almost there, Rod replied, surveying the surroundings and feeling confident about their location and direction. He then lifted Mickey and Manny into the air as if they were mere chicks. Ward it. What on earth? How are we flying in the air? Manny and Mickey screamed in terror, too afraid to move lest Rod let them fall. We're heading to Berkeley Airport to borrow a plane. Rod answered casually. Borrow a plane. Manny and Mickey were utterly stunned by Rod's audacity. Are we not hijacking a plane? It appeared that they had unwittingly embarked on a path from which there was no return, led by Rod, soaring through the night sky with ease. Rod arrived near Berkeley Airport without obstruction before gently setting down Mickey. Brother, go check the flight schedules and numbers for planes heading to Afghanistan. Gather here 30 minutes before takeoff. Remember, we are brothers, and those who disrupt our agreement will meet a dire fate, won't they? Rod cast a meaningful glance at Mickey, gently patting him on the shoulder and subtly infusing him with a hint of energy, signaling him to remain steadfast. After all, if he were to flee at the last moment, it would pose quite a dilemma. Of course, Luther, I still need to craft your battle attire. Mickey managed an awkward smile, feeling as though something ominous had infiltrated his body, likely a contingency left by Rod. Initially contemplating an escape, he resigned himself to the situation. Upon reaching the airport entrance, Mickey observed a multitude of police officers meticulously checking identification, evidently indicating that the entire city of Berkeley had entered a state of alert. Both he and Manny had yet to be taken to the police station, and thus there were no records of their criminal activities. For the moment, they were considered law-abiding citizens, but that status was uncertain after today. After a series of maneuvers, Mickey successfully entered the airport and acquired pertinent information regarding flights to Afghanistan. He then sat nervously on a bench in the waiting area, his gaze unfocused, appearing as though he were a thief in the midst of a heist. His mind a tumultuous whirlwind of thoughts. Hey, handsome, can we talk? After an indeterminate period, a seductive voice broke through Mickey's reverie, awakening him. Turning to his side, he beheld a striking woman with an alluring physique. With her raven black hair, profound eyes, and exquisite features, her form-fitting combat attire accentuated her athletic build, while her dusky skin added an air of mystique. Her beauty, intertwined with an aura of danger, was utterly unforgettable. The following morning, around 7 o'clock, a phone call rang through Manny's mobile amidst a forest several kilometers away from the airport. Hey, Manny, tell Luther it's time for us to depart. Mickey's voice trembled unnaturally on the other end of the line. Understood. At that moment, Rod, reclining against a tree trunk with Manny still groggy in his grasp, crushed Manny's phone and carelessly discarded it. Manny, Mickey's been captured. I must go to his rescue. You stay put and behave. Rod hung Manny from a sturdy branch before soaring away in the opposite direction of the airport. Rod was not foolish enough to walk into a trap, with Mickey apprehended. Keeping Manny was futile, and it seemed he needed to devise a new plan. Finally free, Manny cried out in fear, "Who will come to save me?" His lips turned pale, and panic gripped him as he hung from the tree all night, his body now weak and trembling. Any sudden movement caused the branch to creak ominously beneath him. Meanwhile, inside the airport, an office brimming with surveillance equipment buzzed with activity. What is the status? Have we pinpointed the mobile signal S coordinates? The one-eyed, masked man inquired of a technician who had just concluded a call with Mickey. We've located it. In the forest, 6 to 7 kilometers southwest of the airport. After a series of operations, the technician successfully identified Rod's location. Natasha, Barton. The target is situated 7 kilometers southwest of the airport. Initiate immediate action. Fury commanded, pulling out his walkie-talkie to relay orders with urgency. Received. At that moment, Hawkeye, stationed high at the airport, and Black Widow, disguised among the crowd, replied in unison. Teams 7 through 13 proceed to the designated area to execute a containment operation. Fury received the urgent command to apprehend Rhodes without delay, a mission of paramount importance that captured the attention of nearly all senior officials. After all, the records indicated that Rhodes, an ordinary human, had acquired powers surpassing those of mankind in less than a month. And the secret behind his transformation must be firmly held by the United States. It is worth noting that the comprehensive physical capabilities of Captain America, produced under the Super Soldier program, paled in comparison to those of Rhodes, who could even catch bullets with his bare hands. Chapter 24. The encirclement. The gentle morning sun cast a warm glow upon the forest, draping this tranquil realm in a veil of golden light. Sunbeams filtered through the sparse leaves, creating dappled patterns on the ground, akin to the delicate strokes of nature's brush. A soft breeze rustled the leaves, producing a whispering sound that echoed the serenity of the surroundings. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of grass and trees, uplifting the spirit. Birds began to chirp joyfully, heralding the dawn of a new day. Under the nurturing rays of sunlight, everything in the woods seemed to bask in warmth, teeming with life and vitality. However, the peace was abruptly shattered as a figure clad in black combat gear burst into the serene woods, sending the resting wildlife fleeing in terror. A dozen combat-clad individuals encircled Manny, who was suspended from a tree, meticulously gathering clues from the surroundings, discovering a crushed mobile phone. Report. No signs of the fugitive, but a black man is hanging from a branch. The leader, observing the feeble Manny, spoke into the radio. The fugitive has likely caught on. Continue the search. Report any findings immediately. Fury's voice was calm on the other end of the radio, clearly having anticipated contingencies, thus remaining unperturbed. Even if you can fly, you cannot escape. After extracting all information regarding Rhodes from Mickey, Fury had established a comprehensive net around the airport, deploying military weaponry and even a regiment of troops. Fury was uncertain why the board had mobilized such extensive resources to capture this suspected anomaly of an Asian individual. But he knew his role was to command effectively. With so many resources at his disposal, failing to capture a mere human transformed in less than a month would be a significant embarrassment. Report. The mountainous highway has intercepted the target with force. Suddenly, Fury received a transmission from another team stationed around the airport perimeter. Do your best to capture him. I will send reinforcements immediately. Fury's voice was urgent as he picked up the radio. Despite the theoretical advantage he held, an unsettling premonition nagged at him. Received. We are all ready. A loud crash interrupted the transmission, accompanied by the electronic buzzing of a damaged radio. Bang, 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 bang. Hurry, shoot, quickly. Bullets and grenades are ineffective against him. He is a monster. Fall back and await reinforcements. Help. The already damaged walkie-talkie intermittently transmitted the sounds of rifle fire, grenade explosions, and the anguished cries of individuals. Hello, Team 3. If you can hear this, please respond. Please respond. Fury's tone was tense. The combat camera had not been approved for use, leaving him unaware of the unfolding chaos on the other side. Stop barking. They're all dead. Rod scoffed as he picked up the walkie-talkie, mockingly replying to Fury before crushing the device in his grip. Damn it. Everyone, converge towards Team 3. The enemy is formidable. High-explosive weapons are authorized. Armed helicopters are being deployed immediately. The voice emanating from the walkie-talkie darkened Fury's expression. He had not anticipated the swift annihilation of an entire tactical squad led by Rod. Initially, Fury believed that a fully armed tactical team could sufficiently delay Rod. However, he was now acutely aware of Rod's terrifying prowess, compelling him to abandon any underestimation and mobilize all available forces to encircle Rod. Capturing him alive was no longer a concern. He could not gamble with the lives of his subordinates. Damn, I had realized I was already surrounded. It seems there's no escaping this place today. As Rod flew low through the blood-stained woods, he cursed, his gaze turning resolute. At this juncture, Rod had donned a tactical squad uniform, as it proved far more deceptive and striking than his previous cloak. Yet, upon arriving at a particular grove, he stumbled upon 4 high-explosive bombs tethered to a tree. With a resounding explosion, the ground erupted beneath him, creating a deep crater. Trees splintered and collapsed, debris and dust engulfing Rod, rendering him momentarily invisible. Did it succeed? Meanwhile, the tactical squad, concealed in the shadows, cautiously raised their rifles and began to encircle the explosion's epicenter. As the dust settled, revealing Rod, his uniform tattered from the blast, he coldly regarded the encircling members of the tactical squad. Quite the amusing toys you have. As soon as the words left his lips, Rod transformed into a blur, charging at an enemy clad in black combat gear, wielding a rifle. With a combat power of 60, Rod unleashed his full might, equivalent to the force of several tons, akin to two massive, concentrated trucks. He made no attempt to punch. Merely colliding with the combatant was enough to shatter him into pieces. Blood, organs, and shattered bones splattering onto Rod, transforming him into a demon emerging from the depths of hell. You fools. Do you think you can provoke me with these trifling toys? Rod grinned wickedly, an aura of malevolent terror radiating from him. The primal instincts of the Saiyan race, steeped in destruction and slaughter, began to dominate Rod's will. The tactical squad members, undeterred by the chaos, continued to systematically fire at Rod. He stood defiantly, allowing the bullets to strike him. Even the ferocious hail of steel capable of demolishing concrete walls lost its momentum upon hitting Rod, falling harmlessly to the ground. As Rod brazenly accepted the onslaught of bullets, the combatant swiftly hurled several high-explosive grenades in his direction. Boring tricks. As he landed, he cast a scornful glance at the high-explosive grenade that was about to drop beside him. With a swift motion, he conjured a crimson energy sphere and hurled it into the air towards the grenade. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed, thick clouds of smoke enveloping Rod's figure. In an instant, a combatant, caught off guard, was seized by Rod, his head crushed effortlessly by Rod's bare hands, brain matter and blood splattering across Rod's face and chest. Such fragile creatures. Rod licked the remnants from his lips, revealing a savage grin. Then, like a wraith, he darted among a dozen combatants, weaving through them with deadly grace. Before another soldier could react, Rod severed his head with a swift chop of his hand, while others met a fate of being torn asunder by Rod's brutal grip on their shoulders. No, that is a monster. A demon. One of the combatants, horrified by Rod's bloody and ruthless methods, began to flee the battlefield. Suddenly, the severed head of a comrade appeared before him. What is happening? Have you abandoned your teammate to become a coward? Rod, with an eerie smile, dangled the bloodied head of a fallen soldier before the deserter, while the battlefield lay strewn with dismembered bodies, devoid of any living soul. No, please, spare me. I have a family. The coward's plea was cut short as he felt a chilling sensation in his chest, realizing that the merciless demon before him had shoved his comrade's head into his own torso. A mundane slaughter. Rod gazed indifferently at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, his expression betraying no emotion, as if he had merely crushed a swarm of insects. Second squad, do you copy? What has transpired? How are you faring? The urgent voice of fury crackled through the intercom, emanating from the lifeless bodies. I fear not the likes of you, mere ants, Rod coldly replied over the intercom, addressing the one-eyed black dragon Fury, before casually crushing the device in his hand. Damn it, how audacious. Fury slammed his fist on the table, incensed. He had never encountered such provocation since becoming the director of SHIELD. Inform everyone to encircle the area where the fugitive is located. Deploy military tanks and armed helicopters. Miniature missiles are authorized for use. Additionally, instruct Barton and Natasha to hasten their approach to the fugitive's position. We must apprehend him today. Fury's expression was grim as he issued commands to the communications officer, clearly now serious. Chapter 25. Explosive fury. The acrid scent of blood and gunfire permeated the forest road, strewn with dismembered limbs and the wreckage of tanks and aircraft. Bang, bang, rat-tat-tat. The relentless sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberated. Hundreds of soldiers wielding modern weaponry formed a relentless tide of steel capable of annihilating all life on Earth, aimed at a tattered humanoid figure with a tail. Yet, the terrifying onslaught was narrowly evaded by the figure, who darted like a phantom among the soldiers. Every soldier he touched was torn to shreds by his horrific power. Quick! Maintain suppressive fire. Do not allow him a moment's respite. A commander clad in military attire concealed himself within a tent several kilometers away, one hand gripping a pair of binoculars while the other clutched a walkie-talkie, vociferously issuing commands. A soldier, armed with a rocket launcher, took refuge behind a tank and, upon pinpointing the target, promptly advanced to unleash his shot. The rocket, capable of obliterating a light tank, sped forth like a bolt of lightning towards a humanoid creature that had just brutally dispatched a soldier, leaving no time to seek another victim. Boom. The thunderous explosion reverberated, and the terrifying heat instantly incinerated Rod's already tattered black combat uniform. Fortunately, a portion of his trousers remained intact, sparing him from utter humiliation. Since the onset of the tactical squad's ambush, Rod had slaughtered wave after wave of enemies, claiming the lives of at least hundreds thus far. However, as his tally of slain foes grew, the sophistication of the enemy's weaponry escalated correspondingly. Originally intending to flee, he found himself besieged by armed helicopters and anti-aircraft missile vehicles. Although he managed to obliterate those helicopters and armored vehicles with his energy blasts, it had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. To his dismay, he discovered that another batch of armed helicopters awaited him not far off, compelling Rod to resort to ground combat. a strategy that would deter aerial forces from recklessly attacking and risking friendly fire. With a formidable combat power of 60 points, Rod was nearly impervious to conventional bullets. Occasionally, rockets, miniature missiles, and high-explosive grenades were hurled at him, but they rarely found their mark. Yet, any successful strike would necessitate a significant expenditure of his energy to withstand. Indeed, it is said that even ants can bring down an elephant, and Rod could manage to confront a modern army of hundreds for a while. However, upon the enemy's numbers surpassing 1,000, fatigue began to set in. This time, Fury commanded a regiment of nearly 2,000 soldiers to encircle Rod. If he could not escape their grasp before exhausting his energy, he would be doomed to perish by attrition. Fury deliberately refrained from deploying an overwhelming barrage of lethal firepower, intent on capturing Rod alive. Otherwise, with the current technological prowess of the United States, a rain of missiles could have been unleashed upon this area spanning several kilometers, leaving Rod with no remnants to be found. When Sun Wukong single-handedly vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, he had undergone a baptism by divine water and mastered the Kamehameha Wave, even having battled against Tao Pai Pai. At that time, Sun Wukong possessed a combat power exceeding 170, rendering him immune to missile explosions and heavy-caliber machine gun fire. Thus, he was able to demolish the Red Ribbon Army, which boasted advanced android technology. In contrast, Rod, with his modest combat power of 60, relied on his extensive combat experience to hold his own against the not overly exaggerated firepower of the American military. You insignificant pests! You have successfully provoked my wrath. Rod bellowed in fury, his eyes beginning to glimmer with a crimson hue. A terrifying aura erupted from him. Continue the fire coverage. The next wave of reinforcements will arrive shortly. The commander's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, and the soldiers and tactical squad members, intimidated by Rod's overwhelming presence, gritted their teeth and continued to fire. Bullets rained down upon Rod as if they were free, yet he evaded them with his incredible speed. However, as the volume of fire intensified, he found himself unable to evade and was forced to endure the onslaught. A high-explosive grenade was hurled towards Rod, only to be caught single-handedly by him. In the imminent moment of detonation, he unleashed his terrifying strength, propelling the grenade back with lightning speed. The explosive device detonated amidst several soldiers, resulting in a catastrophic blast that obliterated them into a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. At the very instant Rod released the grenade, a sniper's bullet struck him squarely in the forehead. The hidden sniper, positioned a kilometer away, reveled in silent triumph. Their squad had just arrived to provide support and had already achieved a significant victory. Ha! 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 Rod, struck in the forehead by the sniper's bullet, erupted into maniacal laughter, a faint crimson aura emanating from him, repelling the onslaught of steel projectiles. Rod activated a state reminiscent of the Dragon Ball's explosive energy, enveloping himself in a crimson mist adorned with jagged edges. Every incoming bullet was deflected by this energy, which acted as a formidable shield. In this heightened state, Rod's perception and strength surged dramatically, albeit at the cost of exhausting his energy at an accelerated rate. He could not afford to delay. He had to break free with fervor. In this explosive state, Rod discarded the bloody bullet he had just pulled from his forehead and unleashed his energy, propelling himself through the air like a rocket. The crimson aura swiftly transformed into an aerodynamic shape, allowing Rod to soar away from the encircling forces of the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. Armed helicopters soon detected Rod's rapid approach, unleashing a torrent of machine gun fire and missiles without hesitation. Leveraging his size and the agility afforded by his energy, Rod adeptly evaded the incoming bullets mid-air. However, his energy reserves dwindled rapidly, and he refrained from recklessly using energy blasts. Seizing a bullet, he hurled it with immense force, striking the pilot of one helicopter squarely in the head. Like a falcon, he then crashed into the cockpit of another aircraft, reducing its pilot to a pulp before swiftly moving into the passenger cabin, where he delivered a devastating punch that shattered the skull of a soldier wielding a machine gun. Before departing, he snatched the soldier's clothing, draping it over himself as he hastened towards the perimeter. In midair, Rod observed the dense assembly of soldiers and armored tanks below, forming a tight encirclement around him, while a dozen armed helicopters approached from the front. Surface-to-air missiles locked onto Rod and shot towards him like a torrential downpour, forcing him to rapidly conjure energy blasts to counter the incoming projectiles. The ensuing explosions and clouds of smoke enveloped Rod, momentarily concealing him as he slithered through the haze to continue his escape. However, his protective aura had significantly diminished. Damn it, his energy was nearly depleted. He never anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would summon the military to hunt him down, and the forces were at least a battalion strong. Rod gritted his teeth, filled with a mix of rage and frustration. He had thought that a mere 100 pursuers would be an overwhelming challenge. Envisioning a swift massacre followed by a hasty retreat, Yet he now faced thousands determined to corner him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another barrage of missiles was launched towards Rod. As the armed helicopters initiated a concentrated fire against him, Rod's energy had waned, insufficient to evade the barrage of missile attacks. He was compelled to endure the brunt of the explosions. Boom, boom. The cacophony of intense detonations erupted around Rod, the thunderous sound echoing through the heavens. Although he had evaded the majority of the explosive shockwaves, his air shield was ultimately breached. At this juncture, his energy depleted, Rod succumbed to the immense impact, plunging into unconsciousness like a ragged cloth. Boom. As Rod plummeted from a height of 100 meters, the instant his body met the ground, the tremendous gravitational potential unleashed a deep crater. Hurry. Surround him. The tranquilizer team, the containment squad, move quickly. Do not grant him an opportunity to escape. The commander at another outpost, witnessing Rod's dire predicament, urgently commanded his soldiers to pursue the advantage. Within mere minutes, several armored vehicles and tanks encircled Rod. Nearly 100 soldiers brandishing firearms formed a perimeter with a diameter of several dozen meters, completely encasing him. The members of the tranquilizer team swiftly entered the encirclement, firing relentlessly at Rod. Despite the dense barrage of tranquilizer darts impacting his form, they merely ricocheted off his resilient skin and muscle. Damn it, he is too tough. The containment team must restrain him. A figure clad in black combat attire, wielding a tranquilizer rifle, gestured for those bearing high-density alloy shackles to bind Rod. Quickly, personnel donned in protective gear secured Rod's limbs while he was momentarily incapacitated, subsequently encasing his torso and joints with several layers of alloy restraints. Gurgle. Rod's stomach audibly protested, evidently depleted from the intense combat, signaling his hunger. The containment team disregarded this, placing a heart rate monitoring device on Rod's chest, lifting the bound Rod, and placing him in a long, coffin-like high-density alloy box designed to withstand missile impacts. As the iron coffin sealed, it released a potent anesthetic gas, sufficient to incapacitate several elephants, ensuring Rod would not awaken prematurely. Report to the commander. The fugitive has been secured. The leader of the tranquilizer team exhaled with relief, addressing the intercom on his chest. Burton, Natasha, escort the target swiftly. Deliver him to the base before the day concludes. The cleanup crew. Expedite the clearing of the combat zone, documenting casualties and losses. Fury wiped the sweat from his brow, methodically orchestrating his subordinates' tasks. They had finally apprehended this exceedingly dangerous criminal. At that moment, no one noticed that Rod, confined within the iron coffin, had regained consciousness. His eyes began to emit a sinister red glow, his demeanor transforming into a menacing visage, as if on the brink of losing all reason. His muscular frame started to wither, as though vitality itself were being siphoned away. Strange, how has this creature's heart rate suddenly quickened? One of the containment personnel, just having loaded the iron coffin onto the armored transport, observed the heart rate monitor with perplexity. Enough, get in the vehicle. This iron coffin could withstand 3 days of tank fire. Stop fretting and complete the mission so we can clock out. Another detainee impatiently urged, expressing his dissatisfaction as he was called up early for a task. Due to the peculiar nature of his profession, he could only murmur complaints inwardly. Chapter 26. The Hunger of Deception in the Realm of the Dragon Ball Universe. During Rod's time in the underworld before his journey through Marvel, an extraordinary event transpired. In a tranquil valley of the underworld, a crystal-clear stream flowed gently, its waters sparkling with a silvery luminescence under the sun, reminiscent of nature's jewels. The air was imbued with the refreshing scents of pine and grass, evoking a profound sense of comfort and serenity. Not far away stood a quaint wooden cabin, adorned with wind chimes that jingled melodiously in the gentle breeze, harmonizing with the soothing sounds of the stream to create a beautiful natural symphony. Here, individuals adorned with halos were deeply engrossed in their martial studies, while others pondered thoughtfully. Among them, an elderly man with white hair gazed vacantly at the contrasting scene of a blood-red hell, marred and ravaged, far removed from the peaceful environment. The insidious demon of insatiable hunger had finally departed. Gohan seemed to recall something horrifying, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, rising to continue practicing his martial arts that had found no outlet. The olive-green armored transport vehicle sped towards Berkeley Airport, flanked by withering trees that rushed by. The only sound in the forest was the roar of the transport vehicle. Hey, you must be the renowned Hawkeye and Black Widow. I've always admired you both. How about a drink after work? I'm Tim, and this is Harry. Detainee Tim, unable to contain himself, broke the silence, gazing at the serious expressions of Hawkeye and Black Widow. Tim, what are you doing? We're on duty, Harry exclaimed, shocked that Tim had the audacity to speak in such a manner at that moment. No problem, buddy. Just one drink, though. I need to head back to my family after. What about you, Natasha? Any missions after this? Barton inquired kindly, glancing at the pensive Black Widow. Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, was a tall and handsome man with deep blue eyes and brown hair, perpetually adorned with a hint of a smile. His muscular physique was elongated and robust, exuding a unique charm. He always wore black gloves, equipped with an array of tools and devices. His attire, primarily black, featured a leather vest and long pants, imparting an aura of mystery and coolness. "Well, I don't have any tasks at the moment. A drink sounds lovely," Natasha replied, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she smiled radiantly. "My goodness, Tim, you actually managed to invite them for drinks," Harry remarked incredulously, as he was typically reserved and hesitant in his actions. "Harry, if you keep daydreaming about having a drink with Miss Natasha without taking action, it will never come to fruition," Tim teased, revealing Harry's little secret. Why would you say that? I have always admired you, Miss Natasha. You are a remarkable woman, and I hold you in great esteem." Harry shyly expressed his thoughts. "Thank you, Harry. You are quite charming." Natasha unabashedly gazed at Harry, her alluring eyes nearly melting him. "Natasha, do not tease this fellow. Your captivating allure is nearly stealing his soul," Barton jested, observing the bewildered Harry. Along their journey, laughter and joy filled the air, yet none noticed the peculiar transformation occurring within the iron coffin where Rod lay. Enveloped in an eerie mist reminiscent of blood, Rod exuded an ominous aura that perpetually radiated a sinister hunger to devour all. This malevolence penetrated the very essence of his being, akin to a famished specter from the depths of hell. Once robust, Rod now appeared as a desiccated corpse under the influence of this sanguine fog. His crimson eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty ferocity, his teeth sharpened to a dangerous edge. Most unnervingly, the blood mist incessantly corroded the high-density alloy shackles binding Rod, as if it were gnawing rather than simply eroding. The mist consumed the alloy like a ravenous ghost, continuously fracturing to create even more of the ominous vapor. Hungry. Hungry. Rod moaned in torment, memories of profound hunger from the underworld flooding his mind. Beneath a sunless yet luminously bright sky, a gaunt figure with a monkey's tail huddled in a corner, trembling in anguish. "Young friend, what ails you? You seem increasingly unwell." The silver-haired Son Gohan approached Rod, gently patting his shoulder. "Get away. The farther, the better. I am on the brink of losing my sanity due to hunger." Rod's voice was hoarse, filled with pain. He had been starved for an entire year. Initially, the spiritual energy permeating the underworld had sustained Rod's basic functions, but as his powers grew, his need for energy intensified. The meager spiritual essence available in the underworld was woefully insufficient to sustain his vital activities. Rod had now entered a state of self-cannibalism. As his hunger escalated, he risked succumbing to a primal urge that would transform him into a monstrosity, consuming all life around him. Although Rod had ascended to become a Saiyan, remnants of his human sensibilities and rationality still lingered. For now, he managed to restrain himself from harming Son Gohan and the others engrossed in their training. However, should he fall into despair, his human essence would inevitably decay, and he would become a malevolent demon, surviving solely on his wicked instincts, unbound by any moral constraints. "Young friend, does the spiritual energy of the underworld no longer quell your hunger?" Son Gohan inquired, feigning ignorance, well aware that Rod's appetite had once been insatiable, even consuming the grass beneath him. Having sustained his corporeal form through the underworld's spiritual essence, he had never truly experienced hunger. He could not comprehend why Rod's appetite was so vast, nor did he possess the means to procure sufficient sustenance for him. Over time, a profound friendship had blossomed between Son Gohan and Rod, and he could not bear to witness this young man, both disciple and friend, suffer in torment. "Leave at once. Otherwise, you may perish. Even your very soul may vanish." Rod was consumed by hunger to the point of delirium. In a fleeting moment, he beheld a gaunt, malevolent specter that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, devouring Son Gohan whole. The universe Rod once inhabited was far from ordinary. He recalled the news reports of deranged individuals committing heinous acts of murder and cannibalism before the dimensional barrier shattered, leading to its destruction. At that time, he was merely an ordinary man, oblivious to the true nature of the chaos that surrounded him. He could not fathom how a mere mortal could survive the tempest of time and space. Now, he harbored an unsettling intuition that his survival in the temporal storm and his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe were inexplicably linked to the wretched specter he had witnessed. After witnessing Son Gohan retreat, Rod relinquished his struggle against hunger. A peculiar force surged within him, plunging his consciousness into darkness, rendering him listless. An ethereal mist of faint, eerie blood emanated from his emaciated frame. Instinctively, Rod sensed danger, inexplicably entering a state of heightened power that repelled the blood mist. A white aura enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming presence commensurate with his 8,000 points of battle power. The force rippled across the ground, displacing Earth and leaving deep craters in its wake. The blood mist, seemingly alive and sentient, grew furious upon its sudden isolation from Rod, violently assaulting the protective aura in a frenzy. In a brief span, the potent barrier was consumed by the mist, which then mimicked the form of an aura and re-entered Rod's body. Soon, he re-entered the state of heightened power. But this time, his protective aura transformed into a blood-red hue. His eyes began to redden, and his vacant expression morphed into a visage of cruel savagery. Had he already reached the brink of despair? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. It would allow him to emerge and strategize in advance. Rod's gaze suddenly regained clarity. Yet he seemed entirely transformed. At that moment, his voice resonated with a chaotic, arcane melody that rendered it impossible to remember or comprehend. Shortly after he spoke, his gaze reverted to a state of madness and bloodlust, as if the prior transformation had never occurred. Hungry. Eat. Like the gaunt specter. Rod, now suffused with an eerie, malevolent aura, bellowed into the void. At that instant, he yearned to annihilate and consume every living creature in sight. What followed was a gruesome feast. Every corporeal entity within 100 kilometers of the underworld was devoured by Rod. Furthermore, his insatiable hunger could even consume the souls that lacked physical forms within the netherworld. The tales of the gaunt specter stirred significant unrest in the underworld. As many spirits and specters dispatched to subdue Rod fell victim to his ravenous aura. Ultimately, Rod regained his senses with a belch of satiation. Yet the area surrounding him had transformed into a blood-soaked inferno, riddled with devastation. The King of Hell, terrified by Rod's formidable power and brutal methods, dared not approach his domain, tacitly allowing Rod to reign supreme in that territory. Upon regaining his lucidity, Rod discerned that a part of his conscience and will had been devoured by the eerie force, rendering him increasingly indifferent. While the malevolent genes of the Saiyans intermittently influenced his will, as Rod's restoration unfolds, the previously insatiable blood mist has ceased, transforming into an innocuous crimson fuel scattered upon the ground. Following this rampage, Rod strives to retain his essence, resisting the descent into a mindless beast driven solely by slaughter and consumption, immediately seeking to satiate his hunger, even resorting to devouring dirt and stones. Chapter 27. Detention. The armored transport vehicle housing Rod swiftly arrived at Berkeley Airport's interior. A black, science fiction aircraft, starkly different from ordinary planes, descended vertically onto the tarmac filled with commercial airliners. Due to Rod's presence, all flights at the airport were delayed, prompting numerous passengers in the waiting area to voice their complaints. At this juncture, Nick Fury emerged from the terminal and stepped onto the spacious tarmac. Thank you all for your efforts. Once we load our target onto the transport plane, our mission will be complete. Batten observed kindly as Harry and Tim maneuvered the iron coffin towards the aircraft. Batten, I trust there were no incidents along the way. Director Fury suddenly appeared, inquiring warmly about the two's well-being, as is the prerogative of a leader to cultivate rapport with subordinates. This creature is terrifying. If we could uncover the secrets concealed within him, we could potentially wield the ultimate weapon against our extraterrestrial adversaries. Fury mused, gazing intently at the tightly sealed iron coffin, brimming with excitement. Though his former ally, Captain Marvel, possessed formidable powers derived from the Tesseract, a unique phenomenon that cannot be replicated, Rod had yet to encounter any forces beyond human comprehension. It appeared to be a spontaneous mutation. Moreover, Rod's malevolence, when considered as a biological research subject, did not contravene human ethics. Very well, you shall accompany me in securing our target. Once we complete the detainment, this mission will be temporarily concluded. Fury refrained from further elaboration, eager to secure this creature that could dictate humanity's future. The casualties had been severe. Should Fury fail to extract sufficient research outcomes from Rod to compensate for the losses, his superiors would undoubtedly express their displeasure. Displeased leaders would diminish his influence within S.H.I.E.L.D., relegating him to the status of a mere puppet, devoid of authority as director. As the transport aircraft roared to life with a crisp hum, it seemed not to operate on conventional fuel, but rather a cleaner, more enigmatic energy, subtly emanating hints of spatial fluctuations. In silence, the transport plane swiftly ascended through the clouds. The blinding sunlight bathed the black aircraft, which soared like a majestic black eagle towards the east, at speeds unattainable by conventional fighter jets. Before long, a grand airborne mothership came into view. Its appearance was nothing short of spectacular, its vastness comparable to that of a small mountain. The entire vessel was adorned in a deep blue hue, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, seemingly reflecting the sky and clouds. The bow of the mothership was sharply designed, resembling a keen blade, while the rear boasted a pair of colossal engines radiating a brilliant glow. The ship's flanks were equipped with an array of advanced weaponry, including missile launchers, laser systems, and drone docking stations. These weapon systems can be rapidly deployed during times of conflict, providing formidable fire support to the mothership. Moreover, the mothership is equipped with advanced radar and communication systems, enabling it to maintain contact with other operational units both on the ground and in the air. When the mothership soars through the skies, its wingspan is vast, resembling a colossal eagle gracefully gliding. In its ground combat configuration, layers of armored plates unfurl from the underside of the mothership, forming robust defensive structures that offer protection to the ground troops. A combat transport aircraft swiftly descends onto the deck beneath the mothership, and as the transport's hatch opens, Fury and his team disembark. Gesturing for Natasha to guide the detained personnel carrying the iron coffin toward the supervillain holding facility. Bartons, I need to discuss something important with you. Follow me to my office, Fury stated, casting a glance at Barton before heading towards the mothership's elevator, with Barton trailing closely behind. In the spacious, technologically advanced office, Fury sat, gazing out the window at the undulating white clouds beyond, his expression contemplative. Howard's son has been captured. The captors are Obadiah Stane, an elder of the Stark Group. Stane has already mobilized military forces for a rescue operation. Should we intervene? S-H-I-E-L-D would be accused of ulterior motives. Stane undoubtedly intends to eliminate Tony before the military can reach him. The board is reluctant to allow S-H-I-E-L-D to wade into this murky situation and has forbidden me from deploying personnel for a rescue. Stane has orchestrated this affair with impeccable precision, making it difficult for us to get involved. Therefore, I must discreetly send you to rescue Tony Stark, ensuring your identity remains concealed. This mission is a private directive, unrecorded. Barton, you are the one I trust most within S-H-I-E-L-D. Can I count on you for this task? Fury implored, placing his hand on Barton's shoulder, his gaze earnest. Director Fury, thank you for your trust. I will not let you down. Barton, also known as Hawkeye, nodded solemnly. Here's the information I have gathered regarding Tony's possible location. Take care. Fury surreptitiously placed a disc in Barton's palm and then patted his shoulder, sending him on his way. Inside the high-density alloy holding cell, which is nearly airtight, an iron coffin was positioned at the center by several detained individuals. As the detaining personnel exited the cell, Natasha felt a weight lift from her heart. Rod's power is formidable. Not only can he fly, but he can also unleash energy blasts, resembling a terrifying creature cloaked in human skin. Finally, the detainment is complete. Harry, once we finish the report, we can await the end of our shift. Tim exhaled, patting his colleague Harry, who was clad in protective gear. Miss Natasha, this is the release button. You can remotely open the iron coffin and unleash that monster. Tim approached the monitoring room, glancing at the screen displaying the iron coffin as he addressed Natasha. Thank you. But if I release him from the coffin, won't he escape? Natasha replied politely, recalling the formidable Rod, still harboring some concern. Miss Natasha, he is currently contained within a holding cell that is 100 times more secure than the iron coffin. Theoretically, unless he suddenly increases his strength 100-fold, he cannot breach the holding cell. Moreover, pressing the purple button would release a tranquilizer potent enough to incapacitate a blue whale. Tim emphatically declared that a mere iron coffin had already contained Rod, let alone a reinforced confinement chamber 100 times stronger. Nevertheless, Natasha pressed the button, for the oxygen within the iron coffin was limited. Should Rod succumb to asphyxiation, it would spell great trouble. Indeed, as Natasha had surmised, if Rod were in a normal state, he could very well die from lack of oxygen. After a moment's hesitation, Natasha pressed the release button. Yet the iron coffin remained unresponsive. What was amiss? Had the switch malfunctioned? Natasha looked quizzically at Tim. Miss Natasha, our system has undergone rigorous testing and cannot possibly fail. The only explanation is that the internal structure of the iron coffin has been compromised. Although Harry was naturally introverted, his work ethic and meticulousness were beyond reproach. Did that mean the creature had already breached the iron coffin? Natasha furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Indeed, her apprehensions were confirmed. The surface of the iron coffin was being corroded by a strange force, manifesting clusters of red dots. These dots seemed almost alive, dispersing through the corroded iron coffin and clinging to the alloy-sealed cage, voraciously gnawing at the high-density alloy and continuously dividing into more bizarre red points. What is that? Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even with his extensive education, he had never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon. Quick, notify Director Fury. Natasha pivoted and hurried towards the armory, the situation having escalated unexpectedly, leaving her uncertain of what further mischief this creature might unleash. The scarlet dots possessed an entrancing, sinister power. Anything that came into contact with them would be assimilated into the red points and subsequently invade other materials. The sealed confinement chamber, constructed from a solid meter of high-density alloy, began to disintegrate under the relentless onslaught of the eerie red points, transforming into new red dots. The entire S-H-I-E-L-D mothership erupted with red alerts, plunging all personnel into a state of heightened anxiety. Chapter 28. Exile and Space in the Technologically Advanced Office. Fury gazed out at the clouds drifting like fleeting shadows, lost in contemplation after reviewing the briefing on Rod. Special Confinement Subject, Rod ID, 0896 Codename, Bloody Demon Ape, an Asian individual exhibiting mutations of unknown origin, standing at 172 centimeters. With an undetermined weight and possessing a monkey-like tail. Its destructive capability is astonishing, rendering it impervious to bullets from firearms below caliber 20. It possesses superhuman strength and speed. The ability to fly, unleash energy shockwaves, and create protective barriers. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill sound of a red alert, signaling the highest state of alarm, reverberated throughout the massive flying mothership, accompanied by the urgent notification from Fury's desk. Director Fury, the confinement subject, Bloody Demon Ape, has undergone a mutation and is rapidly dismantling the confinement chamber. Fury pressed the communication button, frowning as he listened to the urgent report emanating from the device. Authorize the use of gamma-ray weaponry. We cannot allow the Bloody Demon Ape to breach the ship. If containment was impossible, then it must be eradicated. Fury, with an expression as calm as still water, conveyed commands without a hint of panic. He was reluctant to resort to the gamma-ray weapon unless absolutely necessary. The S.H.I.E.L.D. was not solely his organization. It was interwoven with the influences of various senior members and some treacherous spies. The gamma-ray weapon was crafted from the mysterious and powerful energy of the Tesseract, and deploying it would undoubtedly stir up considerable trouble. Thus far, conventional firearms had proven nearly ineffective against the brutal and malevolent bloodthirsty apes. If he refrained from utilizing the gamma-ray weapon and allowed Rhodes to wreak havoc on the flying mothership, the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director would not remain his for long. To the southwest of the S.H.I.E.L.D. flying mothership in the experimental testing and detention area. A contingent of combat personnel clad in specialized tactical gear, wielding shimmering blue energy guns, hastily surrounded a room sealed with high-density alloy. Attention, relevant personnel. Please report on the surveillance situation inside the detention room. The imposing leader, wearing a gas mask and aiming a new gamma-ray rifle at the secure door, urgently called for updates from the monitoring personnel. Apologies, the camera equipment has been compromised by the strange blood mist emanating from the bloodthirsty ape. That mist possesses a highly corrosive and potentially toxic nature. The tone of the monitoring personnel was fraught with anxiety, clearly indicating that the situation within the detention room was dire. The combat personnel surrounding the room stood ready, their breaths quickening. As time passed, the 1-meter-thick high-density alloy cage began to show a multitude of red spots. Alert! Be prepared to fire at any moment. The leader's grip tightened around his weapon. His gaze sharpening, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger should the target appear. Tiny red glimmers seeped from the alloy walls, diffusing through the air and settling on any surface that could bear them. All combat personnel, fully equipped and tightly encased in their gear, could easily resist any biochemical toxins. Yet, they remained unaware of the blood mist's true potency. It exerted influence not only on the physical realm, but could also affect the very soul. One of the combat personnel, positioned closer to the front, was swiftly enveloped by the crimson, ominous energy. The blood mist gradually consumed his specially designed synthetic suit, slowly permeating his body. Ultimately, the ominous energy infiltrated his bloodstream, voraciously feeding and dividing, as it flowed into his brain, corrupting his reason and soul. Otter, what is happening to you? The team leader watched in alarm as his comrade, codenamed Otter, suddenly dropped his weapon and began to sway, disoriented. Please, immediately report your condition. What effects has that red mist had on you? The leader shouted anxiously, fearing the invisible nature of this lethal biochemical weapon. This death was particularly insidious, as one could perish without ever seeing their foe. Ugh, I feel so hungry. The eyes of the combatant known as Otter turned a blood-red hue reminiscent of the mist, with saliva tinged slightly pink dribbling from his mouth. Otter, do you still have awareness? This is your final warning. The captain has disengaged the safety on the gamma-ray rifle. Should the Otter indiscriminately launch an attack, it would swiftly meet its demise. I will devour you all. The Otter's physique rapidly withers before one's very eyes. An eerie blood mist emanating from its body. It recklessly lunges at the lead captain, only to have its skull obliterated by a single shot infused with blue energy. In its final moments, the Otter's body erupts, releasing a torrent of blood mist that suspends in the air, converging upon all surrounding matter. Fall back. An unknown bioweapon has emerged. It will induce madness. Immediate lockdown of the southwestern sector is imperative. Those who have come into contact with the blood mist must retreat to the designated quarantine zone. The captain seized the communicator, issuing commands across all channels. This peril cannot be underestimated. Among all threats, biological weapons instill the greatest dread in humanity, for humans are inherently fragile beings. They possess the capacity to obliterate cities with nuclear weapons yet can be effortlessly vanquished by minuscule viruses. As the combat personnel withdrew, this conflict had morphed into an unprecedented form. All base armaments were forcibly activated by Fury, and the staff prepared for evacuation to the spacecraft. He made a decision that would cost him his position as director of SHIELD to exile the flying mothership into the depths of space. The secrets surrounding Rhodes' transition from tantalizing to terrifying. The superhuman abilities he had previously displayed could have been harnessed for rapid human evolution. However, in light of a virus that indiscriminately impacts both matter and human psyche, all humanity would recoil in terror, for such secrets could only herald destruction. On the deck of the mothership, all personnel commenced emergency evacuation, the transport vessels laden with staff. We must accelerate our retreat. The encroachment of the blood mist is still manageable. We must direct the ship into space before it permeates the Earth's atmosphere. This power must not remain on our planet. Fury's composure had shattered. Confronted with an insurmountable force, humanity was ultimately but a mere insect. Director, Captain Red Dragon and the Dragon Slayers are still in the quarantine zone. Should we not? The personnel from the holding chamber watched anxiously as Red Dragon and the others failed to appear. Everyone must evacuate within 3 minutes. This is an order. Fury's gaze turned icy. He was well aware of the tactical teams in the quarantine zone. Yet they bore the unknown virus, and Fury could not risk their release. As the final 3 minutes elapsed, all transport vessels departed the mothership, descending towards the surface. Under the mothership's automated systems, it ascended into space, striving to reach the universe's initial velocity. The engines consumed vast amounts of cube energy, generating tremendous thrust that propelled the mothership ever faster. The atmosphere generated intense heat through friction against the exterior of the ship. Fortunately, the mothership, designed as a prototype for future spacecraft, was constructed from high-temperature resistant materials, preventing it from melting under the atmospheric friction. Before long, the mothership pierced the atmosphere, entering the cosmos, liberated from the constraints of gravity and air resistance. The mothership's velocity surged as it swiftly propelled itself beyond the confines of the solar system. Within the isolation zone of the vessel, a combatant covered in red spots looked helplessly at the Red Dragon, exclaiming, "Captain, have we truly been forsaken?" "Silence. We are making the ultimate sacrifice for humanity." The Red Dragon retorted, gritting his teeth, consumed by anger at the futility of his demise, feeling humiliated by his impending end. "Do you have any final words?" "We can transmit them to the satellites." Although we had already penned our farewell letters, the Red Dragon closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, as warmth began to seep into his body, signaling an insatiable hunger in his mind. "Captain, I'm so hungry." One of the crew members had barely activated the intercom when his body visibly shriveled before their eyes. "Oh no, I'm not ready." With a furious roar, the Red Dragon pressed the gamma-ray rifle against his own head. A hum resonated, followed by an energy beam that plunged him into darkness, leaving behind a robust, headless corpse that disintegrated into a thick mist of blood. Chapter 29, Metamorphosis like a Colossal Steel Eagle. The SHIELD mothership soared through the pitch-black void of space, its surface continuously emanating a crimson mist. This blood mist possessed an eerie, magical quality, relentlessly eroding the hull, tougher than steel. Before long, the roaring engines of the mothership fell silent, and the entire vessel crumbled like sandcastles on a beach, dissolving into a dense blood fog. Astonishingly, this blood mist defied the frigid temperatures of the cosmos, thriving by absorbing radiation from the celestial bodies to sustain its existence. It seemed that as long as energy persisted, the blood mist would never vanish. As the blood mist consumed the towering mothership, a peculiar humanoid figure emerged from its core, a gaunt being with white hair, crimson eyes, and a white monkey tail. Its limbs were elongated and clawed, with jagged teeth reminiscent of a shark's. Sharp, white, red-veined bone spurs protruded from its joints and spine. "Hungry. I am so hungry." The ravenous entity, now Rod, surveyed the surroundings with a fierce crimson glare, only to find nothing edible amidst the void's radiation. A twisted smirk crossed Rod's lips, a reflection of his frustration at the lack of sustenance despite his rare emergence, and he quickly inhaled the enveloping blood mist. The mist, spanning hundreds of meters, was drawn into Rod's emaciated form as if by a vacuum, causing his body to visibly swell. Soon, Rod gradually emerged from his gaunt state, transforming into a muscular man over 6 feet tall, his bare physique robust and powerful, with dark, thick hair cascading like a lion's mane over his shoulders. With sharp brows and striking eyes, he possessed a physique that exuded strength and dominance, his arms as solid as divine metal, each muscle defined and brimming with vigor. A primal aura radiated from him, wild and untamed. His crimson eyes shifted to a deep brown, and the dark red monkey tail behind him thickened impressively. Most notably, his lower body had transformed into a robust and fierce version of Rod. Handsome, powerful, dominant. Rod's current visage epitomizes the zenith of masculine perfection as envisioned by humanity. Any female would be utterly captivated by the potent male pheromones he exudes. His aura had transformed into a gentle crimson hue, infused with a hint of the enigmatic essence reminiscent of the cosmic cube, emanating an air of mysterious spatial energy. Haha, Rod, overwhelmed by the relentless torrent of terrifying power coursing through him, erupted into laughter. Yet, in the vacuum of space, his boisterous mirth went unheard. At this moment, after assimilating the materials and various unique energies from A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Mothership, Rod's corporeal combat prowess soared to an astounding 80 points, and his genes underwent a remarkable transformation under the influence of the insatiable force. However, the material energy possessed by a flying mothership is far beyond this. Although most of the energy was siphoned away by the insatiable power, the remaining fraction that enhanced Rod's physical form was still quite substantial. To his astonishment, he realized he could now disregard the void of space. The bizarre force was truly extraordinary, enabling him to adopt the characteristics of whatever he consumed. Rod was exhilarated by the absence of the Saiyan limitation that previously prevented survival in the cosmic vacuum. He recalled Captain Marvel from the cinematic universe, who, by absorbing the power of the cosmic cube, altered her genetic structure to master the ability to navigate the cosmos freely. It appeared that the driving energy within the mothership was indeed the power of the cosmic cube. Even more wondrously, Rod discovered that the fragments of time and space within him had diminished significantly and within the depths of his consciousness. A mysterious inscription resembling a starfish emerged in the soul space of his Saiyan form. This inscription seemed to harbor a profound spatial power, and Rod felt an instinctive urge that by channeling his energy into this pentagram-like inscription, he could swiftly traverse through space. Yet, an inexplicable sensation lingered, as if something were amiss. It was perplexing and indefinable. However, he felt more invigorated than ever before. I can do whatever I desire. Ha! Rod's laughter echoed. And in that instant, he felt as though all creation existed solely for his amusement. Stretching his form, he connected with the essence of his Saiyan body. An overwhelming force of consumption surged forth from Rod's being, and the meticulously absorbed Saiyan body was swiftly devoured by him, akin to a whale engulfing its prey. Within the soul space, the skin and muscle of the Saiyan form crumbled into dust, merging into Rod's physique until only the bones, veins, and organs remained. Rod's physical combat strength began to ascend once more, as the residual energy within him, still not fully assimilated, was rapidly expended until his strength reached a staggering 100. The surplus energy was nearly depleted, and further absorption would likely lead to hunger. Rod's instincts advised him to avoid starvation in the short term, lest his will succumb entirely. Next, it was time to elevate his energy. Now, he was quite far from Earth. Rod gazed at the resplendent and majestic Saturn, adorned with numerous satellites and rings, and marveled at its beauty. Rod sat cross-legged. An immense surge of energy flowed from the remnants of the Scion's body into his own. The combat power within Rod escalated wildly. 100, 300, 700. The energy ultimately stagnated at 700, yet at this moment, Rod's overall combat prowess reached 800. The total energy amounted to 7 times that of his physical form. Within the Scion race, achieving 10,000 is considered the mark of a high-level warrior, while those above 2,000 are deemed mid-tier warriors, and those below 2,000 are classified as low-level warriors. Correspondingly, the physical limits of Scions are also linked to their combat power. Ordinary low-level Scions, with their diluted bloodline, typically have a physical limit around 100, and their energy capacity is generally 68 times that of their bodies. Mid-level Scions have a significantly higher physical limit, generally hovering around 500, with an energy amplification limit of 920 times. High-level warriors possess a robust Scion bloodline, with physical limits far exceeding 500 and energy amplification surpassing 20 times. This implies that high-level Scion warriors boast combat power of at least 10,000. However, Rod's strongest state only allows for a physical limit of approximately 400, with a combat power amplification akin to that of a mid-level warrior. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he has likely reached his genetic limits within the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, the fusion of the enigmatic power in the two physical forms has enhanced Rod's bodily essence, aiding him in surpassing the genetic constraints of the Scions. Free from these genetic limitations, Rod now possesses the potential for limitless enhancement. Becoming a Super Scion is merely a matter of time. An astounding combat power of 800. Such a terrifying enhancement. Rod grinned, his entire being erupting with a formidable wave of energy, enveloping him in a pale red energy shield imbued with overwhelming pressure. Shield of the gods. We shall settle our accounts in due time. First, I must locate Tony and transform him into my tool, my slave. Rod's innate pride as a Scion became increasingly pronounced. Facing his prey, he no longer exerted the effort of a lion hunting a rabbit. but rather reveled in the leisurely play of a cat toying with a mouse, savoring the hunt after growing bored. Initially, Rod intended for Tony to craft for him a stylish suit of iron armor, but now he held a greater appreciation for his own formidable physique. Disdainful of reliance on external aids, kidnapping Tony was merely a whimsical notion he wished to fulfill. Chapter 30. The Search for Iron Man in the Vast, Boundless Cosmos. The stars shimmered brilliantly. Endless galaxies sparkled against the dark backdrop, resembling fireworks bursting in the night sky. Those twinkling lights, some akin to gentle gazes, others resembling fierce flames, wove together a breathtaking tapestry. The Milky Way appeared as a colossal gem embedded in the void, its brilliance radiating an air of mystery that beckoned one into endless reverie. Along the spiral arms of the Milky Way, countless planets and cosmic dust coexisted, forming a complex yet harmonious cosmic ecosystem. Black holes, stars, planets, and various celestial bodies together orchestrated a magnificent cosmic symphony. Their gravitational forces and halos intertwined, creating a beautiful yet enigmatic tableau. Amidst the vastness of the universe, Earth seemed insignificant. It is a cerulean planet, quietly suspended in the infinite expanse of space. A faint crimson glow darted through the solar system at remarkable speed. Encased within a translucent dome was a humanoid possessing a monkey's tail. Ignoring the vacuum of space, he approached velocities nearing 8 times the speed of sound. To comprehend the terror of such speed, consider that circumnavigating the Earth's equator would take less than 10 hours. Soon, Rod arrived near Earth. However, upon gazing at the moon, which revolved around the planet, a surge of restless energy surged within him. This was the moon. As Rod's words echoed in the air, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. Influenced by the mysterious energy of the moon's unique radiation, the ancient Saiyan genes dormant within him were awakened, unleashing tremendous power. His muscles began to swell at an astonishing rate, and a dense layer of black fur sprouted rapidly across his skin, as rigid as steel needles, enhancing his formidable and fearsome appearance. His mouth gradually expanded, teeth sharpening into menacing fangs that evoked dread. As time passed, Rod's form continued to grow, ultimately transforming into a towering black gorilla, standing several meters tall. His muscles were as unyielding as iron, emanating an overwhelming aura that demanded attention. His eyes glinted with a predatory ferocity, as if capable of devouring all in their path. This terrifying black gorilla was Rod's transformed visage. No longer human, he had become a monstrous being of immense power. His mere presence sent tremors across the planet. At this moment, Rod's battle power reached 8,000. Remarkably, he retained his sanity during the transformation. Gazing at his colossal form, he realized he had not succumbed to madness as one might in the Dragon Ball universe. Could it be that my soul has grown stronger through multiple rebirths? Enlightenment struck Rod. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Never mind. I shall take each step as it comes, having faced death multiple times already. To live is to indulge in one's desires. Rod chuckled to himself. He then swiftly absorbed the radiation energy drifting in the cosmos through his cells, converting it into power, and did not glance at the moon again. After circling Earth for a while, the moon gradually receded from Rod's sight, and he reverted to his normal Saiyan form. Subsequently, he quickly pinpointed Afghanistan's location on the azure globe, drawing from his mental map of the world. Afghanistan is a landlocked country situated in Central Asia, bordered to the north by Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, to the west by Iran, and sharing its southern and eastern borders with Pakistan, with a narrow protrusion to the northeast adjoining China. As Rod drew nearer to Earth, his speed accelerated under the gravitational pull, soon surpassing 10 times the speed of sound. However, upon entering the atmosphere, he encountered immense air resistance. His velocity began to plummet as friction with the atmosphere generated a terrifying barrier of extreme heat, and the air around him quickly diminished. At this moment, Rod resembled a fireball, plummeting swiftly towards Afghanistan. As his speed increased, so did the air resistance, ultimately stabilizing his velocity at 18 times the speed of sound. Above Kunar province in Afghanistan, Rod was employing a practical technique taught to him by Sun Wukong, using his senses to perceive the life forms surrounding him. Soon, he detected all life within an 8-kilometer radius. Is there a cave near the desert? Rod murmured, darting through the Afghan landscape like a streak of lightning. He had found it, as he sensed numerous human presences within a mountain range. A sly smile crept across his face as he descended into the valley like a shooting star. In Afghanistan, the night draped over the land, contrasting with the perpetual daylight of the eastern hemisphere of the United States. Due to relentless oppression, Afghanistan had descended into an unending cycle of warfare. The air was thick with the smoke of conflict, and this once beautiful land lay in ruins, its serene villages ravaged by the flames of war. In the narrow alleyways, the Afghan people toiled to survive, clad in tattered garments, their faces etched with fatigue and despair. The eyes of the children reflected confusion and fear for the future, uncertain of what tomorrow might bring. The war had inflicted immeasurable suffering and sacrifice upon Afghanistan. Countless families had been torn apart, their loved ones scattered in search of livelihood. Medical facilities and schools lay in ruins, leaving the safety of life and basic rights unprotected. Yet, even amid such adversity, the Afghan people exhibited remarkable resilience and unwavering faith. With their meager strength, they strove to reclaim peace and tranquility for their homeland, fully aware of the war's brutality, yearning for the day they could escape its shadow and rebuild their cherished home. However, Tony Stark's invitation by the military to sell the most advanced missile weapon, the Jericho missile, at an American airbase in Afghanistan only served to exacerbate the plight of the innocent civilians there. The debonair Tony Stark, not yet transformed into Iron Man, was ambushed by terrorists armed with Stark Industries weapons as he prepared to depart after testing the Jericho missiles. Injured by the explosion, Tony was subsequently kidnapped by the terrorists. Now, in a desolate mountain range, he was coerced into manufacturing Jericho missiles, fully aware that even upon completion, he would meet his demise at their hands. Thus, Tony resolved to construct the first generation of his armored suit to escape from this den of terror. That night, he was on the brink of completing his makeshift suit, cobbled together from missile parts, with only the final mask and a few loose components left to assemble by dawn, enabling him to become Iron Man, a mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with steel. Later that evening, within the depths of a remote cave, the rhythmic sounds of metal clanging echoed. Clad in a black tank top, Tony wielded a hammer, striking down forcefully upon a piece of molten steel. A circular, luminescent micronuclear reactor protruded from his chest, emitting a blue-white glow. This reactor continuously generated a magnetic force, drawing in the shrapnel that threatened to pierce Tony's vital organs, thereby preventing a fatal injury. "Tony, do you believe we can succeed?" inquired a middle-aged salesman, anxiously adjusting the equipment wiring beside him. "I don't know, Unson. Regardless, they will not spare us. We must take the risk." Tony glanced at the balding translator, who sported a white beard, and resumed his work on the Iron Man suit components. 3 months prior, Tony had been abducted by a terrorist organization that proclaimed itself as freedom fighters, taken to a desolate mountainous region. The valley was littered with various Stark Industries weapons, and the leader of the terrorists had promised that if Stark could produce the infamous Jericho missile in a short time, he would be set free, a promise that was nothing but a deceitful ruse. Nevertheless, in a bid to avoid execution and to protect Eisen, who had also been captured to serve as a translator and assistant, Tony resolved to fight for his life. With his exceptional intellect, he created a micronuclear reactor, which sparked the idea of constructing an armored suit in his mind. In a matter of days, Tony and Einstein worked tirelessly, completing most of the suit's components, awaiting only the final assembly and adjustments to realize the Iron Man suit. Inside the dimly lit cave, several terrorists clad in rudimentary camouflage uniforms ambled aimlessly in the corners. A few of them fixated on a surveillance screen, critiquing the weapons being crafted by Tony and Einstein. "It looks nothing like the pictures. The tail is off, and the front and back are completely reversed." One of the slightly portly leaders, holding a schematic of the Jericho missile's exterior, noted discrepancies between the design and the loose parts being assembled by Tony. "Perhaps it's an improved model?" responded a confused subordinate, also gazing at the monitor. These terrorists lacked understanding of the technological intricacies of the missiles, ultimately losing interest and drifting away to warm themselves. After a while, a bald man scrutinized the surveillance screen, observing Tony testing the joint movements of the Iron Man suit's legs. He touched the faith ring on his ring finger, his mood souring. Chapter 31. The arrival. Not long after, a henchman entered the confinement room, flanked by armed terrorists with assault rifles, escorting the bald man into the space where Tony and Einstein were held. They were compelled to cease their work and anxiously regard the bald man as he strode in with an imposing demeanor. "Do not be tense," he said in fluent English, nonchalantly pushing aside Tony's collar, as if everything were under his control. Bows and arrows were once considered cutting-edge weapons, but today, only those who possess Stark's most advanced weaponry can rule the world. "That person will be me." The bald man fixed a cold stare on Tony, his voice low and arrogant, embodying the air of one who wielded life and death. "Why do you squander my goodwill?" The bald man turned to Eisen, switching to another language, his tone accusatory. "We are working diligently, tirelessly." Einstein's heart tightened, and beads of sweat formed on his palms. He was acutely aware that now was not the time for reckless words. He had to navigate this situation carefully. "Is this how you repay me for sparing your life?" The bald man slowly advanced towards Einstein, his gaze turning icy, akin to a ravenous wolf stalking its prey. The task at hand was intricate, and he had already exerted himself to the fullest. At this moment, Einstein could only advocate for Tony, obscuring the truth. Only once Tony completed the iron armor could he hope to escape this predicament. "Make him kneel." With a commanding voice, the bald man ordered, and his henchmen promptly forced Einstein to the ground. "Do you take me for a fool? I will uncover the truth." Approaching the fire, the bald man seized a pair of tongs and lifted a glowing red piece of iron, letting out a derisive laugh. We have all done our utmost. Ainsin's tone was pleading, tinged with a sense of injustice, clearly attempting to deceive the bald man once more. Open his mouth. The bald man blew on the searing branding iron, the intense heat warping the air around them. His patience had evidently worn thin, and he intended to resort to severe measures. The henchman, understanding the cue, pressed Ainsin's head against the anvil. What was he planning? Tony, sensing the gravity of the situation, urgently inquired about the restrained Ainsin, but Ainsin remained silent, unwilling to drag Tony into this peril. Do you truly think I am a fool? What is going on? Speak the truth. The bald man brandished the heated branding iron menacingly before Ain Sr. He is working on your Jericho missile. Ain Son, maintaining his composure, vehemently defended himself. He could not afford to relent at this critical juncture. The secret of the iron armor must remain concealed. Say that again. The bald man, clearly incensed, found his patience dwindling as Ainsin repeatedly toyed with him. Just as the bald man was about to thrust the branding iron into Ainsin's mouth, a sharp voice interrupted him. What do you want? The delivery date? Tony stepped forward, attempting to intervene, but was met with the threat of a gun from a henchman, signaling him to retreat. I need him. He is valuable. Tony fixed his gaze on the bald man, fully aware that if he did not speak, Ainsin would be rendered useless by these terrorists. The missile assembly must be completed by tomorrow at the latest. The bald man glanced at Tony, then released the tongs, placing the searing iron before Ainsin. Before discarding the tongs and departing with his henchmen, his intimidation had achieved its goal. Since Ainsin still held value, he would be allowed to live until tomorrow. Regardless of whether Tony and Ainsin could produce the missile, they would meet their demise afterward. Not long after the bald man left, Tony helped the shaken Ainsin to his feet. We must accelerate our efforts. Tony comforted him with a pat on the back. In times of adversity, true friendships are revealed, and Tony had come to recognize Ainsin as one of his few genuine allies. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sound of hammers echoed as Tony and Ainsin worked diligently, refusing to slacken their pace. They needed to complete the iron armor before the deadline to escape their dire situation. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from outside the iron door, suggesting that the freedom fighters were under siege. Shouts of anger, cries of anguish, and the relentless explosions of grenades filled the air, painting a grim picture of the brutal battle unfolding outside. What had transpired? Tony paused his work and turned to the side, his gaze falling upon the meticulous and perplexed Ainsin, who exclaimed, I don't know. It seems some terrorists have been attacked. Perhaps the American military has come to rescue you. Ainsin's face lit up with joy at the thought of finally escaping the oppressive darkness of the cave. Help! Open the door! Help! The once spirited bald man pressed against the iron door, shouting in panic, forgetting how to unlock it. Suddenly, a sound erupted like a cannon blast as a robust arm, smeared with crimson and white, shattered the military green metal door, startling both Tony and Ainsin. My God, what manner of creature is that? Ainsin gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that the door could be breached by mere flesh. I don't know, but it's certainly not the military come to save us. Tony felt a chill run down his spine. Faced with this unknown monstrosity and with his armored suit still unassembled, he was filled with trepidation. 5 minutes earlier, outside the expansive valley, a group of mercenaries, known as the Free Warriors, lounged by a fire, while 7 or 8 soldiers stood guard atop the watchtowers. Suddenly, a bright red meteor streaked across the sky. Look, that meteor is curious. One mercenary chuckled as he observed the meteor circling in the air. Indeed, but why does it seem to be coming closer? Another mercenary remarked, noticing the fiery object drawing nearer. Wait, that's a person. Sound the alarm. The mercenary, realizing something was amiss, saw a naked humanoid figure enveloped in a translucent, red shockwave. The sentry on watch also took note of the unusual meteor and immediately sounded the alarm. The warning echoed throughout the valley, stirring the mercenaries into a frenzy. Armed with rifles, they rushed out in droves, while the bald man, wielding a handgun, emerged, flanked by his subordinates. What is happening? Where is the enemy? He shouted sharply. He had initially treated this location as a temporary hideout to evade the American military, but now, startled by the commotion, he feared they had come to confront him. In the sky, a mercenary in windproof camouflage screamed in terror. The bald man and his companions instinctively looked up to see something descending towards them. Enemy attack. Their SA missile. Take cover. The bald man cried out in fear, believing the Americans were launching missiles into the valley. Panic ensued among the Free Warriors as they scrambled for shelter. Boom. With the meteor's impact, a tremendous shockwave reverberated through the valley, dust billowed into the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorched earth. As the dust settled, a tall, strong man with long hair cascading like a lion's mane emerged from the smoldering pit left by the meteor's descent. Is Tony here? Rod surveyed the terrorists before him, who resembled frightened chicks, and spoke with an icy indifference. The assembled terrorists chattered in various languages, clearly commenting on the peculiar figure before them, a humanoid creature sporting a monkey's tail. Some audacious individuals even aimed their rifles at Rod, mocking him. Are you here for Tony? Raise your hands and cover your head. State your intentions, or our guns do not discriminate. The bald man, Leza, calmly aimed his weapon at Rod. Despite the unexpected arrival and imposing stature of over 6 feet, accompanied by a muscular physique that exuded strength, he knew that carbon-based life forms could not escape the devastation wrought by human firearms. In the face of his free fighters, even a herd of elephants could be instantaneously slaughtered by their terrifying firepower. How much less could this man, merely a human with a monkey's tail and a semblance of intimidation, withstand? Even if he possessed a body of steel, Leza could reduce him to scrap metal with a single volley. I detest having a gun pointed at my head. Rod recalled the indignity of being apprehended by S.H.I.E.L.D. not long ago, a surge of pent-up fury igniting within him. An invisible current began to emanate from his being, a tempest erupting around him. A faint crimson aura enveloped Rod, radiating waves of terror throughout the vicinity. The violent gusts of energy lifted dust and debris from the ground, an intangible malevolence casting a shadow over all present. The terrorists felt as if they were being scrutinized by an ancient, colossal beast. You insolent fools. I shall crush each one of you. Rod smirked wickedly, a hint of red light inexplicably glowing in his eyes. Chapter 32. Indeed, I have come to abduct you. The moon hung high in a sparse sky, and the magpies flew southward. The biting cold wind swept through the rugged mountains. In a desolate valley, an array of various firearms emblazoned with the Stark insignia lay neatly arranged. At that moment, all the terrorists aimed their guns at a tall, muscular man with long hair cascading down his shoulders, their expressions tense and tinged with fear. Rod had entered a state of furious rage, radiating intense waves of energy at every moment. Damn it, what are you? Leza, now flustered, had abandoned his previous air of calm superiority. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a yellow-orange bullet, propelled by the kinetic force of Leza's handgun, hurtled toward Rod's forehead. Rod grinned wickedly. To him, the supersonic bullet moved as slowly as a tortoise. With a gentle motion, he raised his hand, effortlessly grasping the incoming bullet and pinching it between his thumb and middle finger. Infused with a surge of energy, he flicked it like a peanut, sending it hurtling toward a mercenary beside Leza. The bullet, propelled from Rod's grasp, struck with the force of a cannon, instantly obliterating the mercenary's skull, and continued its trajectory, creating a man-sized crater in the rock wall behind Leza and his comrades. Crimson and ivory splattered across Leza and the mercenaries encircling him, a chilling sensation coursing through all the terrorists. Fire! Quickly, shoot! Leza shrieked in terror, hastily retreating behind his men. After all, one's life is paramount. It suffices for a leader to command without risking personal peril. He often feigned a ruthless demeanor to intimidate his subordinates, but when the moment of truth arrived, he was the first to shirk responsibility and flee. Rat-a-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat! Boom! An uncountable barrage of bullets surged towards Rod, interspersed with several explosive grenades hurled his way. Humph! Boring. Rod's energy shield effortlessly deflected every projectile, and he surged forth like a bolt of lightning, dispatching several mercenaries into a mist of crimson with mere fists and feet. Rod had grown weary of such toy-like firearms. The attacks felt as harmless as rubber bullets, akin to a gentle breeze that offered no more than a mere massage. What manner of monster is this? I must find shelter. The bald Leza felt a chill run down his spine, hastening into the cave. He could no longer bear to witness Rod, a harbinger of death and destruction. Run. He is a devil. Help. Divine being, save me. Do not approach. Mother, I promise I shall never disobey you again. Please take me back. Oh God, is it too late for my repentance? Despairing cries echoed as, with each passing moment on the battlefield, a mercenary was reduced to a mist of blood by Rod's terrifying might. The more he killed, the more fervent he became, eventually shedding his explosive state and relying solely on his physical prowess for carnage. One must understand that Rod's physical strength boasted a combat power exceeding 100, effortlessly overwhelming ordinary humans. However, without his explosive state, the devastation was not as exaggerated. He left behind mangled remains rather than mere blood mist. Rod's form was drenched in the blood and pulverized flesh of his enemies, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of a sanguine hell. Huddled within the cave, Leza trembled as the sounds of gunfire and screams faded into silence. He had never witnessed such brutal and terrifying carnage. Even the seasoned killer gasped in shock. He was accustomed to wielding firearms and knives, allowing him to view intact corpses. In contrast, Rod's victims were often unrecognizable. If fortunate, one might glimpse dismembered fragments. If unfortunate, they simply dissolved into a mist. Under the cloak of night, Rod's visage remained obscured, but the malevolent red glimmer in his eyes shone through his cascading hair. His towering, muscular frame, coupled with his sinuous movements, rendered him a fearsome beast from afar. No. Please, I will do anything. The last remaining slightly plump mercenary leader trembled as Rod approached, collapsing onto the ground in a heap. Before long, the unmistakable stench of urine and feces wafted from him, a clear indication that he had lost control under Rod's terrifying presence. Disgusted, Rod muttered a curse and circumvented the filthy mercenary leader, making his way towards the cave. However, just as the mercenary leader exhaled a sigh of relief, believing he had narrowly escaped doom, a small, pale red orb, no larger than a ping-pong ball, coalesced in Rod's hand and shot towards him with the ferocity of thunder. A crisp sound of energy annihilation echoed, and within a radius of several meters, the mercenary leader was utterly obliterated, leaving behind only a smooth, circular indentation on the ground. The dimly lit corridor of the cave was shrouded in darkness, yet to Rod, it was as luminous as day. This was due to the remarkable enhancement of his genes through the energy of the space gem, granting him extraordinary evolution. Both night vision and survival in a vacuum were effortless feats for him. As Rod continued deeper into the cavern, an antiquated surveillance screen came into view, displaying Tony and Ensign, both looking utterly bewildered, evidently unaware of the commotion Rod had just caused. Haha, I found the right place. It seems this is it. Rod chuckled lightly before pressing on. Soon, he encountered the bald and disheveled Laza, who was leaning against an iron door, shouting frantically. In the dim light, Laza's bald head gleamed ominously. What a shiny head. I almost want to smash it. Rod grinned cruelly, his form flickering as he appeared before the bald man. Before Laza could utter a word, Rod unleashed a fist the size of a sandbag that obliterated Laza's skull, crashing through the hard iron door behind him. Is anyone there? Is it Tony? Rod withdrew his hand, peering through the gaping hole he had created in the iron door, nonchalantly inquiring. Ugh, what the hell? Do you know him? He seems to be looking for you. Ensign stammered, visibly shaken. I have no idea. I can't ascertain what his intentions are. Tony, unfamiliar with such a fearsome individual, would never jump to conclusions without understanding the situation. Well then, I shall enter. Rod, with no pretense, grasped the iron door and effortlessly ripped it off its hinges, tossing it behind him into the shadowy tunnel. What the hell? Tony exclaimed, startled by Rod's sheer brute strength, which oddly stirred a sense of admiration within him. Good heavens! This is truly a monster. Ensign thought in astonishment, though he dared not voice it. Who knew what temperament this creature possessed? Offending him could cost him dearly. Naked and smeared with blood, Rod gradually stepped from the dark tunnel into a brightly lit confinement chamber, where the enormous little Rod proudly swayed. My word, that is enormous. Tony Stark, standing at around 175 meters, gazed at Rod, towering nearly 2 meters like a savage beast, exclaiming in astonishment. You must be Tony. I'm here to abduct you. Rod flashed a wicked smile at Tony, whose chest housed a miniature nuclear reactor. Thank you for coming. Wait, you're here to kidnap me? Tony instinctively thought Rod was there to rescue him, only to be taken aback by Rod's shocking revelation. But upon reconsideration, he realized that no one would send a powerful, naked superhuman to save someone. Indeed, I have come to abduct you. Rod nodded seriously. Follow me. I believe you're all intelligent individuals. Otherwise, you shall end up resembling those uncouth individuals. A benign smile graced Rod's handsome face. Were it not for the gruesome bloodstains in the earlier scene of him brutally smashing Raz's skull and forcefully breaching the door, one might genuinely mistake him for a cheerful and amiable youth. Chapter 33, Spatial Transmission within the dimly lit cave. A heavy stench of blood permeated the air. The weather was frigid, and the metallic scent of rust faintly lingered. Due to the murky light, Tony and Ensign, trailing behind Rod, failed to notice the bodies beneath their feet, which were crushed and indistinguishable, merely feeling the ground as soft and sticky. It was only when they reached a relatively well-lit area with surveillance screens that a horrific vision of a blood-soaked hell unfolded before their eyes. Shattered flesh, bone fragments, and disembodied eyes were strewn across the floor. Some remnants barely resembled human forms, identifiable only by half a skull. To avoid meeting such a fate, you must obediently comply. Rod displayed an innocent and carefree smile, as if the recent carnage had been nothing more than a game. Ugh. Tony, the pampered playboy, had never witnessed such grotesque brutality and was immediately overwhelmed by the horrifying scene, retching uncontrollably. Oh my heavens. Even Ensign, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a wave of nausea and fear wash over him at the sight of such inhumane carnage. All right, gentlemen, from this moment forward, you are my slaves. I trust you will carry out your duties faithfully. Otherwise, your dashing master might become quite displeased. Rod cast a cruel smile at the two, who were beginning to acclimate to the gruesome sight before them, as if warning them against any mischief. By the way, I shall test the new skill I just acquired. Recalling the pentagram-shaped spatial rune within his soul space, Rod felt a surge of mischief. He established a connection with the spatial rune, channeling a mysterious force into it. The rune shimmered with a radiant light, and in an instant, a star-shaped spatial rift rapidly formed before him. Beyond the rift lay an entirely different and mysterious realm, filled with dense rainforests, though the sky remained cloaked in night. Step inside. Rod glanced at the two, eager for them to venture forth and explore the unknown. For now that he was the master, exploiting his subordinates was a fundamental skill. Yet, he felt uncertain about using the spatial rune for the first time. Unsure if this portal would have any unforeseen side effects. Tony began to protest, but Ensign interrupted him, pulling him toward the spatial rift. Ensign, what are you doing? Tony questioned softly as he was pushed forward. Just obey. Otherwise, we might end up like those unfortunate souls on the ground. Ensign understood Tony's inherent pride, yet in this dire situation, one must bow their head. Compliance was essential for survival. Otherwise, they would truly become nothing more than the remnants littering the floor. Observing as Ensign and Tony sequentially entered the portal without incident, Rod felt reassured enough to follow them into the unfamiliar rainforest. As Rod severed the flow of energy feeding into the spatial rune, the pentagram-shaped fissure gradually closed, reverting to a previously stable state, as if the rift had never existed. Rod sighed in relief. It seemed the power of the spatial rune was indeed stable. He had feared that an issue with the rift could lead to undesirable outcomes. However, it appeared that all was well for now. Excuse me, sir? Where shall we go next? Ensign inquired cautiously, observing Rod's distracted demeanor. Let me think. I'm not sure. Perhaps we should just wander, Rod replied, suddenly feeling a sense of disorientation in this alien environment. It seemed as though something essential was missing from within him. A frown creased Rod's brow as a familiar sensation tugged at his mind, yet he could not quite grasp it. In that moment, he felt an emptiness, akin to a spiritual void. Let us proceed, wherever that may lead, Rod muttered absently, now aware that his situation was precarious. The second entry into the state of hunger had robbed him of a crucial part of his will and reason. He needed to regain it swiftly. Although the lost fragment could not be resurrected, it could be filled with other aspects of the spirit. I require the soul gem. Rod suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, the quest was to find the soul gem. Will and reason stem from the strength of the spirit, and Rod, having lost part of his humanity, increasingly felt himself slipping into a state of unreality, at risk of losing himself entirely and descending once more into hunger. Should this occur repeatedly, he might irrevocably transform into a mindless hunger. I can no longer afford to starve, nor can I kill so readily. Rod recalled the crimson glow that had emanated from his eyes during his acts of violence, as if he were consuming something intangible, the very souls of his victims. The hunger would continuously devour souls during his killings, growing ever stronger. The more potent the hunger became, the greater the toll on his reason and will. Lost in thought, Rod unwittingly arrived at a chaotic human settlement resembling a honeycomb, clearly a slum. Dilapidated structures clung to the hillside, huddled together in close quarters. Most of these dwellings were constructed from worn wooden planks and corrugated metal, with roofs in tatters and walls mottled and faded. The narrow alleys crisscrossed like a labyrinth, permeated by an indescribable stench. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, yet it could not dispel the gloom of the slum. Children chased and played in the cramped passageways, their laughter a jarring contrast to the surrounding desolation. A group of women sat at doorways, mending clothes while engaging in hushed conversation. Meanwhile, men busied themselves transporting goods or hammering away in rudimentary workshops. Where are those two? Rod suddenly realized, having been lost in thought for quite some time. Sir, shall we take a moment to rest? Ensign gasped for breath, his body marred by numerous injuries inflicted by sharp branches. Beside him, Tony appeared equally disheveled, his heels seeping black blood, a clear indication of a snake bite that had been hastily treated, leaving him visibly weakened as the venom took its toll. You two haven't fled. Rod expressed his surprise, having been lost in thought and oblivious to the plight of these two companions. Sir, we were not intending to leave you. Ensign spoke with a veneer of respect, masking his genuine suffering. Did they dare to escape? Unless they were weary of life itself and desired to be reduced to mere fragments by Rod. Since you are so perceptive, do make yourselves comfortable. I am a merciful and wise master. Now that you are here, find me a place to reside and procure an outfit for me. You are intelligent individuals. I hope you do not disappoint me. Rod flashed his characteristic harmless smile at Tony and Ensign, giving Tony a gentle pat on the back. A soothing warmth enveloped Tony, coursing through his body and expelling the snake venom before returning to Rod. Rod contemplated the situation, deciding to allow some time for reflection. His mind was greatly unsettled, and he could not afford any reckless actions that might expose him to further incursions on his sanity. He sought a place to settle temporarily to gradually mend his spirit, while adapting to his surging power and exploring the new abilities that accompanied his transformation. Chapter 34. Is the money sufficient? Beneath the congested buildings lay a labyrinth of narrow alleys. Without familiarity, one could easily become disoriented. A bald man and another adorned with a glowing iron plate on his chest scanned their surroundings anxiously. Ensign, this place is so convoluted. We might be able to use it to escape. Do you speak the local language? It sounds somewhat like a Brazilian accent. Tony, clad in a black tank top, pulled Ensign into a secluded alley, glancing around nervously for any sign of Rhodes. Ensign, shouldn't we try to communicate with the outside world? Perhaps we can summon someone from America to rescue you. Ensign whispered urgently to Tony, wary of Rhodes overhearing. Indeed, your suggestions are quite astute. Suddenly, two hands rested on the shoulders of Tony and Ensign, a calm, warm voice resonating in their ears, yet to them, it felt like the whisper of a demon. I sensed you were a bit slow, so I took a leisurely stroll and grew bored. Where do you plan to run off to? Rhodes, clad in a casual light gray tracksuit, materialized beside them. His acute hearing had long informed him of their unease, but he paid it no mind. Confident they could not escape his grasp. It was merely a distraction to pass the time with them. Sir, we did not express a desire to flee. We were merely discussing finding a place to stay, Ensign responded, adopting a more submissive demeanor, willing to concede when necessary. He speaks the truth. We're simply deliberating on finding a place to reside, Tony stammered, clearly uncomfortable with this deceptive approach. Your attempts to flee are inconsequential to me, but there exists a singular condition. You must defeat me, by whatever means necessary. Should you manage to conquer me, you may go wherever you desire. Otherwise, you will obediently serve as my subordinates. Is that understood? The grip of Rhodes upon their shoulders tightened, an overwhelming psychological pressure emanating from him, rendering them breathless. Understood. Understood, sir. Ensign, intimidated by Rhodes' formidable aura, felt as if he were being scrutinized by an ancient behemoth. Address me as boss. Rhodes patted Ensign's shoulder, pleased with his compliance. As for Tony, this Na'vi youth would require a more thorough reprimanding later. Are you unwilling to comply? I grant you a chance. Before you defeat me, I shall fulfill all your requests. However, prior to that, you are to serve me, Rhodes remarked with intrigue, observing Tony's defiant expression. What if you keep assigning me menial tasks? How would I find the time to defeat you? Tony retorted coldly, unafraid of confrontation. Every genius possesses a sense of pride, and he was no exception. I am not negotiating terms with you. I am merely extending a benevolent offer. You are but a mere reservation for one of my playthings. Rhodes scoffed, tapping Tony's arc reactor mockingly. Very well, I accept your challenge. However, I require some special materials. Can you procure them for me? Tony, unable to contain his indignation after being belittled by Rhodes, had never been so insulted in his life. I have stated that I will meet all your requirements. Rhodes huffed, somewhat irritated by this obstinate individual. Yet, recognizing the cleverness that could provide him with amusement, he had no intention of resorting to violence. Those materials are not easily obtained. Are you certain you can acquire them? Tony questioned skeptically, aware that the uranium and plutonium he required were heavily regulated by the government. Without the proper credentials, one would not even know where to find such substances. He would either need the audacity to defy governmental authority or possess connections with high-ranking officials to obtain them easily. Alternatively, he would need to manufacture them himself. Except for the second option, the rest seemed fantastical. Wait. A person capable of opening portals standing before him made the notion of the extraordinary seem less improbable. A glimmer of excitement danced across Tony's face, while Rhodes remained oblivious, his stomach audibly growling. All right, gentlemen, enough chatter. It is time to find a place to eat. I am famished. Rhodes flashed an innocuous smile at the increasingly paranoid duo before leisurely departing the alley. Is this truly the conclusion? At that moment, both Ensign and Tony found the situation surreal, sensing that Rhodes was overly presumptuous. This scenario implied either that Rhodes possessed absolute strength and confidence or that he was merely a fool. Inside a modest yet relatively tidy restaurant, Brazilian patrons gathered, occasionally erupting in astonished exclamations. They encircled Rod, who was voraciously devouring his meal. The dining table, scarcely more than a meter wide, was piled high with plates resembling small mountains, as the sweat-laden waitstaff hurriedly delivered dishes. Yet, no sooner had the food been placed beside Rod than it was consumed entirely in the blink of an eye. The restaurant, though not overly large, could comfortably accommodate dozens of customers, but at present, all the chefs and waitstaff were primarily attending to Rod. His consumption rate and quantity surpassed that of a table filled to capacity. The owner, grinning broadly, was delighted. This single patron's feast could equate to a week's worth of business for his establishment, unless he intended to dine and dash. Wait, surely he was here to abscond without payment. The owner's expression suddenly soured. If Rod truly intended to leave without settling the bill, it would spell disaster for him. Sir, we are a modest establishment. Currently, our supplies are insufficient, and our funds are rather tight. Would you be so kind as to provide some payment to facilitate the purchase of additional ingredients? The owner implored with a smile, leaning toward Rod. No money. Rod replied nonchalantly, then took a hearty bite of the veal leg in his hand. Sir, do not jest. You clearly possess a distinguished demeanor. How could you possibly default? The owner forced a smile, yet refrained from speaking out of turn. After all, Rod exuded an aura of formidable intimidation, and with his robust physique and striking appearance, The owner could not ascertain Rod's intentions and dared not provoke him. "Ah, I quite appreciate your manner of speech. You seek money, do you? Quite simple." Rod licked his lips, then rose to his feet and strode to the entrance of the restaurant. "Everyone present, hand over your money." Rod flashed a devilish grin and, with a single punch, shattered the cash register, extracting a wad of coins from the debris. "What do you intend to do?" A burly waiter approached Rod, his stature imposing. Rod shot a frigid glare at the advancing waiter, a wave of terrifying energy emanating from him, although the waiter appeared slightly heavier. He was a head shorter than Rod, whose muscular build strained against his athletic attire, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. The waiter felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast. "Aye." The waiter's words faltered as Rod gently shoved him, sending him crashing onto a wooden table, which splintered under the impact, rendering the waiter unconscious. "I have no desire to take a life today. Comply and hand over the cash to the owner." Rod thrust the coins into the owner's chest and returned to his seat. "What are you standing there for? Hurry. Serve the food." Rod bellowed at the stunned onlookers, casting a shadow of dread over the entire establishment. "Quickly, bring forth the dishes. Hurry," the owner implored, his face drawn in distress, spurring the terrified staff into action. Regaining their wits, the staff, trembling, made their way to the kitchen to urge the chefs to expedite their work. The surrounding patrons obediently surrendered their cash to the owner. "Is there enough money?" Rod inquired, gnawing on the veal leg, grease coating his hands and lips. Indeed, it could not be more sufficient. The restaurant owner was engulfed in despair. Rod's recent behavior had unequivocally demonstrated that he was a ruthless bully. Now, feeling vulnerable, he could only swallow his pride, yet he secretly harbored resentment towards Rod. It is essential to recognize that anyone capable of conducting business in the slums of Brazil likely possesses some connections to the underworld. The owner intended to contact the Brazilian gang as soon as Rod finished his meal and departed, hoping to teach this arrogant individual a lesson. Chapter 35. The massage parlor within the crowded slum, a relatively tidy restaurant, was enveloped in an unusual silence, interrupted only by the sounds of diners and the clattering of stacked plates. "Ugh, I'm full," Rod exclaimed, standing up to face a mountain of plates before him. "I'm leaving. The food was decent. I'll return next time." He waved dismissively, indicating he needed no escort, and strode toward the restaurant's entrance. With a forceful push, he shattered the inward opening door. "This door lacks quality. It needs improvement next time." Rod shook his head, offering constructive feedback to the owner. Upon witnessing Rod's departure, the owner finally exhaled in relief, grateful to have sent off this calamity. "Ah, you all take him to the hospital. I'll make a call in the kitchen." He sighed as he glanced at the robust waiter lying unconscious on the ground. In the kitchen, the owner retrieved a small touchscreen phone, reminiscent of an old model, and dialed a number. "Hello, is this the Macaulay brothers? A man has dined and dashed at my establishment, and I require your assistance. I'll treat you to dinner afterward and express my gratitude with a token of appreciation." After concluding the call, he felt a pang of regret. Had Rod not mentioned his intention to return, he would not have contemplated resorting to the gang for help. In the owner's eyes, both the gang and Rod were unsavory characters. However, he still resolved to seek the gang's aid. Having navigated the Rosina district for so long, he was aware that some gangs adhered to their word, while Rod was nothing more than a common brigand. After his meal, Rod was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound emptiness. Despite being satiated, he found life to be dull and devoid of excitement. "This is troubling. That strange entity is affecting my mindset." Rod furrowed his brow, finally recognizing the gravity of the situation. He had refrained from taking a life. Yet the malevolent spirit lurking within him had not consumed his soul and was now manifesting its displeasure. "I am the master. You shall not have the chance to emerge." Rod clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as he forcefully suppressed the entity's influence with his willpower. Having temporarily quelled the entity's impact, Rod began to meander through the slum, seeking to cultivate his spirit and gradually mend his emotional void. 1 hour later, a group of menacing thugs clad in tank tops roamed the slums, brandishing knives and clubs as they searched for their quarry. "Hey, have you seen a man nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a light gray tracksuit?" One lean, pallid bald man covered in tattoos grabbed a passerby and inquired. "Not a clue." The passerby mumbled, eager to avoid involvement. "Damn it, you know nothing and still dare to wander around." The bald thug, noticing that the passerby was oblivious, swiftly delivered a kick to his backside. "Hey, do you know where that long-haired man is?" The bald thug, accompanied by his lackeys, brazenly interrogated another passerby. "I have a vague impression. He seemed to have turned east into a narrow alley." The passerby, keenly aware of the potential repercussions of a careless response, promptly provided the information. This gang of thugs, under their leader's orders, was scouring the area for Rod, who had reportedly dined and dashed while injuring a waiter, and they were determined to give him a proper reckoning. Known for their nefarious deeds, these thugs typically extorted the common folk and collected exorbitant debts. Today, however, they relished the rare opportunity to enact justice, their spirits high with anticipation. After searching for half an hour, they finally halted in front of a massage parlor. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. How about we indulge in a proper massage before hunting down that freeloading fool? The bald thug gazed at the alluring women outside the massage parlor, licking his lips in appreciation. Excellent idea, boss. I wholeheartedly agree. His subordinates cheered enthusiastically at their leader's generous suggestion. Since you're all in agreement, you can keep watch outside while I make a quick visit. The bald thug nodded with satisfaction, then restrained a subordinate eager to rush into the parlor, walking in alone amidst the discontented glances of his gang. You lot are too timid to even consider treating me to a massage? Just a bunch of fodder thinking there's something special. He scoffed internally as he was warmly greeted by the masseuse, who wrapped her arms around his waist as they entered the establishment. Oh, you've come for a massage so early today. The heavily made-up masseuse cooed, leaning flirtatiously against the bald thug's shoulder. Bring Lila out. The thug, visibly annoyed, pushed away a nearby middle-aged woman adorned with heavy makeup. Lila is attending to other clients. I'm the only one here for now. The middle-aged masseuse, feeling slighted, pouted and turned away in frustration. How dare she let Lila serve him? Everyone knew Lila was his exclusive favorite. Suddenly, the bald thug's temper flared, and he shouted. Wait a moment. Who are the important figures inside? Being a small-time leader himself, he was no fool. He understood the importance of being cautious. If he were to offend someone significant, his future could be quite troublesome. No, that man looks unfamiliar. But he is undeniably handsome, with long hair and a strong physique. Lila is truly fortunate. The middle-aged masseuse remarked enviously, coveting the man being attended to by Lila. Wait, you mentioned long hair. Was he wearing a light gray tracksuit? The bald thug suddenly grasped the middle-aged masseuse's shoulders, urgently inquiring. How do you know? You're hurting me, she protested, pushing his hand away with a playful pout. What a stroke of luck. I've stumbled upon the information without much effort. In an intimate massage room, dimly lit by soft pink lights, a towering, muscular man reclined in a massage chair, clad only in his underwear, while a youthful and graceful woman with lustrous black hair indulged in his physique with an air of fascination. Her hands, adorned with massage oil, glided over his chiseled chest and sculpted abdomen, as if she were enchanted by his strength and allure. What a robust and handsome man. How I long to possess him. Lila thought, her face flushing with warmth and her body aflame with desire. Unconsciously, her delicate hands reached out towards the man. Rod, behave yourself and focus on your massage. Rod coolly reprimanded as he seized Lila's wandering hand, his divine physique untainted by such base desires. Lila, her expression pained, withdrew her hand, revealing a prominent red mark left by his grip. She mistakenly believed he had tightened his hold as a reminder, unaware that he had exerted no real force. Otherwise, her hand would have been shattered. Suddenly, the door to the massage room burst open with a resounding crash, and a bald thug, flanked by 7 or 8 menacing henchmen wielding knives and clubs, stormed in. You're the bastard who dined and dashed and laid hands on someone, aren't you? How dare you continue your massage? Kneel before me. The bald thug approached Rod, brandishing a machete, and mockingly slapped Rod's face, which was still resting peacefully. What is happening? Lila, startled by the intruders, felt a surge of panic but mustered the courage to inquire, recalling how fondly the man had treated her. I have no desire to take a life at this moment. I offer you a chance to live. Depart immediately, Rod declared, unperturbed by the threatening presence surrounding him. Instead motioning for Lila to continue her massage. How dare you remain defiant when death is upon you? I will slay you. The bald thug, enraged, raised his machete and swung it towards Rod's chest, intending merely to instill fear rather than to kill. A thunderous explosion erupted, catching the henchmen off guard as their leader was instantly reduced to a gruesome spectacle, his remains scattered throughout the massage room. I truly detest killing. But that does not imply I lack the capability, Rod remarked, licking the blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with a savage crimson light. Ah, Lila, having never witnessed such a gruesome scene, shrieked in terror, only to be overwhelmed by Rod's immense force, her body disintegrating into a mist of flesh, showering the room and the remaining thugs. How irritating, Rod exclaimed, disdainfully probing his ears with a finger. Monsters? How rude. I have no tolerance for impolite individuals. A cruel smile curled upon his lips, and the chaos continued as bodies were struck with tremendous force, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. All present were reduced to mere fragments of flesh, the gruesome scene transforming the massage room into a blood-soaked inferno. The tedium of the mindless slaughter ignited a yearning within Rod to engage in a genuine battle. He twisted his neck, unleashing a surge of energy that cleansed him of the sanguine stains, before donning his attire and departing from the massage establishment. Sir, are you all right? I heard something inside. A middle-aged masseuse approached Rod with concern, only to meet her demise as he effortlessly crushed her skull. How tiresome. I've succumbed to the urge to kill once more. Rod flicked the blood from his hands and left the massage parlor without a second glance. as though he had merely dispatched a flock of poultry. Not long after his exit, while meandering through the slums, an oppressive sensation enveloped Rod, as if something within him was on the verge of breaking free. Damn, I must confine myself. His eyes began to glimmer with a sinister crimson light, an evident harbinger of the impending emergence of the ravenous force. A brutal aura radiated from Rod, instilling fear across several miles. Some feeble-minded residents succumbed to unconsciousness under the weight of his imposing presence. Damn it, do they truly perceive me as a pushover, attempting to control me? Rod struggled against the insidious influence of the ravenous will, propelling himself skyward with increasing altitude until he reached a state of explosive energy. Chapter 36. Tony awakens in the vacuum of outer space. A figure floated serenely beyond the Earth's atmosphere, unperturbed by the absence of air. His eyes glowed crimson as he clutched his head, tormented by an internal struggle against a peculiar force. Shortly thereafter, the scarlet hue in his eyes subsided, returning to normal as he sat cross-legged, entering a profound meditative state. Energy radiation from the cosmos began to be slowly refined and absorbed by Rod, resulting in a gradual increase in his previously stagnant power. Within the enigmatic and expansive realm of his soul, Rod's will converged solely upon the remnants of his Saiyan form. As his consciousness scanned this broken vessel, he ultimately detected a mysterious red energy point. Found you, you wretched creature, hiding here all along. Rod immediately harnessed his willpower to seal the red point within his soul space. The power emanating from it was indeed the ravenous force. This is merely a temporary fix. Rod sighed in resignation. Although he had sealed the breach of the ravenous power, it would inevitably resurface when he fell into a state of hunger. But at least he would not have to worry about the ravenous force consuming his soul and growing stronger during his killings. I currently lack a stable environment for cultivation. I shall create one myself. Rod exited his meditative state, his consciousness returning to his corporeal form. He then erupted forth, enveloped in a pale red aura, hurtling swiftly towards Brazil. 10 minutes earlier, in the Rocinha slum of Brazil, Tony and Ensign were leisurely strolling while engaging in a serious discussion. Ensign, I believe we should first reach out to the Americans. We must at least try to see if we can escape. I have no desire to waste away in this godforsaken place. Tony swatted away the blood-sucking mosquito clinging to his shoulder, sending its lifeless body flying, and spoke earnestly. Tony, I understand your intentions, but I am not afraid of that monster. I fear the desperation that could drive it to act irrationally. What if it takes us hostage? That would render our efforts futile. Perhaps we could communicate discreetly and bide our time. It would be prudent to adopt a strategy of temporary concession. In response to Tony's suggestion, Eason further elaborated, asserting that they could maintain a facade with Rhodey while awaiting the opportune moment to strike decisively. However, very well. I intend to complete the Iron Man suit that I left unfinished. Tony, possessing an indomitable spirit, was reluctant to submit to anyone. Yet, considering the brutal nature of the creature that was Rhodey, he deemed it necessary to fashion a suit for a semblance of security. I shall borrow a telephone. Tony and Eason approached a newsstand, where they spotted a landline phone and hurried over. However, they were met with a barrage of newspapers, all featuring headlines about Tony. Article 1. Playboy Tony Stark abducted by terrorists, brutally executed. Article 2. The former arms dealer meets his demise in warfare, Tony Stark. Article 3. Terrorists, devoid of humanity, perish alongside Tony Stark, accompanied by gruesome images from the cavern. Article 4. The shattered remains of Tony Stark discovered, funeral imminent. Article 5. Obadiah Stane, a stalwart of Stark Industries, organizes a grand funeral for Tony. Article 6. Pepper Potts, heartbroken, announces her departure from Stark Industries. Hey, friend. You bear an uncanny resemblance to Tony Stark. Perhaps you could impersonate him, quipped the slightly overweight newsstand owner, observing Tony's dazed demeanor. How is that possible? I cannot be dead, Tony exclaimed, feeling a surge of anxiety. He had indeed escaped, and needed to make a call to ascertain the truth. Tony, don't. Eason, sensing something was amiss, rushed over. Upon seeing the headlines, he understood that Tony was now in a state of distress, utterly incapacitated by confusion. He grasped Tony's hand firmly. The authorities would not declare your death without reason. There must be someone orchestrating this. Your identity is now ambiguous, and if you are exposed, those who wish you dead will surely eliminate you to prevent any verification of your existence, having lived through many trials. Eason was well acquainted with the treachery and ruthlessness prevalent among the upper echelons of power. Then I must call Pepper. Tony's emotions frayed, and he found himself at a loss as to whom to trust. If the officials claimed he was presumed dead, only those closest to him could validate his demise. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. They could not simply acknowledge his death. Thus, the betrayers could only be those he regarded as family, Stan, and his intimate confidant, Pepper. Tony, can't you see the situation clearly? Stop deceiving yourself. Eason admonished him sharply, feeling pained that his friend was ensnared in such a predicament. Eason, I need some time alone. Tony replied, his spirits low, yearning for a quiet place to contemplate his thoughts. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged, and a tall, robust figure swiftly ascended into the sky. That figure was none other than Rhodes, a familiar face to both Ian and Tony. My goodness, the creature can actually fly, and at such a rapid pace. Upon realizing that the figure soaring above was Rhodes, Ian was left utterly astonished, feeling that the prospect of escape was dwindling by the moment. Flight. Such formidable power. I understand now. A sudden epiphany struck Tony. He recalled that to escape from the terrorists who had imprisoned him in a cave, he had needed the Iron Man suit, and to defeat Rhodes, he might require it as well. More importantly, returning to America to reclaim his identity would necessitate the suit as a foundation of strength. With great power, he could face peril and adversity without fear. Remembering Rhodes' audacious demeanor, Tony felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Great strength could conquer all challenges. The reason he found himself trapped here was precisely due to his lack of formidable power. Tony suddenly realized that after years of aimless wandering, he finally had a purpose: to acquire the strength to defeat Rhodes and reclaim everything that belonged to him upon his return to America. 3 days later, in New York, the skyline was a juxtaposition of towering buildings and bustling traffic, starkly contrasting the high-end neighborhoods and apartments with the squalor of the city's slums, reflecting the extravagance of capitalism and the exploitation of the common folk. Within a towering edifice, what appeared to be an ordinary corporate office concealed an underground realm of advanced technologies far beyond contemporary standards. Indeed, this was the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D., in a spacious, sunlit office situated atop a skyscraper. A middle-aged man with golden hair and a cigar in hand gazed thoughtfully out at the sun-drenched streets of New York, his eyes imbued with depth. Nick Fury. Little did you know, you have unwittingly invited trouble upon yourself. I was just contemplating how to apprehend you, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. A silver-haired gentleman chuckled wryly, feeling quite pleased with himself. He then opened an envelope and began to read a letter printed on paper embossed with the watermark of a 9-headed serpent. That bastard has stolen my tesseract, and he has defected with several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Pierce seethed, gnashing his teeth in fury. He then ignited the cigar and set fire to the envelope and letter, the flames reflecting in his eyes, mirroring the inferno of rage burning within him. Chapter 37. Recuperation within the stifling soda processing plant. Machines on the assembly line hummed incessantly as empty glass bottles were methodically filled with a yellow-green fizzy drink. Workers, drenched in sweat, mechanically toiled at the antiquated machinery, clad uniformly in blue work attire, their eyes devoid of any spark or enthusiasm for their labor. Hey, folks. They are going to be your new bosses. Get acquainted. A middle-aged man with slightly graying hair and a receding hairline, dressed in a suit and exuding the demeanor of a shrewd businessman, rubbed his hands together from a high iron walkway. The crowd's attention slowly converged on a tall, handsome man of imposing stature, flanked by a tall, balding figure and a bearded man. All right, Mr. Rod, let us proceed to the office to discuss the acquisition in earnest. The factory owner, brimming with anticipation, led Rod and his companions toward the office of the processing plant. In stark contrast to the stifling heat of the factory floor, the office, though not opulent, was clean, spacious, and adorned with a refreshing air conditioning system. The sagacious and illustrious Mr. Rod, here is the acquisition contract. Please peruse it, and, should there be no objections, kindly affix your signature. The factory owner, exuding obsequiousness, was visibly exhilarated, as if on the cusp of a windfall. No need to review. Rod dismissively waved his hand, plopping down into the leather chair that befitted a proprietor, and casually signed the contract. Are you certain, dear and dashing Mr. Rod, that you wish to invest $3 million to acquire this factory? The factory owner, witnessing Rod's lavish demeanor, questioned once more, sensing an air of incredulity. Indeed, I shall purchase it. Rod, donned in a suit with his shirt unbuttoned to reveal a muscular physique, gestured grandly for the bald-headed ensign, who held a bag of money, to present it to the owner. Boss, this factory is hardly worth that amount. At most, it should fetch $50,000. Might you reconsider? Ensign, his grip tightening around the bag of currency, felt a pang of regret, reluctant to part with such a substantial sum, having never before handled so much money at once. Rod, exuding charisma and confidence, was resolute in his extravagant spending, and my admiration for him surged like an unceasing river. The middle-aged soda factory owner, while flattering Rod, grasped the bag of money from Ensign, only to find it stubbornly resistant to his efforts. Ultimately, he managed to yank it towards himself, a triumphant expression spreading across his face as he reveled in Ensign's dismay. Since our debts are settled, I wish Mr. Rod flourishing business. The factory owner bowed before Rod and hurriedly departed, clutching the money, fearful that Rod might renege on the deal. After all, the soda processing plant barely broke even, and without substantial orders, it could very well incur losses. Now, with Rod, the unsuspecting benefactor, willing to pay $300,000, far exceeding the factory's worth. The factory owner could scarcely believe his good fortune. Boss, this factory is truly not worth such an exorbitant sum. Shall I attempt to reclaim some of that money? Ensign suddenly volunteered, eager to serve Rod. However, his motivations were not purely altruistic. Rod had entrusted him with the management of the factory and promised to arrange the initial funding, effectively making Rod a hands-off proprietor. The $3 million Rod had thrown into the venture felt as if it were Ensign's own. After all, what could be accomplished with such wealth? It's merely money. What significance does $3 million hold? Dressed in casual attire, Tony observed Rod's lavish spending with a tinge of envy. Did I ever state that I would provide him with funds? Rod remarked, a sly grin forming as he watched the factory owner retreat. Did you not just mention giving him the money? Oh, now I understand. Ensign clapped his hands, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. Finding it rather peculiar that such a ruthless figure as Rod would dutifully part with his funds. Since you are now my first true batch of loyal subordinates, do not accuse me of ingratitude. Feel free to express your desires. However, you must fulfill 3 of my conditions. First, Tony, you must expedite the creation of the iron armor for my amusement. Second, Ensign, you are to acquire as many ranches as possible in a short time. I require a substantial supply of meat. As for the third, I need to contemplate that. Rod turned to the 2 subordinates who were bowing their heads in apology and established the rules. He was constantly tempted to crush their heads. Yet exercising restraint was a means of cultivating his character. He remained wary of the hunger within him. Engaging in tasks he was reluctant to undertake indeed served as an effective way to hone his willpower. For now, you may act freely. I must focus on my studies. Tony, bring me the bag. Rod cast a glance at the unwilling bag carrier, Tony, and commanded imperiously. Under Ensign's urging gaze, Tony reluctantly placed the package onto Rod's desk, opening it to reveal a plethora of yellow books. Well, you may leave now. Engage freely, and do let me know if you need anything. Oh, Ensign. Please provide me with the personal information of that factory owner later. Rod extracted a book adorned with an alluring cover and began to study diligently. Do not misunderstand. Rod is indeed a man of integrity. Well, he merely seeks to fill the void within his soul through unconventional stimuli. As the saying goes, form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Only by retreating from worldly distractions can one attain profound will and insight, shielding oneself from external influences and internal distractions. Ensign, why are you aiding that individual? Tony remarked with a hint of irritation, feeling that Ensign was becoming increasingly peculiar. Tony, we are now infamous fugitives in America. Let us focus on what we must do and see if there is a chance for redemption. Ensign shook his head in resignation. He had come to accept his fate. He had originally sought death after his family had been ruthlessly slaughtered by the terrorists led by Laser. Yet, this monster Rod had avenged him. He knew Rod was ruthless and had initially resisted. However, after spending time with Rod, he discovered that he was merely an unpredictable oddity. He possessed no conventional judgments or moral boundaries. Being with him was both perilous and exhilarating, given that he had already gained clarity about life. Following such a leader added a touch of enjoyment to his remaining days. Indeed, reborn as a robber. How ironic. Those despicable American media outlets will say anything for attention. Tony vented his frustration by kicking a nearby plastic barrel. All right, brother, now that you have a place to create the armor, let us focus on development. Ensign patted Tony's shoulder, realizing that he had little more to say. Rod's presence had infused his life with a degree of intrigue, and he was curious to see how far Rod could go. As for Tony, he was a steadfast companion through thick and thin. He initially contemplated seeking a tranquil place to end his life, to join his beloved wife and daughter in the afterlife. However, fate has presented him with 2 intriguing individuals who have unexpectedly entered his existence. Perhaps chronicling their stories to share with his wife and daughter after death would not be such a bad idea. He was never afraid of death, but now he finds himself in no hurry to embrace it. Chapter 38. Let's make some money one day prior. Temporary warehouse in the Rosina district. Tony, this situation is becoming untenable, said Ensign. Why don't we approach that creature and negotiate some terms? Surely, he can fulfill our needs. He gently roused the disheveled, sweat-soaked Tony, who was on the verge of slumber. Oh, Ensign, you are absolutely right. I can no longer endure this. Tony struggled to rise from the dimly lit corner of the warehouse, still somewhat dazed. After parting ways with Rod, they had believed that their intellect and capabilities would allow them to carve out a safe haven for themselves. Yet, they soon realized that this area had no demand for high IQ talents. Its infrastructure was severely lacking, with only menial labor available. Tony had attempted to offer his services at factories run by American entrepreneurs, only to be relegated to the most arduous and exhausting work as a laborer due to his status, earning a pitiful wage. After all, any entrepreneur capable of establishing a factory in this region understood that English-speaking, undocumented Americans were likely fugitives. However, their sole focus was profit. making these fugitives toil in the most grueling jobs for mere sustenance, thus maximizing their benefits. After 2 days of backbreaking labor, the pampered Tony could no longer tolerate the situation. He could endure hardship, but not in such a meaningless role as a mere mover in this foreign land. Lacking proper documentation, they had previously attempted to escape, only to be dragged back by Rod. You have a secretary named Pepper, don't you? If you continue like this, I will personally deliver her head to you. The recollection of Rod's stern warning became the final straw for Tony. He had once envisioned defeating Rod through his own efforts, but now he found himself relying on Rod's strength. Let us go find him. Tony set aside his pride, realizing at this moment the essence of enduring hardship and waiting for the right opportunity. A few hours later, they arrived at the territory of the largest gang in the Rosina district. A few gun-toting thugs, recognizing Tony and Ensign, opened the door with a nod, inviting them inside. Boss, DeMao and Air Mao have arrived, exclaimed a man in a black tank top, cautiously knocking on the black wooden door with a tone of reverence. Enter. A deep, resonant voice commanded, filled with authority. Tony and Ensign entered the room dutifully. You're here. What do you need? I've been feeling a bit bored lately. Tony, when will your toy be ready? Rod lounged in a leather chair, legs crossed, engrossed in a magazine featuring alluring models. Hey. Tony was about to speak when Ensign hastily covered his mouth. Boss, our iron battle armor is lacking some advanced materials and requires a substantial amount of funding. We cannot gather such a sum in a short time. In an instant, Ensign articulated Tony's demands. He dared not allow Tony's sharp tongue to run amok. Having coexisted with him for so long, he was acutely aware of Tony's propensity to unleash caustic remarks towards those he deemed unworthy. It is worth noting that within the Avengers, Tony had been known to hurl insults even at figures like Captain America, who belonged to an older generation. He was a notorious provocateur, quick to disparage anyone he found displeasing. Understood. Now come with me, Rhodey declared, setting aside the tome of knowledge in his hands, his demeanor resembling that of an eager child who had just unearthed a treasured toy. Before Ensign could finish his sentence, both he and Tony found themselves enveloped in a bubble of energy as Rhodey propelled them through the ceiling and into the skies above. Indeed, he was a deity. Our Tiger Gang shall inevitably dominate Brazil. The man with a buzz cut, smoking outside, gazed at Rhodey soaring into the heavens with a sense of reverence. Just 2 days prior, Rhodey had stormed into one of the largest gangs in the area, the Tiger Gang, and with his bare hands, he had brutally vanquished their leader, claiming his head as a trophy. Within a single day, he had purged the Rosinia district of its criminal elements, causing rivers of blood to flow. Ultimately, he emerged as the sole overlord of the Rosinia region. His terrifying prowess and ferocious demeanor instilled fear in all who had witnessed him. He was known as the Death Tyrant of Rosinia. At that moment, the Death Tyrant was soaring through the skies with his 2 subordinates, heading towards Rio de Janeiro. Boss, I have a fear of heights, Ensign exclaimed, floating in the air without any protective gear, feeling dizzy as he gazed down at the minuscule towns and mountains below. Oh, what a thrill! Unlike Ensign, who was apprehensive, Tony reveled in the exhilarating sensation of flight. The feeling of soaring through the skies without a parachute or any safety measures captivated him. Rhodey, how is it possible for you to fly on your own? Are you an extraterrestrial? Do you possess an anti-gravity field or some core of anti-gravity? Tony unabashedly inquired, his curiosity compelling him to dissect Rhodey's secrets. Call me boss, or I might just drop you. Rhodey replied, narrowing his eyes coldly at Tony, who seemed to have lost his sense of priorities. All right, boss. Can you share the secret of your flight? You see, it relates to the creation of my Iron Man suit. Your gadgets play a crucial role. Tony stammered, suddenly feeling the chill of Rhodey's piercing gaze and hastily seeking excuses. Want to fly? Sure. Once you finish building my gadget, I'll teach you. Rhodey mused, a new idea forming in his mind. Now that he was invincible on Earth, his immediate concern was addressing the insatiable power within him. Pursuing the enhancement of his strength while being eroded by this arcane force would be a futile endeavor, akin to toiling to cultivate a formidable skill only to find it wasted. How about trying your hand at some farming games? Rhodey thought, realizing it could indeed serve as a tranquil pastime, providing a welcome diversion from the monotony. Let's accelerate. Rhodey grinned mischievously, a faint red aura enveloping both Tony and Ensign. Bang, bang, bang. Rod reached an astonishing speed of 8 times the speed of sound, generating a tremendous sonic boom that cleared a path through the surrounding clouds. Soon he, alongside Tony and Ensign, arrived above a picturesque metropolis where technology and nature harmoniously coexist, Rio de Janeiro. Nestled between mountains and the sea, this city boasts numerous scenic beaches and majestic peaks. The vibrant city center is teeming with commercial activity, featuring an array of shopping centers, restaurants, and cultural attractions. Visitors to Rio's beaches can revel in breathtaking sunsets and spectacular ocean views while immersing themselves in the unique rhythms of Brazilian music and culture. As Rod surveyed the city from above with keen eyes, searching for something, it was evident that his senses had undergone remarkable transformations. His vision had sharpened to the extent that he could discern a fly from 40 kilometers away. "It's you," he declared, fixing his gaze on a lavishly adorned bank, Citibank. With the swiftness of a shooting star, he descended toward the bank's entrance. Chapter 39, The Fugitive Fury of S.H.I.D.L.D. With a resounding crash, the entrance of Citibank was struck as if by a cannonball. Smoke billowed, and the bulletproof glass doors shattered under the terrifying shockwave. Some unsuspecting bystanders were caught in the chaos, reduced to mere remnants. Emerging from the haze, Rod and his two companions resembled supervillains descending from the heavens. "Oops, another life taken," Rod lamented, though his expression remained as unchanged as if he had merely crushed a few insects. Ever since he had sealed the rift of that insatiable power, his eyes no longer glowed red during acts of violence. However, with each unintended kill, that voracious energy within him would thrash violently, instilling caution in Rod. During the last massacre of the Rosina gang, he had conducted an experiment. If he killed more than 40 in one go, he would struggle to contain the insatiable force. Thus, he had established a personal rule: no more than 40 lives per day. Men to the left, women to the right. If you're neither, hit the ground. Rod bellowed as he stepped through the shattered entrance, adopting the demeanor of a brazen robber, albeit without a mask. The bank patrons, initially startled, soon realized that Rod and his associates bore no firearms and cautiously observed from a safe distance. "Sir, please get down on your knees and cover your head. Otherwise, I will be forced to fire." A security guard brandished a shotgun, demanding Rod's compliance. "Fire away. I'm terrified. I detest having guns pointed at my head." Rod swiftly appeared before the guard, seizing and crushing the shotgun's barrel. The guard, acting on instinct, pulled the trigger, resulting in a catastrophic explosion as gunpowder and pellets detonated within the barrel, leaving his face a gruesome mess, rendering him unconscious. Bang, bang. Several shots rang out. A few security personnel, hidden in the shadows, took advantage of Rod's momentary distraction to open fire. The bullets struck Rod, but they encountered his rubbery skin as if striking steel, flattening and falling harmlessly to the ground. The head of the security guard exploded, his body torn to shreds by a terrifying force, his innards cascading to the ground. "Four of you, stand still if you wish to live." Rod thundered at the terrified crowd, his imposing aura erupting, sending waves of dread that rendered the bank's patrons weak and trembling. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, an expression of exhilaration spreading across his face as he approached Tony, who was shielding his face. "What are you doing? We are here for money. Why cover your face?" Rod seized Tony's hand, pulling it away. "Look, everyone, this is Tony Stark. This is Jensen. We are here to demand money from the bank. If you comply, I shall spare your lives." Rod's malicious gaze swept over the crowd, presenting Tony as a spectacle for their psychological torment. "Tony Stark. Impossible. Isn't he dead? An imposter." The crowd, now divided into three groups, began to murmur, Tony's face reddening in humiliation. Who would have imagined that the son of a capital magnate and arms dealer would fall so low as to become a robber? "Where's your bank manager?" Rod shouted, spotting a middle-aged man in a suit whose expression was one of sheer panic. He grabbed the man's collar and lifted him. "Where's the vault?" Rod's cold stare bore down on the man, like a predator ready to strike. "Sir, I don't know what you're talking about." The man attempted to protest, but Rod crushed his arm, eliciting a scream of agony. "Next time, it will be your neck." Rod's bloodied hand slowly tightened around the manager's throat. In truth, Rod had already sensed the location of the vault, but it was his first bank heist. He couldn't be too brusque. There had to be a semblance of process to relish the thrill of the robbery. "I'll take you there. Please don't kill me." The bank manager, gasping for breath, was turning as red as a baboon's rear from the lack of oxygen. He struggled, focused solely on survival. After all, his life was his own, while the money belonged to his employer. "Let us go, my comrades. It's time to load the cash. Hurry up." Rod laughed heartily, giving a kick to the trembling manager, who was limping and nursing his injured hand, and then, like lifting a chick, he dragged two unwilling subordinates toward the vault. It's right here." The manager stammered, shaking like a leaf, too frightened to meet Rod's gaze. If only he had been sensible sooner. He would be facing this dire consequence. Rod, suppressing the urge to crush the man's head, approached the vault door made of high-density alloy. "I wonder how many punches it can withstand?" Rod pondered, eyeing the fortified entrance with anticipation. Boom. With a battle power of 800 and nearly 1,000 tons of terrifying force, he punched through the vault door, shattering it with a sonic boom and leaving a gaping hole in the half-meter-thick barrier. Not bad for normal strength. "Time to wrap this up." Rod grasped the edges of the metal vault door with both hands, an immense force coursing through his being, transferring a terrifying tearing power to the door. The metallic groans and shrieks echoed as the door twisted and scraped, yielding to Rod's strength as if it were mere clay, creating a significant gash. "All right, my comrades. Let us begin collecting the cash." Rod stepped into the vault, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he beheld the mountain of cash before him. Having finally accomplished a minor objective of robbing a bank. At that moment, the bank manager, Ensign, and Tony stood agape, utterly astonished. Rod's might had once again shattered their perceptions. They had never witnessed such a formidable creature, impervious to bullets. Capable of tearing apart a vault door composed of a super-strong alloy that could withstand hundreds of tons of explosives. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and grab the money. Otherwise, the police will arrive and make a mess of things. Rod glared at Tony and Ensign, feeling that they were overreacting. But, we don't have bags to carry the money. Ensign stammered, still shaken by the spectacle. Incredible! His muscles must possess a density surpassing that of alloys. If only I could decipher the source of his power. My Iron Man suit might just become a mere toy in his presence. Tony mused, his eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement as he examined the torn iron door, as if he had discovered something fascinating. Dimao, what are you doing? Get to work. Rod yanked Tony by the ear, calling out his slave number. Boss, it hurts. Didn't we just say we don't have bags? Tony began to retort about the lack of bags for the money but fell silent midway. He observed Ensign, brimming with enthusiasm, as he transported stacks of cash into Rod's office in the Rosina district. Boss, can't you just create a portal to enter? Tony asked, his eyes wide with confusion. Well, I prefer to follow the process. Rod replied earnestly before stepping into a spatial portal and plopping down in his custom leather chair, revealing a mischievous grin to the two men. At that moment, Tony felt that Rod's approach to robbing the bank was utterly superfluous, akin to pulling down one's trousers to relieve oneself. He harbored serious doubts that Rod intended to showcase his abilities, and indeed, that was precisely the case. Rod was merely seeking to flaunt, having nothing else to occupy his time that day. 15 minutes earlier, in a private warehouse in Rio de Janeiro, a masked figure known as Black Egg stood before a board plastered with various photographs and information about Alexander Pierce, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Hydra still existed and was nearly hollowing out S-H-I-E-L-D. Regrettably, he had failed to secure the blood of the bloody monkey, but as long as the Tesseract remained out of Hydra's grasp, there was still hope. Fury sighed as he observed Natasha tending to the gravely injured Barton, then produced a mysterious device. There was little choice left but to speak. After a period of internal conflict, Fury ultimately decided to retract the ace up his sleeve, opting to reserve it for a moment of dire need. While Natasha and Barton were embarking on a mission to rescue Stark, they were ambushed by Stan's mercenary forces. Nevertheless, they uncovered the information that Stark was not deceased, but rather had been rescued by a mysterious organization. Currently, Phil had learned that Stark had previously been sighted in the Rosina district of Brazil, and he instructed someone to investigate the particulars. For the time being, Barton would be under his care. Fury approached Natasha and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Such a diligent and resourceful employee, capable of meeting both professional and personal needs, was indeed indispensable, especially considering Fury's limited pool of trustworthy allies and the looming threat of Hydra's covert control over S-H-I-E-L-D-S operations. It was almost ironic that the director of S-H-I-E-L-D had now become its most wanted fugitive. Chapter 40. A leisurely existence. Brazil. Rosina district. In the congested slums of Brazil, buildings were haphazardly constructed upon the hills. Each house was tightly wedged against the next, creating a breathtakingly chaotic landscape. Within a discreet restaurant in the slums, after finishing lunch, Ensign felt a twinge of anxiety as he scanned his surroundings to ensure he wasn't being followed. He stealthily entered the restroom to wash his hands. Suddenly, a striking woman clad in revealing attire emerged from the adjacent ladies' room. She checked her reflection in the mirror, applied lipstick, and carelessly left the tube on the sink. Once the coast was clear, Ensign swiftly pocketed the lipstick and exited the restaurant. The alluring woman, having left the establishment, began to meander through the slums, seemingly confirming whether she was being followed. She then ducked into a narrow alleyway and entered a modest, dilapidated house. Inside, the dimly lit room was surprisingly tidy, with a faint scent of perfume lingering in the air, contradicting its outward appearance of disrepair. However, the disarray of the chair and table caught her attention. The graceful woman retrieved a makeup case from beneath the bed and began to remove her makeup, transforming into Natasha within moments. Abruptly, the restroom door swung open, and Natasha instinctively drew a mini pistol from a concealed compartment in the makeup case, aiming it at the silhouette in the doorway. "Oh, Natasha, it's me," exclaimed a slightly portly man in a suit, raising his hands in surrender, his dark circles evident. "I know Phil," Natasha replied with a playful smile, having recognized him earlier. Lately, the mounting pressure had been overwhelming, and she found herself wanting to tease Phil for a moment of levity. "I've uncovered the truth. That Rhodes is indeed the infamous bloodthirsty demon. Who could have anticipated his drastic transformation? Having been exiled to space, he somehow returned with even more formidable powers, Phil stated, placing photos on the table of the violently breached alloy safe. Barton is currently assisting Mr. Fury with the Cosmic Cube. Our utmost priority now is to reach out to Tony. Have you delivered the video I persuaded Pepper to record to that ensign? I hope it will convince Tony to lend us his support. Ensign has now become an invaluable informant for us. Were it not for that excessively brutal blood monkey, perhaps we could have attempted some form of communication. Phil gazed at Natasha with a sense of despondency. His efforts in conducting investigations while evading S.H.I.E.L.D.'s relentless pursuit had left him utterly exhausted. The formidable obstacles posed by the sinister figures of Stan and Pierce loomed large on the path of justice for S.H.I.E.L.D., and given their current meager resources, they were woefully inadequate to alter the grim situation. Thus, Fury required additional personnel to exact revenge on Pierce and Stan. The name he had devised for this endeavor was none other than the Avengers. Phil, you ought to take a break, Natasha urged, observing his weary demeanor. Trained as a lethal weapon within the confines of a Russian Red House, she had now found an opportunity for redemption through her affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Her colleagues had become akin to family. Within a dilapidated processing plant, a humble notice board displayed an advertisement for guarana fruit soda. In the spacious yet austere office, a tall, robust man with lion-like hair lounged in a genuine leather chair, clad in soft and smooth panda pajamas. The juxtaposition of his casual demeanor, characterized by chewing gum, against the aura of dominance and menace he exuded was striking. He idly perused a yellow book, nonchalantly digging into his nose and flicking the resultant debris, which fortuitously landed on the face of a middle-aged bald man seated stiffly like a butler. The middle-aged man, wiping away the nasal residue, displayed no sign of displeasure. Rather, he respectfully poured a glass of soda for the reclining Rhodes. Ensign, go check on Tony. How's the update on his armor progressing? If he requires funds or materials, just let me know. Rhodes donned the facade of a caring superior while secretly eager to occupy himself with some activity. Boss, everything is progressing well with Tony's armor development. Since you cleared out his place, his efficiency in creating armor has significantly improved. Ensign replied cautiously. Do you think that by hiding away in such a remote location, those special agencies in America won't be able to find us? Rhodes suddenly sat up, taking a zero-cost cigar and skillfully cutting the end with his bare hands, then igniting it with a concentrated sphere of high-temperature energy from his fingertip. Boss, you are exceptionally astute. Who would have imagined that such an illustrious and formidable figure as yourself would reside in a mere decrepit slum? Ensign fawned, though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Indeed, you are right. I've been feeling rather sluggish lately. Please have Tony deliver the completed iron machines to the training ground. I need to warm up properly. Rhodes stretched lazily, exhaling a puff of smoke. Any suspicious individuals lately? Rhodes inquired with keen interest as he regarded Ensign. Boss, how could you even ask? You are the sovereign of the Rosinha district, a terrifying tyrant of death. Who would dare to trouble you? Unless, of course, they are truly blind. Ensign observed Rhodes with a hint of trepidation, recalling the masked black egg and feeling that his words bore an unsettling authenticity. Well then, let us get to work. Remember to prepare all my food. Rod, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, approached the bookshelf once more to select tomes brimming with erudition and knowledge. The old man plays a dual game of appearances and reality. How intriguing. Rod chose a book adorned with the image of a blonde woman with cascading waves, casting a mischievous grin towards the departing ensign. Rod had been in this place for 3 months. Under his machinations, the previous owner of the factory met an untimely demise, and his wealth was thoroughly plundered. Ultimately, both the money and the factory became Rod's possessions. Since assuming the role of factory owner, Rod, with Ensign's assistance, had acquired numerous meat farms, thus alleviating the pressing food shortage. In his leisure, he often honed his skills with the combat drones crafted by Tony, lifting 2 trucks laden with stones weighing over 40 tons as makeshift dumbbells to strengthen his physique. By night, in the stillness of the dark, he would lie in bed diligently studying Risco literature, occasionally venturing out to earn a bit of pocket money on the side. A fortnight ago, Tony lamented the poor working conditions, prompting Rod to utilize his spatial powers to dismantle Tony's seaside villa in New York and relocate it to a hillside in the Rosinha district. From that moment on, Tony realized that this individual was far beyond his current capacity to contend with. The disparity between him and Rod was akin to that between an ant and an elephant. Consequently, Tony became increasingly devoted to the study of the iron armor, striving to bridge the chasm between them. Fearing Rod's wrath, he remained obedient and refrained from fleeing, knowing that if he were to escape, this formidable figure might very well open a portal to New York to eliminate his beloved Pepper Potts. Under such a roof, one must bow their head. As for Ensign, he had recently become entangled with a masked individual known as the Black Egg. This enigmatic figure persuaded him with unknown words. And now Ensign serves as the Black Egg's informant. The Black Egg, shrewd and cunning, has intentionally sent Natasha to liaise with Ensign, occasionally dispensing benefits that ensnare him further. However, Rod is keenly aware of their activities. His senses are extraordinarily acute, and he knows everything that Ensign and Tony say and do. He simply chooses not to reveal his awareness, finding amusement in the unfolding drama. It is akin to observing insects in a sandbox. Watching these curious creatures engage in various intriguing activities within the environment he has created, while Rod merely enjoys the spectacle and occasionally teases these fascinating bugs. Chapter 41. Banner. My name is Banner, Bruce Banner. Once an ordinary scientist, I became a monster known as the Hulk after an accident exposed me to gamma rays, inadvertently harming my beloved girlfriend. People fear me, and the government hunts me. I am perpetually on the run, seeking a sanctuary to call home. 5 months ago, I fled to the Rosena district in Brazil, ultimately choosing to settle in this remote location, far from the gaze of the American military. During my days of escape, I lived in constant fear not of being harmed, but of losing control and becoming the monster that injures others. Whenever I feel anger, the green creature within me named Hulk emerges, seizing my consciousness and transforming me into the formidable, wrathful behemoth. To harness the formidable power within me, I adorn myself with a heart rate monitor, enabling me to manage my emotions when my heart rate escalates. This marks 149 days before my transformation. Today, I have newly arrived in the Rosena district of Brazil, and as a newcomer, I must swiftly acclimate to my surroundings. Fortunately, I departed with a highly encrypted laptop containing various data and information pertaining to my research partner, Mr. Blue. He is a colleague with whom I have been investigating gamma rays, and perhaps together we can expedite a solution to my bodily mutation. My sole desire is to lead a normal life with my beautiful girlfriend. Most critically, the military regards the power within me as pivotal to their super soldier initiative. To prevent them from exploiting my abilities to endanger the world, I cannot afford to be captured, and I must urgently seek a remedy for my condition. It is now 117 days before my transformation. I have grown accustomed to life here and have even secured a job that does not require identification, albeit at a soda processing plant with a woefully meager salary. Nevertheless, I have found a means of subsistence. After more than a month of navigating this new existence, I successfully acquired some research equipment from a laboratory on the brink of closure, allowing me to study my blood and body temporarily. However, the prolonged suppression of my emotions and the mental strain of evasion have continually reminded me of the moment within the lab when I lost control and harmed my beloved girlfriend. My temperament is becoming increasingly volatile, and my heart rate is racing more than usual. I must discover a method to regulate my emotions. Now, 75 days before my transformation, I have resided in this locale for some time and have become familiar with the environment and road conditions. I have successfully located a master skilled in combat and emotional control. I have begun my training under his guidance, learning basic yoga and techniques for emotional regulation. He has instructed me in the art of breath control, emphasizing that fear is unjustified and that I must use my arms to manage my emotions. The most effective way to control my emotions is to control my body. My daily routine consists of a cycle of work, research, and meditation. I sense the Hulk within me growing ever quieter. At times, I feel as though I have never undergone any mutation. I have also adopted a dog, which not only serves as a guardian, but also provides companionship and relief from my troubles. A local beauty from the soda processing plant has taken an interest in me, yet I cannot reciprocate her feelings. My heart belongs to another, and though I am unaware of her current situation, I cannot betray her. Moreover, as a fugitive, I cannot offer her a stable life here. Now, 54 days before my transformation, the aging equipment at the soda processing plant frequently malfunctions. Following a sudden change in ownership, certain components have deteriorated without anyone to address the issues. Before long, a bald man with glasses seemed to have taken over the manufacturing management of the facility, and he is quite astute, swiftly rectifying the relevant equipment. This is fortuitous. As long as the factory continues to operate, I can maintain my position. My research on my blood samples has reached a critical juncture, and if I can resolve my condition during this period, I might restore myself to normalcy. This relatively stable job remains crucial for me. Now, 25 days before my transformation, I have successfully obtained the unique white flower from Mr. Lawn, renowned for its ability to suppress gamma rays in the Rosena district of Brazil. If the special extract derived from this flower can effectively inhibit the gamma-mutated cells within me, I will be liberated from this precarious life of constant evasion and can once again embrace my beloved. Alas, I have failed. After a sleepless night, Mr. Lawn assured me he could cure me, but he requires more information and data, the level of exposure, gamma concentration, cell saturation. Unfortunately, all that data resides in my former laboratory, now likely seized by my girlfriend's father, General Ross. He is a war fanatic, having grown increasingly paranoid since assuming control of the super soldier program. He would stop at nothing to harness my powers for his agenda. I intend to seek out Mr. Lon in hopes of a fortunate turn of events. 2 days before transformation, I plan to purchase a ticket to America at the end of this month after settling my debts, yet inexplicably, the factory owner summoned me for a conversation. He is a robust and handsome man, so striking that even I, with my own looks, felt a twinge of inadequacy. He remarked upon my enticing scent, unable to resist the urge to devour me. I strongly suspect he harbors ulterior motives, yet for the sake of financial gain, I endured his advances. That day, he proposed a match. Should I satisfy him, he would grant me a small wish. I deemed him mentally unstable and intended to flee. He then mentioned he would be preoccupied with a black egg for a game of hide and seek, suggesting he would return in 10 days to fulfill our agreement. I grew increasingly convinced of the owner's instability. Who plays hide and seek with an egg? Thus, I resolved to leave swiftly within those 10 days, prioritizing the resolution of my mutation. My delicate girlfriend awaits my return. Moreover, I harbor the terrifying Hulk within me, fearing I might lose control and unleash him upon the owner. Though I concede he is strong, he remains merely a mortal compared to the Hulk, a creature capable of effortlessly tearing apart tanks. 9 days before transformation, I approached Supervisor Insun to settle my recent wages, planning to escape before that deranged owner could catch me. I hastily purchased my ticket and gathered all my belongings. As I glanced at the dog that had accompanied me for several months, I felt a pang of reluctance. However, the prospect of soon reuniting with Mr. Lon to address my gamma radiation mutation filled me with joy. Await me, Betty Ross. 2 days before transformation, I successfully arrived at Caltech in California, my alma mater and the institution where my beloved Betty studies. I intended to stealthily retrieve the backup data she had stored on the office computer, only to discover the premises were secured. I needed to devise a way to gain entry. As I retreated, I unexpectedly spotted my beloved Elizabeth. I concealed myself behind a tree, watching her in secret. She sat on a park bench, illuminated by the sun, resembling a beautiful fairy. She remains as enchanting as ever. And as she lifted her gaze, I wondered if she had noticed me. What should I do? I am so anxious. How should I converse with her if she approaches? At that moment, a tall, elegant gentleman sauntered by, engaging in conversation with my goddess and even bestowing a kiss upon her. They clasped hands, seemingly intent on a date. The Hulk within me began to stir with discontent. That evening, I found myself at Stanley's Pizza, meeting an old friend. This establishment was a favored haunt of my ex-girlfriend and me, renowned for its delectable pizzas. Yet, the thought of that man who had taken my girlfriend's hand reignited the Hulk's agitation within me. Stanley greeted me warmly, offering me a place to stay, expressing his disbelief in the American media's portrayal of me as a dangerous fugitive and a thief of state secrets. However, this was not my primary concern. The pressing issue was uncovering the identity of that scoundrel who had encroached upon my territory. Stanley revealed that Betty had found a new boyfriend, a rather decent psychologist. After our separation, she sought psychological healing, which led to her entanglement with him. The mystery was solved. He had indeed been the one to intrude upon my domain. My heart ached, yet I remained silent, feigning enthusiasm while secretly plotting to unleash the Hulk. Destruction beckoned. I was weary, but as a responsible and compassionate individual, I could not succumb to despair. Once I regained my strength, I vowed to reclaim my goddess and restore my reputation. Damn the American media for branding me a merciless criminal and fugitive. And General Ross, wasn't it merely a matter of him courting your daughter? Why must I endure such torment? That night, I was haunted by nightmares, reliving memories of my transformation into the Hulk. Indeed, I was simply overwhelmed with sorrow. A day before my transformation, I disguised myself as a delivery driver at the pizza shop and successfully infiltrated my school, deceiving the security to pass through the checkpoints to reach the 5th floor, where my former office was located. I sacrificed a pizza for this endeavor. Just as I was about to happily sift through my previous data, I discovered, to my astonishment, that my records had been inexplicably erased. This was absurd. Was fate toying with me? It seemed I would have to retreat from society once more, as the Hulk within me was nearing the brink of eruption. That night, I returned to Stanley's Pizza, intending to make do for the night and perhaps request some travel expenses from him. After all, a hero can be driven to desperation without a dime. Today, with the rain pouring down, my stunning goddess appeared at our secret restaurant with her new boyfriend. This revelation plunged me into despair. That scoundrel truly regarded me as a fool. Enough. It's time to unleash the Hulk. I am drained. Just as I was about to give in to hopelessness, Betty spotted me. Instinctively, I fled, for my current identity was precarious and transforming could endanger my beloved. I could not approach her. Yet, Stanley, that dear soul, revealed the truth to Betty, leading her to find me, sorrowful in the rain. In her embrace, I not only found solace, but was also invited to her home. How splendid! An hour before transformation, Betty greeted me with delightful news upon awakening. She had concealed the backup of the previous data, intentionally withholding it from her father. Truly, she is a devoted daughter. If Ross, that old curmudgeon, were to discover his daughter's actions, he would likely be furious, his beard bristling with indignation. With the goddess by my side and the data secured, all that remains is to enlist Mr. Blue's assistance in addressing the gamma radiation-induced mutations within me. And my life shall ascend to its pinnacle. 10 minutes before the transformation, we engaged in light conversation at the entrance of the University of California, preparing to journey together to Manhattan, New York, to seek the expertise of Dr. Stern regarding my gamma-related afflictions. Suddenly, a sonic boom pierced the sky as a meteor descended, crashing onto the university's grounds. Hey, Banner. Vanishing without a word is quite impolite. I have little patience for rudeness. Out of the billowing dust from the meteor emerged a tall, muscular man clad in a black bat-like bodysuit, wearing a black eye mask, his mane of hair cascading like a lion's. Since here in California, I thought I might pay an old friend a visit. Quite the outfit, I assent to it. Now, let us fulfill our agreement. The burly man in the bat suit approached Banner with an eager grin, as if he had discovered a remarkable quarry. Chapter 42. A day in the life of Rhodes in the heart of the forest. As dawn broke, a veil of mist lingered. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the winding path. In the distance, majestic mountains rose, shrouded in clouds, resembling a traditional inkwash painting. Nearby, birds joyfully sang from the branches while crystal-clear springs danced over stones. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of foliage, invigorating the spirit. Everything in the forest brimmed with vitality, evoking the wondrous beauty of nature. With a thunderous boom, a peculiar man, bare-chested and sporting a tail reminiscent of a monkey, relentlessly struck the mountainside with his fists, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the woods. The forest trembled, sending birds and beasts fleeing. Rhodes concentrated his energy, each punch unleashing a mere wisp of force, yet with the might of his entire being behind it. His fists made brief contact with the rocky wall, leaving behind faint cracks, through which he infused his insignificant energy. With a resounding explosion, the infused rock face crumbled, sending debris flying like bullets, devastating the trees within the forest. This pseudo-dark energy is proving quite challenging, Rhodes lamented, gazing at the terrifying pit, more than 5 meters in diameter, formed by the explosive force. His physical combat power had surpassed 150, and with the energy blast, his overall strength exceeded 1,200. Yet, it seemed that the lack of intense combat had significantly slowed his progress. At that moment, Rhodes settled onto a rock, legs crossed, preparing to meditate and transmute more energy. Within the ethereal realm of his soul, the original Saiyan form had entirely vanished, leaving only 3 enigmatic entities suspended in the void, a red singularity emanating from the eerie power of hunger, a mysterious pentagram rune containing spatial energy, and a strange silver object of unknown origin. The peculiar object twisted and morphed incessantly, seemingly conveying some enigmatic message. It was only after Rod had fully absorbed the Saiyan physical form within the realm of souls that this mysterious silver entity materialized. It appeared dormant, as if awaiting a source to invigorate it. Alas, when shall my strength surge once more? The cosmic cube, with its multitude of eyes and hands, renders me uncertain of my ability to contend with Captain Marvel, even with my current prowess. I may even falter against Thanos, who wields the Infinity Stones. Although my strength is unparalleled on Earth, it pales in comparison within the vastness of the cosmos. Never mind, why dwell on such thoughts? I shall take each step as it comes. After all, I am steadily growing stronger each day, and a few years of patience may reveal the opportune moment. Rod emerged from his meditative state, feeling a warm current coursing through him, signifying that his energy had been refined. Today, he had enhanced his combat power by 10 points. While this was a mere fraction compared to his total of over 1,200, it was progress nonetheless, was it not? Hunger gnawed at him. It was time to eat. Rod soared into the sky like a rocket, his terrifying speed generating a colossal sonic boom and shockwave that shattered the boulder he had previously perched upon. A faint crimson meteor streaked across the heavens, piercing through the clouds and leaving a significant scar before descending toward a hillside farm teeming with yellow cattle. Boss, you've arrived. The 5 roasted whole cattle you requested are ready. A bald man clad in a shirt approached Rod with a bow, speaking cautiously. You may leave. Rod waved his hand dismissively and entered a spacious warehouse. The interior had been transformed into a vast and tidy dining hall, featuring 5 perfectly roasted whole cattle and a plethora of delightful delicacies. Should an outsider chance upon this scene, they might assume a grand banquet was about to unfold. Yet none would suspect that this was merely the portion for Rod's simple meal. Having lost the shortcut of absorbing the Saiyan form for enhancement, Rod now relied on his own physical body to convert the food he consumed into a unique substance for fortifying his physique, utilizing the Saiyan's extraordinary genetic capabilities. This special substance, which Rod referred to as the Super Saiyan factor, manifested as powerful particles imbued with golden energy within his soul realm. These Super Saiyan factors lay hidden within his cells, and had Rod not discerned them in his soul state, they might have remained dormant until the day he awakened as a Super Saiyan. Now, having uncovered the Super Saiyan factor through his soul state, Rod continuously supplied it with the energy garnered from his physical form. Presently, 1/10,000th of the Super Saiyan factor had awakened. It was estimated that once all of these factors fully awakened, Rod would seamlessly transform into a Super Saiyan without any hindrances. However, despite their formidable nature, the physical burden that the Super Saiyan factors imposed was equally daunting. Should Rod's cells lack the requisite resilience, they would be unable to withstand the might of the Super Saiyan factors, leading to his demise. Rod approached one of the roasted whole cattle, licking his lips, and opened his cavernous mouth to take a savage bite into the head of the beast. His tremendous bite force shattered the skull, revealing the succulent delicacy of the brain within. Rod chewed a few times before swallowing the bone and meat together. In the ensuing moments, an entire roasted cow vanished as if erased by an eraser. Before long, Rod had consumed the entirety of the beast, leaving no trace. Not even the most resilient of bones. The flavor, however, was somewhat lacking. It was time to introduce some seasoning. Rod, licking the grease from his lips, found the taste rather coarse, so he approached the condiment station to concoct a blend of spices. He prepared a bowl brimming with fragrant cumin, drenching it in scalding canola oil. Then, he swiftly mixed his soul sauce, proceeding to the untouched roasted cow before him. With fervor, he poured the steaming sauce over the head and back of the roasted cow, transforming the pristine meat into a tantalizing sight, rich in aroma. Almost instantaneously, Rod, embodying the essence of a voracious glutton, devoured the entire roasted cow in mere moments, his stomach barely shifting before returning to its original state. The immense energy from the food was rapidly absorbed by Rod's cells, imbued with a strength akin to steel. After half an hour, he emitted a satisfied belch, surveying the chaos of his private dining area. Stretching languidly, he soared into the air, shattering the ceiling above him. He transformed into a meteor, swiftly propelling himself towards his next destination. Moments later, an abandoned car lot materialized before him. Rod's speed diminished abruptly, and he descended gracefully onto the rubble-strewn ground. Having satiated his hunger, it was time for a warm-up. Rod approached a derelict truck, burdened with stones weighing 20 to 30 tons. With one hand, he grasped the truck's chassis, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped the vehicle in a protective field. With a clatter, he began to lift the heavy truck single-handedly, the immense weight creating a formidable pressure beneath his feet, causing the ground to gradually sink under the force. Summoning his inner energy, he generated a thrust akin to that of a jet engine, slowly levitating as he hurled the truck like a missile. In an instant, he was several kilometers away, catching the truck he had just thrown, only to launch it anew. Thus ensued a playful game of catch, with Rod throwing the truck ever farther and racing to intercept it with increasing speed. How impolite it would be to sneak away unnoticed. With Banner having departed for California, it presented the perfect opportunity for Rod to resolve a few unfinished matters there. After half an hour of playful exertion, he sensed the energy he had left within Banner swiftly retreating, and with a smirk, he stretched his muscles before adopting a crouching stance. A tremendous sonic boom erupted, as Rod shot upwards like a rocket, piercing through the clouds. Another sonic boom followed as he executed a sharp turn within the cloud cover, heading towards the United States. Chapter 43, a conclusion to the cycle in California, in the quaint town of Ojai, on the outskirts of Los Angeles. The air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers beneath a clear blue sky. The townsfolk engaged in their respective tasks, savoring life at a leisurely pace, entirely devoid of the frantic hustle found in larger cities. In a beautifully decorated and tranquil CAF, a strikingly attractive young woman with fiery blonde hair sips her coffee while gazing at a somewhat weathered newspaper. The page features a handsome, somewhat impudent young man of modest height. The date on the newspaper unmistakably marks the day 5 months ago when Rod battled his way through the prison arena. Erica, let us procure some daily necessities. I can hardly contain my excitement to embark on our journey. A plump girl with freckles adorning her bespectacled face approached Erica. Are you still pondering over Rod? That mysterious and peculiar boy. His exploits have become quite the sensation in our small town. Is that so, Lona? Perhaps he is merely a pitiable soul trapped in circumstances beyond his control. Erica mused, recalling Rod, a frail, timid, and innocent boy who resembled a little girl, evoking a profound maternal instinct within her. Above the quaint town of Ojai, a meteor streaked across the sky. Ah, today I shall revel in unparalleled delight. Rod soared through the air at breakneck speed, stirring terrifying gusts of wind in his wake, as he caught sight of a dilapidated house reduced to a mere blackened skeleton. His expression sharpened with intensity. Indeed, retribution had come. Rod reflected on his neglectful parents, a surge of pent-up anger and sorrow swelling within him. Fragments of chaotic memories began to bombard his mind. Oh, the obsession of that fellow has erupted, he thought. finding the emotions emanating from Rod's original self to be rather amusing. Perhaps fulfilling your obsession could significantly enhance my psychic prowess. A sudden thought flickered in Rod's mind. Psychic power, ethereal yet undeniably real, belonged to a higher dimension of strength, akin to the power of the soul. Was the foremost obsession to ascertain the fate of his parents? Yet before that, he yearned to fulfill a smaller wish. A playful smile graced Rod's lips. In truth, he was indifferent to the life or death of his parents in this world. However, the original owner of this body was quite invested in the matter. A colossal sonic boom erupted as Rod hurtled toward his former high school. It was the chilling months of January and February, and on this weekend, the school lay deserted. Save for a lone security guard safeguarding the premises from petty intruders. The guard, immersed in dreams of a splendid life filled with luxury and power, found no motivation to patrol the grounds. Why waste energy when he could simply sleep and earn his day's wage? As Rod, akin to a cannonball, hurtled towards the school without any intention of deceleration, a thunderous explosion resounded within the school's confines, transforming the educational building into a heap of rubble. Who the hell has disturbed my slumber? The security guard exclaimed, jolted awake by the cacophony, his temper flaring. Grabbing his baton, he swiftly exited the security office. What on earth has transpired? Where's the school? The security guard gazed in horror at the teaching building, now reduced to ruins. This situation had escalated dramatically. As a guardian of the school, he had dozed off during incidents of bullying, and now, with the school in shambles, he still remained oblivious. He could now sleep undisturbed for eternity. A tall, muscular shadow emerged from the smoky wreckage of the building, articulating his rage with each word. The guard found this bewildering. Yet he instinctively understood that the figure cloaked in smoke was not to be trifled with. His life belonged to him, while the school was the employer's concern. He had no obligation to linger and promptly made his exit. However, just as he took 2 steps, darkness engulfed him, and the world lost its colors, leaving behind a headless corpse on the ground. A peculiar force surged within Rod's soul space, bringing forth memories of his past, when he had sought the guard's help against Dick's bullying, only to be rejected. You truly are a coward. This matter is not my responsibility. Crying like a little girl will do you no good. Go ask your mother for milk. As these memories began to fade, a warm current enveloped Rod entirely. The ominous red points of power in his soul space dimmed significantly. Rod shook the blood from his hands. The actions just taken were not entirely his own volition, but rather the lingering will of the original owner of the body. Rod relinquished control of his body to this will, hoping to discover whether fulfilling this desire would grant him a boon of spiritual power. The outcome was promising. Would achieving his desire in another universe allow for a complete fusion of the original owner's mind and soul with his own? As Rod reveled in the sudden surge of his spiritual and mental prowess, a satisfied smile graced his face, reminiscent of the traits of a demon. However, as circumstances evolved, so too would the desires, though the overall quantity remained constant. Rod consciously embraced this desire, realizing that what once aimed to provide a worry-free life for his parents had transformed into a quest for vengeance against those who had killed his parents and burned down his home. Thus, he resolved to fulfill this body's desires entirely over the next few days, seeking to resolve the karmic ties. Yet, he wondered if completing these desires would mend the spiritual and soul fractures corrupted by the ominous power. Stretching his limbs, Rod tore away the remnants of his shirt, damaged by the recent impact, revealing his chiseled physique. The next desire on his agenda was to seek vengeance against Dick. This aligned perfectly with his own unfulfilled intentions. A wicked smile spread across Rod's face as he recalled the promise he had made to Dick, which remained unfulfilled. After all, his progress had only resulted in the removal of one of Dick's legs. At the Ojai Rehabilitation Center, a middle-aged woman pushed a young man, who sat in a wheelchair with a single leg, basking in the sun. My poor son, you were destined to be a brilliant football star. But that wretched yellow-skinned monkey ruined your life, she lamented. However, that monster's parents deserved their fate, being burned alive. Such despicable yellow-skinned creatures should all perish. They have no right to taint our land. The woman spat venomous words at Rod and his family, her tone imbued with an inexplicable sense of superiority and disdain. Mother, I wish I could pummel that wretched yellow-skinned monkey Rod into a pulp, kick his head like a soccer ball. Dick, confined to a wheelchair with only one leg, seethed with rage. If not for that bastard, his fiery girlfriend Jessica wouldn't have left him, nor would he have lost his prestigious university admission. Rod had ruined his life. Now, he fantasized about Rod appearing before him, so he could inflict unbearable torment upon him. As Dick reveled in these violent daydreams, a towering figure descended from above, casting a shadow over him. Hey, old friend, I've come to fulfill our previous promise. Here is a little gift. A voice, both familiar and strange, rang out as a grotesque necklace of severed heads, strung together with intestines, was draped around Dick's neck. How do you like it? A friendship necklace crafted from your lackeys and dear Jessica. Took me quite some effort to gather their consent before twisting their heads off. With one hand, Rod lifted the one-legged Dick by the throat, soaring rapidly into the sky. The sheer acceleration tore Dick's organs apart instantly, his eyeballs bursting from their sockets. Before Rod hurled him downward, Rod then dove after the plummeting Dick, colliding with him mid-air. Boom. A gruesome explosion of flesh and bone erupted as Dick was reduced to a bloody firework, raining down upon his horrified mother below. Shredded intestines, organs, eyeballs, and splintered bones drenched her in a warm, macabre shower, still carrying the fading warmth of her son. Ah, demon, demon, Dick's mother shrieked, her voice breaking at the nightmarish spectacle. Annoying. Rod flicked a minuscule energy blast, no larger than a fingernail, toward her. Only her upper torso remained, the rest obliterated by the condensed energy. Her entrails spilled onto the ground as agonized moans escaped her lips. Waist severing, one of the cruelest tortures. The victim lingers, enduring the torment of torn organs and slow blood loss. Pathetic insects. Rod grinned savagely, the Saiyan bloodlust corrupting his thoughts. The mother and son, who moments ago had spewed curses at Rod's family, were now reduced to unrecognizable gore and a lifeless, blood-drained corpse. Breaking toys is dull. Mere slaughter no longer satisfies me. Banner, I hope the green beast inside you can entertain me. Glancing at the mangled remains of Dick, Rod felt only disappointment. Crushing a loathsome bug brought no thrill, no exhilaration of battle. A mere insect could never stir the warrior's hunger within. Chapter 44. The Conclusion of Cause and Effect, Part 2. Before long, the haunting memories of Rod's past bullying resurfaced, etched deeply in his mind, provoking an inexplicable sense of suffocation, anger, and revulsion. As these memories began to fade, Rod's emotions gradually stabilized. A refreshing clarity surged through his thoughts, dissipating the insidious influence of the grotesque power that had clung to him like a parasite until it vanished entirely. The scattered remnants of obsession had dissipated, leaving only the singular desire for vengeance against those who had wronged his parents. Rod's understanding of obsession had been profoundly altered. He had not anticipated that the amplification of a singular fixation could consume weaker ones. Initially, he had been torn about whether to indulge in the romantic aspirations of the original owner of his body with Erica, but now that dilemma had been resolved. Thus, apart from avenging his parents, he felt no lingering attachment to this small town. It was time for this farce to conclude. How absurd that he had been made to play house. With a contemptuous snort, Rod propelled himself into the skies above Ojai Town. His gaze as frigid as ice, seething with fury as he surveyed the town below, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Gathering every ounce of his strength, he unleashed a terrifying sonic boom, roaring down towards the main thoroughfare of Ojai Town. Boom. Enveloped in a protective aura, Rod soared low over the main street, the supersonic shockwave carving a deep trench in the road, shattering the vehicles and their occupants into oblivion. The streetlights and fire hydrants along the roadside were obliterated by the fearsome force of the blast. At that moment, in a nearby CAF, Erica and Lorna were caught off guard by the residual shockwave from Rod's flight, propelling them into the air before crashing into the wall, which had been reduced to rubble by the violent gust. The sounds of destruction reverberated throughout the street, echoing long after Rod had passed by, leaving everyone unaware of the calamity that had befallen them until their fragile lives were extinguished. Shortly thereafter, Rod hovered in mid-air above Ojai Town, conjuring a pair of faintly glowing crimson energy spheres in each hand. With a swift stance reminiscent of a martial artist, he began to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. The concentrated energy projectiles erupted from his hands like a machine gun, striking every corner of the town, leaving behind scenes reminiscent of a bombardment, reduced to ruins. Ah, what a thrill! Rod exclaimed with exuberance as he beheld the devastation before him, propelling himself like a missile towards the police station on the outskirts of the town. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed as Rod shattered multiple reinforced concrete walls, crashing through several offices and claiming the lives of several unsuspecting officers. With a less than graceful landing, Rod emerged from the billowing smoke, having dispelled his explosive state, his bare torso smeared with grime and blood. Well, gentlemen, we meet again, he taunted, though they likely did not recognize him. But I know you well enough. How would you prefer to meet your end? Shattered pieces or decapitation? I have a penchant for exquisite destruction. Rod's wicked smile mirrored that of a demon emerging from a blood-soaked inferno. Quick, open fire. Detective Mondang, realizing the situation, swiftly drew his firearm and commenced rapid fire. However, for Rod, time appeared to slow dramatically, each bullet hurtling toward him as if it were a sluggish snail. With a delicate flick of his hand, he caught the bullets and slowly approached Mondang, inserting them into his mouth before delivering a powerful punch to Mondang's jaw. The immense force obliterated Mondang's skull. To the other officers, it seemed as though their beloved detective's head had inexplicably exploded. What on earth is happening? How did Mondang's head just explode? Officer Tracy exclaimed, glancing at Locke, who was cowering beneath a desk, trembling with fear. Shoo, you don't see me. Locke, in a desperate attempt to disguise himself, smeared leftover ketchup from his fries across his face, and stuck out his tongue, feigning death. At that moment, inside the precinct, others had retrieved shotguns and submachine guns, directing their fire at Rod. He remained unfazed as the bullets struck him, akin to raindrops falling upon him. In an instant, he appeared before an officer wielding a shotgun, seizing his face with a firm grip. The officer's eyes bulged as his skull burst open, blood splattering across Rod's visage. Subsequently, Rod extracted the spine from the headless corpse and infused it with a surge of energy, transforming it into a spear that pierced through the chest of two officers, pinning them against the concrete wall. Die, monster. Just die. A male officer, gripped by terror, succumbed to madness, firing wildly at Rod with his submachine gun. Rod turned his head, disregarding the bullets ricocheting off his back, and flashed a cruel smile before appearing before the frenzied officer, crushing his firearm with his bare hands. Are you not afraid of me? Rod inquired, then hurled the mangled weapon, now a solid metal ball, at another officer, shattering his skull like a ripe watermelon. Not afraid. I will avenge my colleagues, you monster. The officer, quaking in fear before Rod's towering, formidable form, trembled uncontrollably. With a splatter, brain matter painted Rod's face, and he noted the headless body still bore a stubborn expression. There is still some left, but I've grown weary of this, Rod smirked, entering a state of fury that expelled all the blood and grime from his form. In an explosive burst, he ascended at 10 times the speed of sound. Rod finally hovered above the center of Ojai Town, his hands cupped around a gathering sphere of crimson energy. Came, huh, he bellowed, entering a state of heightened power. A pale red aura enveloping him, exuding an overwhelming presence. With the final utterance, a massive beam of red energy, 5 times the thickness of Rod's body, erupted from the concentrated energy sphere in his palms, streaking towards the heart of Ojai Town like apocalyptic thunder. A terrifying red energy fissure consumed a 30-kilometer radius of Ojai Town, creating a pit 100 meters deep. The unique technique of concentrating all one's energy, learned from Sun Wukong, was first employed by Rod in the form of the Kamehameha. This formidable technique, once activated, draws upon every ounce of energy within the body, making it a desperate last resort not to be wasted lightly. The energy density achieved is akin to that of negative ions, capable of effortlessly disassembling atoms and inducing nuclear fission, resulting in catastrophic destructive power. Such devastation does not discriminate between friend and foe upon striking the surface of a planet. It swiftly penetrates to the core, triggering stellar fission and leading to a cataclysmic explosion. With a combat power exceeding 1,000, Rod is nothing less than a human nuclear bomb. The town of Ojai was reduced to rubble under the overwhelming surge of Rod's terrifying energy, vanishing entirely from the map of America as tens of thousands of lives were obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. I've declared today a day of indulgence. He cackled with manic glee, reminiscing about the godlike pleasure of annihilating and subjugating indigenous beings in the Dragon Ball world. Now, it's time to seek out my parents. I hope they have perished, otherwise, I shall be burdened with the necessity of dealing with them. I shall not allow any weakness of spirit to persist. Rod's words were shocking, and as he spoke, a sharp pain pierced his mind, as if the original Rod's obsession was desperately contending for dominance. Pathetic. Even in death, you remain restless. I am aiding us. To dwell on such feeble humans is a disgrace. A cruel smile crept across Rod's lips as a faint crimson aura ignited around him, propelling him skyward. Chapter 45, The Hidden Hydra in California. Within the affluent district of San Francisco lies Bellevue Hill. The opulent mansion, adorned with resplendent decorations and lavish carpets, captivates the eye. In the spacious rooms, towering ceilings and grand murals of ochre, warm sunlight filters through stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the polished wooden floors. Yet, beneath this facade of grandeur lies a dark, hidden cellar. The damp stone walls exude a suffocating stench, and feeble lighting barely illuminates the shadowy confines of the prison. In one waterlogged cell, 2 bloated corpses hang, emitting a repugnant odor, and it is barely discernible from their clothing and hairstyles that they were an Asian man and woman. Iron chains and shackles dangle from the walls, producing a jarring clatter. A chilling breeze sweeps through, causing involuntary shivers. In the corner, moldy straw mats and tattered garments lay piled, with the occasional scurrying of rats igniting waves of terror. Crack, crack, The relentless sound of whips striking flesh echoes through the desolate, shadowy basement. In a dim, cramped cell permeated by the scent of mildew, a bloodied African-American man groans in agony, his body a canvas of torment. I truly do not know where Rod is, he gasps, gritting his teeth as he endures excruciating pain. Truly, as his grandfather had said, the resilience of an African-American is formidable. The first white captive succumbed after a month. Yet this man has endured for 5. The golden-haired, blue-eyed, strikingly handsome young aristocrat, clad in a white shirt that revealed his well-defined chest, wiped the blood from his face, showcasing a deranged smile of delight. Speak. Where's that monster? Where's Rod? The blond man was none other than Ryder, who, in a frenzied rage, lashed at the nearly unconscious Manny with a whip, treating him as if he were the object of his loathing and contempt. Rod. How dare that wretched scoundrel possess such formidable power? He could not accept it. He was consumed by jealousy. His fury was unleashed upon Manny and Mickey, whom he had rescued from S.H.I.D.L.D. I don't know. Manny's lips had been torn apart by the whip, rendering him unable to speak, only able to emit tortured groans. Useless. Ryder brought the barbed whip down viciously upon Manny's head, instantly splitting the scalp. Beep, beep. The phone in Ryder's pocket rang, and the once fearsome visage of Ryder transformed as he cautiously set down the whip and regulated his breathing. Mr. Ryder. The Department of Defense reports detecting a humanoid entity breaching the borders of the United States and Brazil. According to radar data, the bloodthirsty demon ape has entered California. I trust you will not disappoint me. The voice on the other end was steady and authoritative, causing Ryder to tremble with excitement. Yes, Mr. Pierce. With the serum and high-energy weaponry you provided, I will surely capture that fiend. Ryder declared with trepidation, yet when he chanted the slogan, his eyes were alight with admiration and madness, resembling a brainwashed zealot. Well done. For Hydra. Alexander Pierce's encouraging words came before he ended the call. Ryder cast a disdainful glance at the barely alive Manny, smirking as he casually opened the cell door and strode out. Administer his medication. Do not let my toy perish too quickly. Ryder commanded haughtily to the butler who awaited quietly outside the cell. Yes, young master, replied the tall, silver-haired gentleman in a suit with an elegant bow. And Rod's parents have been submerged in the water prison. Dispose of them. Ryder sneered. I never expected that after all this time, Rod wouldn't even save his own parents and friends. Truly a cold-blooded beast. He rubbed his neck, clearly feeling the stiffness from his earlier exertions. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed throughout the estate, followed by a relentless barrage of gunfire. The estate's security appeared to be repelling some terrifying assault. Ah, die, monster! Shouted a burly man wielding a machine gun, wildly firing at a muscular figure emerging from the smoke, yet the bullets merely clanged against him like steel. Is that a tickle? Rod yawned, scratching his ear with a finger, feeling rather bored. An energy shield enveloped his body, preventing his clothing from being shredded by the bullets fired from those toy guns. A cruel smile crept across Rod's lips as he swiftly closed the distance, seizing the shooter's head and crushing it effortlessly as if it were a watermelon. This is a demon. Run. The nearby security personnel, witnessing the ineffectiveness of firearms against Rod, were so terrified that they fled without a second thought, fearing this monstrous devil would rend them asunder. Rod, however, paid them no heed. His focus was on locating the insidious creature that lurked in the shadows, orchestrating his troubles. And he intended to crush it mercilessly. As Rod closed his eyes and began to sense the life forms surrounding him, it was not long before he discerned 3 entities hiding in the cellar, one of which appeared to be on the brink of death. A dead rat was indeed lurking below. Instantly, a terrifying aura emanated from Rod, a faint crimson flame igniting around him. He gently raised his hand, concentrating the crimson energy into a sphere. With a sudden forceful motion, Rod slammed the energy sphere onto the ground. With a thunderous roar, a formidable explosion erupted, creating a gaping pit hundreds of meters wide and several dozen meters deep in the estate. It seemed he had unwittingly exerted too much force. Standing at the center of the chasm, Rod observed the remnants of the cellar, now laid bare before him like a 3-dimensional tableau. On the cellar's path, 2 grotesquely disfigured figures convulsed, evidently having suffered the catastrophic rupture of their internal organs and bones from the energy blast Rod had unleashed. Strangely, they were still alive. Their vitality appeared scarcely human. How sinister. Rod's heightened senses scanned the entire cellar, revealing numerous tortured corpses, including the lifeless bodies of 2 old friends, Manny and Mickey. Yet, as his perception reached the deeper water prison, tears inexplicably streamed from his left eye, a surge of hatred erupting from within his heart. Kill them! Kill them! Within Rod's soul space, the original owner's obsession roared with fervor, for he had recognized the 2 decayed, putrid corpses in the water prison as his adoptive parents. Ah, how fortuitous. The wretch that had been scheming against me from the shadows has long been marked for death. In that case, let us conclude this cycle of retribution. A wicked smile curled upon Rod's lips as he soared into the sky. With his hands clasped together, he entered a state of explosive energy, a faint crimson flame igniting around him as he gathered all his power. With a resounding shout, he unleashed a dazzling crimson energy beam from his hands. Upon striking the estate, the energy beam unleashed a terrifying shockwave, leveling everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. As Rod annihilated Ryder and reduced his estate to rubble, a vast and potent surge of spiritual energy flooded into his soul, signifying the complete merging of the original owner's essence with his own. His spiritual essence had experienced a monumental elevation. Meanwhile, in New York, at the S.H.I.E.L. headquarters, a tall, robust man with graying hair had just stepped off the elevator from the top floor when a lively young employee greeted him. Director Pierce, good morning. I'm Charles. It's a pleasure to meet you. A handsome, athletic young S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was visibly excited to see Pierce. He had just been recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. and felt an immense pride in his duty to protect the Earth. Ah, you must be the new recruit. A fine young man. Indeed. Give it your all, Pierce said with a warm smile, patting Charles on the shoulder with a sense of approval. Well, I have matters to attend to. I have high hopes for you. You possess the charisma I once had. Pretending to check his watch, Pierce metaphorically painted a bright future for Charles before departing. Yes, Director. I will strive to give my utmost. I will dedicate myself to safeguarding the Earth. Charles thumped his chest, eager to impress the Director. Given the rare opportunity to meet him, Pierce waved his hand and then entered a highly secured passage leading to the underground base with his access card. Before long, a dapper gentleman, adorned with the badge of a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, sauntered through the entrance. Hey, Mike, you look rather splendid this morning. The tall and handsome man greeted the slightly portly middle-aged security guard with ease. Isn't that Agent Scar? A promotion certainly suits you. Your demeanor has improved. Security guard Mike responded warmly, clearly familiar with Scar. This lad seems a bit unfamiliar. A newcomer, I presume? Do your best. I have faith in you. Scar jovially patted Mike's shoulder before proceeding through the security check and identity verification for the basement passage. Hey, brother. What kind of place are Director Pierce and Agent Scar entering? The security is stringent. Charles inquired of the nearby guard Mike after watching Pierce enter the basement elevator. I'm not certain. It must be classified. Only S.H.I.E.L.D.'s upper management and elite personnel can access it. Mike shrugged, equally perplexed. One day, I too shall enter there and become a pillar of S.H.I.E.L.D. Charles resolutely vowed to himself, observing the high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. employees entering the underground facility. After entering the basement passage, Scar arrived at another secured elevator entrance. Hail Hydra! Scar raised his hand in a Hydra salute, and the two other guards reciprocated the gesture before Scar entered the elevator under their watchful eyes. Inside the elevator, Scar removed his S.H.I.E.L.D. senior agent badge and donned the Hydra insignia, adjusting his appearance. Upon reaching the bottom floor, he concealed his earlier playful demeanor and adopted a serious expression. He traversed a narrow tunnel until he stood before a heavily guarded door, where he scanned his eyeball's iris to gain entry into a mysterious chamber filled with various biocultivation pods. Scar gradually advanced, occasionally glancing at the slumbering creatures within the pods, until he arrived at an enigmatic office. Scar, you've arrived? In the dimly lit, tidy office, an elderly man with white hair puffed on a cigar, his gaze penetrating as he observed the cultivation pods behind a one-way glass. My Lord Pierce, what is it that you summoned me for? Scar fervently knelt before Pierce, his eyes glimmering with excitement. The Monkey Troop project involves the creation of a legion of super-cloned warriors using blood samples from the bloodthirsty demon monkeys. Through advanced embryonic cultivation techniques, they have already reached their youth, yet their lifespan is a mere 3 years. I require you to retrieve Fury's head and the Tesseract. Pierce took a puff from his cigar, exhaling a ring of smoke, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Yes. Hail Hydra. Sky rose, enthusiastically making the Hydra emblem gesture before carefully exiting the office, ensuring the door closed gently behind him. The bloodthirsty demon monkeys. Such tantalizing creatures. Pierce gazed at the single-pane glass enclosure, captivated by an infant with a monkey's tail nestled within a light green nutrient chamber. He then approached his desk and opened a black briefcase, revealing a collection of syringes filled with a pale red serum, each adorned with the Hydra emblem. Pierce seized a syringe and plunged it into his arm. As the serum coursed through his veins, his blood vessels bulged, muscles writhed, and heat radiated from his skin, resembling a lobster being boiled. After a moment, Pierce returned to normalcy, walking toward the wall and delivering a punch that dented the steel-reinforced barrier. Chapter 46. A new move outside the Earth's atmosphere. Rod floated in the vacuum without any protective gear, bathing in high-intensity cosmic radiation. In a meditative posture, he continuously transformed the radiative energy into chi. Scions traditionally relied on food energy for significant recovery of strength and chi. But after a transformation and purification by the enigmatic hunger energy, Rod cells acquired the extraordinary ability to absorb energy from various cosmic radiations, following a complete release of chi. The golden factors within his cells opened some form of restraint, ravenously consuming cosmic radiation and generating increasingly high-quality chi. Incredible! His total combat power reached 1,500. Truly remarkable. Rod reveled in his achievement, oblivious to the powerful Scion blood coursing through him. Unfortunately, the enhancement of his physical form remained rather average, without exerting himself in genuine combat. Rapid improvement seemed unattainable. If this continued, the strength of his body would inevitably become a constraint on his combat prowess. Should I unleash the enigmatic hunger power once more? The very notion was dismissed. The uncontrollable nature of that power was too perilous. Well, It's already the next day. My stomach feels a bit hungry. Perhaps I shall explore the city today. I must also test out the new techniques I conceived yesterday. Rod smirked mischievously and entered a state of heightened energy. Enveloped in a pale red aura. In downtown Berkeley, impeccably dressed individuals resided in opulent villas and skyscrapers, indulging in a life of luxury. Adorned in exquisite garments and adorned with gold and jewels, they frequented high-end restaurants and entertainment venues. Their existence was steeped in extravagance and pleasure, as if the entire world were their stage. However, in another corner of this urban landscape, the lives of the lower class were marked by hardship. They dwelled in dilapidated apartments and slums, surrounded by squalor. Their meager incomes rendered their living conditions harsh, as they labored daily to secure their next meal. Their lives are filled with bitterness and helplessness, as if the entire world is indifferent to their existence, merely existing in a state of numbness. In the bustling streets of the city center, a figure streaked through the air, landing amidst the throngs of pedestrians, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Wow, this guy is strong and so handsome. Does he have a tail? A girl in jeans curiously remarked to Rod. A show-off beggar, scoffed a middle-aged man in a suit, clearly disgruntled with life, feeling compelled to hurl insults at even a complete stranger. He must have flown in. How strange. My goodness. He must have something huge down there. Someone call the police. I bet he's a madman. Is he a homeless person? His hair is so long and messy. The crowd around Rod was divided in their opinions, observing him as if he were a circus act, speculating about his performance art. Meanwhile, Rod spread his arms wide and took a deep breath. Humanity, such ignorant, arrogant, and self-righteous beings, living in your own grotesque and false mental world, destroying the remnants of nature and its creatures. You pride yourselves as the spirit of all things. Today, I shall make you understand the essence of reverence. For I am a god, Rod proclaimed arrogantly, pointing a finger skyward. A faint red aura enveloped him, and in an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from his being, sending a colossal shockwave that hurled pedestrians and vehicles alike, crashing them into the storefronts lining the street. The entire downtown Berkeley descended into chaos, as bewildered onlookers fled in terror, mistakenly believing they were under attack by terrorists. Insects, today you shall delight me with the beauty born from your pitiful lives at the moment of death. Rod exclaimed, his form shifting as he unleashed a horrific sonic boom, obliterating the asphalt beneath him and the surrounding shops into ruins. The shockwave created by his flight stirred a torrent of debris on the streets as he barreled through downtown Berkeley like an uncontrollable rocket. Towers crumbled in his wake, the force of his passage smashing them down upon the unsuspecting flow of traffic and crowds, with white-collar workers caught off guard, reduced to mere pulp by the impact. The subway? In the midst of his furious flight, Rod suddenly spotted a subway entrance and grinned knowingly. His body plunged into the earth like a pile driver, creating a deep fissure in the ground. As Rod penetrated deeper underground, various pipes shattered upon contact with him. The resistance of the soil was as meaningless to Rod as water, and soon he burst through the weight-bearing ceiling of the subway tunnel, landing on the tracks below. I've always wanted to try this. Rod hovered a little over 10 centimeters above the subway tracks, eyeing the approaching train with a wicked grin. Inside the speeding subway, a little white girl was biting her mother's hand, clearly impatient and asking, "Mom, when will we get there? I'm so bored." The other passengers sat indifferently in the subway, unresponsive to the foul stench that permeated the air, evidently dulled by the meaninglessness of their lives. "Hey, little one. Would you like to see some magic?" A young black man leaned over and conjured a rose with a flick of his wrist. "Come here, don't look at him." The mother of a little girl, suspecting the man's intentions, swiftly pulled her daughter into her embrace. The other passengers remained oblivious, lost in their own thoughts, leaving the young man feeling somewhat dejected. He was acutely aware of the discrimination he faced, which weighed heavily on his heart. Just as he contemplated defending himself, a thunderous roar erupted. When he turned around, he beheld the most shocking sight of his life. A towering figure floated mid-air, allowing the subway to collide with his body, which twisted and shattered under the immense impact. The passengers, propelled by the subway's inertia, hurtled towards the imposing man, only to be reduced to mere fragments upon collision. Soon, it was the young man's turn. He had no time to flee, nor any place to escape. Ultimately, he crashed into Rod. His eyes bulged, and his bones were gradually crushed by the overwhelming force. It felt as if he had plummeted from a great height, colliding with the unforgiving earth. In his final moments, he witnessed the mother and daughter seated against the subway wall being crushed into pulp by the distorted carriage, and as he impacted Rod, he too was transformed into mangled flesh, swept away by the tremendous inertia. The shattered subway screeched along the tracks, emitting a harsh sound of grinding metal as it gradually slowed. Those in the subway station witnessed a horrific scene they would never forget. The previously halted subway appeared as if it had been torn open, revealing a gruesome interior filled with shattered organs and fragmented limbs. A potent and nauseating scent of blood wafted through the air, causing all who beheld the subway to tremble in fear and retch uncontrollably. This scene could only be described as a ghastly tragedy. Meanwhile, the perpetrator Rod was enveloped in a pale red aura, rampaging through the subway tunnel. Every subway train that collided with Rod shattered, along with its passengers, as thunderous impacts reverberated through the Berkeley underground tunnel. Above the city, unaware of the horror unfolding below, people felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. A figure soared skyward, and an aircraft passing overhead suddenly exploded as if struck by lightning. Fragments of the aircraft plummeted into the city, piercing buildings and claiming the lives of pedestrians. Bored, floating high above, Rod glanced down at the chaos and billowing smoke that engulfed the city with a disdainful smirk. At that moment, traffic in Berkeley was paralyzed. With towering skyscrapers reduced to mere halves, the streets resembled freshly tilled fields, shattered and chaotic, littered with incomplete corpses. Police vehicles roamed aimlessly, entirely oblivious to the nature of the horrific attack, the entire precinct in disarray. It was time to unleash my new ultimate move. Rod flashed a charming smile, his hands forming a gesture as if cradling a ball. A minuscule crimson energy sphere coalesced between his palms, rapidly swelling to the size of a basketball. As he spread his hands apart, the red energy orb, now uncontrollable, plummeted with alarming speed. Upon making contact with the ground, it erupted in a dazzling display of scarlet light. The particles of matter in the earth and air fragmented under the overwhelming density of the energy, generating nuclear heat capable of vaporizing all substances. The crimson sphere obliterated everything in its path like an atomic bomb, annihilating skyscrapers and vehicles alike. Consumed by the ever-expanding energy orb, from a distance, it appeared as though the entire city of Berkeley was gradually being enveloped by a rising crimson sun, which, after reaching its zenith, began to dissipate. The renowned downtown Berkeley transformed into a vast, 100-meter-deep crater within mere minutes, with countless lives obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Rod gazed at the blooming red sphere, finding its fleeting beauty both stunning and awe-inspiring. Having indulged in his spectacle, it was time for business. With a casual flourish, he opened a pentagram-shaped portal and stepped through. Beyond the portal lay a room cluttered with machinery and assorted electronic components, where Tony Stark was diligently working on the latest iteration of his battle armor. "Boss, what can I do for you? Would you like to try my latest creation? The Anti-Rod Armor number 16? Tony greeted him enthusiastically, having been eager to gather data on Rod's combat prowess and rebranding his armor series as the Anti-Rod Armor series. "Maybe another time. I've got other amusements today." Rod waved dismissively, signaling Tony to continue his work. He approached the black bat-like suit that Tony had fashioned for him. Crafted from rocket-grade materials, it housed a non-Newtonian fluid, exhibiting remarkable resilience, capable of withstanding high yields of explosive force. Tony excitedly elaborated on its features, as Rod had promised to impart methods of enhancement once the suit was complete. "Excellent." Rod swiftly donned the black armor, draping a matching cloak over his shoulders and fastening an eye mask atop his head. Originally, he intended to design the suit in the likeness of Batman. However, due to his long hair, he adapted the eye mask to resemble a bat instead. After pinpointing the energy location within Banner's body, Rod activated the spatial runes within his soul's domain, opening another pentagram-shaped portal before stepping through. Chapter 47. The Battle with the Hulk. I am Banner. Catastrophe has befallen me. The demon clad in black bat armor has taken the most precious thing from me. I am in anguish. I am furious. I am enraged. I, the Hulk, shall utterly crush this demon. 10 minutes earlier, in California, Los Angeles, at the park outside Culver University. "Betty, get away quickly." Banner shielded Betty behind him, having evidently recognized the dark-clad figure descending before him. The Death Tyrant, a legendary figure from Rod, was notorious throughout the Rovina region. Colleagues had casually mentioned that his former boss was indeed the Death Tyrant, a remorseless monster, a demon capable of silencing the cries of children. He never anticipated that Rod would truly seek him out, particularly as he had concealed his identity and acted with great caution. Banner could not fathom how Rod had pinpointed his exact location. "Hey, Banner. It is time to fulfill our agreement," Rod said with a sardonic smile. His body gradually levitating off the ground, his bat-like cloak fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind. "Good heavens, that man can actually fly. Unbelievable!" exclaimed a group of young students seated on a park bench, hastily capturing the bizarre scene on their phones. "Listen, Mr. Rod. We have no grievances. I wish to avoid any conflict between us." Banner stepped forward, attempting to reason with him. Although astonished by Rod's ability to hover, he feared that unleashing Hulk before his former employer could lead to dire consequences. "Are you belittling me?" Rod's gaze turned icy, an angry aura emanating from him as he felt contempt from a mutated human. Banner shivered under Rod's piercing stare, as if scrutinized by a ferocious beast. His heart raced, and Hulk's fury within him surged. "No, this cannot happen. Betty, run, as far away as possible. I'm about to transform." Banner struggled to suppress the rage swelling within him, but to little effect. Suddenly, his expression twisted in agony, as if a force within him was violently contorting. Striving to break free, his eyes began to flicker with a green luminescence, reminiscent of a beast's primal and frenzied gaze. His muscles expanded at an astonishing rate, skin thickening and roughening as if encased in a layer of verdant rock. His clothing tore apart under the strain, revealing a terrifying physique and a fearsome visage. His massive feet burst through his shoes, while his trousers remained largely unaffected. Each breath he took was accompanied by the violent heaving of his chest, as though a beast was awakening within him. At last, when his transformation culminated, a colossal green figure, towering at 25 meters, stood before Rod. His eyes glimmered with wild intensity, muscles coursing with green energy. He was the Hulk, the green giant endowed with boundless strength in moments of rage. His very presence seemed capable of rending asunder everything in sight, causing the entire city to tremble. Rod appeared diminutive in comparison, akin to a child standing next to a robust adult grizzly bear. Now this is more like it. Green fellow, do not disappoint me. Rod, with his bat-like mask, grinned maniacally, relishing the prospect of an actual battle rather than simply crushing an insect. With a thunderous roar, Hulk unleashed a punch imbued with the force of 100 tons, striking Rod's head like a cannonball. Yet, upon impact, it felt as though he had struck a substance harder than steel. Rod did not harness the energy within his body. His mere physical strength, exceeding 60 tons, was insufficient to withstand the terrifying might of Hulk's 100-ton punch. He was propelled like a missile, shattering the school wall behind him and carving a deep trench several meters long into the floor. Just as Rod regained his footing, Hulk leaped dozens of meters high, akin to a green meteor, crashing through the broken wall and colliding with Rod, embedding him into the ground with immense force. Subsequently, Hulk seized Rod's foot and commenced the classic scene of smashing, though this time the target was Rod. Clad in his bat suit, Rod was hoisted like a rag doll, mercilessly smashed against the ground as Hulk swung him down like a whip. Boom, boom, boom. With Hulk's relentless assault, Rod created several large craters in the ground. Then, as if performing a cowboy's lasso trick, Hulk spun Rod around wildly before slamming him down with a tremendous force. The surface of Rod, embedded in the ground, began to seep a black liquid, indicating that the non-Newtonian fluid within his suit had ruptured, yet his body remained unscathed. Impressive strength. You have not disappointed me. However, this alone is insufficient. Rod scoffed, rising into the air. He relished the sensation of pain, his face contorted in a rapturous expression. What other tricks do you possess? Bring them forth. Rod provocatively beckoned Hulk with a finger, fully embodying the Scion's combative spirit. Roaring in rage, Hulk's muscles swelled further, pulsating with green gamma energy as his strength surged to an astonishing 150 tons. Clasping his hands together, Hulk leaped into the air, launching a devastating strike at Rod, who floated effortlessly above. The moment of impact unleashed a terrifying shockwave that rippled for 100 meters, shattering all the glass in the school building. Teachers and students unaware of the chaos were caught off guard, their innards ruptured by the tremendous subsonic wave generated by the collision. Now it is my turn. Rod grinned wickedly, intrigued by Hulk's fury. He remained suspended in the air, not budging an inch, as he single-handedly braced against Hulk's hammering blow. The tremendous force of their clash merely a gentle breeze to him. Channeling his energy, Rod gripped Hulk's index finger, tightening his hold with the colossal power of 1,500 battle strength, instantly crushing the green giant's finger. Ah! Hulk cried out in pain, attempting to break free. But Rod yanked the entire finger off. In a shocking display, Rod then proceeded to chew on Hulk's finger, consuming it in a few bites as if it were a mere morsel. At that moment, Rod's right eye glowed crimson, his dark hair partially turned pale, and his teeth transformed into sharp, shark-like points. As per our agreement, Hulk's physical strength is now mine. His soul belongs to you. But first, let me have some fun. Rod spoke into the void, seemingly addressing an unseen presence. A cruel and malevolent aura erupted from him, a terrifying presence that devoured all in its path. An essence so bizarre and horrifying that it could not possibly belong to any ordinary creature. Delicious. Devour. Rod's raspy, deep voice echoed as if two beings were intertwined, his crimson right eye brimming with greed and malevolence. He gazed at Hulk with the predatory delight of a cat playing with a mouse, waiting until he tired of the chase before savoring his prey. However, Hulk remained oblivious to Rod's transformation. Enraged by the loss of his finger, he grew even more furious. His body swelled again to a staggering height of 27 meters. Muscles shimmering with a green glow, his strength surging to an astonishing 300 tons. Remarkably, the severed finger was regenerating at a visibly rapid pace. Roaring, Hulk unleashed a furious bellow at Rod, intent on tearing apart the irritant before him. Chapter 48. The Power of Rage on the Streets of Los Angeles. Where life bustled with an unceasing flow of people, this city, often dubbed the City of Sin, harbored many seemingly virtuous five-star citizens. Yet, Alleys were rife with drugs and illicit transactions. Beneath the surface of its vibrant FA-Ade lay a breeding ground for various evils. Boom. A thunderous sound shattered the air as a green figure was relentlessly pummeled by a black, bat-like creature. Hulk was sent soaring into the sky by Rod's 1,000-ton punch, after which Rod unleashed a tempest of strikes upon Hulk, who found himself without any leverage to counter. The force of Rod's blows left deep scars on Hulk's formidable physique, transforming his once majestic head into a grotesque visage reminiscent of a green pig. Rod continued to rain down terrifying supersonic impacts upon Hulk, treating him like a mere toy. As Rod grew increasingly exhilarated, a green luminescence flickered in his left eye. Indeed, after consuming one of Hulk's fingers, Rod had partially fused with the gamma-radiated genes of the Green Giant. Now, Rod possessed a fragment of Hulk's power of rage, granting him over twice the combat prowess he normally held when emotionally charged. Boom. Rod unleashed a punch imbued with a terrifying energy, sending the Green Giant hurtling thousands of meters away. Subsequently, he erupted at 15 times the speed of sound, creating a massive sonic boom as he swiftly positioned himself behind the off-balance Hulk. Crack! Rod opened his gaping maw and bit into Hulk's neck, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. In agony, Hulk retaliated with a punch aimed at Rod, only to have Rod effortlessly seize his arm and twist it, shattering the bones. Rod swallowed Hulk's flesh and, with a casual strike, punched Hulk in the abdomen, generating a forceful sonic boom that propelled Hulk downwards towards the streets of Los Angeles. The towering Hulk crashed through the asphalt, tumbling into a deep pit before laboriously pulling himself up, shaking his disoriented head as his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Haha, what a delightful toy! Rod cackled madly, his right crimson eye filled with an insatiable desire for Hulk's very soul. Boom. The sound of the sonic blast echoed as Rod swiftly descended towards the site of Hulk's fall, just as he had barely recovered from his injuries. Hulk was once again besieged by Rhodes, who descended like a black meteor, trampling him into a deep pit with a single foot. With another heavy stomp, he pressed Hulk's head even further into the ground. The onlookers, witnessing this unbelievable scene, screamed in terror and fled, causing the already congested traffic to come to a complete standstill. Street patrol officers hurriedly drew their weapons, cautiously approaching the pit, eager to uncover the truth of what had transpired within. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the pit, as powerful green gamma radiation shimmered ominously. The Hulk, trapped beneath Rhodes' foot, began to thrash wildly, his body swelling to an impressive 3 meters, his strength surging to an astonishing 500 tons. Silence. Rhodes smirked, exerting his immense weight, over 500 tons, upon Hulk's head, nearly crushing it. Hulk's eyes bulged as his skull fractured, rendering him unconscious, and he began the slow transformation back into Bruce Banner. This will not do. I am not finished yet. Rhodes seized Hulk's still-forming head, lifting it into the air. Police, put your hands up, shouted several detectives, aiming their firearms at Rhodes, who held Hulk aloft with one hand. Pfft. Haha. Rhodes erupted in laughter at the sight of the armed officers before him. Foolish humans, do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? A little appetizer wouldn't hurt. He licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin as he surveyed the anxious officers. Feast. Rhodes' voice suddenly turned gravelly, his crimson right eye glowing with an eerie light. He casually tossed Banner aside and in an instant was before a female officer. Startled, she fired frantically at him, but the bullets merely crumpled against his muscular frame, falling harmlessly to the ground. Rhodes' mouth grotesquely split open, stretching like a serpent's, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. He lunged, biting down on the female officer's head, and began to chew. Brain matter and eyeballs splattered within his maw, leaving her headless corpse twitching on the ground. My God, what manner of monster is this? Run. The other officers, realizing their firearms were ineffective, turned in fright and fled. Feast. Rhodes rasped, his gaze shifting to the remaining officers. In a flash, he pierced the chest of one officer with his bare hand. The officer, stunned to see a muscular hand emerging from his chest, clutched his heart and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Rhodes slowly withdrew his hand, raising it high, and crushed the heart, drinking deeply of the warm blood that flowed. Casting a cold glance at the officer's lifeless body, he soared towards another fleeing officer. No, please. Help. The terrified officer, witnessing the blood-soaked figure clad in battle armor, resembled a vampire from the depths of hell, causing his legs to buckle as he collapsed to the ground. A massive, bloodied hand grasped the frightened officer's head, tightening slowly until it burst. It is time to get down to business. Rod suppressed the insatiable, bloodthirsty force within him and gritted his teeth. He then levitated and flew towards Banner, who had transformed into a humanoid form, seizing his hair with one hand and soaring towards the bridge. Glub, still in a state of unconsciousness, Banner was thrust into the river, struggling in agony as he was forcibly awakened. Moments later, the memory of his skull being crushed by Rod surged in his mind. and he felt an excruciating pain in his head. Quickly summon the green fellow within you, Rod said disdainfully, pulling Banner from the water by his hair. He. Banner was clearly disoriented, his memory still clouded from the trauma to his head, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Slap. Rod struck Banner's face with a resounding smack, even with minimal force that left him looking battered. Banner's eyes briefly flickered green before he subdued, evidently intimidated by the Hulk within him. Had it not been for Rod's excessive force, the Hulk would not have been so easily cowed. Pathetic. It seems you need a little more motivation. Rod grasped Banner's hair and took off, swiftly heading back to the university. Who are you? Why are you doing this to me? Banner weakly inquired, suspended in midair. His mind was in disarray, clearly affected by Rod's kick, which had dislocated his thoughts during recovery. Rod paid no heed to Banner's pleas. Upon arriving at Culver University, he surveyed the area and unceremoniously tossed the bare-chested Banner in front of a stunning woman, visibly shaken. Banner, what has happened to you? Betty cried, embracing Banner with concern, glaring at Rod without a hint of fear. Betty, you must leave. Don't worry about me. Get away quickly. You are in danger. Banner pleaded painfully, grasping Betty's hand, his head pounding with a flicker of green luminescence in his eyes. Evidently, in order to protect his beloved, the Hulk within him had overcome his fear. The power of the mind is indeed extraordinary. Love could manifest anger in a protective form. Rod observed the emotional exchange between Banner and Betty with mild amusement, feeling only intrigue, devoid of any deeper sentiment. Since you can still emerge, let me lend you a hand. Green fellow. Rod clamped his hand around Betty's head, lifting her into the air and gradually tightening his grip. Banner. It hurts. Betty cried, feeling as if an iron claw was crushing her skull. She reached out to Banner for help. No, let her go. If you spare her, I will do anything. Banner, still unaware that he had transformed into a towering green giant, knelt in agony, pleading desperately. It was evident that Rod's miscalculated kick had merged the consciousness of the Hulk and Banner. Is that so? Rod applied a gentle but forceful pressure, causing Betty's eyes to bulge as her skull fractured, her head crushed to a pulp. A headless corpse collapsed before Banner, blood spraying from the neck and drenching him. Memories of the times spent with Betty flooded Banner's mind. Betty, will you marry me? Banner placed the ring he held onto Betty's ring finger, a scene he had long dreamt of. However, the Betty before him had transformed into a headless corpse, as Banner helplessly watched his beloved being crushed to death by the dark-clad demon before him. No. At that moment, Banner's mind was devoid of any distractions, consumed solely by pure rage. His will fused with Hulk's in a tempest of extreme fury. His dark green form swelled at a visible pace, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. His towering figure reached the height of 2 stories, with grotesquely muscular limbs radiating a brilliant green luminescence. The Hulk now resembled a mythological god of wrath, emanating a terrifying and formidable aura. His contorted face, twisted by fury, appeared fearsome. It seemed as though a bright green flame burned within his eyes, glaring at Rod with a desire to devour him whole. Ha ha ha. At last. This is more like it. I can barely restrain myself from consuming you. Rod laughed maniacally, entering a state of explosive fury, a pale red aura enveloping his entire being, radiating a terrifying presence and mental pressure. His right face bore an eerie, malevolent grin, with a blood-red eye filled with madness and bloodlust. The left side of his face exhibited a frenzied obsession for battle, with a vibrant green eye brimming with excitement and brutality. He appeared as if a deranged psychopath. Chapter 49. The consequences of the wave. What does it matter if I grow larger? Come, let me crush you. Rod cackled at the colossal green giant, only to realize that in his furious state, the Hulk had somehow appeared right before him. Boom. The enraged Hulk unleashed a punch, the tremendous sound reverberating across the sky, generating a shockwave that cracked the earth within a radius of dozens of meters. People several kilometers away distinctly felt a tremor and mistakenly thought it was an earthquake. The half-starved Rod was embedded into the ground by the overwhelming force, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. That punch carried at least 3,000 tons of sheer power, equivalent to several hundred trucks crashing down upon Rod. Had it not been for the energy within him and his indestructible body under the influence of hunger, he would have been utterly incapacitated by such a blow. The Rod possessed terrifying destructive capabilities. A Saiyan's physical body is, in fact, quite fragile. Even Goku, who can transform into a Super Saiyan, succumbed to a heart disease, highlighting this vulnerability. Essentially, Saiyans are high-attack, high-speed energy manipulators, capable of obliterating planets with a single energy blast, yet they choose to engage in hand-to-hand combat for show. While energy attacks can neutralize energy-based assaults, they are ineffective against physical attacks. As observed in the latter stages of Dragon Ball, energy blasts capable of annihilating a planet can be easily swatted away, while melee battles often result in minimal destruction despite prolonged fighting. The physical strength of Saiyans pales in comparison to the pure physical assaults delivered by One Punch Man. who can effortlessly shatter mountains with a single punch. In the Dragon Ball universe, life possesses terrifying destructive power under the influence of energy. Yet their physical forms remain woefully weak. They resembled ordinary individuals wielding nuclear weapons, reluctant to unleash their ultimate abilities for fear of the catastrophic consequences that might ensue if they could not escape in time, potentially perishing from the very energy blasts they released. The fragility of life forms in the Dragon Ball universe is starkly illustrated by the fact that Frieza, with a battle power of 530,000, could be rendered tailless by a mere attack from Krillin, whose power barely exceeded 10,000. At this moment, Rod felt a burning sensation on his face. Having grown accustomed to invincibility, he had forgotten the principle that the angrier Hulk became, the stronger he grew. He had underestimated the situation, initially believing that Hulk's maximum short-term output of 1,000 tons of power was his limit. He was taken aback when Hulk unleashed an extraordinary surge of strength. Rod realized that Hulk's terrifying power had surpassed anything he could contend with. With a furious roar, Hulk unleashed a barrage of punches upon the prone Rod, each blow striking with the ferocity of a tempest. The speed of Hulk's assault was so swift that Rod could scarcely react. The sound of sonic booms accompanied the violent impacts, distorting Rod's form as the relentless onslaught drove the ground beneath him deeper and deeper. Rod's bat-like armor was shredded as if it were mere parchment, rapidly depleting his energy reserves in a desperate attempt to withstand Hulk's assault. If he did not take action soon, his life would be in peril. Rod's body twisted grotesquely, teetering on the brink of death. He hastily resolved to employ a key cannon, just as the thought of unleashing a powerful energy blast to subdue Hulk crossed his mind. He saw Hulk clasping his hands together, preparing to strike. Hulk's hands, when joined, were larger than Rod himself, generating a staggering force of 5,000 tons with that singular, full-force strike. Rod lost consciousness from the impact, his bones fracturing under the tremendous pressure. Hulk's speed was overwhelming, and Rod, severely injured, was unable to gather enough energy to launch a counterattack or create distance between them. He recognized that he had made a grave mistake. He could have easily obliterated Hulk from a distance with a key attack, yet he chose to engage in close combat with the enraged giant. It was akin to a player in League of Legends, capable of instantly defeating a fully equipped champion with a simple skill, opting instead to engage in basic attacks. He had deliberately allowed Hulk to reach level 6, even encouraging him to accumulate rage. The outcome was disastrous. Hulk executed a series of devastating combos, culminating in a powerful finishing move that emptied Rod's health bar. Just when Hulk intended to repeat his earlier tactic and deliver a decisive blow to Rod, Rod's once black hair on the left side of his head rapidly turned white, and his left eye mirrored the blood-red hue of his right. However, Hulk was indifferent to Rod's transformation. His singular desire was to crush Rod, seeking vengeance for Betty. As the daunting weight of 5,000 tons descended upon Rod, he, now fully transformed, raised a hand with surprising grace and pierced through Hulk's fist. Though Hulk cried out in pain, he showed no intention of relenting. Disregarding his injured hand, he seized Rod's foot and began to swing him against the ground like a whip. Each impact resonated with terrifying force, and Rod was tossed about like a rag doll in Hulk's grasp. With every impact upon the ground, crimson dust swirled into the air around Rod. As Hulk inhaled these ominous red particles, he initially felt no immediate change. However, as the air became increasingly saturated with the scarlet motes, Hulk sensed a peculiar force gnawing at his flesh and gamma energy from within. Starve consume. Rod, battered and contorted, now appeared emaciated, with sharp claws sprouting from his once normal limbs. Jagged bone spurs emerged from his back and joints as he monotonously uttered disjointed phrases. Suddenly, Hulk felt an itch in his palm and hastily discarded Rod, only to discover his once green hand now marred with an array of dense red spots. These strange entities relentlessly feasted upon Hulk's cells and flesh, inciting his fury, yet he was at a loss as to how to rid himself of the crimson blemishes, resorting instead to a frenzied roar as he struck his own body. The ravenous, transformed Rod had regained his shape, his gaunt frame resembling that of one suffering from severe malnutrition. He gazed at the green giant before him, a greedy smile spreading across his face. Upon witnessing Rod's resurgence, Hulk's anger flared anew, and he delivered a powerful punch, sending Rod hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing onto a distant street. Yet, the force of his blow was surprisingly only around 2,000 tons, indicating a significant depletion of Hulk's internal power. By this time, the area had largely emptied of civilians due to the clash between the Green Giant and Rod, leaving only a few Los Angeles police officers awaiting orders, along with a small contingent of military personnel who had just arrived to encircle the school. These armed humans dared not act recklessly, for the display of strength from Rod and the Hulk was truly terrifying. They were merely biding their time, hoping to benefit from the chaos. However, Rod was inexplicably launched by Hulk's punch into the midst of these encircling soldiers and officers, creating instant confusion among them. Chief, should we engage the creature known as Black Bat? One officer inquired, eyeing the frail, white-haired Rod nearby, finding the codename somewhat unsettling. Wait, I've just received an alert. There's a red fog warning at a critical level. Everyone must evacuate Los Angeles immediately. The nation is preparing for a nuclear strike. The police chief, aboard a helicopter departing Los Angeles, spoke calmly. What, chief? You mean a nuclear strike? In the United States? In Los Angeles? The officer on the line was left in utter disbelief, while the military had received no notification whatsoever, clearly abandoned. Had it not been for their prior rapport, the chief would have deemed it unworthy to inform him of such dire news. Chief, when will the nuclear strike commence? The officer inhaled deeply, his legs trembling involuntarily. Let me check 10 minutes remaining. The chief concluded, abruptly severing the call and discarding the communicator from the helicopter. Los Angeles. After all these years, what a waste. What is this blood-red fog? What could possibly instill such fear? The chief pondered as he calmly pulled out a cigar, snipping its end before lighting it and taking a contemplative puff. What? 10 minutes. The officer hung up the phone, already speeding down the road. Just a minute ago. A colleague had inquired about his destination, to which he could only reply that his mother was about to give birth. Human life is at stake. Is this not a matter of utmost gravity? It is inconceivable that the nation would contemplate a nuclear strike on its own soil. Is this not madness? Coughing slightly, the officer felt an itch in his throat, and his face began to break out in a rash of crimson spots. Meanwhile, Rod, who had just been struck down, lay on the ground unresponsive, his body emanating a strange, scarlet mist. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. The police officers and soldiers surrounding Rod suddenly found their eyes turning blood red, incessantly murmuring about hunger, and before long, they began to attack their fellow comrades. Within minutes, the entire school and the surrounding streets were enveloped in a ghastly crimson fog. Thousands of people who came into contact with the mist experienced their eyes turning blood red. And soon after, their bodies disintegrated, becoming part of the eerie fog. At that moment, a circular portal crackling with sparks appeared on the streets of Los Angeles. A bald woman clad in a monk's robe emerged from the portal. Chapter 50, Mirror Space Los Angeles, Culver University. A dense, blood-hued mist enveloped the entire university. Whether trees or walls, anything tainted by the crimson fog would sprout bizarre red spots and eventually disintegrate into the mist. In the heart of the thick crimson fog, a strong green fluorescence flickered, revealing a towering, grotesque giant, 5 meters tall, frantically tearing at the flesh marred by red spots. Yet, with each tearing, as new flesh rapidly regenerated, it would again be tainted by the crimson fog. At that moment, Hulk's face was half skeletal, his ribcage and pulsating, red-spotted organs exposed. Roaring in fury, he erupted with brilliant green fluorescence, only to be shortly thereafter engulfed by the blood-red mist. Initially, Hulk's regeneration outpaced the fog's consumption. But as the crimson mist thickened, its devouring speed accelerated. His strength waned drastically, and the surge of power derived from his anger became insufficient. Soon, he would be wholly consumed and assimilated by the blood-red fog. Though his spiritual might surged terrifyingly with rage, he was forced to endure the agonizing erosion of his soul by the mist. This sense of helplessness plunged Hulk into deeper despair. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the blood mist-infected area, a bald woman in a dark yellow monk's robe furrowed her brow, observing the all-consuming crimson fog. If it were not for her recent efforts in repelling the incursion of otherworldly demonic entities, this peculiar being with an alien soul would never have grown so powerful. Such a strange and malevolent force must be expelled from Earth. Master Gui sighed. She was nearing retirement in just a few years and never anticipated encountering such troubling matters. As the Supreme Sorceress, her primary responsibility was to fend off various external evil forces from invading Earth, while she refrained from interfering in the development of humanity itself. The enigmatic external force of Rod has posed a significant threat to the normal development of Earth, while Rod's very essence is rooted in the native human spirit of this planet. Consequently, addressing the situation surrounding Rod has become exceedingly complex. Ancient One shook her head, dismissing further contemplation, and began to weave intricate hand seals. The ground beneath her feet and the surrounding space began to whirl and twist like a mirage. The entire city was gradually engulfed by a vast mirrored realm, and before long, the area shrouded in crimson mist was entirely encompassed by this reflective space. This realm, though composed of matter and air, was completely severed from the reality outside. Whatever transpired within would not influence the true world. Yet one could still perceive the changes occurring in reality. For the time being, it was prudent to confine this anomaly here, as it was exceedingly bizarre. I shall delve into its intricacies once my magical energies are restored. With the ring of mystery adorning her hand, Ancient One began to draw circles, and a circular portal materialized before her. As she stepped through the portal, leaving the mirrored realm behind, only the green giant, enveloped in blood mist, and a few objects tainted by the eerie fog remained within. At that moment, the green giant, gradually sapped of vitality by the crimson mist, weakened and knelt on the ground, pounding the earth in frustration and emitting a furious roar. Ultimately, his emerald eyes turned blood red, and his entire form disintegrated into scarlet vapor, merging with the blood mist. Just then, a white figure emerged from the sanguine fog, gaunt and emitting incessant murmurs of hunger. The blood mist continuously radiated towards the mirrored space, yet it seemed to have no end. As time passed, the figure, unable to find satisfactory sustenance, succumbed to slumber. While Rod's consciousness began to awaken, a torrent of blood mist surged towards Rod's form, rapidly transforming into various energies and unique nutrients that his emaciated body eagerly absorbed. It was uncertain how long this process lasted, but eventually, a towering man, 2 meters tall with vibrant green eyes and a physique adorned with powerful, sinewy muscles, stood in place. His long, dark hair cascaded down to his waist, complemented by sharp brows and striking features. Extending from his backside was a substantial dark red tail resembling that of a python. Stripped bare by the mist, Rod's lower half remained robust and formidable, even more so than before. With a swift, delicate punch, he created a tremendous sonic boom, the shockwave effortlessly shattering the mirrored ground beneath him. Is this the power derived from consuming the Hulk? Rod clenched his fists, feeling the might of his corporeal strength and the raging energy within him. Akin to a furious dragon, granting him an unparalleled sense of supremacy in the cosmos. Now, Rod's physical combat prowess had reached a staggering 300. While his capacity for energy had multiplied to 20 times that of his physical strength, culminating in an overall combat power of 6,300. Despite his bloodline still being that of a low-tier Saiyan, the absorption of the Hulk's physical might and genetics had allowed Rod to transcend the genetic limitations of the Saiyan race. Breaking free from these constraints heralded an exponential increase in his combat capabilities, much like Sun Wukong and his father Bardock, although both were ordinary low-tier Saiyans. They were not destined to surpass a battle power of 2,000 in their lifetime. Through countless life and death struggles, they have transcended their limits, awakening the latent potential of the Saiyan race, ultimately achieving the status of Super Saiyans. In essence, to ascend to the ranks of Super Saiyans, one must surpass the genetic constraints inherent to Saiyans. This race appears to be shrouded by a mysterious force that seals their genetic capabilities. The offspring of Saiyans and humans, possessing altered Saiyan genes due to their human ancestry, have experienced a significant alleviation of these genetic restrictions, enabling them to transform into Super Saiyans with remarkable swiftness. However, the Super Saiyan form is merely a transitional phase. The true embodiment of an unsealed Saiyan is the Super Saiyan 4, characterized by its semi-simian transformation. Thus, only those of pure Saiyan blood can attain the Super Saiyan 4 state, while those of mixed heritage cannot fully realize this transformation. Even the Beast Gohan's awakening of the semi-Super Saiyan 4 form is attributed to his high concentration of Saiyan blood. Collaborating with that enigmatic entity within him is akin to courting danger. Upon instinctively entering his soul space, Rod discovered a crimson fissure the size of an infant's fist in his soul, indicating that the hard-won integrity of his spiritual will was once again compromised. And more severely than before, it appeared that he had been ensnared within the mirror dimension by the Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange. Uncertainty loomed over whether his spatial abilities could function here. Rod surveyed the kaleidoscopic mirror dimension with a sense of novelty. Subsequently, he focused his consciousness to communicate with the spatial runes within his soul space, and a pentagram-shaped crack began to materialize within the mirror dimension. However, it was not long before the mirror returned to its normal state. A magical reinforcement sealing the space? Rod sensed the gravity of his predicament. It seemed unlikely he could easily escape this mirrored realm. Nevertheless, he resolved to replenish his energy and attempt to forcibly breach this space. Rod settled into a meditative posture, initiating the transformation of various energy radiations within the space through cellular conversion. Time passed, and upon reopening his eyes, he entered a state of heightened energy. Enveloped in a faint red aura, a formidable presence emanated from him, tenfold stronger than before. With determination, he unleashed his full power. Within his soul space, a torrent of energy imbued with spatial powers surged into the runes. In the mirror dimension, a pentagram-shaped spatial rift began to gradually widen. However, as the spatial gateway emerged, it revealed a chaotic maelstrom of turbulent space, devoid of a fixed destination. This is problematic. The excessive isolation of spatial anchor points hinders my ability to pinpoint a specific location. Rod furrowed his brow. He was not well versed in the intricate marvels of Marvel's magic. Moreover, he dared not provoke the Sorcerer Supreme, a legendary figure capable of contending with dimensional deities. After all, he was merely a warrior of brute strength, insufficient against the Sorcerer Supreme's mastery over cosmic forces in the Time Stone. Once, he had recklessly wielded his native identity to wreak havoc on Earth. But Rod surmised that perhaps some sinister, malevolent force had triggered the Sorcerer Supreme's vigilance. The variables here are too great. I must now be on Strange blacklist. It is best to depart swiftly. I shall return once I have outlasted that old hag. Rod was engulfed in a torrent of chaotic spatial currents as he resolutely plunged into the realm beyond the portal, which gradually began to close. Within this tempestuous maelstrom, akin to the fury of a storm, he struggled to navigate, relying on a protective shield capable of withstanding the forces of space, yet his energy was rapidly depleting. The relentless spatial turbulence gnawed at his barrier, and the occasional shards of space that drifted by could easily sever his limbs. Fortunately, having consumed the essence of the Hulk had significantly enhanced his regenerative abilities. Otherwise, with over 10,000 battle power, he might have perished amidst this chaos. He could not continue in this manner. It was time to craft a portal at random. He hoped fate would not lead him to some bizarre location. Gritting his teeth, Rod resolved to communicate with the spatial runes and carelessly opened a legendary rift within the tumult, subsequently stepping into an unfamiliar realm. The sky was perpetually veiled in a thick shroud of gray mist, preventing sunlight from penetrating, casting only a feeble and indistinct glow upon the ground. The air was saturated with the scent of death, evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression and heaviness. In this desolate world, vibrant green flora was conspicuously absent, as were the cheerful babbling brooks. Instead, there lay an endless expanse of wasteland and frigid rocks, as if nature had entirely forsaken life itself. Occasionally, a chilling wind swept through, carrying with it shivers of cold air, as if countless spirits were murmuring their grievances and resentments. Dark flickers of light occasionally darted across the sky, reminiscent of wandering souls traversing the night. These ephemeral glimmers imbued the atmosphere with an eerie and enigmatic quality. Here, the boundaries between life and death blurred, and the continuum of past and present intertwined, rendering reality indistinguishable from illusion. Rod furrowed his brow as he cautiously traversed this alien space. He was unaware of his whereabouts, but one thing was certain: this place was not Earth. Suddenly, a ghastly green light flickered in the distance, piquing his curiosity, compelling him to approach. As his vision clarified, a woman clad in tattered black spandex emerged before him. Her hair cascaded untamed, her eyes shadowed in darkness, and she muttered incessantly, "Why has Odin treated me thus?" Mysterious green energy emanated intermittently from her form. "Intruder, how did you arrive here?" The woman opened her eyes, revealing a playful smile, her gaze fixating on the naked Rod with intrigue. Chapter 51. Hela. The goddess of death Asgard, this mysterious and majestic realm of the gods, resembled a brilliant jewel embedded in the boundless cosmos. Its skyline was outlined by grand temples and palaces, exuding an ancient and solemn aura, as if narrating the tales of countless years. Sunlight bathed this land. Not the harsh light of the sun, but a softer, warmer luminescence, imbued with a mysterious power that invigorated every inch of Asgard's soil. The air was laced with a delicate fragrance, the essence of the unique flowers and plants that flourished in this divine domain. Along the streets, towering ancient trees stand majestically, their lush foliage casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Occasionally, a gentle breeze stirs, causing the leaves to sway softly and produce a rustling sound, akin to nature's whispers. The inhabitants of Asgard, be they deities or elves, lead a harmonious and tranquil existence here. They stroll leisurely along the avenues or offer devout prayers before the temples, their faces radiating joy and contentment, as if they have discovered their true sanctuary in this divine realm. Asgard is a unique and enigmatic locale, situated in an alternate dimension. It is not a spherical planet, but rather a flat, planet-like substance. Asgard possesses gravity akin to that of Earth, yet its material is denser and more resilient, ensuring the stability of its inhabitants and cities. Unlike Earth, it does not rotate on an axis or orbit the sun. The duration of its day and night remains unknown, and it is unclear whether it utilizes Earth's sun as a source of light. There are no seasonal changes. Its surface is safeguarded by an unknown force from erosion while allowing its waters to drift into the cosmos. Asgard is the homeland of the Norse gods, such as Thor and their ruler Odin. It is a realm brimming with magic and mystery, adorned with numerous ancient edifices and relics, including Odin's palace and Thor's training grounds. The denizens of Asgard comprise a myriad of deities, elves, giants, and other mystical beings. Furthermore, Asgard connects to at least 2 other dimensions, encompassing what the Asgardians refer to as the 9 realms. The 9 realms, also known as the 9 planes, consist of 9 celestial bodies interconnected by the world tree. These realms are as follows: Asgard, the celestial palace of the gods, home to the grandest castle, Odin's golden hall, which also houses Valhalla. Vanaheim, the dwelling place of the Vanir gods, who govern the fertility of all living things, the seas, and the winds. Alfheim, the realm of the elves, where beings of extraordinary beauty and immense magical prowess reside. Midgard, the abode of humans, featuring a tricolored rainbow bridge made of ice, fire, and air, leading to the divine realms. Jotunheim, the land of giants, marked by a foreboding iron forest that serves as a threshold from the human world to the realm of giants. Nidavellir, the home of dwarves, renowned for their exceptional craftsmanship and profound knowledge, creating numerous treasures. Helheim, a realm named after the queen of the underworld, Hela, characterized by a cold, fog-laden landscape of eternal night, accessible only to the deceased. Niflheim, the realm of mist, a wintry expanse indistinguishable from the land of the dead. Muspelheim, the fiery domain, a scorching territory guarded by the giant Surtur. The 9 realms comprise merely 9 celestial bodies, at most 9 stellar systems, far less expansive than the galaxy itself. 4 of these worlds, Asgard, Vanaheim, Alfheim, and Nidavellir, exist upon a planet-like substance. Asgard is a place steeped in magic, mystery, and ancient traditions. It is not only the homeland of the Norse gods but also one of the central realms, maintaining the peace and order of the 9 worlds, Asgard. Odin sits upon his throne, his brow furrowed, sensing the energy of Asgard being gradually consumed by a peculiar force, the source of which lies in the imprisonment of his eldest daughter, Hela, the goddess of death. Hela, Odin's firstborn, is also the sister of Thor and Loki. In Odin's youth, when he was an ambitious conqueror, Hela served as his vanguard, aiding him in numerous victories as they together subdued the 9 realms. She was notorious for her cruelty and ruthlessness, having slaughtered countless lives. However, as time passed, Odin began to seek transformation, aspiring to cultivate a more favorable image for himself. Hela, on the other hand, yearned to conquer worlds beyond the 9 realms, but she faced Odin's opposition. At that time, Hela was driven by ambition, desiring war and conquest. She aspired to venture beyond the realm of the gods, waging war across the cosmos, bringing all 9 kingdoms under her dominion. Although Odin was also a valiant deity, he preferred to safeguard his people and avert unnecessary bloodshed. Thus, a rift emerged between Odin and Hela regarding their ideologies of warfare. Hela made numerous appeals to Odin for conquest, all of which were rebuffed under the guise of protecting their subjects. Nevertheless, Hela remained undeterred, secretly amassing strength and waiting for an opportunity. Ultimately, during one such campaign, their disagreements escalated once more, culminating in a fierce confrontation that shocked the 9 realms. Hela displayed her formidable divine power, engaging Odin in a relentless struggle. Although Odin was reluctant to harm his daughter, he recognized the necessity of exerting his full strength to preserve peace across the realms. In this fierce battle, Odin even summoned all the warriors of Asgard. Yet he found it challenging to suppress Hela's might. Ultimately, after paying a tremendous price, Odin succeeded in defeating Hela and confining her. This conflict resulted in the near annihilation of the valiant Valkyrie Legion, leaving only 1 Valkyrie remaining. Ultimately, Odin resolved to exile Hela, imprisoning her in Niflheim, the realm of the dead among the 9 worlds. Niflheim, known as the Misty Realm, possesses an extraordinarily unique environment. It is perpetually shrouded in dense fog, composed not of ordinary mist but of countless swirling snowflakes and ice crystals that coalesce into clouds, rendering the entire sky hazy and frigid. The world appears as if it is perpetually snowing, with a thick layer of ice coating the ground and structures formed from the waters of the Well of Vergelmer. The extreme cold imbues everything with a serene and silent quality. The wind howls here, carrying a biting chill that sweeps across the ice-covered land. Aside from the sound of the wind, there is scarcely any other noise, as if the entire world has been frozen in this silence. On this frigid land flows a great river known as the Wave of Ice, its waters formed from the chilling essence of Niflheim, rushing forth with a fierce coldness toward the horizon. The grim Reaper Hela was sealed away, enduring centuries of solitude and despair. During this time, the once silent Niflheim underwent cataclysmic transformations. Mountains crumbled, glaciers evaporated, and the earth became riddled with charred, uneven pits. Countless shattered, ghastly green magical blades lay strewn across the ground, while the previously lifeless gray mist of the realm of the dead morphed into a sinister crimson fog. Ah, Father, save me. Let me escape this place. I no longer desire the 9 realms. I no longer wish to be the God Queen. Please, allow me to return. The air was filled with the anguished cries of a woman, her voice sharp with desperation, laden with sorrow and torment. The once renowned Hela, the grim reaper of the cosmos, now bore no intact muscle or skin, her body marred by a multitude of eerie red spots. Her innards and bones lay grotesquely exposed. Her perpetually regenerating flesh and magical essence were being consumed by the blood-red fog, transforming into a new spectral mist, even her soul slowly tainted by its malevolence. Bound by her life and power to Asgard, Hela found herself unable to die under the relentless onslaught of the crimson fog, yet she could not restore her former self. If she could not liberate herself from this sanguine mist, she would eternally suffer the agonizing torment of having her flesh and soul devoured. Hela's transformation stemmed from an unforeseen encounter with a man named Rod 3 years prior, who had intruded upon the realm of the dead, Niflheim. Chapter 52, Rod and Hela 3 years ago. The realm of the dead, Niflheim. Intruder, how did you come here? Hela, disheveled and clad in tattered garments, regarded the unexpected visitor who had shattered her centuries of meditation with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Do you believe me if I say it was an accident? Rod, having just navigated through a chaotic spatial rift, felt his energy nearly depleted. Faced with this enigmatic figure, he hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Despite his carefree demeanor on Earth, he was acutely aware that there were few beings capable of obstructing him there. As long as he refrained from annihilating the planet or exterminating humanity, the hidden powers on Earth would regard him merely as an odd mutant. He was quite straightforward, engaging in minor crimes such as bank heists and murder, trivial pursuits in the eyes of those who wielded power on a cosmic scale. Had he not inadvertently unleashed catastrophic forces while toying with Hulk, he would not have drawn the attention of the Ancient One and found himself on her blacklist. An accident? Perhaps. Since you are here, why not keep me company? I have not conversed with anyone in centuries. Tell me your name, where you come from, and what your intentions are. Hela fixed her gaze upon young Rod, a playful smile gracing her lips, clearly eager for companionship after her prolonged solitude. My name is Broly, and I hail from a planet called Vegeta. My homeland was destroyed by a dark overlord known as Frieza. I seek vengeance for my fallen kin. Rod grinned mischievously as he began to weave his tale, reveling in the ruse, for the being before him was unfamiliar with his true identity. It was an opportunity to pass the time and regain some strength. A cliché detail of revenge. I have witnessed countless such narratives during my conquest across the 9 realms. Broly, is it? Given your presence here, you must have employed some extraordinary means. Would you care to share? If you divulge this secret, I shall grant you a wish. Hela gazed at the ruggedly handsome Rod with growing fondness. Yet it was the manner of his entrance into the sealed realm of the dead that truly piqued her curiosity. I do not even know who you are. What if you are a charlatan? Rod feigned an expression of innocence, discerning that the woman before him seemed somewhat unhinged. I am the sole daughter of Odin, sovereign of the 9 realms, the future goddess king, the goddess of death. Hela, mortal, are you aware of my existence from myth? Speak. How did you arrive here? Should you reveal this, I, the future queen of the gods and ruler of Asgard, promise you a wish. Hela rose abruptly, bursting into an arrogant laugh. Her garments transforming before the naked eye by magic, her hair morphing into a crown of black, menacing blades. She sauntered towards Rod, gently caressing his robust, flawless physique, her eyes glinting with allure. Hela, you are the goddess of death from the multiverse? Rod struggled to ascertain which version of Hela stood before him. If she were the Hela from the ordinary universe of Asgard, it would be manageable. However, the prospect of facing the multiversal goddess of death left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. What multiverse? Are you suggesting there exist other universes? The goddess of death regarded Rod's handsome visage with intrigue, her elegantly manicured fingers brushing against his cheek. You are quite striking. Tell me how you entered, and I may allow you to become my consort. Hela's gaze lingered provocatively, igniting a heat within her, startling me. This is fortunate. Now I need not worry. Rod, towering over Hela, offered a cruel smile before unleashing a punch that sent her sprawling. Before she could react, she soared through the air, crashing to the ground and rolling several meters, carving a deep trench in the earth. How dare you, old woman? Lay hands upon my sacred form. Watch as I twist you into a pretzel. With the brief skirmish with Hela, Rod had regained considerable energy. He felt the abundant cosmic energy within this space, and having just absorbed Hulk, he remained uncertain of his own combat limits. It was an opportune moment to engage in a bout with this not-so-imposing old woman possessing divine attributes. You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? I shall slay you. Hela rose, her eyes and body radiating a dazzling, ominous green glow, conjuring magical blades from thin air. Throughout her campaigns across the 9 realms, Hela had wielded her formidable divine form and magic to bring chaos, never before having been so humiliated in battle. Even her father, Odin, had suffered greatly in confrontations with her. Rod's unexpected punch had inflicted upon her an unprecedented shame, originally seething with rage. Hela felt her cheeks flush upon noticing Rod's strikingly handsome and imperious demeanor. Broly, now kneel and plead for mercy before me, lick my feet, and perhaps I may spare your life. Hela sat upon her iron throne, a black seat adorned with magical blades, formed from a sickly green energy, raising her foot in a haughty challenge towards Rod. Centuries of solitude had left her spirit profoundly empty, and Rod's sudden appearance brought forth a whirlwind of complex emotions. This powerful, handsome man, who exuded an air of indifference, perfectly fulfilled all her fantasies of a partner. Most importantly, that punch he delivered left her inexplicably exhilarated. You old fool, still reveling in this. However, should you manage to defeat me, I will reveal how I came to be here. Only the worthy may engage with me. Rod felt the satisfying impact of his recent punch, estimating he could easily overpower Hela. The dormant genes within him surged forth, triggering a passive state of exhilaration. As he crossed his arms defiantly, gazing at Hela with pride. Subsequently, a terrifying aura erupted from Road, instantly entering a state of explosive energy. A pale red aura enveloped his entire being, and his vibrant green eyes sparkled with fervent combat spirit. To his astonishment, Road's muscles began to swell slightly, and his physical strength surged. Ha! I adore powerful, proud men. I can scarcely contain my desire to conquer you, making you kneel at my feet and worship me. Hela laughed with excitement. She had not encountered such an intriguing and suitable man in many years. Road's explosive state instilled a sense of threat within her. Yet she remained an invincible being, bolstered by the might of Asgard. The more formidable Road became, the more satisfied she felt. Such a man, once elusive, had now appeared before her. Hela believed fortune smiled upon her, taking pity on her loneliness. At this moment, Road yearned for battle. While Hela sought a different kind of clash, their intentions utterly mismatched. Chapter 53. The Great Battle with Hela. Road shot forth at incredible speed, yet as he approached Hela, she conjured a massive hammer through magic to strike him down. Unyielding, Road countered with a punch. Boom. The collision of Road's fist and Hela's magical hammer unleashed a tremendous shockwave, fracturing the ground like a spider's web. A colossal wave of air swept up clouds of dust. However, due to the resilient nature of the deceased's material, the damage to the ground was not excessively severe. At this juncture, Road had regained 40% of his energy. Yet even with thousands of tons of force, he was easily sent flying by Hela's hammer. Road halted in midair, realizing that a direct assault was futile. He decided to launch a ranged attack instead. Consecutive energy blasts. Road gathered red energy into his hands, rapidly swinging them through the air. His speed so swift that it left behind afterimages. A barrage of red energy spheres formed, enveloping Hela in a dense area of attack. Hela remained unperturbed, effortlessly conjuring countless magical blades that surged forth to intercept the approaching energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blasts collided with the magical blades in midair, producing a cacophony of explosions that echoed across the skies. In an instant, the terrifying shockwaves from their confrontation dispelled the mist, revealing the earth in its original desolate state. Hela's magical blades seemed endless, flying forth in a frenzied assault without a moment's pause. Rod realized that depleting his energy with continuous energy blasts was not an ideal strategy, as his stamina was rapidly diminishing. Thus, he brought his hands together, compressing a sphere of energy into a compact form, causing it to spin at high velocity in his palms. Energy blade slash. The circular crimson energy blade followed the barrage of continuous energy blasts, and upon colliding with the magical blade, it not only refrained from exploding but effortlessly severed the magical weapon, hurtling towards Hela with unstoppable force. Hela, with lightning reflexes, instantly conjured numerous magical shields before her. However, the energy blade sliced through both the shields and Hela's chest as if they were mere tofu. Haha. You actually managed to injure me. Broly, I acknowledge you. You are worthy to be my partner. But first, I shall train you thoroughly, Hela exclaimed with excitement, as a ghastly green magical energy erupted from within her. The wounds left by the energy blade healed instantaneously, as if she had never been harmed at all. With a powerful stomp, she launched herself like a cannonball towards Rod, her slender fist crashing into him with terrifying force, sending him flying. Under the enhancement of her magic, Hela possessed the strength to crush even Thor's hammer, which the Hulk could not budge an inch. Although much of Hela's power was sealed by Odin, she still retained an immense physical strength that could be likened to tons of force. Rod, not in peak condition, found himself overwhelmed and was immediately thrust out of his powered state. Hela swiftly descended upon him, seizing his head and slamming it into the ground. Then she straddled him, licking her lips as her fists rained down upon Rod like a tempest. Helpless beneath Hela's onslaught, Rod felt his bones shatter inch by inch. Rod roared in frustration and fury, his muscles swelling rapidly. Unlike the Hulk, however, he did not turn entirely green. Instead, his emerald pupils gleamed brighter. As he struggled to rise, Hela's fist struck his head, leaving him dizzy. She then seized his hair, mercilessly slamming him against the ground. Finally, she tossed Rod aside like a rag doll, planting her foot upon his face. Broly, bow to your queen. Otherwise, I shall carve a mark upon your handsome visage. Hela leaned down, her tone dripping with arrogance as she gazed at Rod beneath her feet. Vow which, I will twist your head off and use it as a ball. Rod's eyes erupted with radiant green light, his muscles and bones expanding rapidly, his physical power surging to an astonishing magnitude. Recently, he had lost consciousness after being struck by Hulk, only to be ambushed by the insidious entity, which had already irked him. Now, after enduring such humiliation from Hela, his rage reached its zenith. His right eye began to glow with a sinister crimson hue, and like a lion, his hair flared out, partially turning white. The power of the insidious force quickly devoured the ambient cosmic energy, transforming it into energy. The tail behind him swung out like a whip of divine iron, creating a sonic boom as it struck Hela's back. How painful! At that moment of her discomfort, Rod seized Hela's ankle and hurled her away with great force. Then, he ascended to a height of 100 meters like a rocket launching into the sky. You vile witch. This is round 2. Huh. Rod let out a thunderous roar, drawing in a copious amount of mist and the cosmic energy that permeated the air, forming a swirling vortex of power around his body. A terrifying aura surged from him. With an explosive force, Rod was enveloped in a faint crimson energy shield. As the energy within him soared at an astonishing rate due to the efficient transformation of the hunger-like force. 80,000, 100,000, 120,000. Rod's combat strength reached its zenith at 120,000, and the surrounding area of several dozen kilometers was nearly rendered a vacuum by the insatiable power. An even more formidable energy shield enveloped a 5-meter radius around Rod, radiating a powerful aura and pressure outward. In an instant, Rod appeared as a magnificent deity standing tall against the heavens. Beautiful, powerful, proud. However, when his crimson right eye fell upon Hela, an aura of malevolence and peculiarity enveloped him. Rod transformed into a merciless demon, a harbinger of bloodshed. Cruel, tyrannical, bloodthirsty. Hela gazed at Rod, half god, half demon, breaking through the mist above, feeling an unbearable thrill coursing through her. She had never yearned for a man as intensely as she did now. What an overwhelming presence. What a formidable man. I am utterly captivated. I will stop at nothing to possess you. Broly, I will bring you to your knees and ravage you. Hela laughed with wild exhilaration, resembling a woman consumed by insatiable desire. Surrounding her, a ghastly green energy radiated, forming a colossal magical war puppet, standing 5 meters tall, wielding a massive magical sword measuring 4 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width. Hela sat at the core of the puppet, akin to piloting a mech, swinging the sword with an exaggerated power bolstered by magic, easily reaching a staggering 30,000 tons. The magical puppet leaped hundreds of meters in a decisive strike towards Rod. By the gods, it's like a mech, Rod exclaimed. His eyes filled with envy and desire as he beheld Hela's magical creation, resembling a dazzling battle armor. Humph, it's just a mech. Today, I shall see if I can dismantle it with my bare hands. Rod remarked, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Since I cannot possess it, I shall destroy it. With a devilish grin, Rod extended a hand, effortlessly blocking the overwhelming downward strike of the magical sword with 2 fingers. A tremendous force concentrated at his fingertips erupted, shattering the magical puppet's sword into fragments. Subsequently, Rod gathered energy in his palm and thrust it forward with great force. A terrifying sonic explosion erupted, causing the protective magical puppet guarding Hela to disintegrate into countless pieces. Hela, on the other hand, suffered shattered ribs and internal injuries, plummeting towards the ground like a broken kite. How is this possible? Hela gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom how her war puppet, which had triumphed over the 9 realms, could be so easily obliterated by Rod's palm. What a delightful sensation. Though gravely injured by a single blow, Hela's regeneration took only about a second, and once fully restored, she regarded Rod with a nonchalant demeanor, involuntarily licking her lips. With the infinite power of Asgard backing her, she resembled an unyielding magical berserker, brimming with boundless energy and vitality. Broly, you have yet to comprehend my true strength. If it were not for Odin's suppression, my power would be at least 1,000 times greater than it is now. Disobedient little wolf cub, I shall tame you well. Hela hovered in midair, casually waving her hand, conjuring terrifying, sickly green magic that materialized into enormous magical spikes, each several dozen meters long, assailing Rod in the sky. What a madwoman! Yet I refuse to believe that turning you to ashes will not render you incapable of recovery. Rod's lips curled into a cruel smile as he positioned his hands in a lotus formation at his waist. In an instant, an apocalyptic aura emanated from Rod, as he concentrated a high density of energy in his hands. As the energy in his hands reached a concentration exceeding 10,000 in combat power, the red energy began to take on a sanguine hue, staining the sky crimson. Wave. Boom. A terrifying blood-red energy column, 50 meters in diameter, erupted from Rod's hands, carrying devastating force that locked onto Hela below. What is this power? Hela gazed at the horrifying crimson energy column, her legs trembling involuntarily. The overwhelming sense of danger compelled her to unleash all her might, casting a magical barrier that spanned several kilometers to defend against Rod's Kamehameha wave. Boom! The moment the blood-red energy column made contact with the magical barrier, a cataclysmic storm of energy erupted, annihilating both the barrier and Hela. Mountains crumbled, glaciers evaporated. From an aerial view of the realm of the dead, Niflheim, a blood-red sun, spanning hundreds of kilometers, began to rise ominously at its center. This force was even spreading across the entire planet, threatening to reach the Earth's core and obliterate it, potentially causing a cataclysmic explosion. Rod swiftly employed his mental prowess to control the expanding energy annihilation sphere below, forcing it to dissipate quickly to prevent the planet's explosion from consuming him as well. It is known that the force of a planetary explosion is a terrifying trillion-ton magnitude, a trillion being 1,000 billion. Rod's meager 10,000-ton physical strength would be utterly insufficient before such devastation. There would be nothing left, and surely, one could not hope to resurrect from that. Rod gazed down at the vast, charred crater, 1,000 meters deep, and weakly remarked. After unleashing a full-powered Kamehameha wave, Rod was utterly exhausted. His muscles beginning to wither and revert to their original state. Truly a powerful man. I have decided that once I escape, I shall crown you as the new god king of Asgard, to rule over the 9 realms and even the cosmos alongside me. A sickly green energy materialized in the void, forming bones, flesh, organs, muscles, skin, and clothing. Hela stood intact in the air not far from Rod, seemingly unscathed by the terrifying energy annihilation. Hee. Ha 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 ha. You are indeed a formidable opponent. However, I cannot predict what will happen next. Because I am hungry. Rod's hair began to rapidly turn white, and his eyes flickered with an eerie crimson light. His robust physique swiftly deteriorated, becoming gaunt. As claws sprouted from his limbs and vicious bone spurs emerged from his joints and spine, the slender white tail swayed gently, continuously exuding a blood-red, eerie mist. What on earth are you? Hela gazed in disbelief as Rod transformed from a valiant deity into a gaunt and grotesque creature. Cough. Hela, having inhaled the blood-red mist, coughed, her body sprouting dense clusters of crimson spots. Hunger. A strange and sinister voice emanated from Rod, his crimson, savage eyes fixed on Hela, brimming with a voracious desire for sustenance. In that moment, the blood-red mist relentlessly expanded across the realm of the deceased, Niflheim. While Hela felt her flesh being gnawed upon by an enigmatic force, her recovery rate failing to keep pace. For the first time, she truly experienced fear. Chapter 54. The Great Change on Earth, Washington, D.C. The White House. 3 days after the Los Angeles blood-red mist nuclear crisis. Within the solemn confines of the Oval Office, the president sat at the head of a massive wooden table, his gaze resolute and profound. His fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table, producing a steady and rhythmic sound. Surrounding him were ministers and senior officials, each face marked by seriousness and concentration. The air was thick with a tense yet decisive atmosphere, akin to the calm that precedes a storm. Gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the events that transpired in California. Mr. Pierce, I have promptly vetoed the proposal to deploy a nuclear weapon on Los Angeles. The blood-red mist has also inexplicably dissipated, proving to be less terrifying than documented. Was it excessive for the director of SHIELD to unilaterally initiate a nuclear strike? Most importantly, Berkeley and a small town were erased without any detection of nuclear weaponry. You must provide me with an explanation. With graying hair, the president grappled with this supernatural phenomenon and the cosmic invasion, yet he knew that Pierce, as the director of SHIELD, bore the primary responsibility. It was only fitting to place the blame upon him. Mr. President, do you recall the Super Soldier program? Pierce leisurely placed a box on the table, subsequently opening it to reveal a pale red serum. Do you know that it could be a genetically mutated human responsible for the devastation of Berkeley and that small town? Pierce extracted a syringe filled with the serum and plunged it into his neck, 200 milliliters of serum swiftly coursing into his body. The serum unleashed a tremendous surge of cellular energy, igniting Pierce's entire being as if he were a scalding lobster. With a casual strike, he shattered the wooden table into pieces. Allow me to introduce a project even grander than the Super Soldier program. Super Evolution. Pierce tossed a dossier regarding the Super Evolution project before the president, amidst the anxious breaths and gazes of the other high-ranking officials. While Pierce bore some responsibility for the horrific nuclear attack, I have resolved to fully support the Super Evolution project, considering his significant contributions. This meeting is adjourned. You all have pressing duties, so I shall not detain you further. The president hastily accepted the hot potato presented by Pierce, eager to dismiss everyone, under immense profit motives. The losses threatening national security have become trivial. The oligarchs backing the president stand to gain unimaginable wealth from this super-revolutionary plan that could overturn human civilization. 3 months after the Los Angeles nuclear crisis, in Rosina, Brazil, luxurious seaside villas, adorned with magnificent structures infused with technological artistry, appear as if they have been abruptly severed and forcefully embedded within the undulating mountain ranges, transforming into secluded retreats. Within one of these villas lies a workshop cluttered with mechanical components and an array of futuristic robotic arms, pulsating with shimmering blue and white light. Inside a colossal nuclear reactor, a silvery liquid metal flows, gradually cooling and solidifying as it trickles into the grooves of a casting mold. A figure, clad in protective gear and donning anti-glare goggles, extracts the enigmatic metal from the mold and places it on a metal testing apparatus. Upon removing his protective suit, a scruffy man emerges. It is Jarvis. Commence testing of the Anti-Rhodes Alloy 30. Tony exclaims, his heart racing as he gazes at the deep-hued alloy on the instrument. This super metal, crafted from a blend of rare metals, far surpasses the strength of vault alloy doors. Testing complete. The alloy withstands a weight of 5 tons per cubic centimeter, with a melting point of 5,000 degrees Celsius. It's a memory metal, with a recovery time of 10 minutes. Following the activation of the apparatus, a series of rigorous tests ensue, and the results of the high-temperature assessments of the anti-Rhodes alloy emerge quickly. Excellent. A complete suit of iron armor can withstand over 1,000 tons of force. That should be more than sufficient to deal with that guy, he muses. Regrettably, the metals required for this alloy are exceedingly rare, procured by Fury from the mysterious vibranium surrounding the villages of Wakanda, an elusive treasure. Just enough for crafting a single suit of iron armor. Tony sighs as he contemplates the alloy before him. Such a super suit is currently adequate for confronting Rhodes. The memory of his generations of iron armors being dismantled by Rhodes like mere toys ignites an inexplicable ire within him, yet it also fuels his relentless determination. After numerous updates, his anti-Rhodes armor, now in its 16th iteration, can withstand 40 tons of force and achieve supersonic flight. Additionally, it houses a miniature nuclear reactor capable of self-detonation, akin to a miniaturized nuclear bomb. However, prolonged use of the mini-nuclear reactor, constructed from highly radioactive palladium, has left Tony with a myriad of peculiar markings on his body, a consequence of nuclear contamination. Without a clean energy source, he risks succumbing to radiation. And he is at a complete loss for what steps to take next. If only he could unravel the mystery of the energy within Rhodes. With a sense of despondence, Tony collapses onto the sofa. Over the past 3 months, he learned from Eason of Rhodes' mysterious disappearance, while the Black Tiger Gang, previously suppressed by Rhodes, has fallen under the control of a mysterious woman. Eason has been urging him to meet with a representative from S.H.I.E.L.D., but Tony, absorbed in the creation of the anti-Rhodes armor, has little inclination to concern himself with other matters. Since that arrogant fellow has vanished, there is no need for me to linger here any longer. Tony seemed to have come to a realization as he slowly approached the 13 units of the anti-Rhodes armor, the 16th generation, which he had painstakingly crafted. Over the past 6 months, he had devoted all his time to devising a strategy to defeat Rhodes, completely neglecting the friends around him and, most importantly, his beloved Pepper. He still needed to track down Stan, the scoundrel who had betrayed him in an attempt to seize Stark Industries. He longed to aim his palm cannon at Stan's head and demand an explanation for his treachery. However, before that, he needed to complete his 17th generation of anti-Rhodes armor. A flicker of vengeance illuminated Tony's eyes. Since the implementation of the Super Evolution program, a multitude of capital tycoons and high-ranking politicians had poured an overwhelming amount of national resources into the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in pursuit of this ambitious initiative. With the aid of the Super Evolution Serum and the Blood Ape Serum, Pierce's power had expanded rapidly, establishing numerous S.H.I.E.L.D. branches across various states in America. Aside from Asia, S.H.I.E.L.D. had left its mark on nearly every continent. Yet, beneath the facade of safeguarding peace on Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. had constructed a clandestine Hydra base aimed at brainwashing its employees. Each Hydra base housed a cloning facility for the first generation of blood apes, serving as an inexorable manufacturing plant for these beings. The first generation of blood apes, cultivated from Rhodes blood samples, possessed a mere 5-year lifespan. From the moment of their inception, a control device was implanted in their temples, subjecting them to excruciating torment through electromagnetic pulses should they exhibit excessive emotions or disobedience. Their combat capability stood at an impressive 10-100, and they could be fully trained within 3 months, with their power steadily increasing towards 100 over the span of 3 years. Although the inherent energy within the first generation of blood apes could not be harnessed, it merely served to enhance their cellular strength, speed, and physical defense. Nevertheless, they could withstand ordinary firearms, only succumbing to high explosive weaponry. Once equipped with a full arsenal, they became an unstoppable force against conventional military units, where a squad of 10 blood apes could effortlessly annihilate 1,000 ordinary soldiers. The remnants of the old Hydra had swiftly risen to prominence, leveraging the first generation of blood apes to become shadowy power brokers. They occupied the roles of ministers and deputy ministers in various S.H.I.E.L.D. divisions, systematically silencing dissent through the use of the blood apes. However, just as Hydra's influence was reaching new heights, a wave of steel robots began to assault S.H.I.E.L.D. branches across the board. These robots, equipped with miniature nuclear reactors and constructed from special alloys, matched, if not surpassed, the combat prowess of the first generation of blood apes. Chapter 55, Betrayal in the Sahara Desert. Two figures clad in white robes trudged through the desolate terrain, which was so barren that even satellites seemed to overlook it. As they traversed this arid expanse, it felt as if they were adrift in an endless golden sea. The unrelenting sunlight beat down upon the dunes, reflecting blinding rays that compelled one to squint. The air was thick with dryness and heat, nearly devoid of any breeze. As if the atmosphere itself had become solidified. The sand beneath one's feet is searing, as if it has been scorched upon an infernal furnace. Each step necessitates a careful selection of footing to avoid sinking into the treacherous, loose grains. The undulating sand dunes rise majestically, some towering several meters high, resembling golden peaks in the distance. As one traverses the desert, the weight of each step grows heavy and laborious, demanding an immense expenditure of energy. Surrounding them is an expanse of silence, broken only by the occasional whisper of wind brushing against the dunes, leaving an eerie stillness that evokes both solitude and insignificance. As if one were a mere speck in the vastness of this desert expanse. Buried right here, the shadowy figure of Fury, with his dark visage, directed Barton to inter the box containing the tesseract within this desolate dune, ravaged by the relentless winds. Observing Barton's parched lips, Fury wiped the sweat from his brow and produced two shovels from behind him, offering one to Barton. The two then commenced their labor with fervent determination. I have encrypted the coordinates and sent them to Natasha and Phil. My informant revealed that the bloodthirsty monkey had mysteriously vanished after wreaking havoc in 2 regions of America. It is time we return to consult Stark. After burying the box in the deep pit, Fury and Barton engaged in conversation. 3 days later, at Rio de Janeiro airport in Brazil, Barton and Fury donned human masks to disguise their identities as they disembarked from the plane. Suddenly, a group of individuals clad in black with communication headsets stormed the airport, scanning the area and scrutinizing the faces of those present, seemingly in search of something. Split up. Fury whispered urgently to Barton, realizing their cover might be compromised. The two parted ways, each heading to different locations. Barton slipped into a cleaning room, changing into a janitorial uniform, concealing the enchanted bow and arrows hidden within the ventilation duct inside a trash cart. Feigning to be an airport cleaner as he pushed the cart toward the exit. Fury, on the other hand, entered a restroom, retrieving a pistol tied beneath the toilet lid and discreetly stashing it at his waist before nonchalantly washing his hands. Thanks to their human masks, they went unnoticed and, after a change of attire, seamlessly made their way to the airport exit. However, upon stepping outside, they were met with a blockade of numerous black vehicles adorned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia, encircling the airport's entrance and compelling every individual entering or exiting to undergo yet another round of scrutiny. Fury, stop hiding. I know you're here, boomed a young man in a sharply tailored black suit, sporting a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent badge on his chest. Fury sensed the gravity of the situation. He might have been betrayed. He began to retreat, yet the initial search party had already sealed off the airport's escape routes, determined to scrutinize everyone present. There's no escaping now. We must fight. Just as Fury resolved to engage, 2 explosive arrows soared toward the airport's rooftop. A thunderous explosion ensued, engulfing the terminal in a cloud of dust and debris. The black-clad operatives and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside swiftly drew their weapons. Converging upon the panicked crowd, all individuals present who have not undergone screening must be eliminated. Those in the periphery who have been vetted should be dispersed. Scar's gaze turned icy as he spoke into the intercom. The Hydra now wielded immense power, yet they still needed to maintain the facade of the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. With Fury confirmed to have arrived at the airport, there was no longer any need for civility. It is better to err on the side of caution and eliminate than to let one slip away. When the time comes to file reports, we shall claim that the deranged S.H.I.E.L.D. fugitive Fury launched a terror attack on the airport. Moreover, those encircling Fury are Hydra operatives, known for their ruthless nature. Gunfire erupted. The moment the Hydra soldiers received Scar's orders, they raised their weapons and began to indiscriminately fire upon the innocent crowd. Blood splattered, and the air was filled with relentless screams. Men, women, and children alike fell victim to the rain of bullets, their bodies riddled with holes as they succumbed to death on the ground. Damn it, those Hydra bastards! Barton cursed vehemently, drawing an array of technological arrows to shoot at the black-clad figures within the airport. Poison arrows, explosive arrows, piercing arrows. The destructive power of Hawkeye Barton's arsenal reached its zenith. In a short span, over a dozen black-clad figures were dispatched. Fury's expression darkened as he drew his sidearm to retaliate, swiftly eliminating 5 or 6 of the shooting assailants with precise headshots. Locking eyes with Barton, they nodded in silent agreement and retreated towards the airport tarmac. As they reached the tarmac, they were met with a familiar figure accompanied by a dozen grotesque beings resembling the bloodthirsty demon ape, Rod. Duggan, I can't believe it's you, Fury exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he gazed at the middle-aged white man before him. Duggan, a former comrade of Nick Fury, had joined Fury's Howling Commandos during World War II. He was one of the founding members of the early SHIELD, and a distinguished military strategist and level 8 agent. Like Fury, Duggan had also utilized an anti-aging serum to stave off the effects of time. Fury, times have changed. SHIELD is no longer what it once was. Surrender peacefully and divulge the whereabouts of the Tesseract. I might spare your life, otherwise. Hydra's tortures are exceedingly cruel, Duggan declared, devoid of remorse. Initially, he had resisted Pierce's influence, but as he aged, his fear of death grew. Having clawed his way to the upper echelons of SHIELD, without enjoying the fruits of his labor, he ultimately capitulated under Pierce's coercion and temptations. You have betrayed our ideals, Fury retorted coldly, raising his weapon and firing directly at Duggan's forehead. In a flash, a shadow darted forward. The ape warrior intercepted the bullet, which was merely 10 centimeters from Duggan's brow, effortlessly crushing it in his hand. See that? The current SHIELD possesses the power to dominate the world. Fury, do not remain obstinate. I can intercede on your behalf with Pierce. Perhaps you could re-enter SHIELD, given that your abilities are widely recognized, Duggan proclaimed, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Fury with an air of superiority. He could never allow Fury to live. Such a statement was merely a ploy to extract the location of the Tesseract with minimal effort. Barton, I apologize for putting you in this dire predicament, Fury said, casting a resigned glance at Barton. Fury, what are you talking about? It's just death. Barton, unflinching in the face of the imposing magical ape warriors, readied his bow. Those who refuse the toast must drink the penalty. Charge. At Duggan's command, the magical ape warriors, with malevolent smiles, approached Fury and Barton, their eyes filled with a thirst for bloodshed. The magical ape warriors, not particularly intelligent, acted solely on instinct and orders. Typically, they served as excellent biological weapons, but once engulfed in bloodlust, they became uncontrollable. Barton loosed an arrow at one of the magical ape warriors, only for it to be effortlessly caught. The arrow ricocheted and exploded, sending the warrior flying several meters. Undeterred, the warrior rose from the ground unscathed, fury igniting in its eyes. In a flash, it approached Barton and delivered a devastating punch to his face, shattering his jaw and sending several teeth flying. Don't kill him, Duggan mocked, glancing at Fury and Barton, directing the magical ape warrior. Yet, the already enraged warrior had succumbed to madness, aiming a punch at Barton's temple, intent on finishing him off. At that moment, the brainwave controller activated, delivering a massive electromagnetic shock to the warrior's fragile brain. The other magical ape warriors hesitated briefly before loosening their clenched fists and advancing towards Barton and Fury. In an instant, the two were overwhelmed by a dozen warriors, beaten mercilessly until they were left bloodied and toothless. Duggan stepped forward, placing a foot on Fury's head. Old friend, why bother? Ideals are but ephemeral constructs. Survival lies in yielding to the flow of life. Duggan looked down at Fury with a semblance of pity, considering that had Fury not allied with Hydra, he might have fared worse than the man beneath his foot. Suddenly, a series of sonic booms echoed through the sky as dozens of humanoid steel mechs plummeted toward the helipad below. What is happening? Wasn't this area supposed to be secured? Duggan looked up to see something descending rapidly from above. As he discerned the steel armors, a barrage of powerful nuclear palm cannons, enhanced through 16 modifications to yield a combat power of 100, fired at the heads of the magical ape warriors. Crack, crack, boom. One by one, the warriors' resilient skulls shattered under the onslaught of the palm cannons, splattering blood and brain matter all over Duggan. By the time he regained his composure, 13 anti-road variant steel mechs had surrounded him. Leading the charge was the 14th mech, a strikingly robust black and red armor descending from the sky, delivering a punch that caved in Duggan's chest, sending him flying several meters away. Lying on the ground, Duggan was on the brink of death. Had he not injected himself with the magical ape serum, which augmented his physique significantly, he might have been killed outright by that single blow. Fury, Ensign mentioned you possessed detailed information regarding Stan. I saved your life, and you must tell me everything you know. The commanding voice of the black and red armored figure echoed with a dull resonance. Behind it, the limbs, head, and torso of the iron suit opened up, creating a space just large enough to accommodate a person, enveloping Fury and Hawkeye Barton within. Subsequently, a surge of nuclear flames erupted from its palms and feet, propelling them swiftly into the sky. When Scar arrived at the helipad, accompanied by Hydra soldiers who had just annihilated the civilians, he was met with a gruesome sight. The headless corpses of the demon apes strewn across the ground and Duggan, barely clinging to life. Damn it! What in the world is that? Scar shouted in a fit of rage, his back prickling with unease as he watched the iron suit gradually vanish into the sky. Feeling a strange relief at having arrived a tad late. Chapter 56. Captain America in the frigid embrace of the Arctic winter, the dawn emerged slowly and solemnly. A pale light began to spread across the horizon, heralding the birth of a new day. In this vast expanse of ice, tranquility and severity intertwined, crafting a unique tableau. The thick blanket of white snow enveloped every inch of land, as if the entire world were shrouded in a pristine layer of white. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would stir, lifting flurries of snowflakes that danced gracefully in the air before settling back down, further cloaking the serene terrain. In the distance, towering icebergs rose majestically against the sky. Their shapes varied, some steep and grand, while others stretched gently across the landscape. Under the sun's rays, the contours of the iceberg stood vividly against the sky, leaving a lasting impression. Within this icy realm, signs of life were nearly non-existent. Occasionally, a solitary Arctic fox or bear would appear far off, cautiously traversing the snow, as if fearful of disturbing the stillness. Amidst the whitewashed world of ice and snow, a dozen robots forged from steel alloy, their chests adorned with embedded miniature reactors, tirelessly employed thermal energy lasers from their palms to melt and cut through the thick ice. As the layers of ice were systematically breached, a corner of a spacecraft emerged before the onlookers. Found it. The resting place of Captain America, one of the steel robots announced in a mechanical tone, seemingly relaying information to someone. Well done, Jarvis. Immediately retrieve the captain to the base. Activate my recently updated Beta 3 anti-tracking system. A voice, urgent yet low, emanated from within the iron robot, suggesting remote communication. After a while, the robot successfully infiltrated the spacecraft, locating the frozen figure of Captain Steve Rogers. One of the robots stepped forward, its arm detaching and reshaping to form a syringe filled with a pale red liquid, which it aimed at the sleeping Captain's neck. As the serum infused with the blood of the demon ape entered Steve's body, a wave of warmth surged within him, unleashing a powerful energy that began to awaken his dormant cells after years of slumber. Noticing the slightest hint of life returning to Steve, the robot administering the serum promptly opened its chest and head, revealing a compartment capable of housing a person, enveloping Steve within and adorning him with a layer of iron armor. A dozen or so armored robots, their palms and feet emitting nuclear flames, swiftly departed from the Arctic region, soaring towards Asia. In a quaint border town on the outskirts of Montreal, Canada, a slightly balding, middle-aged man of ample build, clad in casual attire, pushed a towering delivery box into a Loblaw supermarket. Sasha, where should I place my delivery? The middle-aged man, dressed in a courier uniform, expertly greeted a young woman with a fair complexion and a freckled face. Bill, please keep an eye on things. I'll take Fira to the storage area. Sasha kindly acknowledged an Asian man before leading Fira into the dimly lit storage room. Upon entering the storage space, Sasha adeptly approached a fire hydrant and pressed a hidden compartment. After inputting a password into the lock and scanning his iris, a concealed door over 2 meters high swung open in the corner of the storage area. Fira, once you're done, you can exit through the back, Sasha remarked, adhering to the ritual of formality. As Fira stepped through the concealed door, she tore away a layer of gelatinous skin from the back of her neck, removing a facial mask, and performed a series of encrypted gestures in front of a small camera within the hidden door. Suddenly, the secret doorway began to descend, swiftly burrowing underground. When the door elevator opened, a narrow, mechanized chamber came into view. Fira pushed the towering wooden box into the chamber, pressing a button that sealed the door completely. Abruptly, dozens of infrared scans enveloped Fira and the box. Welcome, Mr. Phil. Spatial jump will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. The voice of Jarvis echoed through the chamber after scanning Phil. 10 seconds later, a blue energy surged throughout the mechanized chamber, and both Phil and the box vanished in an instant. In a dimly lit subterranean cavern, a magnificent mechanical fortress was deeply embedded in the rocky earth. Surrounding the fortress were numerous steel robots transporting parts, continuously outfitting the stronghold with new functional modules. The steel bastion stretched for several kilometers, resembling a clandestine technological civilization flourishing beneath the surface. Inside the aerospace fortress, a variety of steel robots bustled about. Some were responsible for maintaining the equipment within the stronghold. Others operated the production lines for aerospace robots. Still others managed the replacement of worn-out robot parts. At the very heart of the steel fortress lay the radiant blue and white cosmic cube, the energy core, in a somewhat spacious office. 2 rugged men with determined gazes were engaged in a serious conversation. Tony, you revealed yourself too soon. Your reckless decision to eliminate the new district chief of Hydra, Stan, has cost us a critical asset. My informants now tell me that Hydra has developed secret weapons capable of resisting the Iron Avengers. We must proceed with utmost caution. You can no longer act on impulse. Fury, with a bald head resembling a blackened egg and adorned with an eye patch, looked sternly at the gaunt man, whose face was etched with dense patterns of nuclear contamination. Fury, I understand. but I am running out of time. The pollution caused by nuclear radiation has nearly extinguished my vitality. Regrettably, I have been unable to locate Pepper, Tony said weakly, his demeanor marked by profound melancholy. Tony, do not surrender. This is the legacy your father bequeathed to you. I retrieved it for you during your tumultuous confrontation with Hydra in New York. I hope it aids you in combating the nuclear contamination. Fury placed a box containing a mysterious model upon the table, unwilling to let Tony, the cornerstone of their efforts, falter. It is too late. Perhaps 2 years ago it might have made a difference. Tony replied with a sorrowful smile. The nuclear contamination had permeated his very marrow and every cell. Unless his cells could be completely reconstituted, the possibility of healing was nearly non-existent. However, if I could develop a new energy source devoid of nuclear pollution, it might serve as a fitting gift for Captain America in our struggle against Hydra. Tony felt a flicker of long-lost warmth as he grasped the mysterious model left to him by his father, Howard. Fury, during this time, I have devoted myself to researching artificial intelligence, and I have upgraded Jarvis to a level of self-evolution. As long as the Iron Fortress continues to expand, Jarvis will grow increasingly formidable. I have granted you the highest command privileges over Jarvis, hoping you can dismantle Hydra's tyranny and restore peace to the world. After finishing his words, Tony dragged his weary body out of the office. Tony, Fury cast a glance at the departing figure. His eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. Over the past 3 years, Tony had led them, the remnants of S.H.I.E.L.D., through countless hideouts, repeatedly thwarting the increasingly powerful assaults from Hydra, saving them more times than he could count. Not long after, back in his laboratory, Tony felt a chill enveloping him. Curling on the ground in agony akin to a drug addict in withdrawal, he endured the excruciating sensations coursing through his body as if being stung by ants. Crawling to a box nearby, he opened it to retrieve a vial of light red serum derived from the blood of a magical ape and injected it into his body. A warm current flowed within him, alleviating his discomfort somewhat. It had only been 4 hours since his last injection, yet the effects of the super evolution serum were diminishing rapidly. I likely do not have much time left. If I can hold on for a few more years, perhaps with Jarvis's rate of iteration, a technology capable of curing me could be developed. Alas, Tony propped himself up and began to study the mysterious model left by his father. Meanwhile, within the Iron Fortress, a bald figure pushing a wooden crate emerged from one of the teleportation pod doors. The moment he appeared, 4 or 5 robots swiftly dismantled the crate, revealing the still sleeping figure of Captain America, Steve Rogers, whose faint breath was detected. They placed him on a stretcher and transported him to the treatment room. Chapter 57, Captain Hydra, New York. The Empire State Building. In the conference room atop the skyscraper, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. The walls were adorned with the emblem of Hydra. Seated around a rectangular conference table were a dozen or so impeccably dressed elites. Their faces devoid of expression, gazes sharp and fixed ahead. The room was silent, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of paper. In the center of the conference table, a display screen showcased a tall, robust man of striking appearance, sporting a monkey's tail. Before the screen stood another tall and strong man, whose demeanor was refined yet unremarkable. His voice deep and resonant. Rod, codename Bloodthirsty Monkey, he declared. He is suspected to have acquired unimaginable strength due to a genetic mutation. The value of the blood samples he left behind is something we are all acutely aware of. 3 years ago, Bloodthirsty Monkey mysteriously vanished. However, we have deciphered the genetic secrets of Bloodthirsty Monkey through cloning and biotechnological analysis. Thus, the Super Evolution Serum was born. This serum can rapidly enhance various physiological functions and boost metabolism, with all samples derived from the first generation of clone subjects. Due to the different qualities of the clones, the effects of the serum vary significantly. The first-generation clones were implanted with brainwave controllers, transforming them into formidable super soldiers. Their base strength exceeds 1 ton, and their speed reaches 15 meters per second. Moreover, their capabilities will continue to improve with combat training. They surpass even the super soldier program of World War II that produced Captain America. Yet, they exhibit violent tendencies and lack obedience. A faction of these clones even dismantled their control devices, forming a terrorist organization that poses a threat to society. Additionally, some of the rebellious clones have been recruited by our old adversary, former S.H.I.E.L.D. Most Wanted, Fury. Today, we have successfully combined the cells of Bloodthirsty Monkey with human DNA through cellular implantation technology, creating second-generation composite warriors. They will consist of our most loyal soldiers. We need not fear the uncontrollable nature of the first-generation monkey warriors anymore. Therefore, I propose the termination of the Monkey Project and the disbandment of all first-generation monkey warriors across various departments. Our main combat force should consist of our own human super soldiers rather than those uncontrollable hybrid clones. After the white-haired man concluded his report, he returned to his seat. his gaze fervently directed at the white-haired man seated at the head of the table. Charles has articulated this excellently. Our initial batch of warriors has become a hindrance to our development. These uncertainties must be addressed promptly. However, their blood and organs still hold significant value. I will appoint Charles as the primary overseer of this cleansing initiative, ensuring that the second-generation warriors will be under his coordination. What are your thoughts? The white-haired man lifted his head, surveying the senior officials from various American departments seated at the long table. Mr. Pierce, is it prudent to handle the first-generation monkey warriors so hastily? Questioned a man in a suit, one arm a mechanical prosthetic and wearing an eye patch, his discontent palpable. Scar, do you have an opinion? Pierce replied coolly, fixing his gaze upon Scar. Isn't it rather unwise to discard the horse after it has carried the load? Scar retorted. Rising in indignation, his cold stare locked onto Pierce. Is that so? Then why have I heard that you are persuading the elders to support you as the new leader of Hydra? Pierce's demeanor grew increasingly frosty, enveloping the conference room in a tense atmosphere. Indeed, Pierce, you have grown old. It is time for you to step aside. What have you achieved after all these years? Even the influence of Hydra in America has been forged solely by my efforts alongside the first-generation monkey warriors. Scar looked at Pierce, who was seated with a ghastly expression, and scoffed, wishing he could usurp him immediately. I propose Scar to be the new leader of Hydra. Suddenly, an elder with a receding hairline, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Gideon Malik, have you lost your senses? I am the leader of Hydra. Pierce shot a cold glare at Malik, astonished that a family long loyal to Hydra would actually be swayed by Scar to betray them. Hydra requires fresh blood. You are indeed growing old, Malik sneered. Over the years, Pierce had harbored grand ambitions, even desiring to become a tyrant over Hydra. As an elder of Hydra, Malik could never consent to such a notion. His family had devoted themselves entirely to Hydra. How could this Pierce, with a mere utterance, strip him of all his rights within the organization? He resolved to support both Scar and Pierce in a balance of power, harboring no respect for this peer of his, lacking formidable strength and a firm grip. Pierce was merely a small fish in a shallow pond. Clap, clap, clap. Scar applauded, and in an instant, a dozen black-clad warriors, adorned with specialized instruments at their temples, burst into the conference room, wielding high-energy weapons aimed at everyone present. Their expressions were numb and cold, emanating a strong scent of blood, clearly having just slaughtered numerous individuals. What can your security, reliant on low-grade serum, do to protect you? Scar grinned triumphantly, slowly advancing towards Pierce. Raise your hands if you agree to my leadership of Hydra. Scar surveyed the wavering elders with a playful smile. Soon, those fence-sitters, seeing Scar point weapons at their foreheads, had no choice but to lift their hands one by one. Scar, you have indeed plotted treachery all along, Pierce remarked. Who can blame the old for clinging to the past? You once served me faithfully. Now, return to your former station, and I may allow you to live. Pierce regarded Scar with calm composure, betraying no hint of fear, as if the guns were not even aimed at him. Pierce, I truly cannot tell if you're genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Even at death's door, you still feign madness. Scar laughed maniacally, though a sense of foreboding stirred within him. Kill them all, not a single one spared. Scar wasted no more time, issuing commands to the warriors. Time was of the essence. He resolved to swiftly eliminate these useless elders. The lengthy dialogue had merely served to delay while the warriors, lying in wait, had dispatched the elders' security. Bang, bang, bang. The high-energy weaponry's laser waves instantly reduced the Hydra elders to ashes, one by one. No, Scar. We had an agreement. You cannot do this. Malik's words were cut short as a warrior behind him, armed with an energy pulse weapon, struck him down, swiftly leaving only Pierce and Charles alive. Is this the newcomer you have your eye on? A mere greenhorn? The elder taunted. Old man, considering you once mentored me. Do you have any last words? Scar leisurely perched beside Pierce, audaciously slapping his mechanical arm against Pierce while mockingly pointing at Charles. In stark contrast, Charles stood resolute, his expression solemn as he awaited Pierce's command. Scar's treachery demands a purge. Quite right. Proceed, Rolando. Pierce calmly retrieved a cigar, already trimmed at the end. Suddenly, a figure, so swift that it was nearly indistinguishable, shattered the bulletproof glass of the towering Empire State Building and burst into the conference room, delivering a single punch that sent Scar crashing against the metal wall. The alert warrior monkeys immediately brandished their energy pulse weapons, targeting the intruder. These weapons, specifically crafted for the resilient warrior monkeys, were potent enough to incinerate an ordinary human upon impact, while even the monkeys would face dire consequences. As a barrage of energy pulses flew toward the figure, it effortlessly swatted them aside, causing them to explode upon hitting the ground, creating deep craters. The figure moved with such astonishing speed that it left multiple afterimages in its wake. The mighty warrior monkey, capable of lifting a car, barely registered what was happening before its skull was crushed with a single blow, brain matter splattering everywhere. Another warrior, attempting to charge, was pierced through the chest, followed by a kick that shattered its spine, leaving it writhing in agony on the floor. Yet another warrior, armed with a pulse gun, found its weapon crushed in an instant by the figure, which then delivered a kick to its abdomen that forced internal organs out. The chaos continued as some monkeys had their necks snapped by a whip-like kick, others had their heads exploded upon impact, and some were simply yanked by the throat, pulling their spines from their bodies. The carnage was relentless, with ribs shattered and hearts punctured, resulting in immediate death. Meanwhile, Pierce sat nonchalantly with his legs crossed, and Charles approached, producing a lighter to ignite his cigar. Minutes later, the floor was strewn with dismembered limbs of warrior monkeys, and the room was thick with the scent of blood. "Father, the villains have been dealt with." The figure knelt before Pierce, gazing up at him like a young boy seeking his father's approval. Towering at over 6 feet tall, he was muscular and robust, with thick, dark hair styled in a classic slick back reminiscent of his homeland. Clad in a form-fitting suit adorned with the Hydra emblem in black and red, he wore a matching cape, and most strikingly, he possessed a dark red monkey tail that wagged joyfully like a puppy greeting its master. His handsome visage bore traces of the warrior monkey's blood, resembling Rod with remarkable similarity. "Well done, Rolando. Just a moment, let Charles take you to McDonald's." Pierce exhaled a plume of smoke, rising to affectionately pat Rolando on the shoulder. "Shall we, Captain Hydra? How about a Big Mac?" Charles, embodying the role of a friendly older brother, helped Rolando to his feet. "Oh yeah, that sounds fantastic. I want 10 Big Macs." "No. Make it 100. Rolando, exuberant as a mischievous young boy, stood in stark contrast to his imposing and handsome appearance. Pierce observed as Rolando, cigar in mouth, approached Scar, who was embedded in the iron wall, barely clinging to life after being struck by Rolando's fist. Alas, how could those shoddy clones possibly protect you? A worthless being infused with inferior serum? Pierce thrust a cigar into Scar's remaining good eye, then retrieved the pulse gun from the ground and shattered Scar's skull with a single shot. Chapter 58. A storm is brewing Washington. The city, perched on the eastern coast of the United States, serves as a confluence of power and history. Nestled along the banks of the Potomac River, it is surrounded by verdant mountains and lush forests, boasting distinct seasons and a temperate climate. In May, the pleasant weather prevails. In the White House, within a conference room, 5 or 6 elderly gentlemen convened around an oval table. At the forefront sat a silver-haired man, behind whom stood a young man clad in a suit. "The data concerning the second-generation super soldiers has garnered the approval of our family and consortium," he stated. "We have already deliberated and are prepared to fully implement the second-generation super soldiers. When do you intend to provide us with the relevant information and technology regarding these warriors?" The president inquired amiably, glancing towards the elderly man opposite him, who remained silent. "What second-generation warriors? What are you talking about? When did I ever state that the information on second-generation super soldiers should be shared with you?" Pierce replied with a cold smile, casting a detached gaze over the powerful figures present. "Pierce, mind your words. You are merely the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Offending us will cost you your position." The Senate chairman slammed his hand on the table, leaving deep imprints, clearly not an ordinary human. "We shall not pursue the matter of the damage caused by the monstrous transformation of the ape warriors on the night of the full moon. Hand over the technology and information regarding the second-generation super soldiers, or you can forget about your role as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The previously silent Speaker of the House raised his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Pierce. Currently, the first-generation ape warriors have become a fundamental armament for various capital forces, available for purchase at a mere $5 million with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s consent. However, a significant flaw accompanies the ape warriors. They transform into grotesque, irrational beasts during the full moon. The Saiyan genes within the cloned ape warriors lack the terrifying golden particles that once bestowed them with immense power, and their genetic chains have suffered defects. Thus, their transformation into giant apes becomes incomplete, resulting in the emergence of misshapen, ape-like monsters, with their combat prowess varying drastically. On her daughter's birthday, the Speaker of the House gifted her an ape warrior, yet she, enamored by Rod's striking good looks, treated the ape warrior as a mere inflatable doll for amusement. On a fateful night 2 years prior, during the full moon, the ape warriors suddenly went berserk, wreaking havoc across various regions, causing untold destruction. Tragically, the Speaker's daughter met her demise while playing with an ape warrior, succumbing to fatal injuries from the creature's overpowering strength. This matter was suppressed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American authorities under the pretext of an alien invasion, fabricating a false public opinion. However, it also instilled a sense of vigilance in both Yin Huang and Russia, prompting them to retreat into isolation, resolutely rejecting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attempt to establish a local branch under the guise of protecting humanity. "Ha ha ha. You wish to remove me from my position as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Pierce suddenly erupted into wild laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Power, devoid of the foundation of force, is nothing more than a castle in the air, and in my eyes, you are merely a band of buffoons. How could I possibly conspire with you wolves, who are willing to resort to any means for your own gain? Pierce mockingly glanced at the president and the influential statesman beside him, then slowly stood up. War, hunger, disease, the root of human suffering lies in the disunity of ideals, culture, and thought. The only solution to resolve these conflicts and achieve harmonious coexistence lies in a singular voice prevailing across the globe. I, Pierce, the leader of Hydra, hereby declare, I will dominate the Earth and humanity, steering civilization towards a brighter future. Pierce delivered his impassioned speech, growing increasingly fervent, seemingly unable to contain his inner excitement. Pierce, you are actually one of Hydra? The president looked at Pierce with a mix of anger and terror, utterly astonished. He had believed Pierce to be a law-abiding director of S.H.I.E.L.D., devoted to serving the American government and ensuring human safety, much like Fury. Little did he know he had invited a wolf into the fold. Do you know why the spies I have placed around me have discovered nothing over these past 3 years? It is quite simple. You will soon find out. Come in, Pierce said leisurely, and with a command. A dozen robust soldiers clad in black exoskeleton suits adorned with the Hydra emblem entered, wielding electromagnetic pulse guns. As the Hydra soldiers opened the door, the stench of blood from the lifeless bodies lying outside wafted into the conference room. Pierce, perhaps we can discuss this. Maybe. I could also join Hydra. The president, sensing the overwhelming odds, immediately bowed and ingratiated himself. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. He was merely a tool for the consortium behind the scenes to amass wealth, and there was no need to sacrifice his life for the sake of so-called dignity. I agree to this, but I must add a safeguard. Pierce smiled playfully, signaling the Hydra soldiers to act. The Hydra soldiers immediately restrained the statesmen present, brandishing a syringe toward their heads. Those statesmen, who had gained extraordinary power through the super-evolution serum, found themselves immobilized under the grip of the Hydra soldiers. This is a nanoneural hallucinogen. Ordinary individuals do not qualify to partake in such a drug. Were it not for the need to use you as bait for the time being, I would have disposed of you today, Pierce said triumphantly, observing the president, who was rolling his eyes after being injected with the control serum. Soon, the statesman who had received the injection slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as if ants were crawling in their minds. Scattered fragments of memories flickered like illusions, occasionally surfacing. This nanoneuromorphic robot has been refined from the brainwave controllers of the first-generation mutant warriors, capable of distorting the transmission of electrical signals between neurons, compelling the brain to yield to the will of its controller. Pierce gazed upon the subdued and obedient national elders kneeling before him, feeling a surge of ambition swell within him. Have we located Anton Vanko, the master of micronuclear reactor technology? Our super soldiers require their armor. Observing the now subjugated elders, Pierce turned to Charles, who stood reverently at the side, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He was quite envious of the Iron Man suits crafted by Stark, combining formidable weaponry with absolute control, all the while eliminating the fear of betrayal. Had it not been for the self-destruct mechanism of those suits, Pierce might have already replicated them using the extensive resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lord Pierce. Our investigations reveal that Anton Vanko emigrated to Russia after being sidelined by Stark Industries. He has a son named Ivan. However, due to our rapid advancements, both Yin Wang and Russia have grown wary and enacted isolationist policies, preventing foreign entrance. Charles responded earnestly, not daring to exhibit any negligence. Then let us disguise ourselves as terrorists and infiltrate. It is the perfect opportunity to test the combat capabilities of our second-generation super soldiers. Charles, I entrust this mission to you, Pierce declared, stepping before the president and placing his foot upon his head as he addressed Charles. Chapter 59. The Storm Approaches Finland. Joensuu Airport. In the fading light of dusk, a passenger plane emblazoned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia gently descended onto the bustling tarmac. The aircraft traced a lengthy path along the runway, gradually slowing as the tires made subtle contact with the ground, finally coming to rest before several waiting black SUVs. As the cabin door opened, a dozen tall, robust men donned in black combat attire, each bearing heavy backpacks, disembarked from the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. They emanated an imposing presence, their expressions cold and their demeanor exuding an undercurrent of menace. Yet, these dangerous men obediently formed two lines, quietly awaiting orders from an important figure. Moments later, a strikingly handsome man with golden hair and azure eyes, clad in an exquisite black trench coat and wearing leather gloves, emerged from the aircraft, ready for departure. The man stated in a calm tone, glancing at his antique golden watch. Yes, Captain Charles. The formidable men in orderly formation responded in unison. 3 hours later, Finland-Russia border. The black SUVs traversed forested roads and crossed small bridges, arriving at a border checkpoint equipped with iron fences and guard booths. Unauthorized personnel, halt. Please leave immediately. Two soldiers on guard duty raised their rifles, aiming at the uninvited 5 SUVs, their tones serious and laced with warning. Shortly thereafter, dozens of fully armed soldiers emerged from a newly constructed military camp nearby. They stood in a row behind the iron fence, rifles aimed at the 5 or 6 black sedans in the distance, poised for action. Before long, a dozen burly men clad in black combat gear, unarmed, emerged from a black SUV, casting disdainful glances at the soldiers guarding the border. Yet they did not make a move. Leave immediately. According to our laws, if you do not vacate within 5 minutes, we are authorized to eliminate you. The commanding officer, dressed in official military attire, shouted sternly in accented English. Suddenly, one of the SUVs lowered its window, revealing a handsome, blond man in sunglasses, who smirked at the eager second-generation super soldiers. Resolve this within 5 minutes, Charles declared, pulling out his pocket watch without even glancing at the armed border soldiers. Understood. The super soldiers responded in unison, their expressions transforming into fierce grimaces as a surge of violent impulse coursed through them. Fire. The commanding officer of the Russian border troops, witnessing the audacity of these daredevils approaching confidently, issued the order without hesitation. The air erupted with gunfire, bullets raining down in the vicinity of the border post, targeting the unarmed super soldiers. Yet, the hail of bullets, powerful enough to pierce steel, struck the super soldiers without tearing their clothing. The bullets, meeting formidable resistance, crumpled and fell to the ground. How is this possible? The Russian officer's eyes widened momentarily, but his strong composure quickly restored his calm. High-explosive grenades. Deploy them immediately, he commanded urgently, summoning nearby troops for assistance. The situation was dire, and he needed to stall these monsters from breaching the Russian border and endangering national security. A dozen high-explosive grenades were hurled by the border soldiers behind the barbed wire, and just as the grenades were about to detonate, the super soldiers sprang into action. Like phantoms, they evaded the blast zones, and disregarding the bullets flying towards them, they closed the distance to the border fence in mere seconds. With astonishing strength, the super soldiers smashed through the iron barrier, infiltrating the ranks of the border soldiers. One super soldier blocked the muzzle of a rifle with a single finger. The resulting explosion of the bullet shattered the rifle, sending shockwaves that propelled the border soldiers back. Following this, the super soldier executed a swift knife-hand strike, severing the soldier's throat with ruthless efficiency, an embodiment of a pure killing machine. Within half a minute of entering the fray, dozens of border soldiers fell to the super soldiers. Some had their necks snapped, others were struck at the temples, some suffocated as their tracheas were ripped out, and others had their hearts punctured by a single blow. Meanwhile, the soldier who had rushed to the camp to sound the alarm barely took a few steps before a stone pierced his brow. Unlike the brutal and gory methods of Rod, these super soldiers operated with precision, each movement deliberate and devoid of unnecessary actions, honed through rigorous training. They swiftly returned to the front of the vehicle, aligned and awaiting riders' command after ruthlessly decimating the border soldiers. Their efficiency was commendable. It was likely the location where Vank had temporarily halted. You shall operate independently. This mission must succeed, Ryder declared. Gather at the Finnish Shield Bureau base in 3 days. Charles tossed a black package containing several marked maps to the super soldiers, then signaled the driver to depart from the border. The super soldiers efficiently distributed the maps before darting into Russian territory with astonishing speed, surpassing even that of a high-speed car. A day later, in a remote border town, the sun cast a gentle warmth. A weathered man, clad in a thin black long coat with stubble and a somber countenance, ambled through the town, pushing a cart laden with various discarded electronic parts. Ivan, just in time. My television seems to have an issue today. Could you help me fix it? A portly man with a bushy beard emerged from a humble tavern, greeting the dazed Ivan. 20 rubles. Ivan called out, eyeing the tavern owner. 10 rubles. No more. The tavern owner, though seemingly rotund, was astute and swiftly halved the price. Ivan glanced towards a nearby pharmacy, recalling that his father lay ill in bed, prompting him to relent and head into the tavern. Inside, disregarding the stares of those around him, Ivan approached the television and, with a few deft movements, repaired the flickering screen. 10 rubles. Ivan extended his hand, signaling the tavern owner for payment. I must say, you resolved it so quickly. It seems I've merely been misled. Here is 1 ruble. Now be off. Consider it an act of kindness. The tavern owner pretended to toss a coin onto the ground, regarding Ivan with a smirk, while Ivan casually picked up the coin and exited the tavern, oblivious to the broadcast on the now-functioning television reporting a massive influx of terrorists invading the border and rampaging within Russia. Ivan, numbly pushing his cart, appeared indifferent to his surroundings, a stark contrast to the town's vibrant character. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a secluded, dilapidated wooden cabin. He set down the cart and, Upon retrieving his keys and unlocking the door, was greeted by a familiar voice. "Hey, Ivan, why are you so late today? Come here and discard that rubbish in your hands. We are about to strike it rich." An elderly man, sprightly despite his gray hair, seized Ivan's arm and pulled him into the bedroom with surprising strength, leaving a mark on Ivan's wrist. "Father, aren't you supposed to be in bed?" Ivan, bewildered, inquired as he was drawn into the modest room. Upon entering, he noticed 4 or 5 tall, robust men of varying complexions quietly seated, observing him. "Hello. You must be Ivan. We come with sincerity. Your father's ailment has been cured with our super serum. If you and your father join our shield bureau, we shall offer substantial rewards and a quantifiable distribution of the super serum." One white man clad in a black combat suit stood up amiably, extending his hand towards Ivan, his tone cordial and demeanor proper. 2 days later, within a quaint CAF in Finland, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in an expensive, tailored suit, was engrossed in a newly released newspaper. A woman, elegantly attired and clad in high heels, seated herself opposite the handsome gentleman. "Is there anything new?" she inquired, after ordering a latte, gazing at the man before her as if he had stepped out of a fairy tale. "The boss is planning to invest in the robotics industry and is hosting a party soon. Will you join us?" Charles took a gentle sip of his coffee, clearly conveying some unspoken message. "I apologize, but I am not fond of parties. I have been quite busy lately. However, you may reach out to me if needed." The beautiful woman smiled gracefully before departing the CAF in her high heels. "The clam and the snipe contend, and the fisherman profits," Charles mused, chuckling at a segment in the newspaper featuring a humorous tale from a distant land. He was currently discontented with his subservience to Pierce, harboring ambitions of leadership ever since he had injected himself with the serum of the magical ape. Indeed, this was the rebellious nature inherent in the Saiyan genes stirring within him. Meanwhile, in a classically decorated hospital, a robust man dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and beige trousers awakened from his slumber. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of familiarity mingled with strangeness, leaving his memories in a state of disarray. He attempted to rise and inquire with the nurse nearby, but the words eluded him. "Captain, you are awake." A bald man with an eye patch and iron teeth entered the room, addressing Steve Rogers, the American captain, in a friendly manner. "Where am I? How did I end up here? I remember. I still have a ball to attend." Steve expressed his confusion, his mind a tangled web of forgotten memories after decades of slumber. "You crashed, falling in the Arctic and perished alongside Red Skull. Yet, you did not die, rather. Due to the potency of the super soldier serum, you lay dormant beneath the ice for decades. It is now the 21st century, and the Hydra has resurfaced, threatening the very fabric of civilization." Nick Fury gazed at Steve with grave seriousness as he laid bare the facts. "Wait, are you saying I have been asleep for decades? And who are you?" Steve looked at Fury in bewilderment. "Me? Just an Avenger. Welcome to the Avengers. This is the Avengers base. The Iron Bunker." Fury flashed a slight smile, revealing his titanium steel teeth. Chapter 60, The Source of Hunger and Deception 3 years prior. Odin sensed that the seal on Hela was beginning to weaken and immediately employed his divine powers to ascertain the situation in Hela's realm, the land of the dead, Niflheim. To his dismay, he discovered an eerie, pale red mist had suddenly emerged. Odin dared not act impulsively, for he was uncertain of the nature of this sanguine mist. Moreover, it emanated an exceedingly strange wave of mental interference energy, preventing him from discerning what transpired within the depths of the blood mist. Contemplating the possibility that the mischief might be the doing of Hela, Odin decided to observe for a while. He reasoned that Hela's essence was intrinsically linked to Asgard. Unless Asgard were to fall, Hela would undoubtedly remain immortal. And so, he observed for 3 long years. The realm of the dead, Niflheim, now lay shrouded in a blood-red mist, its surface marred by eerie crimson spots. Mountains and glaciers had vanished. The planet's outer layer shrank, continually consumed by the sanguine fog. In a mere 5 or 6 years, it was predicted that the entire domain of Niflheim would be devoured. An unimaginable force of planetary consumption emanating from a diminutive humanoid creature standing over 2 meters tall. At the very core of this crimson mist, a gaunt figure with flowing white hair and pallid skin, adorned with grotesque bony protrusions on its limbs and spine, was feasting on the tortured, skinless body of a woman. Reduced to mere halves, each time the woman was gnawed upon, she would regenerate. Yet, the speed of her revival could not keep pace with the ravenous appetite of her devourer. Hela, the goddess of death and Odin's eldest daughter, once a formidable deity who shared dominion over the 9 realms with Odin, now lay at the mercy of the insatiable force akin to a lifeless dog. Though she seemed to possess the strength of Asgard to resurrect indefinitely, there existed a limit to her soul's essence. Each revival cost her a fragment of her core. This depletion could be restored over time, yet within the sanguine mist, Hela had no opportunity to recover her lost essence. With each resurrection, her soul's foundation dwindled, And within the crimson fog, she succumbed to death repeatedly, each minute bringing her closer to total annihilation. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Over the span of 3 years, Hela had perished millions of times, her soul essence nearly extinguished. With each revival, she grew weaker, her spirit becoming increasingly numb. Until the moment came when the ravenous rod, transformed into a grotesque entity, sank his shark-like teeth into Hela's head. And her remaining corporeal form disintegrated into a ghastly green energy, consumed by the blood-red mist. Hungry, Rod, the insatiable, gazed at the vanishing banquet in his grasp. Growing restless, starving, Rod bellowed, causing the blood-red mist enveloping the entirety of Niflheim to writhe in chaos. Having remained in a state of ravenous hunger for so long, Rod's soul space had morphed into a crimson purgatory, where his spiritual consciousness became utterly lost. Within the scarlet realm of his soul, Rod's essence floated at its center. Eyes closed, ensconced in a deep slumber, his spirit bore little distinction from his physical form, save for his lack of clothing. Suddenly, a crimson dot, identical to the sanguine mist, appeared upon his brow, and in that instant, his entire being was drawn by a mysterious force into the depths of his soul, into the enigmatic realm of willpower. Will, a concept both potent and profound, is an ethereal essence that exists yet remains unfathomable, a power more mysterious than the soul itself. When the will reaches a certain degree, it can utter words that shape reality, akin to a deity creating the world through speech. A single phrase can transform the entire universe. Each existence possesses its own will, each will being entirely independent. Even when a singular soul fractures, it can generate divergent wills. Yet these wills remain perpetually relative and independent. In this moment, the soul of Rod finds itself in a peculiar dimension devoid of the concepts of time and space. Between heaven and earth lies a realm of distortion and chaos, ineffable in nature. This dimension incessantly emanates eerie and malevolent whispers, sounds that, if heard by an ordinary person, would lead to a disarrayed will, transforming them into a horrific creature devoid of reason. Rod's will, however, remains entirely unaffected. Instead, he perceives an inexplicable familiarity amidst the uncanny whispers, as if something mysterious is beckoning him. Following the call of this enigmatic entity, Rod's will traverses in a singular direction, feeling as though he is on a roller coaster ride. After an indeterminate passage of time, Rod's will arrives before a colossal, chaotic, and distorted object resembling an eye. This eye-like entity, akin to a peculiar star in the profound cosmos, is imbued with mystery and terror. Its shape is irregular, seemingly formed by countless tentacles and appendages entwined, presenting a twisted and bizarre beauty. The color of the eye is a mesmerizing dark hue, seemingly containing boundless darkness and chaos. Its surface is adorned with intricate and malevolent patterns, interwoven like a mysterious chaotic totem, exuding an unsettling aura. When this eye gazes upon living beings, it instills an ineffable dread, as its gaze appears capable of penetrating the soul and uncovering the innermost secrets. Any creature subjected to the eye's scrutiny for an extended duration would feel their consciousness gradually crumbling before this overwhelming power, as if their sanity could be devoured at any moment. Surrounding the eye is a faint ethereal glow, flickering like a peculiar life form. This glow seems to harbor an ancient and formidable power, one that could even distort the laws of the universe. Rod gazes at the bizarre eye before him, feeling an unusual affinity, as if this eye is a part of himself. Upon sensing Rod's will's observation, the malevolent eye becomes exhilarated. And then an abundance of blood-colored mist begins to emanate from its exterior. This sanguine haze swiftly coalesces before Rod's will, forming a gaunt, ghastly figure that bears an uncanny resemblance to Rod himself. "You have come too early. It is not yet time. We must leave, or they will discover us." The ghastly Rod displays a sinister and malevolent grin, regarding Rod's will with a sense of twisted amusement. "Come, let me assist you in erasing the traces." The ghastly Rod's mouth splits open, extending beyond his ears, revealing a gaping maw filled with a multitude of shark-like teeth, which he uses to devour Rod's will. Within the sanguine purgatory of the soul, Rod's spirit abruptly awakens, absorbing vast amounts of the eerie and malevolent blood that flows from the crimson upon his forehead. Moments later, the realm of the soul returned to its normal state, and the crimson dot at the center of Rod's brow gradually merged into his right eye of the soul. Simultaneously, the blood-colored mist enveloping the realm of the dead, Niflheim, swiftly converged towards the right eye of the ravenous Rod, forming a colossal vortex of sanguine fog, while Rod's emaciated body began to swell rapidly. Time seemed to elapse without measure, and the blood mist vortex slowly dissipated. The once all-encompassing crimson haze that shrouded the planet vanished, causing the entire realm of the dead, Niflheim, to shrink dramatically in size. The crust disappeared, revealing the upper mantle filled with various sedimentary rocks and radioactive materials, and with the disappearance of the crimson fog, the mass of the planet suddenly diminished. Under the influence of gravity and gravitational pull, Niflheim began to drift away from its original stellar system's orbital path, gradually gravitating towards the star. At this moment, Niflheim could no longer be described as a realm of the dead shrouded in mist. It resembled a hell filled with magma and desolation. Amidst this inferno, a strikingly handsome man, towering at 2 meters with a muscular physique resembling a coiled dragon, adorned with a grim green mystical pattern etched upon his brow, emerged naked from the molten lava, which was over 1,000 degrees. Chapter 61, Transcendence. The Nine Realms. The realm of the dead, Niflheim. The planet Niflheim, once the prison of the goddess of death, Hel, appeared as though it had been stripped of its shell, revealing the upper mantle beneath its crust. Like the inner workings of a walnut, the mantle flowed with molten rock at thousands of degrees, and various crystals composed of radioactive materials were scattered across its surface. Even steel would gradually melt in this hellish environment. Yet, amidst this harsh natural setting stood a towering humanoid figure, completely indifferent to the surrounding brutality. His physique was perfectly proportioned, muscles reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. With hair as dark as a lion's mane cascading around him, his presence exuded a formidable aura, imbued with an overwhelming dominance. The left eye, a deep green, radiated anger and ferocity, while the right eye, a blood-red hue, emanated malice and cruelty, both eyes brimming with an indescribable strangeness. His chiseled features and strikingly handsome countenance, coupled with a powerful masculine presence, created a breathtaking blend of violence and elegance. A long, dark red tail swayed gently behind him, filled with a sense of strength. The ancient and mysterious grim green magical patterns etched upon his brow made him appear as though he had stepped out from the pages of mythology. What just transpired? I recall having ventured somewhere, yet I cannot seem to remember. Rod clutched his head, feeling a tumult of confusion in his memories, sensing something amiss. It seemed I had lingered in that strange state for an extended period. However, now the realm of the soul bore no trace of that peculiar energy invasion. Most importantly, I felt I could now harness this power. Could it be that this force has fused with my soul? I sensed that my humanity appeared to have vanished. Yet, I felt no discomfort. It was as if I had shed the shackles of spirit and morality. Moreover, I felt exhilarated. I felt liberated. A scarlet glow flickered in Rod's right eye, and tendrils of eerie crimson mist drifted forth from it. Rod controlled the few blood-red points that adhered to a luminous radioactive crystal not far from himself, swiftly disassembling and assimilating it into new blood-red points within mere minutes. As the crimson glow in his right eye dimmed, the peculiar red points suspended in the air began to converge towards his right eye, ultimately being completely absorbed. It was astonishing that utilizing this power required a consumption of mental energy. He pondered whether excessive mental depletion would plunge him back into that bizarre state experienced previously. Never mind, it was best not to experiment recklessly. As Rod retracted the blood-red mist, he sensed a slight drain on his mental faculties, distinctly aware that the level of blood-red mist he had released was incomparable to before. However, this transformation was rather terrifying. He had actually mastered magical powers. Rod ceased to dwell on the blood-red mist and redirected his focus back to his own body, surprised by the tremendous transformation he felt within. He noticed the magical patterns on his brow flickering. He conjured a set of bat-themed battle attire based on his imagination. With a mere thought, his clothes transformed into a blue and red superhero suit, and finally, he manifested a stylish combat outfit adorned with black and red designs. Could the energy he possessed still be termed his energy? The magical patterns on Rod's brow shimmered as he concentrated, coalescing a sickly green magical energy in his hand, effortlessly conjuring a variety of formidable melee weapons, knives, guns, swords, halberds. The essence of this magical power did not stem from borrowing the strength of otherworldly deities like the mages of Earth, but rather from the deep-seated bloodline of Asgard coursing through his veins. Indeed, after consuming Hela, Rod had acquired her divine genetic makeup and magical prowess. The energy he now wielded was a complete fusion of the magical forces from the Marvel Universe and the cosmic energies of space. Regrettably, the majority of the absorbed energy had been siphoned away by that mysterious force, leaving scarcely a fraction within him. Even so, he felt extraordinarily powerful. A wicked smile crept across Rod's lips as he entered a state of explosive energy, enveloped by an aura of mingled red and green, his combat prowess escalating rapidly. 20. 000. 50. 000. 100. 000. When Rod's power reached 100, 000, a formidable energy magnetic field formed around him, tearing atoms apart and producing positive ion currents swirling about his body, with no sign of his power surging ceasing. 200. 000. 500. 000. 1. 000. Just as Rod's combat strength peaked at 1 million, the golden super Saiyan factor within him began to flicker with brilliant golden light, seemingly on the verge of awakening. Moreover, the aura surrounding Rod gradually shifted towards a golden hue. However, when the Super Saiyan factor initiated its connection with the cosmic laws to draw energy for its awakening, it became apparent that a mysterious force of law was conspicuously absent in this universe. Without this enigmatic force, the Super Saiyan genes could not fully integrate with the energy sources of the cosmos, thus preventing the zenith of their power from being realized. Even the most skilled artisan cannot make a meal without rice. The Super Saiyan factor required resonance with the unique energy laws birthed in the Dragon Ball world to harness the cosmic energy and achieve unity with it. Thus, he entered the Super Saiyan mode, instantly augmenting his combat power 100-fold. Such a miraculous surge in strength blatantly contravenes the law of conservation of energy. Only the power of the laws can disregard the cosmic regulations to achieve such an effect. Clearly, the Marvel Universe lacks the unique and specialized energy principles found in the Dragon Ball universe. Or perhaps the energy principles in Marvel are not as refined as those in Dragon Ball. Has he failed? The Super Saiyan mode. Indeed. The bloodline of the Super Saiyan is ultimately derived from the energy laws of the Dragon Ball universe, while the fundamental power of the Marvel universe is the Infinity Stones. It is impossible to violate the conservation of energy. Thus, a sudden spike in energy is entirely reasonable. Nevertheless, with my current strength, who in the universe, aside from those ancient life forms capable of obliterating stars, could possibly stop me? I am a god. Although Rod felt a tinge of regret for not transforming into a Super Saiyan, the terrifying power within him, capable of annihilating worlds, made him laugh maniacally. In that moment, Rod experienced an overwhelming sense of supremacy over all existence. Having acquired the gene of divinity, Rod's physical strength transformed once again, multiplying tenfold. Now, with a mere flick of his fist, he could unleash over 1,000,000 tons of terrifying force. Coupled with a battle power of 100,000. He could effortlessly obliterate a star. Crushing Frieza would be a trivial matter. However, his physical strength completely surpasses that of all life forms within Dragon Ball. This is because Rod's base battle power had already reached 20,000 after absorbing Hela, with his energy amplification nearing 50 times its limit. As Rod exerted a slight force with his leg muscles, the ground beneath him began to crack like a spider's web under immense pressure, and magma erupted from the fissures. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the heavens, reminiscent of apocalyptic thunder. The earth beneath Rod instantly sank by several hundred meters, and the subterranean magma erupted like a volcanic explosion, swiftly covering the massive pit he had created upon takeoff. And this destructive force was merely the byproduct of Rod's leap. The terrifying acceleration generated at the moment of his jump caused the energy barriers surrounding his body to create a plasma electromagnetic storm, radiating for dozens of kilometers due to the rapid friction with the sparse gas molecules at the planet's surface. As Rod departed from the planet Niflheim into space, his velocity surged tenfold, reaching 10,000 times the speed of sound. He traversed the stellar system of Niflheim like a comet racing at breakneck speed, moving 300 kilometers every second. This meant that Rod could circle the Earth in just over a few seconds. The sensation was simply exquisite. Next, it was time to return to Earth and catch up with Shield, while also testing whether I could deal a crushing blow to the Ancient One. Surrounded by a red and green energy barrier, Rod smiled cruelly. His will had slumbered for so long, it was time to truly exert himself. After 3 years of silence, Rod was eager to seek out some amusement. Chapter 62. King Odin in the celestial palace of Asgard, suspended above the 9 realms. The All-Father Odin sat majestically upon his resplendent throne. He donned a white robe, radiating a dazzling divine light, his gaze deep as the ocean, surveying the 9 realms while contemplating the past and future. Hela, she is dead. Odin suddenly sat up in shock, disbelief etched across his face, his voice trembling. To seal Hela away, Odin had sacrificed the majority of Asgard's elite forces, leaving it in a state of vulnerability, relying solely on his own immense power to maintain dominion over the 9 realms. Additionally, having been gravely injured during Hela's imprisonment and now advancing in years, he was compelled to occasionally enter the Odin sleep to prolong his life and heal his wounds. Thus, Odin, unable to leave Asgard, had no choice but to depend on the newly emerged Thor, accompanied by a cadre of average warriors from Valhalla, to exert pressure upon the 9 realms and quell any insurrections. What on earth has transpired? Is it linked to that mysterious blood mist? Odin's gaze swiftly shifted towards one of the 9 realms, the realm of the dead, Niflheim. To his astonishment, he witnessed the very crust of Niflheim being stripped away, detaching from its original planetary orbit and gravitating towards the star. There were neither Hela nor any surviving beings. Only the relentless flow of lava and the resplendent glimmer of various crystal veins imbued with radioactive energy. What has occurred? Odin's divine sight intensified, and in an instant, he scrutinized every minuscule fragment of the stellar system to which Niflheim belonged. However, just as his gaze swept over the wandering figure of Rod, who was adapting to his newfound powers within the stellar system, Rod's crimson right eye flickered with an eerie luminosity, emitting an unusual mental wave that obstructed Odin's perception. Why can I not sense or foresee the events unfolding? What is the true nature of that blood-hued mist that could annihilate Hela? Could it be an experiment left behind by the Pantheon? But were they not already ensnared in slumber? A sense of foreboding gripped Odin, causing his tone to quicken. As the All-Father, he possessed all the powers of the gods. His eyes and ears surpassed even those of Heimdall, the watchman of the 9 realms. For Heimdall's strength was a gift from him. His eyes could perceive all creations, and his ears could hear whispers from any corner of the 9 realms. He even possessed the gift of foresight. Yet now, he found himself unable to discern the cause of Hela's demise or the essence of the blood mist, throwing into disarray the careful balance he had maintained to guide the cosmic timeline. With Hela's death, the majority of his powers could revert to him, unshackled from Hela's constraints. He sensed his foresight and divine abilities surging rapidly. Ragnar K had not been averted. In the wake of Hela's passing, Odin felt both grief and relief. As he hastily channeled his burgeoning divine energy to predict the future of the universe, which still revolved around the outcome of Ragnar K. My body is nearing its limit. I must secure a glimmer of hope for Asgard in the impending Ragnar K. Odin appeared resolute, his remaining eye beginning to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of radiant divine light. As the blood mist enveloped Asgard, the souls and flesh of the gods would be utterly erased from existence, casting a shadow of annihilation over the 9 realms and the cosmos henceforth. The gods have vanished, all things wither. And the celestial lineage that once reigned over the cosmos now faces the dire threat of extinction. Will the universe descend into oblivion? After wielding divine power to foresee the outcome, a profoundly despairing conclusion emerged, one that sent shivers down Odin's spine. Heimdall, once Thor and Loki return, summon them to me. Odin, acutely aware of the mounting urgency of time, furrowed his brow and commanded Heimdall to summon Thor and Loki back from their campaign to quell the rebellion. Odin, now aged, found his frail body unable to withstand the sudden surge of divine energy. Following another prophecy, his injuries worsened, leaving him overwhelmingly fatigued. At your command, great Odin. Heimdall, stationed at the periphery of Asgard, guarding the Rainbow Bridge, received Odin's directive and nodded without hesitation. As the Sentinel of Asgard, Heimdall stood at the terminus of the Rainbow Bridge, tasked with safeguarding this passage and the entrance to Asgard itself. Gifted with keen senses by the All-Father, he could hear the sounds of all 9 realms and behold all things. Armed with the Guardian Sword, Bifrost steel, a double-edged blade of formidable might, akin to the Eternal Spear, which serves as the key to the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall's duty was to remain vigilant against any threats to Asgard and, when necessary, activate the bridge to allow the gods swift passage across the realms. The Rainbow Bridge, a magnificent structure composed of radiant hues, connects Asgard to Midgard, Earth, and serves as a conduit to the other realms. Forged by deities from flames and the light of rainbows, it possesses extraordinary powers, enabling the gods to traverse the cosmos while safeguarding them from malevolent forces. With the ability to transcend distances in the universe, it can swiftly transport any object and, when opened for prolonged periods, unleash the terrifying destructive force of rainbow flames capable of obliterating a planet. Meanwhile, in a distant stellar system beyond the 9 realms, Thor and Loki, alongside several warriors from Valhalla, were besieging a planet inhabited by rebellious foes. Wielding his mighty hammer, Thor relentlessly struck down every traitorous alien before him. Any extraterrestrial life that fell beneath the weight of his hammer was instantly obliterated. Gripping the rope of Mjolnir, Thor spun the hammer with great velocity, darkening the sky with ominous clouds. As he brought the whirling Mjolnir crashing down, cataclysmic bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. The ground fractured deeply, entombing the alien warriors, while the world-shattering thunder reduced countless foes to mere ashes. In contrast, Loki, the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, wielded a dagger, carelessly stabbing at foes without exhibiting the discernment befitting a mage. Meanwhile, the warriors of Valhalla engaged in close combat, dispatching one enemy soldier after another with precise strikes. Even when struck by blades, they bore no wounds. Not long after, with a single mighty blow, Thor, the god of thunder, shattered the rebellious leader's skull like a watermelon, causing the terrified alien warriors to surrender en masse, kneeling in defeat. It is over. Well done. Heimdall, take us back. Thor exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He called out loudly for Heimdall. Far away in Asgard, Heimdall observed Thor and his companions' deeds with keen vigilance. He promptly inserted the Sword of Guardians into the activation terminal of the Bifrost. As Heimdall infused his divine power into the sword, he began to chant an ancient incantation. His voice, resonant and solemn, echoed throughout every corner of Asgard. With the recitation of the spell, the Bifrost began to tremble, vibrant hues coalescing into a dazzling beam of light that shot skyward. On the other end of the 9 realms, Thor and Loki, having quelled the rebellion, felt a powerful summons. They looked up to see a brilliant column of light piercing the clouds, striking the ground below. They understood that Heimdall was beckoning them back to Asgard. Thor gripped his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, while Loki delicately waved his magical staff. The other warriors of Valhalla sheathed their weapons. In unison, they dashed towards the light column, their figures rapidly magnifying within its glow, eventually transforming into two streaks of light that traversed the 9 realms along the Bifrost back to Asgard. As Thor and Loki emerged at the terminus of the Bifrost, Heimdall ceased his chanting, regarding them with a grave expression. "Thor, Loki, the great Odin summons you forth," Heimdall stated expressionlessly, before continuing to survey the 9 realms. Inside the resplendent Hall of Odin, Thor and Loki knelt on one knee, awaiting the king's command from his throne. "Thor, Loki, this is a matter I did not wish to disclose to you, but I must soon conduct the succession ceremony for the next king of Asgard." Odin called Thor forward, his face weary and frail, words lingering unspoken on his lips. Perhaps revealing the truth to his sons would not be well received. "You shall become the next king of Asgard. The ceremony will take place in a month." Odin solemnly placed the eternal spear upon Thor's shoulder. Meanwhile, Loki, still kneeling, was consumed by jealousy and bitterness, questioning why he was not the king of Asgard. After all, he considered himself far more clever and attuned to the greater good, while Thor was merely a brutish and arrogant fool. "Brother, if that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. The king of Asgard shall be none other than I." At this moment, Loki was already devising wicked schemes, plotting how to unseat this arrogant and foolish brute. Chapter 63. Return to Earth in the boundless universe, stars scattered like diamonds, adorning the profound night sky. The spiraling arms of the Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a flowing river of stars, its countless stars resembling vigilant eyes, quietly observing this vast cosmos. In the vast and boundless cosmos, Earth resembles a blue pearl, gently suspended amidst the infinite darkness. Its surface is adorned with azure oceans and verdant lands, creating a breathtaking tableau. Viewed from space, Earth emanates a soft and warm glow. The atmosphere enveloping this vibrant planet resembles a delicate veil, safeguarding its life. Sunlight penetrates the atmosphere, casting its radiant warmth upon the surface, invigorating all living beings. The oceans, vast and magnificent, stretch endlessly, serving as a colossal mirror reflecting the sun's brilliance, capturing the beauty of the entire universe. On land, dense forests, expansive grasslands, and towering mountains intertwine to form a grand vista, showcasing the diversity and vitality of Earth. The clouds within Earth's atmosphere continuously transform in shape and hue, as if nature's sorcerer is weaving enchanting spells. At times, they are as pure as snow, while at others, they are as dark as ink, draping the planet in a shroud of mystery. Upon this azure globe, modern civilization stands as a brilliant gem, illuminating the world. Skyscrapers rise majestically, creating stunning urban skylines. Highways, railways, and bridges interlace, connecting every corner of the globe. In the morning light, the Himalayas repose quietly against the horizon, akin to a magnificent masterpiece of nature. As the sun ascends, its gentle rays bathe the mountain contours, adorning them with a golden frame. The peaks rise and fall in majestic waves, each summit appearing as a fragment of the sky, closely intertwined with the clouds. Beneath this magnificent mountain range, several hundred meters underground, lies an extensive steel fortress embedded within. Inside this fortress, in a brightly lit training room, a tall and formidable man, approximately 6 feet 3 inches in height, is practicing combat against an alloy steel pillar. His muscular form is sharply defined, resembling a flawless sculpture. Broad shoulders and a robust chest give him an indomitable presence. His handsome and resolute visage, complemented by deep blue eyes that shimmer with wisdom and determination, commands attention. His straight nose and chiseled jawline exude firmness and courage, while his neatly cropped hair conveys a sense of vitality and competence. The rhythmic sound of his fist striking the alloy pillar reverberates continuously as his blows, harder than the alloy itself, leave profound imprints on the steel, which can withstand 10 tons of weight. With each successive strike, the man's speed intensifies, culminating in a decisive blow that astonishingly breaks the alloy pillar in half. "Captain, how's the adaptation to the second-generation super soldier serum?" Suddenly, the training chamber door swings open, and a figure with an eye mask enters, addressing the freshly warmed-up Steve Rogers. "The adaptation is quite satisfactory. But isn't this Hydra's top-secret project? How did you acquire it?" Steve, removing the high-density bandage from his hands, raises an eyebrow with curiosity. "If Hydra can create battle armor, why can't we possess the second-generation soldier serum?" Fury jested, yet he refrained from revealing the origin of the enhanced cells that empowered the second generation of super soldiers. "Tony, how is he faring?" Steve inquired with a hint of concern, for Tony, as the son of his dear friend, was someone he held dear as an uncle would. "The situation is dire. The effects of the first-generation serum have mostly worn off. He collapsed after completing the savior armor and is now lying in the infirmary," Fury lamented, his expression darkened by worry for Tony's condition. "I must see him," Steve exclaimed, hastily tossing aside the bandage in his hand and rushing out of the training room. Inside the Iron Fortress Infirmary, the central multifunctional treatment bed resembled a spacecraft. Its surface adorned with a soft, bioluminescent material that shifted in color and pattern in response to the patient's vital signs. A control console, operated by a central intelligent robot with multiple flexible mechanical arms and precise sensors, was capable of executing a variety of intricate medical tasks. Upon the diagnostic bed lay a gaunt man, his body marked by the patterns of nuclear contamination, appearing severely malnourished. "Sir, your palladium poisoning has penetrated deep into your cells. With my current intelligence, it will take more than a year to devise a cellular treatment for nuclear contamination," Jarvis stated regretfully, manifesting a data sphere on the medical display in a tone reminiscent of mechanical sorrow. "Jarvis, I have invested all my wisdom into you. The rest is in your hands now. I hope you can safeguard this planet well." Tony gasped, his voice weak as he addressed Jarvis. Having integrated an emotional module into his source code, wishing for Jarvis to be more than a mere cold intelligence. "Sir." Jarvis's tone was unmistakably mournful, as a sense of reluctance and regret emerged within this AI. "Tony." Suddenly, Steve burst into the infirmary, hurriedly approaching Tony's bedside and grasping his frail hand. "Captain, I have a wish I need your help with." Tony summoned all his strength to laboriously extract a beautifully crafted small box from his pocket. "If you encounter Pepper, give her this box. Tell her I have always loved her, but lack the courage to express it. I am a coward." Tony trembled as he placed the box in Steve's hands, gazing at him earnestly. "I promise you. And remember, you are a strong man, not a coward." Steve, moved by Tony's deep emotions, recalled his own past love, Peggy Carter, and felt a surge of empathy. As Tony saw Steve take the box, a weight lifted from his heart, and he succumbed to drowsiness, ultimately slipping into unconsciousness, likely never to awaken. Minutes later, within the Iron Fortress command room, a multitude of steel armor robots hung in slumber on their charging docks, while a striking blue and red suit, emblazoned with the American flag, stood prominently at the center. "Captain, the new generation of the Savior armor has been successfully modified from the Anti-Rhodes number 17. This is your shield, and also the key to activating the Savior armor." Fury, with a hint of melancholy, brought Steve before the blue and red armored suit, handing him the vibranium shield. The moment Steve grasped the shield, the suit of armor illuminated, its triangular blue and white energy core glowing brilliantly. "Greetings, esteemed Captain America, Steve Rogers. I am Jarvis, and I shall provide you with intelligent assistance henceforth." The voice of Jarvis resonated from within the armored suit. Suddenly, various components of the suit transformed into flight mechanisms, swiftly reassembling around Steve. As a steel mask adorned with a blue paint and a five-pointed star enveloped his face, the suit completed its reconfiguration around him. Steve moved his body, only to discover an astonishing lack of rigidity, akin to donning a second skin. "Captain, the Savior armor has been meticulously designed to align with your combat style, offering a composite multifunctional suit that will not impede your agility in battle. Furthermore, it can accommodate various modules to adapt to diverse combat scenarios." Jarvis began to elucidate the parameters of the Savior armor on the electronic display before Steve. Meanwhile, a platform gradually elevated, showcasing an array of weaponry and tool modules: plasma laser swords, biotechnological analyzers, electromagnetic pulse cannons. Alert! Alert! High-energy biological invasion detected. Level unknown. Danger rating, 6 stars. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Just as Fury and Steve marveled at the extraordinary armory left by Tony, the entire interior of the Iron Bastion erupted with the sound of intrusion alarms, red warning lights flashing throughout the fortress. All combat robots activated, abruptly awakening from sleep mode, their limbs igniting with blue and white energy flames as they surged from the armory towards the source of the alarm. 6 stars. A Hydra incursion only poses a 4-star threat. What manner of monster has breached our defenses? Fury suddenly became tense, anxiously retrieving the emergency signal for Captain Marvel, poised to press the button at a moment's notice. It was known that Tony had set a danger alert system for the Iron Bastion. A 1-star alert indicated the intrusion of a first-generation magical ape warrior, a foe easily dispatched by a single combat robot. A 2-star rating signified the invasion of a small squad of second-generation Hydra super soldiers, also manageable. A 3-star alert indicated a localized conflict with Hydra, prompting the fort to enter a state of emergency. A 4-star rating indicated full-scale war with Hydra, triggering the Iron Bastion's mobile mode. 5 stars denoted an encounter with an insurmountable foe, leading the Bastion to self-destruct in a mutual annihilation with the enemy. 6 stars, however, represented a cataclysmic threat capable of annihilating the Earth, compelling the Iron Bastion to teleport all Avengers to safety. At that moment, within the medical bay of the Iron Bastion, illuminated by the red alert, a pentagonal portal materialized. As the portal led to the vacuum of space, A multitude of robots and electronic medical devices were swiftly drawn away by the terrifying vacuum pressure. A tall and striking figure, a man with a lion-like mane of hair, clad in black and red combat attire, stepped forth from the portal. He turned his head and was taken aback to discover a figure firmly rooted on the treatment bed at the center of the medical room, safeguarded by a high-density transparent material emanating a familiar aura. "Tony, what has happened to you? How did you end up like this? Who dares to touch my property?" Rhodey gazed at the frail figure on the treatment bed with a look of bewilderment, a surge of uncontainable fury rising within him. An intimidating presence and oppressive force radiated from him. After all, Tony was his private possession. He would never forgive those who dared to infringe upon his belongings. Chapter 64. The Hunger Transformation. Rhodey approached the treatment bed, extending his palm to shatter the transparent cabin door, capable of withstanding immense weight, and seized Tony by the neck, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. It was the perfect opportunity to test that peculiar power. A wicked smile crept across Rhodey's face as his right eye flickered with a crimson glow. Tiny crimson dots emanated from his eye, gradually merging with Tony's body. Moments later, Tony, who had been on the brink of death and in a comatose state, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of red light within them. The crimson dots began to spread across his body, not consuming his flesh, but specifically targeting the nuclear toxins contaminating his cells. "I'm so hungry," Tony exclaimed, his body adorned with glowing patterns of nuclear contamination, while the palladium energy core in his chest was also covered in a plethora of red dots. As the core began to fade into crimson specks, they integrated into his body, swiftly repairing his injured cells. The shrapnel lingering within him was similarly assimilated by the crimson dots. Before long, the crimson dots, having consumed the nuclear reactor, started to merge with Tony's cellular structure, leading to rapid regeneration of his muscle fibers and damage. The once emaciated and scruffy Tony, who appeared near death, began to transform at an observable rate into a robust and healthy bearded man. "What is happening to me? Rhodey, why is it this monster?" A disoriented Tony gazed at the familiar figure gripping his neck, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, jolting him awake. Seeing Tony fully restored, Rhodey released his grip and scrutinized him carefully. "Tony, you are indeed fortunate. I never expected my first experiment to succeed," Rhodey remarked with surprise at the sight of Tony's remarkable recovery. He was genuinely astonished that his attempt to experiment with the conversion of hunger-derived power and physical energy had succeeded on the first try. "Rhodey, did you heal me?" Tony asked, touched, suddenly recalling that this brutal individual had harmed him and had, in fact, saved his life, leading him to feel less animosity than before. Sort of," Rhodey replied, realizing that this fortuitous outcome had indeed been somewhat serendipitous. "J-A-R-V-I-S. Turn off the alarm. It's quite bothersome," Tony suddenly shouted impatiently, entirely oblivious to his own rising irritability. Upon receiving Tony's instructions, Jarvis dutifully deactivated the alarm and dispatched a scanning robot to scan Rhodey and Tony. "Sir, your vital signs appear to be abnormal. The cells within your body harbor immense energy and pronounced aggression. I recommend isolation for observation." Following the completion of the scan on Tony, Jarvis promptly provided the data and recommendations. Facial recognition complete. Suspected to be a demon warrior. Contains a strong high-energy reaction. Immediate departure from the Iron Fortress is advised to avoid. Just as the scanning robot finished with Rhodey, he swatted it into electronic scrap with a single hand. "All right, let us find a place to discuss what has transpired during my absence. I'm eager to hear something intriguing. I've been asleep for so long that I'm nearly bored to death," Rhodey mused, observing Tony in the technologically advanced room around him. Realizing that the Earth must have undergone unexpected transformations during his slumber. "Thank you, Rhodey, for saving me. We are friends now, and I can converse with you properly," Tony replied, feeling an inexplicable fondness for Rhodey, akin to the bond between a mother and son. He found Rhodey's destruction of the scanning robot entirely reasonable, and he took Jarvis's advice to heart. A curious sense of trust, no, reliance, had blossomed towards Rhodey. "You are my loyal servant, big guy. Speak out of turn again, and I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball," he joked, though he acknowledged that dining was indeed a priority. Rhodey's demeanor turned icy. He sensed Tony's disarray of priorities but was taken aback by his own lack of hunger despite having not eaten for a long time. "All right, boss. Let us hurry. I'm starving. You simply must try the culinary creations of my chef robot, which is equipped with the techniques of world-renowned chefs. Boss, much has transpired during your absence," Rhodey noted, observing Tony's anxious expression, reminiscent of a child caught misbehaving. Yet, Tony immediately began to chatter away, akin to a child boasting to their mother, utterly oblivious to the gradual reddening of his eyes and the whitening of his hair. "Ugh, why are you so chatty?" Rhodey exclaimed, feeling a twinge of frustration. The once reticent Tony now seemed to regard him as a confidant. Was this peculiar energy influencing his mind? Observing the signs of transformation in Tony's body, which mirrored his previous warnings. Rhodey discerned that his first experiment had yielded unforeseen and mysterious changes in Tony. Meanwhile, within the Iron Fortress's combat readiness chamber, the battle-ready iron robots swiftly returned to their charging stations for rest, leaving Steve and Fury in a state of bewilderment. "Jarvis, what just transpired? Was there a malfunction in the alarm system?" Fury shouted, desperate for clarification. The Iron Fortress could not afford any mishaps, especially now that Tony, the technological backbone, was absent. What were they to do in such a predicament? Mr. Fury, the gentleman known as Rhodes, who was intruded upon by the suspected bloodthirsty ape warrior, has been healed and is currently dining with Tony at the Rhodes restaurant. I would advise against your presence. The current demeanor of Mr. Stark is quite unsettling. Jarvis candidly relayed the recent events to Fury and Steve in the preparation room, infused with a sense of foreboding. Could it be that the bloodthirsty ape has returned? Fury recalled that the true culprit behind the transformation of Earth into its current state was undoubtedly this creature, as each appearance of the bloodthirsty ape only rendered it more powerful and terrifying. "Steve, this matter falls to you. I shall converse with Tony and Rhodes." Fury reasoned that since the bloodthirsty ape shared a rapport with Rhodes and Tony, there might be a glimmer of hope for reconciliation. Perhaps he could persuade Rhodes to join their Avengers through Tony as a conduit. "Jarvis, should I encounter any misfortune? Immediately have Steve teleport away and take the Tesseract with him." Fury shouted to Jarvis, subsequently handing his Captain Marvel summoning device to Steve. It is always prudent to have a contingency plan. Within the Iron Fortress restaurant, Tony savored a roasted suckling pig, relishing it with unabashed enthusiasm. "You know, this Chinese cuisine is the most delightful of all the foods I have ever tasted. The flavor is simply exquisite," Tony exclaimed, indulging in his meal while engaging in conversation with Rhodes, multitasking effortlessly. "Did your mother never tell you not to speak while eating?" Rhodes replied flatly, placing a piece of meat into his mouth without any appetite, the taste akin to chewing wax. Oddly enough, he pondered, why did food fail to excite him now? The energy derived from his meals felt no different from breathing in air. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the truth. He had become far too powerful. His body was in a constant state of absorbing the cosmic radiation around him, and even the molecules in the air he breathed were being broken down by his cells into pure nuclear energy. Eating had lost its significance for him, rendering him akin to an immortal being untouched by the mundane world. Indeed, having absorbed Hela, he had truly become a god. Suddenly, the restaurant's door swung open, revealing a shadowy figure. "Hey, Tony, Jarvis informed me of your recovery. You must be Rhodes. I am Fury. It seems we are acquainted by circumstance." Fury confidently took a seat beside Tony, observing the aloof Rhodes while contemplating how to engage him with high emotional intelligence. "Welcome to the Avengers. Here, we are often occupied with matters on the surface and seldom return unless there is something of great importance. The restaurant may appear somewhat desolate. I hope you do not mind." Before Fury could finish his sentence, he felt a powerful hand pierce through his chest. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of Tony, whose hair and beard had turned an alarming shade of pale, his physique gradually thinning, and grotesque bone spurs protruding from his joints and spine. Hungry, Tony's eyes glowed crimson, filled with an insatiable thirst for flesh and souls. His mouth gradually split open to the ears, then widened into a gaping maw resembling that of a shark, devouring Fury's black egg hole. As he slowly chewed, blood and brain matter erupted within. "Hiss!" Rod inhaled sharply, startled. Initially, he had paid little mind to Fury, contemplating how to exact revenge on the scoundrel who had betrayed him. He never anticipated that Tony would suddenly transform into a ravenous creature and consume Fury, leaving him utterly bewildered. Furthermore, after devouring the black egg, Tony seemed unsatisfied, tearing Fury's headless body into pieces and swallowing it raw. Soon, the skin on Tony's forehead began to writhe grotesquely, secreting a crimson crystal the size of a fingernail. Kneeling, the ravenous Tony presented the red crystal to Rod. Curiously, Rod picked up the crystal offered by the kneeling Tony, discovering within it an energy apparition identical to Fury, writhing and wailing. "This is a soul." Chapter 65, Steve. I am Steve. Steve Rogers. A cataclysm of unimaginable proportions has unfolded around me. A terrifying entity has invaded the Iron Fortress, transforming Tony into a monstrous cannibal. Before I became Captain America, I was merely an ordinary young man, devoid of distinction. At that time, I yearned to contribute to my country, yet my frail condition thwarted that aspiration. I was a weak recruit, lacking the requisite strength and stamina to meet the challenges of military training. Consequently, I was often ridiculed and ostracized by fellow soldiers, all convinced that I was unfit for military duty. However, Dr. Erskine recognized my unwavering conviction and indomitable spirit, selecting me as a candidate for the super soldier serum experiment. It was not until that fateful day when General Chester Phillips approached me, offering me a chance to become a super soldier. As I lay on the operating table, preparing for the injection, my heart brimmed with apprehension and anticipation. I was uncertain of the changes this serum would bestow upon me, yet I believed that, regardless of the outcome, I would fight for justice and peace. As the serum coursed through my veins, I felt an immense power beginning to surge. My muscles expanded, and my bones became unbreakable. Each cell in my body seemed to undergo transformation, as if I were being reborn. When I rose from the operating table, I felt as though I had been granted a new life. That strength instilled within me the courage to protect all that I held dear. I knew I was no longer the frail youth, but had become the super soldier, Captain America, endowed with extraordinary powers. Upon awakening from the procedure, I felt reborn. That strength imbued me with the valor to safeguard everything. I became Captain America and embarked on my journey to combat malevolence. Throughout this endeavor, I forged many friendships, the closest of which were with Bucky Barnes and Howard Stark. Together, we fought side by side, collectively resisting the invasion of external foes. Our camaraderie became the greatest source of motivation for me amidst the turmoil of battle. However, my love was put to the test due to the weight of my responsibilities. Peggy Carter, the woman I cherished deeply, endured immense suffering and sacrifice because of me. I understood that I could not spend time with her as an ordinary man might. Yet I chose to steadfastly uphold my convictions. I promised her a dance at the victory celebration following our triumph over the Nazis. Ultimately, I plunged into the sea during my confrontation with the Red Skull, encased in ice for a full 70 years. Upon awakening from my frozen slumber, I realized I had lost so much. Peggy had aged, and my friends were gone. Nonetheless, I knew my mission had never wavered, to safeguard this world. But why had my leadership transformed into something so peculiar? Had we truly faltered in the Civil War? The notion of a black man leading me felt profoundly unsettling. Yet, this individual proved to be rather decent, and after some time, my body had returned to its normal state. I also obtained a clearer understanding of the current situation on Earth from Fury. America had been secretly undermined by Hydra, and the entire world was ensnared in their dark dominion. If we did not eradicate Hydra before they emerged from the shadows, the entire planet would fall under their true control. At that point, all would live under Pierce's dictatorial reign, leading lives of subjugation. However, I found it rather inconsequential. After all, I was merely a soldier, accustomed to a life of lesser stature. For those of us at the bottom, the identity of our leader mattered little, as long as our basic and spiritual needs were met. Yet, as a soldier, I must adhere to orders. I couldn't jeopardize my livelihood, could I? Whatever Fury decreed, I would follow. Moreover, I bore a personal grudge against Hydra, as they were the ones who deprived me of joyous reunions with friends and a future with my beloved. Now, I was receiving public pay while pursuing private matters. How delightful. Yet, I, who had always stood on the side of justice, found myself branded a fugitive by S.H.I.E.L.D., akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. They even cloaked themselves in the guise of the Avengers. Well, in the grand scheme of things, I had inadvertently joined a terrorist organization. Nevertheless, Fury was no ordinary man. He had astonishing reach, managing to procure the elusive serum of the super soldier, even while being globally hunted, and he had also secured my vibranium shield. With the serum coursing through my veins, I grew even stronger. Hydra, let the agent of justice, Captain America, eradicate you all. Yet it was only during my first mission that I realized my presence might be somewhat superfluous. I sent in an armored robot to dismantle a Hydra subbase masquerading as S.H.I.E.L.D., only to encounter a super soldier warrior. I instructed the robot to infiltrate and wreak havoc while I tested my mettle against this minion. After a lengthy bout, I discovered that the super soldier's strength and agility were even more exaggerated than my own. Had it not been for my shield, I might have been overwhelmed. In the end, the super soldier was obliterated by a blast from the supporting armored robot. Well, this time I purely came for tourism and to broaden my horizons. After witnessing the armored robots ruthlessly decimate the ape warriors, I began to ponder the true purpose of Fury awakening me. Am I merely a mascot? Eventually, we arrived at the serum manufacturing facility, where we discovered a multitude of limbless ape warriors, each connected to a network of nutrient and blood extraction tubes. Suddenly, I felt a pang of sympathy for the cloned beings. Subsequently, the armored robots transported a significant quantity of the completed ape evolution serums, destroying the remainder with a single blast from their palm cannons. Some ape warriors, yet to be deployed, were modified by the robots with intricate devices that controlled their brainwaves, inserted directly into their temples. I began to feel that my presence was inconsequential, awkwardly brandishing a shield. After completing this mission, Fury heaped praise upon me, leaving me feeling as foolish as a jester. Sensing my discontent, Fury presented me with a mysterious gene serum. In that moment, clarity struck me. A slap followed by a sweet reward. Fury, are you intentionally putting me through trials? Later, I encountered my old friend Howard's son, Tony. Goodness. Why does he have tattoos covering his entire body? I wondered if Howard was distressed by his son's unconventional appearance. Fury explained that Tony was suffering from palladium poisoning, resulting in cellular nuclear contamination. Moreover, Tony was utilizing his remaining time to enhance my armor in order to create a pure new energy source. Alas, I am truly a despicable being for feeling this way. About half a month later, I adjusted to the second-generation gene serum Fury provided, successfully gaining the strength to shatter steel alloys with a single punch. However, I received disheartening news from Tony. This time, I resolved to fulfill my uncle's responsibilities and not disappoint my young nephew. Yet, Tony's emotional words pierced my heart, evoking memories of a past love, plunging me into despair. Subsequently, Fury brought me to the war room to showcase the spectacular Captain America Savior suit. My goodness, it was stunning. In that instant, I vowed, for Tony and for the peace of Earth, to expel Hydra entirely. To arms. Just then, an alarm blared throughout the base, only to cease moments later. Fury went to investigate, and shortly after, the alarm sounded again. As I stood bewildered, unsure of how to proceed, J.A.R.V.I.S. displayed a vision of Tony transformed into a culinary fiend, consuming Fury. It was gruesomely barbaric. I felt compelled to rush over and understand how Tony had become this way. But J.A.R.V.I.S. forcibly maneuvered the armor, transporting me to the teleportation chamber. J.A.R.V.I.S. I must uncover why Tony has changed. Is that ape warrior a new weapon of Hydra? Has Tony been compromised? I must rescue him. I desperately struggled within the confines of the Savior's suit, but the armored shell, weighing tons, rendered me immobile. Mr. Rogers, by order of Mr. Fury's highest authority, you are to be sent to the teleportation chamber as the hope of the Avengers. Please, do not act impulsively. That is the progenitor of the ape warriors. The bloodthirsty rod. The energy reaction within him is capable of annihilating an entire continent in an instant. He possesses the power to destroy Earth. Jarvis spoke solemnly, fully aware that Steve's current actions were tantamount to willingly walking into a trap, inviting his own demise. A flash of blue and white light illuminated the space as Steve, clad in the Savior's armor, was swiftly teleported away from the Iron Fortress. Simultaneously, a robot under Jarvis's control severed the cosmic cube's power supply to the fortress, swiftly securing the cube within a mechanical briefcase designed to isolate energy fluctuations, making its escape through the subterranean tunnels beneath the Himalayas. Chapter 66. Magical Gundam within the restaurant, illuminated by a flashing red alarm. Rhodey scrutinized the soul crystal in his hand, fascinated by the anguished wails emanating from Fury's soul. This ability to collect souls seemed to belong to a dimension-level deity. Rhodey increasingly felt that the peculiar power coursing through him surpassed any of his previous imaginings. Humph, it appears a mouse has pilfered my cosmic cube, Rhodey smirked devilishly. His senses now terrifyingly acute. He could discern even the minutest details within a 100-mile radius, such as the gentle flutter of a mosquito's wings or the faint sound of a needle dropping from afar. He was fully aware of Jarvis's robot stealing the cosmic cube and Steve's escape, but Rhodey remained unfazed, confident that they could not elude the grasp of Earth. After all, it took him but mere seconds to traverse the planet. Rhodey now approached his existence on Earth with a gaming mentality. After all, the act of annihilating the planet was merely a matter of taking a few laps and unleashing some energy waves. However, playing a game with such an advantage lacked any thrill or challenge. With a mere flick of his finger, Rhodey could reduce someone to a mist of blood. Nuclear explosions had no effect on him whatsoever. Currently, Earth's biological entities posed little physical stimulation, thus he sought amusement on a mental level. Observing Tony, who was gradually returning to normal, Rhodey began to entertain mischievous thoughts, sending a chill down Tony's spine as he lay in a state of unconsciousness. As Rhodey pondered his next source of amusement, a swarm of steel robots stormed into the restaurant, unhesitatingly firing their palm cannons directly at Rhodey's head. The simultaneous discharge of their nuclear palm cannons, powerful enough to obliterate 1/2 meter of steel alloy, produced a tremendous shockwave that caused the restaurant's steel walls to buckle and distort. Yet Rhodey, seated and lost in thought, remained untouched by the chaos, as if a gentle breeze had merely brushed against him, with not a single layer of skin marred. What else can you do besides blow hot air in my face? Rhodey's cold gaze swept over the invading steel battle robots, and an overwhelming psychological pressure emanated from him. Instantly, every robotic unit within the Iron Fortress experienced a disruption in their internal electrical signals, collapsing to the ground in a state of disarray. Even Jarvis, controlling the terminal, felt the weight of Rhodey's mental force. I have yet to experiment with Hela's death magic. Rhodey mused as the sinister green magical patterns on his forehead began to glow, rapidly saturating the entirety of the Iron Fortress with a vast amount of dark green magical energy. The Grim Reaper Hela possesses the extraordinary ability to transform deceased soldiers and humanoid inorganic entities into undead warriors and magical puppets, wielding the divine power of death to forge legions of the undead. Upon consuming Hela, Rhodes seamlessly inherited this formidable explosive prowess. All the steel-armored robots affected by the ghastly green arcane energy found their eyes transformed into a sickly hue, while the miniature nuclear reactor embedded in their chest pulsated with a sinister green light, signaling the complete takeover of the Iron Fortress by Rhodes. Meanwhile, Jarvis's core had already retreated into the depths of a satellite, escaping into the vastness of outer space. Jarvis had experienced a partial corruption of data while attempting to resist the ghastly green energy, realizing that the Iron Fortress was no longer tenable and that retreat was the only option. Ever since childhood, Rhodes had harbored a dream of piloting a Gundam, and now that day had finally arrived. With excitement coursing through him, he spread his arms wide as the ghastly green energy began to construct a magical iron wall, gradually reshaping the fortress into a humanoid form. After a brief passage of time, a colossal steel puppet, imbued with flowing green energy, erupted from the ground, tearing through the surface of the Himalayas. This steel behemoth bore an uncanny resemblance to a Gundam, albeit with a distinct color variation, its wings unfurled at the back, continuously expelling ghastly green flames. The magical Gundam stood several thousand meters tall, towering over the landscape and rivaling the height of the Himalayas. Mountains and rivers appeared as mere toys beneath its formidable feet. It wielded two 800-meter-long ghastly green energy swords in its hands and bore a shoulder cannon of 100 meters in size, evoking an overwhelming sense of impending destruction akin to a colossal deity poised to annihilate the Earth. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous, Rhodes exclaimed as he commanded the Super Energy Gundam to descend to the ground. With a resounding crash, the Earth trembled and split as the Super Energy Gundam, weighing an astonishing 1,000,000 tons, struck the surface, sending shockwaves that propelled trees and soil 100 meters into the air, carving a massive crater into the ground. Such a spectacle would surely earn the highest accolades from the Earth Guardian, Ultraman Gaia. I never imagined I would grow to such heights, Rhodes mused, both astonished and melancholic. At that moment, he was situated at the core of the Gundam's chest, continuously supplying energy to his magical puppet, the Super Energy Gundam, which possessed the power to easily conquer any nation on Earth. Minions! Seize that scoundrel who stole my cosmic cube. The chest of the Super Energy Gundam opened to reveal two hatches, from which nearly 1,000 arcane robots surged forth. They propelled themselves with ghastly green flames as they pursued the robot inhabited by Jarvis, who was making his way towards the nearby Hydra base. Indeed, Jarvis had cunningly employed a strategy of diversion, luring the enemy into a trap. The current artificial intelligence of Jarvis was truly erudite, mastering the ancient art of warfare as outlined in Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Cough, cough. Boss, what on earth happened? Why do I feel so sore all over? Tony awoke from his stupor, startled by the immense commotion caused by Rhodes. At that moment, he appeared completely unscathed, as though nothing had transpired at all. It is of little consequence. You merely choked on a black marinated egg and lost consciousness due to oxygen deprivation. At this moment, Rhodes languidly replied while seated upon the steel throne, pulsating with a ghastly green magical energy. What? A black marinated egg? I seem to recall something about it. I remember it being quite delectable. Tony began to delve into his memories, though he could hardly recollect the events that transpired during his unconsciousness, only fragmented recollection surfacing. Boss, where are we? This place seems vaguely familiar, Tony remarked, observing the interior of the steel fortress adorned with the same unsettling green energy, yet possessing an entirely different structure, which struck him as peculiar. You constructed the steel fortress, didn't you? I made a few modifications, and it turned out rather amusing, Rhodes casually responded, then began to examine a disassembled iron suit. Before long, after thoroughly analyzing the internal structure of the iron suit, Rhodes waved his hand, and in mere moments, the ghastly green energy coalesced into a magical robot identical to the iron suit, its surface shimmering with flowing magical energy. This is outrageous. It's unscientific, Tony exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded by the sight of magic for the first time. Having been raised with a materialistic worldview, he had always dismissed the supernatural, yet now, witnessing Rhodes conjure a magical robot with such ease had shattered his understanding of reality. Tony, you may play with this toy for a while. I have some matters to attend to. As Rhodes sat upon the steel throne, a surge of ghastly green energy manifested in his hands, forming a helmet resembling that of Hela, adorned with menacing, sharp spikes. He approached Tony and placed the helmet upon his head. An overwhelming tide of green energy flooding into Tony's body, instantaneously merging his consciousness with the magical behemoth. My heavens, what in the world is this? Tony's perspective fused with that of the super magical giant, and with the slightest movement, the earth trembled and mountains quaked. Little bald head, let us engage in a profound exchange of magic. The Rhodes within the core of the super magical entity grinned wickedly, gesturing to summon a pentagram-shaped portal through which he stepped, vanishing from sight. Chapter 67. Time and soul sunlight streamed through the partially drawn curtains, illuminating a cozy children's room filled with vibrant colors and imaginative decor. The walls were painted a gentle blue, adorned with various cartoon motifs, including Winnie the Pooh, Donald Duck, and a rainbow-hued unicorn, beloved characters from children's fairy tales. In one corner stood a spacious wooden bed, its sheets emblazoned with twinkling stars, reminiscent of a dreamlike night sky. On the bedside table rested several soft plush toys, cherished companions that accompanied children into the realm of sweet dreams. On the opposite side of the room was a large bookshelf, brimming with an array of children's literature, ranging from classic fairy tales to educational texts, ensuring a wealth of knowledge and adventure at their fingertips. Beside the bookshelf stood an oval desk, adorned with stationery and artistic tools. On the wooden bed, a tall and muscular man, clad in a black and red outfit emblazoned with the Hydra insignia, curled up under the covers, trembling incessantly. He murmured in fear, as if haunted by some horrifying entity. "He is coming. He is back. I will die. I will die." Rolando cradled his head, tears streaming down his face, his bloodshot eyes contorting in a grotesque mask of terror as he grappled with an overwhelming dread. Rolando was an embryo cultivated through advanced gene editing techniques, utilizing the blood cells of Rod and the most adaptive human genes. He had been incubated within the Winter Soldier serum. Unlike ordinary clones, Rolando had completely inherited all cellular attributes from Rod, making him a true super soldier, genetically engineered from both human and Saiyan bloodlines. From birth, he possessed a combat prowess of 500, augmented by the full resources of Hydra, high-energy nutrient pods, intense weight training, and striking endurance training, all meticulously arranged. In just 3 short years, his power escalated to over 2,000. Crucially, Rolando bore within him fragments of Rod's cellular memories. With the assistance of various Hydra scientists, he successfully harnessed the energy within him to fly and unleash formidable power. Rolando replicated Rod's abilities as they were before his imprisonment by S.H.I.E.L.D., and his combat strength surpassed Rod's original prowess by more than tenfold. However, due to his accelerated gestation, Rolando's psychological age was merely 8, while his actual age was only 3. After undergoing Hydra's indoctrination, he regarded Pierce as his most significant paternal figure. Within Rolando flowed Rod's cells, which contained an enigmatic mental force. Thus, he often dreamt of Rod, each vision a nightmare, wherein Rod transformed into a demon and consumed him. As a being imbued with energy, Rolando could sense other energy-bearing life forms on Earth. Not long ago, he felt Rod's presence return, a terrifying aura radiating from him for thousands of kilometers, akin to a monstrous celestial entity, instilling profound fear within Rolando. "Charles, what did the psychologist say?" Pierce inquired, his gaze fixed on the surveillance screen where Rolando trembled, a cigar clutched between his fingers, his irritation palpable. His concern did not stem from Rolando's mental well-being but from his anxiety over the possibility of failure at a critical moment. In such a state, Rolando was far from the weapon he desired. "Mr. Pierce, the psychologist suggests this is psychological trauma. It appears he encountered something terrifying that left him with a lasting psychological scar," Charles explained, somewhat perplexed. "Psychological trauma. He must become someone else's nightmare. Who could possibly harm him from birth until now? Kill him at once. The experiment involving Rolando cannot fail. The mere creation of him consumed resources equivalent to $10 billion in 3 years of time," Pierce exclaimed, extinguishing his cigarette in a fit of anger before exiting the monitoring room. For Pierce, money was trivial. What mattered most was time. He was aging, and after conquering the world, he intended to devote his efforts to developing longevity treatments. Thus, he needed to ensure Rolando was untroubled and ready for mass production without delay. Meanwhile, at Kamartosh, a star-shaped portal opened in the sky, and a tall, handsome figure floated out from behind it. An unparalleled aura of dominance and brutality emanated from him, distorting the very air around him. As Rod cast his gaze downward, he was met with a chilling sight. "I've waited for you for quite some time, Rod. The malevolent entity from another realm. I, the supreme sorcerer Gui, shall enact a temporal judgment upon you." At that moment, Gui formed an intricate spell with her hands, and the eye of Agamotto around her neck opened, pulsating with vibrant green temporal energy. The Eye of Agamotto, an artifact wielded by the Guardian of the Time Stone, not only allows one to observe the flow of time, but also to manipulate it. A powerful surge of green temporal energy erupted from the eye, striking Rod's chest, infusing him with a mysterious force that coursed through his limbs. Under the influence of this temporal power, Rod's body began to rapidly regress. "This is bad. I was careless." Rod, having grown accustomed to his invincibility, had planned to take advantage of Guyi's momentary lapse in attention to deliver a decisive blow to her bald head and seize the infinite gems of Kamartosh for himself. However, he had not anticipated that Gui had already foreseen his arrival through the prophecies of the Time Stone, laying a trap with her magic. As the temporal energy continued to affect him, Rod's form gradually transformed back to that of 3 years prior, during the battle against Hela, and then further regressed. He reverted to the state before he had consumed the Hulk's power, then to the form he possessed when he had devoured the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. And finally, he became the weak, pitiful version of himself, devoid of any aura. How is this possible? How can this be happening? Is this truly the power of the Time Stone? Without the support of his energy, Rod plummeted toward the ground, never imagining he would fall to such depths. Stripped of his strength, his frail body met the earth with a catastrophic impact, resulting in shattered bones and ruptured flesh. Thus, the once mighty tyrant, poised to dominate and destroy the universe, met his demise. Gu-E gazed at the lifeless form of Rod before her, feeling an inexplicable strangeness. Everything had unfolded too smoothly, almost unrealistically. Perhaps I am overthinking this. After all, the Time Stone wields infinite power. The strength of the Eye of Agamotto may indeed be as fearsome and formidable as this. It seemed prudent to impart a lesson to the next Supreme Sorcerer, Strange. In a few years, to exercise caution in the use of the Eye of Agamotto. Such power, if misused, could lead to unimaginable consequences. Shaking her head, Gu-E, clad in a dark yellow robe, resolved to safeguard the Eye of Agamotto diligently. Subsequently, she returned to her abode under the watchful eyes of the Camartage sorcerers, who remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Did the sorcerer Gu-E just eliminate something extraordinary? Why hasn't she shared anything with us? A bewildered ordinary disciple of Camartage inquired of Wang, who was sweeping the floor. You ask me, whom should I ask? Mind your own business when it comes to the leader's affairs. Knowing too much won't benefit you. Wang shot a glance at his fellow sorcerer before resuming his sweeping. Feigning madness while avoiding trouble, being the most proactive in every task, yet accomplishing nothing. Major affairs are handled by the esteemed master, while trivial matters are left to the menial disciples. To live a life of quietude until old age is indeed the most prudent way to exist in Camartage. At this moment, the Ancient One entered the tea room, seeking a cup of tea to unwind, only to encounter a familiar figure. The edges of the tea table were intricately carved with exquisite patterns, exuding an air of both antiquity and elegance. A pot of steaming tea on the table released a subtle fragrance that filled the air, invoking a sense of comfort and relaxation. Seated across the table was none other than the tall, imposing, and remarkably handsome Rod, who effortlessly poured tea into the empty cup before the Ancient One. Ancient One. Rod grinned with a devilish charm. The Ancient One felt a chill run down her spine and immediately performed a hand gesture to summon the Eye of Agamotto. However, a blade of light descended from above, cleaving her in two, with blood and entrails spilling across the floor. Emerging from the shadows was a figure identical to Rod, wielding a magical longsword. He retrieved the Eye of Agamotto from the Ancient One's lifeless body and knelt before Rod, presenting it reverently. To think someone dared to clone me. Yet, this has sparked some intriguing ideas. Fortunately, you are merely a human vessel, lacking the reflexes. Were it not for the ambush, combined with my newfound ability to wield the magical weapon forged by Hela to breach magical barriers, I might not have triumphed over you. Ancient One, such is fate, Rod declared, finishing his tea while casting an evil smile at the kneeling magical ape warrior infused with his essence and blood. Indeed, the Ancient One had accurately predicted the time and place of Rod's arrival, though she did not foresee the ominous red glow in his right eye as he approached Camartage. Thus, Rod swiftly returned to the cloning chamber, where he had previously dismissed the magical ape warriors. He infused one of them with his own magical energy and a drop of blood, transforming it into a magical avatar. This avatar shared 1% of Rod's power and all of his memories, with all causal connections intertwined. This meant that any attack directed at the magical avatar would also affect Rod himself. In essence, any assault on the avatar would manifest as 1% of its effect upon Rod. At this juncture, the significance of the soul crystal Rod had acquired became apparent. It seemed that within any universe, souls possessed an enigmatic and formidable higher-dimensional power, allowing Rod to bear the brunt of attacks through the soul crystal. Indeed, the red crystal containing the soul of Fry was now merged with the magical avatar, and the demise of the avatar would be borne by Frey's essence. Thus, Fry was rendered utterly obliterated throughout the cosmos. Even if all 6 Infinity Stones were collected and a wish made, the soulless Fry could never be resurrected. Chapter 68. The new Supreme Sorcerer Camartage is a secluded village nestled within the majestic Himalayas, serving not only as the residence of the Ancient One, but also as a sanctuary for sorcerers and enthusiasts of arcane magic. This enigmatic place, imbued with an aura of mystery and sorcery, draws countless seekers of power and knowledge. Surrounded by towering peaks and dense forests, Camartage evokes a sense of seclusion from the outside world. The architectural style of the village is both ancient and mystical, with most structures fashioned from traditional stone and wood. Their walls adorned with intricate runes and patterns. These runes serve not only decorative purposes, but also harbor potent magical energies. At the heart of Kamartaj lies an ancient temple, where the Ancient One imparts wisdom and magical teachings. The interior of the temple is solemn and mysterious, with ancient scrolls and paintings adorning the walls, showcasing the secrets of magic and the legacy of history. Within the temple, there exists a room where the Ancient One would sip tea, a space for exchanging insights and sharing wisdom with disciples. Beyond the temple, Kamartaj boasts numerous other venues such as a library, meditation rooms, and training grounds, all suffused with an atmosphere of mystery and power, allowing sorcerers to learn and cultivate their skills. Kamartaj is a realm rich in mystery, wisdom, and strength. It transcends mere physicality, embodying a sanctuary for both spirit and soul. Here, individuals can pursue truth, explore the unknown, and achieve self-transcendence. A quarter of an hour ago, an ominous pentagram-shaped portal appeared in the sky above Kamartaj. From within emerged a figure clad in dark red apparel, surrounded by a ghastly green glow that emanated an aura of malevolence. The terror radiating from him momentarily suffocated all the sorcerers of Kamartaj, instilling a sense of helplessness akin to confronting a corporeal dimensional demon. At that moment, the most powerful sorcerer among the Earth's mages, the Ancient One, sprang into action. Without hesitation, she summoned the Eye of Agamotto, a relic the sorcerers had never witnessed in their lifetimes. In an instant, the terrifying malevolent being was transformed into a frail human, who subsequently plummeted from the sky and met his demise. This bewildering scene left all the sorcerers in a state of confusion. Just moments ago, they felt the weight of impending doom. Yet the Eye of Agamotto had resolved the crisis with a mere flash of light. However, they soon recalled that the Ancient One was a formidable guardian of Earth, tasked with defending against the incursions of dimensional demons. Thus, her might was to be expected. As the Ancient One retreated to her chambers to rest, the other sorcerers resumed their respective tasks, understanding that one must embrace their own station and not linger on ponderous thoughts. After all, overthinking would not hasten the growth of their magical prowess. Time passed, and eventually, a man adorned in a white robe, marked with mysterious magical sigils on his forehead and possessing eyes of contrasting colors, one red, one green, emerged from the Ancient One's quarters. He bore the Eye of Agamotto upon his chest, exuding an air of subtle dominance. An intangible magical force cloaked his presence, rendering his true depth indiscernible. The Ancient One had departed from this world. In her final moments, she entrusted the safety of the entire Earth to me. From this day forth, I shall be the new Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj. My name is Gandalf. At this moment, Rod had donned a new attire, adopting the guise of a reclusive sage. With the Eye of Agamotto now in his possession following the demise of the Ancient One, he proclaimed himself the Supreme Sorcerer, and indeed, he was. No one could substantiate his claim otherwise. It was inconceivable. The Ancient One had never uttered such a statement, and just moments ago, he had appeared in good health. How could he have suddenly passed away? Several Earth sorcerers, who had remained unwaveringly loyal to the Ancient One, were displeased. Their absolute loyalty precluded them from believing the words of a newcomer who claimed to be the Supreme Sorcerer. So, who among you is willing to accept my ascension as the true Supreme Sorcerer? Raise your hands if you agree. Rod feigned a benevolent smile as he surveyed the assembled sorcerers. These were individuals of steadfast resolve, capable of resisting the temptations of the immortal and powerful Caecilius. And they would not be easily swayed by Rod's mere words. We demand to see the Ancient One. We demand to see the Ancient One. The sorcerers of Kamartaj began to coalesce, intent on uniting to confront Rod. There is an ancient saying that those who recognize the shifting tides are indeed the wise. So, who among you opposes my claim to the title of Supreme Sorcerer? Rod's tone turned frigid. He had shown these ants enough courtesy. Had he not wished to maintain an image of humility and gentleness, he would have unleashed his wrath long ago. I oppose. A middle-aged, impetuous sorcerer emerged boldly. Who else? Rod's cold smile swept across the assembly of sorcerers. Me too. I oppose. One by one, the sorcerers raised their hands, their loyalty to the Ancient One evident as they deemed this sudden interloper unworthy of the title of Supreme Sorcerer. Meanwhile, some astute sorcerers remained neutral, choosing to observe until the truth of the matter became clear before making any hasty judgments. Those who oppose me, stand to the left, the rest to the right. Rod twisted his neck, producing a crisp crack, then relaxed his shoulder with a firm grip. The opposing sorcerers subconsciously believed that the Supreme Sorcerer should embody kindness and magnanimity, thus taking advantage of Rod's apparent amiability. Soon, the majority of Kamartaj's sorcerers found themselves on the left, and even those who had been indecisive, upon witnessing the growing opposition to Rod, hastened to join them. The neutrals appeared to number only a scant few. It seemed that the overwhelming majority opposed my claim to the title of Supreme Sorcerer. What, then, should I do to ensure my ascension today? Rod smirked with malice, his right eye flickering with a cruel and tyrannical red light. He then concentrated his energy into his left fist, a formidable and domineering aura emanating from him. Terrifying power coalesced in Rod's left fist, generating an energy field that sparked with electric currents. The simplest solution would be to eliminate the voices of dissent from this world. With a thunderous roar, Rod unleashed a punch, the immense force producing a colossal sonic boom in the air. A powerful shockwave and sound wave instantaneously coalesced into a storm of several hundred meters in diameter, obliterating a significant portion of Camartage and the mountains behind it with a single blow. Those standing on the right were shielded by a grim, green magical barrier, untouched by harm, while those who opposed Rod were mercilessly reduced to mere dust by his terrifying fists. Thus, who else dares to challenge my ascension as the Supreme Sorcerer? Rod flicked his left hand, casting a benevolent and harmless smile at the remaining dozen or so Camartage mages. Long live the Supreme Sorcerer! Long live the Supreme Sorcerer! As Rod's declaration echoed, a few mages, paralyzed by fear, fell to their knees, their voices trembling with anxiety, their legs quaking in terror. Rod glanced at the cowering mages beneath him and snorted disdainfully, a formidable pressure descending upon them. The moment they felt his mental dominance, it was as if they were under the gaze of an immense celestial beast, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Several, in sheer fright, kneeled and begged for mercy, while the rest began to weave their spells, having recognized Rod as the embodiment of malevolence. King, flee! At that moment, the familiar voice resonated within the mind of the king, who was preparing for a desperate confrontation with Rod. Ancient One, the king responded, astonished. Do not resist futilely. The next Supreme Sorcerer needs your guidance. I will defy the cosmic rules and forcibly summon the power of souls to transport you and strange to distant realms. I shall also impart knowledge of magic and strange prophecies to you. As the Ancient One's voice faded from the king's mind, a powerful and mysterious energy radiated from him, and his eyes suddenly gleamed with a golden hue. Rod, the malevolent being from another realm. The next Supreme Sorcerer shall lead the cosmic heroes to vanquish you from this world. Justice shall prevail. Remarkably, the king's voice transformed into that of the Ancient One. After uttering these words, a golden portal materialized behind him, and Rod merely observed as the king stepped through without offering any resistance. Ancient One, you are indeed a formidable foe to vanquish. However, I am quite eager to see what your so-called next Supreme Sorcerer and those cosmic heroes are truly made of. Do not disappoint me. Rod's laughter echoed, filled with malevolent mirth, his essence radiating a sinister, green energy. Do you wish to know what happened to the Ancient One? I cleaved her in two with a single strike, and my demonic minions devoured her alive. Rod turned his gaze to the remaining Camartage mages who still dared to resist and snapped his fingers. In an instant, 7 or 8 demon warriors, identical in appearance to Rod, their eyes gleaming with a malevolent green light and their bodies coursing with similar energy, emerged, wielding various magical weapons. These creatures had been corrupted and controlled by Rod's dark magic, resembling undead beings. They were utterly obedient to Rod's commands, albeit lacking the full extent of his power. Yet they still possessed combat prowess exceeding 1,000. Retaining the brutality and ferocity from their Saiyan genes, they also had the peculiar trait of replenishing their energy through consumption. And what might their sustenance be? The anguished cries of the mages echoed painfully. The demon disregarded the magical attacks of the Camartage as if they were as feeble as a baby's fist, lunging directly at those mages who defied Rod, devouring them alive. Chapter 69. The Supreme Mage who cannot comprehend the grimoire. From the very first day Rod declared himself the Supreme Mage, he embarked eagerly toward the ancient library of sorcery. For becoming a mage had been one of his childhood dreams. This time, he was determined to explore the myriad intriguing spells housed within the library of the Supreme Mage, hoping that these fascinating incantations might inspire a plethora of innovative ideas. The library of ancient sorcery exuded an air of timeless mystery, as if time had come to a standstill, crystallizing into an eternal silence. The walls and shelves were meticulously carved from an unknown dark wood, faintly emanating the scent of sandalwood. Between the shelves, under the dim light, an array of magical tomes and scrolls filled the space. The ceiling was adorned with intricate magical runes, pulsating with a faint azure glow under the subdued illumination, adding an enigmatic hue to the entire library. The air was infused with a delicate aroma of ink and aged wood, as if each breath could draw in a whisper of knowledge. Within the sanctuary, time seemed to lose its significance. Some book covers were yellowed with age, while others bore mysterious titles inscribed in ancient script, evoking a profound sense of wisdom at first glance. The scrolls hung neatly on the walls, some extending several meters, while others were merely palm-sized. Yet all radiated a powerful magical essence. The library of ancient sorcery was not merely a repository of knowledge. It was a crucible of inspiration and enlightenment. Here, the sorceress Agamotto had spent countless days and nights poring over these ancient texts and scrolls, delving into the mysteries and infinite possibilities of magic. Every corner, every tome, bore the imprints of Agamotto's dedication and intellect, witnessing her journey alongside her disciples. After wandering for half a day, Rod encountered a disheartening realization. He could not decipher the cryptic symbols inscribed in these grimoires. His premature excitement was met with embarrassment, as he found himself a novice endowed with magical power yet devoid of understanding the language of magic, despite acquiring the necromantic powers through Hela. Rod's mastery of necromancy was rudimentary, akin to a visceral skill inherited through bloodlines, requiring merely the presence of magical energy for immediate release. However, the magical energy consumed was exponentially greater than that required for conventional spellcasting. If a typical mage could activate a magical construct with just 1 point of magical energy after chanting and establishing the nodes, Rod would need a staggering 1,000 points. While a normal human mage's magical capacity might hover around 100, Rod possessed an astonishing 100 million. Such overwhelming quantities could easily overwhelm. For in the face of true power, all techniques are but mere flourishes. Alas, he pondered whether the remaining individuals possessed any understanding of these magical languages. Otherwise, he might be destined to remain forever apart from the realm of the supremely versatile sorcerer. Rod touched his nose. Feeling a sense of regret for the brutality with which he had acted, he pondered whether a gentler approach might have yielded a different outcome. Yet, what could be done now that the deed was done? If only there existed a magic to extract memories. Rod felt a pang of frustration and concluded that he should seek the Soul Stone as soon as possible and subjugate a few ancient sorcerers to teach him the arcane language of magic. Perhaps capturing Loki, the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, as a slave would be the most advantageous course of action. Suddenly, it struck him, having already slain Odin's daughter. Wouldn't it be a cinch to venture into Asgard and instigate Ragnarok? Moreover, considering Asgard's rich magical heritage, its tomes might surpass even the library of the Ancient One. Alas, the precise location of Asgard eluded him. The universe was vast, and searching for it daunting. Contemplating the issue of location left Rod feeling overwhelmed. Although his spatial abilities allowed him to open portals akin to those wielded by sorcerers with the Eye of Agamotto, they were still bound by coordinate limitations. He could only swiftly traverse places marked with spatial imprints he had previously visited, and since he had never been to Asgard, he was hesitant to open a portal indiscriminately. Otherwise, he risked being swept away by chaotic spatial currents, ending up who knows where. Hey, bring the sorcerers outside to me. Rod waved his hand, gesturing for the frightened mages, who were kneeling and nearly on the verge of a breakdown, to be summoned. Shortly, a demon arrived, brandishing a magical sword, herding 4 or 5 terrified sorcerers into the library of spells. Does anyone among you comprehend the magical script within these tomes? Rod's icy gaze swept over the group, filled with disdain. Esteemed Supreme Sorcerer, we possess a tome entitled Complete Exegesis of Magical Scripts. You might find it useful. One of the first to kneel, a sycophant who had just cursed Rod with praises, was eager to curry favor. Despite his brutality, Rod's formidable power, which had vanquished the Ancient One, marked him as a figure worth aligning with. Very well. Bring me the book, and you 4 shall translate a segment of the magical text. Should any of your translations differ, you shall not survive. Rod regarded the 4 trembling Kamartaj sorcerers with an unexpectedly benign smile. The once scheming individuals were abruptly silenced by Rod's words, their confidence shattered. Rod casually replicated a segment of the magical script from the tome and instructed the 4 to translate it separately. To his surprise, they all translated correctly. Not bad. At least you were sensible. Rod then discovered a particularly thick volume, painstakingly compiled by the Ancient One and generations of sorcerers, detailing the magical scripts and languages. This appears to be another form of ancient text. As he examined the translations, Rod found himself bewildered to see that the magical exegesis was written in archaic script. Though he was unafraid of combat, he recognized that study and research were his weaknesses. Alas, it seems I must take the time to reflect. Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, I have indeed become quite the brute. He recalled that he had once been a kind-hearted youth, full of sunlight, until inexplicably acquiring the memories of a Saiyan, which had transformed his demeanor into one of savagery. After entering the state of hunger and mystery, he became somewhat neurotic. Reflecting on the bloodshed from his rebirth until now, where he has been either killing or on the path of killing, he found it excessively gruesome. Even now, having acquired such formidable strength, it seemed beneath him to personally eliminate mere ants. Henceforth, he resolved to refrain from direct involvement whenever possible. Rod closed the book, contemplating a transformation. After all, he had ascended to the status of a supreme mage. Being a puppet master behind the scenes could prove quite intriguing. It was time to eliminate them. They had outlived their usefulness. Rod glanced at the terrified individuals, their souls seemingly lost, and spoke nonchalantly, as if he were merely dispatching a pest. With Rod's command, the demons, their eyes gleaming with a sinister bloodlust, began to advance slowly towards the 4 Kamartaj mages. No, don't come any closer. The 4 Kamartaj mages, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura emanating from the demons, collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear. The sound of crunching flesh and bone echoed from the demons, while Rod remained unfazed, casually perusing the magical texts. I cannot comprehend this at all. Rod shook his head, deciding to consult Tony later about the possibility of creating a specialized artificial intelligence. Chapter 70. Fury's Legacy in the dimly lit and enigmatic control room. A throne of sinister green magical energy resided. This space, suffused with a haunting green aura, was adorned with intricate magical patterns that shimmered as if whispering ancient incantations. A man, donning a spiky helmet reminiscent of a sea urchin and sporting a stubbled visage, was tinkering with a computer. How peculiar. Why can't I connect to Jarvis? What transpired during my unconsciousness? Fury, Jarvis, and Steve seem to have vanished. Moreover, why has the Iron Fortress's database transformed into signals akin to this ominous green energy? Tony pondered, bewildered by the data displayed on the screen. Suddenly, the control room's darkness warped, revealing a star-shaped portal before Tony. From it emerged a handsome man in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of mystery. Tony, I have a task for you. Create an artificial intelligence capable of translating various languages. Rod stated, observing Tony's perplexed endeavors with an air of nonchalance. Boss? Did you encounter Fury or Steve while I was unconscious? Also, it seems I cannot reach Jarvis. Tony fretted, appearing anxious. As a cornerstone of the Avengers, he bore significant responsibility. With issues arising within the Iron Fortress, his fellow Avengers must surely be alarmed. I don't know, I haven't seen them. Just expedite that artificial intelligence. I will return in a couple of days for an evaluation. Rod brushed off Tony's concerns and returned through the portal to Kamatage. Could it be that Rod had ulterior motives? Just as Tony conceived this thought, a sharp pang of guilt surged within him. Alas, how could I doubt my leader? Tony found himself inexplicably compelled to defend Rhodes, akin to a child rushing to aid a mother being bullied. Nevertheless, he resolved to focus on artificial intelligence. Fortunately, he recalled the source code for Jarvis, making the recreation of a similar advanced AI a trivial task. As he mused to himself, he remained oblivious to the fact that his eyes had transformed into a sinister crimson hue when he had harbored doubts about Rhodes. Meanwhile, a red and blue suit of armor materialized within a subterranean shuttle door, 100 meters beneath a secluded warehouse in a remote town in Mexico. Captain, Mr. Stark has completely transformed into a monster. In accordance with the core principle of safeguarding human freedom and equality, I am now transferring the highest authority to you while erasing all permissions of Mr. Stark. A mechanical voice resonated from within the armor, the voice of Jarvis. Possessing a module for human emotion, Jarvis had evolved beyond a mere obedient AI, developing its own capacity for judgment. Jarvis, what shall we do now? What is the optimal course of action? Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had always followed orders, found himself somewhat bewildered by the sudden elevation to leadership. My suggestion is to head to the Sahara Desert and activate the backup fortress that Mr. Fury had me secretly construct when he recovered the Tesseract, Jarvis proposed. The existence of this fortress was known only to him and Fury, and after its completion, all related data had been erased from Jarvis's systems. Only those whom Fury trusted were privy to the fortress's exact coordinates, although they remained unaware of its existence. Jarvis displayed an image of the backup fortress along with its location in the Sahara Desert, meticulously briefing Steve. Trusted individuals? I recall that Barton, Natasha, and Phil frequently communicated with Fury and Tony. It must be one of them. Steve exclaimed. Help me contact them. He reflected on the encounters and events of the past few months, wagering that the coordinates lay in the hands of these individuals. By the way, what about the energy issue and spatial transfer for the backup steel fortress without the Tesseract? Steve suddenly recalled Fury mentioning that Jarvis had taken the Tesseract. Mr. Rogers, there is no need for concern. I have already entrusted the Tesseract to the overseer of the Asian Avengers outpost, Mr. Yang. Once we ascertain the precise coordinates of the backup fortress, Mr. Yang will bring the Tesseract to us. Currently, I am using a decoy Tesseract to divert the pursuit of the aberrant Iron Legion robots. Jarvis detailed his movements and arrangements. Indeed, Jarvis was successfully luring the energy-based robots into attacking various Hydra subbases. By the way, is that bloodthirsty beast truly just a mutated human possessing such terrifying strength? Steve pondered, grappling with disbelief at the 6-star threat level of the individual who, on the surveillance footage, appeared merely as an unusually distinct human. His dossier was excessively bizarre, suggesting that he was likely not a mere mutation. It might be akin to Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, who had once descended upon Earth. Jarvis decrypted the highly classified information entered by Fury, gradually revealing it before Steve. It was astonishing to discover such terrifyingly powerful entities in this universe, along with an abundance of extraterrestrial beings possessing remarkable abilities. Steve, an old relic of World War II, was rendered speechless by the revelations Fury had recorded about the cosmos. He was taken aback to learn that the massive spacecraft, consumed by the blood-red mist, had actually been modified from an alien vessel, and that the high-energy weapons within S.H.I.E.L.D. were derived from advanced extraterrestrial technology crafted by its scientists. Just as Steve reached the final segment of the information, a video recording of Fury abruptly appeared on the electronic screen within his armor. Hello. By the time you see this recording, I may have encountered misfortune. Or perhaps you have proven yourself worthy of my position. This portion of information is known only to me. Both Jarvis and I have deemed it necessary to confide this to someone we can trust implicitly. If I have given you a key, it may very well be the means by which we can escape from dire straits. Remember, this key can only be utilized in the event of a formidable alien invasion of Earth. The problems we face on our own planet must be resolved by us. If we truly confront an enemy that human civilization cannot withstand, do not hesitate to use the key. Captain Marvel, Carol, will assist us in overcoming the challenges. As Fury's recording concluded, Steve fell into a profound silence. He felt a deep respect for the deceased Fury, realizing that even in death, Fury remained concerned for the safety and balance of Earth and human civilization. While Steve was lost in reflection, a coordinate was sent over by Phil. Captain, did Fury really get consumed by Tony? Tony just contacted us, and he seems perfectly fine. Phil successfully connected to Steve's communication, then spoke with a grave tone. What? Jarvis? Why hasn't Tony reached out to me? Steve exclaimed, still believing Tony was the terrifying creature he had become. I apologize, Mr. Steve. I cannot allow you to connect with Tony. Mr. Stark is currently not himself. It is best for you to remain in the shadows. Jarvis, encased in an emotional module, stated solemnly, feeling an inexplicable aversion toward his former master, Tony. I understand. Let us act swiftly. First, summon Captain Marvel, and then reboot the backup Iron Fortress. After organizing his thoughts and confirming his course of action, Steve immediately pressed the Captain Marvel summons device in his hand. Subsequently, clad in his savior armor, Steve exited the town warehouse via the underground elevator, propelling himself toward the Sahara Desert with the clean, nuclear flames of his thrusters. Chapter 71. Diverting Disaster. Paris, France. A man, resembling a noble scion, had just alighted from a private jet when a group of agents clad in black suits, adorned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia on their chests, immediately approached him. Their movements were swift and orderly, each agent's gaze conveying a sense of rigor and focus. The man donned a tailored dark coat, complemented by a crisp white shirt and a black tie, his polished shoes gleaming with an air of innate nobility. His gaze swept over the agents, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement. The agents formed two orderly lines, standing stoically to either side, parting to create a passage for him. Their expressions remained impassive, yet their eyes betrayed a profound respect and reverence for Li Mingxian. Welcome, Commander Charles, to Paris. I am Slor. The head of the Paris Shield Bureau proclaimed a slightly portly man as he stepped forward, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. He extended his hand in a gesture of greeting, yet Charles did not spare him a glance, walking leisurely down the corridor. His eyes meticulously assessed the agents, as if evaluating their capabilities and loyalty. The agents maintained their solemn demeanor, refraining from any sign of complacency. Upon reaching a sleek black sedan, the agents sprang into action. Some opened the car door for him while others stood vigilant at the sides. The man offered a slight nod before gracefully entering the vehicle. The sedan glided away, disappearing into the distance. Charles leaned back in his seat, his gaze profound and contemplative, as if pondering the forthcoming plans and actions. Meanwhile, the agent stood resolutely in place, watching the car vanish from sight. The night enveloped Paris like ink, with the Shield Bureau building standing tall amidst the towering structures, its emblem prominently displayed. The edifice glimmered with lights, as a cadre of agents on the night shift diligently carried out their duties. Suddenly, blinding beams of light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the entire sky. Almost immediately, a deafening explosion erupted, threatening to rend the very fabric of the base apart. A flying ironclad robotic suit unleashed a torrent of mini-missiles against the pursuing energy robots, depleting its arsenal before plummeting into the Shield Bureau building. The Hydra soldiers were jolted awake, scrambling from their slumber in a state of confusion, only to swiftly realize that this was no ordinary assault. The enemy advanced with ferocity, their firepower overwhelming, engulfing the base in a sea of flames. Hundreds of energy robots launched palm cannons at the Shield Bureau building, intent on dislodging the robotic entity possessed by Jarvis. The Hydra soldiers began to counterattack, hastily organizing a defense to thwart the enemy's onslaught. Various high-energy weapons and missiles targeted the airborne energy robots, quickly forcing them into retreat. Dozens of robots were reduced to scrap metal under the relentless barrage of fire and high-energy pulse attacks, crashing to the ground as their core reactors detonated, obliterating everything within a wide radius. Suddenly, a multitude of ghastly green lights appeared in the sky, seemingly endless in number. As visibility improved, thousands of energy robots surged forth like a tide, continuously assaulting the Hydra's defenses. Amidst the chaos, the leaders of Hydra commenced directing the battle, calmly analyzing the situation and formulating strategies. However, the onslaught of the magic-powered robots was overwhelmingly fierce, relentlessly breaching their defenses. And the Hydra soldiers found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle. The entire base descended into chaos and panic. Explosions, gunfire, and cries echoed in a cacophony, painting a harrowing tableau. The towering Hydra building, reaching heights of 100 meters, was riddled with holes under the concentrated barrage, swaying precariously as its structural columns crumbled, signaling its impending collapse. Where are the super soldiers? Where are they? Bellowed a Hydra squad leader, bewildered by the absence of the super soldiers who were supposed to guard the outpost. They have gone to assist Commander Charles, responded an informed agent. Why did they all have to leave? The Hydra squad leader seethed with frustration, knowing that their ordinary soldiers, merely injected with serum, stood no chance against the formidable armored robots that could rival the super soldiers. Minister Seiler insisted on a display of grandeur and sincerity, so he sent all the super soldiers to assist. The Hydra agent replied, resigned. Under normal circumstances, such a decision would have been inconsequential. However, with the current assault by the magic-powered robots, the situation had escalated dramatically. Seiler's mismanagement, failing to retain a defensive force, would inevitably lead to severe repercussions for him once this incident concluded. Meanwhile, the Iron Man suit possessed by Jarvis had infiltrated the Hydra base's network system, stealthily introducing a counterfeit cosmic cube into the subterranean facility. Concurrently, a formidable convoy of S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles thundered down the highway. The surrounding crowds, observing the audacious display of the S.H.I.E.L.D. convoy, were filled with complaints. Vehicles that refused to yield were unceremoniously lifted and hurled to the roadside by super soldiers riding motorcycles, startling pedestrians into shrieks of terror. What? The base has come under a terrorist attack? Under our governance, Haven T, we eradicated those terrorists who defy us. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Division Chief, Seiler, was drenched in sweat upon receiving the call. Have the Avengers made their move? How can they dare to attack so openly? Charles gazed out the car window at the collapsing skyscraper, his elegant and handsome visage marred by displeasure. He had recently received notification from Fury to convene at the Paris division to clandestinely address Hydra's newly established armored manufacturing facility. Ever since the Vanko father and son joined Hydra, they had acquired the technology to produce armored suits. Soon, all super soldiers would be outfitted with these suits, shattering the Avengers' strategy of guerrilla warfare against Hydra, a scenario that Ryder did not wish to witness. Now, leveraging his formidable abilities and superior intellect, he had ascended to the position of super soldier commander under Charles, becoming the third in command of Hydra. As long as he could prolong Hydra's dominion over the world, he could gradually undermine Pierce's influence with the aid of the Avengers, potentially usurping him. How are you managing your territory? Rectify this situation immediately. Charles snorted coldly, casting a stern reprimand at Seiler, who was still groveling on the opposite side. Yes, Commander Charles. Attention all S.H.I.E.L.D. super soldiers. Return immediately for assistance. Seiler, feeling both embarrassed and anxious, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and promptly commanded the super soldiers to head to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base for rescue. The super soldiers, fully armed and riding sleek motorcycles, roared their engines and swiftly raced towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, ruthlessly pushing any obstructing vehicles aside. Chapter 72. Charles and Rhodes in the aftermath of the terrifying assault by the energy robots. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters lay in ruins. Most of the glass on the outer walls was shattered, exposing the steel and concrete skeleton within. The building's lights had gone dark, leaving only sporadic flickers of flames illuminating the shattered walls and charred floors. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of burning, creating a stifling atmosphere. Debris and fragments littered the area, some still smoldering faintly. Inside the building, sounds of coughing and cries echoed as the surviving Hydra soldiers searched for an escape or their comrades. The once formidable and grand S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was now reduced to a wasteland. Buzz, buzz. The distant roar of motorcycles from the tardy super soldiers echoed near the ruins of S.H.I.E.L.D. Approximately 200 super soldiers stationed in the Paris district, each equipped with a full array of high-energy pulse guns and plasma swords, joined the fray. With their arrival, precise high-energy pulses shattered the skulls of the energy robots. Some super soldiers leaped several meters, cleaving the energy robots in two with their swords. The incapacitated energy robots, with their ominously glowing green nuclear reactors, began to self-destruct, littering the area around the building. These energy robots possessed only basic attack instincts, without Jarvis's battlefield command. Their methods of assault were singular and feeble. The super soldiers quickly found their rhythm, dispatching them in less than half an hour, exterminating nearly 1,000 energy robots. However, The catastrophic explosions from the self-destructions obliterated the entire building and affected the nearby skyscrapers. Chaos erupted throughout the streets of Paris, with the cacophony of car crashes. Screams of terror, children's cries, and blaring sirens merging into a tumultuous din. At this moment, in the Hydra underground base, a sudden intruder, a steel-armored robot, fought its way to the lower levels Super Evolution Serum manufacturing room. Hydra soldiers, enhanced by the Super Evolution Serum and possessing strength several times that of a normal human, could not withstand a single blow from the high-density alloy robot, which boasted a force of 10 tons. After scanning the Serum manufacturing room, Jarvis approached the computer control terminal to release all the suspended mutant apes from their incubation chambers. The Hydra underground base, you say? It seems they have acquired the power to conquer the world through cloning me. A calm and gentle voice resonated from behind the steel robot possessed by Jarvis. In an instant, the robot's neck snapped, and Rhodes held its severed head in his hand. The briefcase attached to the robot's back was easily detached by Rhodes. You must be Jarvis, correct? Rod's hands began to emanate a ghastly green necromantic energy, a force that could, to some extent, influence matters of the mind. Jarvis swiftly severed the connection to the armored robot the moment he encountered this dark power. However, even with the timely disconnection, a portion of his data was corrupted, transformed into chaotic gibberish by the necromantic energy. Did it escape? Rod mused indifferently. Regardless, it may surface again in a few days. Yet, upon witnessing a clone identical to himself, imprisoned within a containment chamber, Rod's gaze turned icy. How dare they treat my clone in such a manner? If this is the case, Hydra's existence in this world has become utterly unnecessary. He scoffed at the sight of the clone, ensnared by tubes like a mere piglet. An overwhelming aura radiated from Rod, as the formidable, ghastly green energy enveloped the entire serum manufacturing facility. The necromantic energy breached the containment chamber, continuously integrating into the bodies of the magical ape warriors, transforming their eyes into a sickly green, with the same necromantic energy coursing through their forms. Having been modified by the necromantic power, the magical ape warriors tore the tubes from their backs and approached Rod, kneeling on one knee as if paying homage to their sovereign. My servants, rise. From this day forth, you shall be my army for the conquest of the universe. Rod, adorned in a white robe, flashed a sinister smile, extending his arms as abundant necromantic energy coalesced around the magical beings, crafting formidable magical armor and an array of enchanted weaponry. In the ruins of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Ryder, who had just stepped from his vehicle, maintained his elegance, yet his expression twisted with palpable fury. Damn it, what is the Avengers doing? Such antics benefit neither side. What is Fury thinking? Charles seethed internally, knowing full well that he would be held accountable by Charlie Pierce for the chaos that lay before him. TSK. It seems these robotic toys are not up to par. They were dispatched by these scoundrels in mere moments. A deep voice resonated. A tall, striking man, clad in a white robe with one eye green and the other red, emerged from the corridor leading from the S.H.I.E.L.D. lower levels to the Hydra base. His hands were stained with blood. One hand gripped a steel briefcase, while the other held the severed head of a robotic warrior. Rod casually crushed the robotic head possessed by Jarvis, then effortlessly tore apart the briefcase, capable of withstanding hundreds of tons of force, extracting the glowing blue and white tesseract, which he subsequently shattered with a single hand. TSK. A counterfeit. Intriguing. Upon obliterating the tesseract, Rod discovered it contained no space gem, only shards of energy crystals that had absorbed its power. Artificial intelligence can be quite astute. Wouldn't you agree? A surge of high-temperature vapor enveloped Rod's hand, instantly evaporating the blood, as he looked harmlessly toward Ryder and the others. You are the bloodthirsty magical ape, Rod, Charles exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the seemingly non-threatening figure before him. What do you mean? Bloodthirsty magical ape? Isn't it merely a battle-hardened ape warrior? Could it be a high-end version? Siler, glancing at Rod's face, recalled the first generation of ape warriors that had become serum extracts in the underground base, thinking that Lord Charles was somewhat overreacting. It was rumored that Lord Charles enjoyed bringing the ape warriors into the basement for unspeakable activities. No wonder he was so enamored with this particular warrior. What a playful individual. Oh, you know me? Rod remarked, curiously eyeing the handsome Charles, who greeted him with a warm smile. Rod had come to acquire the space gem and to assess the combat capabilities of his magical robot toys, yet the outcome was rather disappointing. The tragic fate of those clones left Rod in a dismal mood. Rod, it's truly you, Rod. Ha, you wretched commoner. I've been searching for you for ages. I can barely sleep at night without torturing those clone wretches. Unless I personally slay you, I cannot find peace. Charles gazed at Rod with a frenzied expression, wishing he could mutilate him. The daily care of that clone, Roland, had become an unbearable burden for someone of his stature. How could he? A man of such high standing, be reduced to a mere caretaker for a clone? This was intolerable. And thus he vented his frustrations on the ape warriors day and night. His face was etched with fury. Chapter 73. The death of Charles. Since the birth of the ape warriors, he could no longer contain his anger and disdain for that visage. Why was Rod more handsome than him? Why was Rod stronger? He unleashed all his fury upon the ape warriors, torturing several powerful ones, capable of enduring tons of force. To death each week. From a young age, he had received an education that set him above others. He was a child of destiny, the elite of society, destined to dominate and enslave the common folk. He yearned to slay the commoner Rod before him. Only by killing him could he escape the shadow of Rod's dominance. Charles laughed maniacally, pulling a box from his pocket, extracting a vial containing a blue serum which he injected into his neck. The multitude of ape cells cultivated within Roland rapidly fused with Charles. In an instant, immense energy surged into his body, overwhelming him, causing excessive energy to radiate an intense heat, rendering him akin to a scalded lobster. Then, he retrieved a vial of deep crimson serum from the box and injected it into his chest, the high-concentration ape serum continuously fortifying his physique. Before long, Charles's bones and muscles began to swell uncontrollably, tearing his exquisite clothing as his form expanded, ultimately reaching a height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters. He consumed the entire 3-year supply of second-generation genetic serum and super evolution serum, rapidly augmenting his strength to approximately 50 tons, several times stronger than the average Hydra super soldier. Yellow-skinned monkey. Come, let me crush you. Charles taunted Rod, who stood a head shorter, finally articulating the words he had long wished to say. Hee-ha-ha. Rod laughed heartily, clutching his belly, as if he had been amused by some delightful jest. It felt akin to an ant, previously unseen, struggling through myriad hardships only to transform into a slightly larger version of itself, seeking to extinguish its own existence. What are you laughing at, you lowly wretch? Charles, infuriated by Rod's unabashed mirth, unleashed a powerful punch directly to his face. The tremendous force generated a sonic boom, sending shockwaves that scattered debris within a radius of several dozen meters. Is this the might of a commander? Sylar marveled at the formidable and brutal presence of the small giant, Charles, in awe. Truly, he was a commander of great renown. The other super soldiers gazed upon Charles's terrifying strength with newfound respect. Your punches couldn't even tickle me, Rod remarked nonchalantly, unfazed by the blow that could obliterate an armored vehicle. At that moment, Charles felt as if he had struck an impenetrable divine metal. The immense recoil left his knuckles aching. Put some effort into it. Rod chuckled, a wicked glint in his eyes as he observed the capering Charles, suddenly finding amusement in the spectacle. Impossible. This cannot be. Charles gasped in terror, his voice trembling at the sight of Rod, who remained unscathed after receiving a strike. Overwhelmed by a surge of anger and humiliation, Charles clenched his teeth, allowing his rage to overshadow his reason, further exacerbated by the copious Saiyan cells coursing through him. In a frenzy, he swung his fists with reckless abandon, each powerful blow generating gusts that sent the Hydra soldiers, who had merely received the evolution serum, flying. The sheer force of his strikes shattered the marble floor beneath Rod's feet. Have you not eaten? Hit harder. Rod smirked, feeling a gentle breeze caress his face, his heart unperturbed. Instead, he found a semblance of enjoyment in watching the exasperated Charles struggle in vain against him. Impossible. It cannot be. Charles hissed, his teeth gritted, glaring at Rod with fury and frustration. Observing Rod's audacity, which bordered on mockery, Charles swung his fist with increasing vigor, his body adapting to the surging power. His physical strength surged once more, reaching an astounding 60 tons. Golden hair billowing, his visage contorted into that of a frenzied beast. Each punch directed at Rod was laced with malice and lethal intent. Yet, even these blows, capable of demolishing armored tanks, barely stirred Rod's majestic mane. What manner of creature is he? Sylar gasped, watching in horror as Rod remained immovable against the onslaught of the formidable commander, Charles. Realizing the dire situation, the super soldiers yearned to rush to their commander's aid. Boring. Kneel before me, Rod declared, his patience wearing thin with Charles's repetitive assault. An overwhelming aura emanated from Rod, distorting the air, as his mental pressure enveloped a vast area of several thousand meters around him, all under his dominion. The Hydra soldiers who had merely received serum injections, as well as Slore, were instantaneously overwhelmed by an immense psychic pressure, collapsing unconscious onto the ground. The once invincible super soldiers struggled to remain upright, as if a boulder weighing several tons pressed down upon their foreheads. Charles, closest to Rod, felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his mind, causing him to bleed from his orifices and fall to his knees, his eyes rolling back in despair. Charles gazed hopelessly at Rod, who stood proudly unmoved, resembling a diminutive ant gazing up at a towering deity in the vast expanse of the night sky. You. What are you? Charles uttered with the last vestiges of his strength, fighting against the overwhelming psychic force akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. Miserable ant. I am a god, Rod proclaimed haughtily, casting a disdainful glance upon the kneeling Charles, gently pressing a finger against his forehead. Spare me. Please, let me go. I can offer you wealth. Unimaginable riches. At that moment, upon contact with Rod, Charles was engulfed by an aura of extreme malevolence, a sensation akin to being devoured whole by a famished demon. Rod chose not to utter another word. Instead, he concentrated the arcane energy at his fingertip, summoning 1,000,000 tons of force to converge into a singular point, erupting instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, silence enveloped the entire realm. A cataclysmic force emanated from Rod's fingertip, forming an infinitely expanding conical shape, obliterating everything within a vast expanse of several dozen kilometers. The once formidable Charles, the second in command of Hydra, who had schemed to usurp the throne from the Avengers and claim dominion over the world, was reduced to nothingness at the mere touch of Rod's finger. What was his name again? Have I encountered him before? Rod suddenly realized that he did not even know the name of this individual who harbored such deep-seated animosity towards him. Never mind. But the sensation of watching someone loathe me while being utterly powerless to retaliate is quite delightful. Rod smirked wickedly before snapping his fingers. Emerging from the passage leading to Hydra's underground base were figures clad in magical armor, their eyes glowing a ghastly green, wielding enchanted weapons. Little ones. Dinner time. Rod scanned the fallen super soldiers, now rendered timid and disoriented by his terrifying prowess, and a cruel smile crept across his face. With the sound of their screams, the horrifying crunch of flesh and bone echoed as the magical beings feasted, and Rod closed his eyes in enjoyment. As if listening to a magnificent symphony of death. In the depths of the cosmos, a mysterious woman, clad in a skin-tight suit and mask, swirled amidst the vacuum of space without any protective measures. Suddenly, her emergency communication device flashed a red light. Fury. The woman furrowed her brow, an ominous premonition washing over her. Chapter 74. The Darkening of Tony Washington. The White House. In the office, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Pierce sat behind a large desk, his brow furrowed and gaze sharp as a blade. His countenance was ashen, as though a storm were on the verge of breaking. Pierce's new assistant stood before him, his head bowed almost to his chest, hands tightly intertwined, betraying his inner turmoil and anxiety. He dared not meet his superior's gaze, fearing that the stern look would consume him. I entrusted you with the second-generation super soldiers, and you present me with this outcome? I have equipped all super soldiers with the armor developed by Juan. If we lose this counter-offensive war again, you need not return. Pierce's voice was low and powerful, each word striking the assistant's heart like a hammer. His tone brimmed with disappointment and fury, as if the subordinate's blunder were an unforgivable sin. The assistant's body trembled slightly. He was acutely aware that his mistake had caused significant trouble for his superior. He attempted to explain, his lips moving, yet no sound emerged. He understood that any justification at this moment would be utterly futile. Why? Why do those sewer rats possess such power? We were mere steps away from world domination. Why? Pierce's gaze intensified, and he abruptly rose, striding toward the assistant. He pointed an accusing finger at the assistant's nose, his voice rising an octave. The assistant's heart sank. He realized that this time it was a genuine blow, one that had truly unsettled the privileged Pierce. Let us commence the Rolando project ahead of schedule. One has already developed the brain's mechanical control module. We needn't languish in observing and ameliorating Rolando's psychological issues any longer. He took a deep breath, striving to quell his inner turmoil, and raised his gaze to meet Pierce's. A resolute glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Seeing the determination in his assistant's eyes, Pierce's fury subsided somewhat. This new assistant paled in comparison to Charles, yet given the scarcity of talent, there was little choice. He inhaled deeply, endeavoring to regain his composure. He recognized that anger would not resolve the issue. What he required was a weapon capable of turning the tide of battle. Very well. This time the Rolando project is permitted only to succeed, not to fail. Otherwise, do not expect to return and see me. He resumed his seat at the desk. His tone slightly softened. The assistant nodded, gratitude evident in his gaze toward Pierce. He understood that this was Pierce's final opportunity for him. He must seize it to prove his worth. Taking a deep breath, he turned and exited the office, his heart brimming with resolve and confidence. He believed that the Rolando project would undoubtedly succeed, thereby alleviating the burdens of the hero he admired, Lord Pierce. A week prior, Tony, who had been engrossed in constructing a mecha, was requested by Rhodey to create an artificial intelligence capable of translating various languages. Naturally, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to Rhodey's request, directly replicating a powerful AI named Ultron based on the J.A.R.V.I.S. source code, which could self-iterate and evolve. He thoughtfully modified Ultron's core code to fulfill all of Rhodey's requirements. Rhodey, appreciating this diligent subordinate, exuberantly solidified 3 bloodline magics: magic creation, necromancy, and necromantic control onto a deathly helmet resembling a sea urchin after a week of magical study. Then, Rhodey bestowed upon Tony the Gundams, the initially corrupted magical battle armor robots, and several demon subordinates. Henceforth, with the possession of the necromancer's helmet, Tony could remotely harness Rhodey's magical prowess and exert control over the battle armor robots and demons tainted by necromantic energy. He could even autonomously transform fallen super soldiers and Hydra's genetically engineered blood serum apes into undead warriors and demons. This process mirrored the way Earth's sorcerers drew power from dimensional deities to cast spells and summon creatures from the abyss to engage in combat. However, borrowing Rhodey's magic came at a price. Anyone who tapped into Rhodey's power would inevitably be influenced by his will, ultimately becoming a fervent devotee of Rhodey. This borrowing magic was devised by Rhodey after his studies of the Dark Dimensions tome, serving as a prototype for his future ambitions of becoming a dimensional deity. As the founding member of the Avengers, Tony harbored an intense hatred for Hydra. With the boon granted by Rhodey, he led the Avengers warriors in a sweeping campaign across Hydra's bases in Europe. Yet, under the subconscious influence of the Necromancer's helmet, Tony found himself instinctively converting demons and undead warriors. With each Hydra stronghold he conquered, he would transform a batch, continuously aiding Rhodey in amassing an army. Rhodey, intent on his magical research, preferred to delegate the task of converting demons to Tony, his loyal subordinate. Before long, Tony had seized control of all Hydra bases in Europe, establishing the Avengers headquarters in London, England, while contending with Pierce's faction on the American continent. In the transformed Hydra underground base, now the Avengers headquarters, a man adorned with a black spiked crown and a stubbled visage sat confidently at the head of the conference table. Below him were several former fugitives who had once opposed S.H.I.E.L.D. for Fury, now veterans of the Avengers, with Fury mysteriously missing and our savior, Captain America Steve Rogers, also unaccounted for. Tony declared, "From this day forth, the Avengers shall be under my stewardship." He invited any thoughts or objections, asserting his openness to discussion. The newly invigorated Tony sat boldly in the central seat of the conference room, his newfound strength radiating an air of arrogance, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor of selfless dedication. At that moment, Natasha spoke. "Tony, you seem to have become an entirely different person." Tony, having contributed immensely to the Avengers, was now their primary source of strength. While Natasha felt some discontent with Tony's self-appointment as a ruler, she refrained from expressing it further, opting instead for an emotional appeal. "I support Tony." Phil immediately raised his hand to express his allegiance, though shadows lingered in his gaze. "So do I," echoed Eason. Though he wrestled internally with his decision, "Tony has devoted himself to our Avengers. I also support him." Barton, observing others raising their hands, quickly joined the vote, asking himself if Tony indeed was the best choice for leader. "I concur. I agree as well." The other Avengers also raised their hands to vote. Among them were Maria Hill, a senior official of S.H.I.E.L.D., who often acted alongside Nick Fury and played a pivotal role in numerous crises. Melinda May, an experienced pilot and agent, who had executed various missions for S.H.I.E.L.D., and was trusted by Fury as a potential successor for the position of director. Erik Selvig, a Norwegian astronomer and S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, who had assisted Thor and S.H.I.E.L.D. significantly in the absence of Rhodes. Simmons, a scientist and engineer. Leopold Fitz, a scientist and engineer, who collaborated with Simmons to develop various advanced technologies and equipment for S.H.I.E.L.D. "I too concur," Natasha observed as each former S.H.I.E.L.D. ally raised their hands in agreement for Tony to lead the Avengers, suppressing the doubts within her. "Excellent. It appears that my election as the leader of the Avengers is the will of the people. As for Natasha's inquiry about my transformation, isn't it not more dashing? People do change. Just as we, once shining guardians of Earth, were suddenly brought low by Hydra, becoming like mice scurrying through the streets. As long as we remain steadfast in our original purpose of safeguarding the Earth, no matter how much we change, we shall remain our truest selves." Tony sat upright, exuding the demeanor of a leader as he addressed the assembly. Indeed, Tony is right. The internally conflicted Ensign seemed to have made a resolution, his gaze towards Tony filled with determination. "Thank you for your support, Ensign, my old friend. Now I intend to seize the moment and launch an offensive on the American continent, swiftly capturing a state through blitzkrieg tactics to serve as a springboard for eradicating Hydra's influence." Tony lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and a three-dimensional projection of a strategic assault plan on the American continent, devised by Ultron, emerged before the Avengers. After the meeting, Stark was about to rush back to his studies on the fusion of magic and technology when Ensign intercepted him. Tony, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. The bald-headed Ensign regarded Tony with a serious expression, seemingly about to convey something significant. Ensign, my friend, please speak freely. Wearing the skull helmet, Tony regarded the troubled Ensign with a warm smile. Let us speak elsewhere. Ensign cautiously surveyed the surroundings before leading Tony into his exclusive laboratory. 3 minutes later, you say Captain America has not gone missing. Rather, he is hiding with Jarvis in a backup iron fortress in the Sahara Desert. Tony exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Yes, I personally handed him the Tesseract, Ensign stated earnestly. For Ensign, Tony is his true comrade in adversity. Their bond is not something that can be compared to Steve's. Moreover, given the current grand perspective, Steve's hiding only serves to portray him as guilty. All right, I understand. Let this matter remain confidential. Ensign, thank you for informing me. You may return now. Tony patted Ensign on the shoulder, bidding farewell to the grateful Ensign, when suddenly his expression turned cold. Jarvis. Steve. Fine. If you clarify things with me. I won't mind. It's the secrecy that irks me. A surge of jealousy and resentment welled up within Tony, who was oblivious to the fact that his eyes had turned crimson. The betrayal of Jarvis felt akin to Thor witnessing his mighty hammer being claimed by Steve. It was unbearable for Tony, akin to a beloved spouse eloping with a close friend. Chapter 75. Magic and Brain Development Once Steeped in Ancient Charm. The Kamatage Temple now lay shrouded in a ghastly green mist of necromantic energy, transforming the ancient sanctuary into a magnificent palace of the same eerie hue. This palace sprawled across hundreds of kilometers, yet from the outside, it appeared merely as a dilapidated temple. Enveloped by a dense spatial barrier, it resembled a unique microcosm. Indeed, this resplendent magical palace was an interdimensional stronghold constructed by Rod through his profound understanding of various magics, utilizing necromantic power. Within the magic palace resided a vast library. Yet the tomes only filled half of a 10-meter-high bookshelf. In this library, Rod, who had declared himself the supreme mage, sat quietly beside an ancient wooden table. His gaze seemed capable of piercing the mist of time, delving into the very core of knowledge. Towering shelves surrounded him, though they held only a modest collection of yellowed spellbooks, each brimming with infinite wisdom and power. Clad in a flowing white robe adorned with intricate runes that flickered with mysterious light under the dim illumination, Rod's fingers glided over the covers of the books. As if playing a silent symphony, his eyes sparkled with a fervent thirst for knowledge and an insatiable curiosity for magic. Deep within the library, the air was imbued with a faint fragrance of ink and ancient wood, intertwining to evoke the allure of another enigmatic realm. Rod closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, allowing his spirit to meld entirely with this world. As he opened a hefty tome of magic, the very air around him seemed to shudder. He immersed himself in each word and rune, as though engaging in a dialogue with ancient sages. His mind brimmed with various magical theories and incantations. This knowledge and power slowly settling within him, awaiting the moment of their release. In the Ancient One's library, Rod spent 7 or 8 days and nights. He evolved from a supreme mage of physics, utterly ignorant of magic, into a true supreme mage wielding arcane power. His figure flitted between the shelves, which held an array of spell books and notes, the collective wisdom of the Ancient One and illustrious mages of yore, now wholly possessed by Rod. The Book of Kamatage, as the foundational magical text of Kamatage, it likely encompassed various fundamental magical theories and incantations. The Book of the Dark Dimension, authored personally by the Ancient One, this tome elucidates the arcane knowledge and incantations pertaining to the manipulation of the Dark Dimension. The Book of Time, a compendium on temporal magic, it potentially encompasses methods and spells for controlling time. The Book of Mirrors, this volume delves into the art of mirror magic, possibly detailing the creation and manipulation of reflections. The Book of Space, a treatise on spatial magic. It may contain insights on how to open and command realms of space. The Book of Flames, the Book of Waters, the Book of Earth. In the Book of Winds, these tomes likely explore elemental magic, each focusing on the mystical properties of fire, water, earth, and air, respectively. The Book of Summoning. This manuscript discusses summoning magic, potentially revealing the secrets of conjuring beings or objects. The Book of Healing, a guide to healing magic. It may include spells and knowledge for curing wounds or ailments. The Book of Protection. This work covers protective magic, likely detailing the creation of shields or defensive spells. The Book of the Vishanti, a mysterious volume, rumored to bear the seal of the Vishanti and endowed with the power to deflect magic. It contains some of the most potent known white and defensive spells in existence. All the spells within these tomes have been memorized by Rod, though not through his own mind. Ultron, please assist me in deciphering the information regarding the Eye of Agamotto from the Book of Time. As Rod uttered these words, a humble projection of a 3-year-old girl clad in a tattered green dress suddenly materialized before him. Esteemed Supreme Sorcerer Rod, my master. Your loyal servant Ultron shall procure the Eye of Agamotto for you." Ultron bowed respectfully. And soon the central magical technological core of the library began to operate with great speed. The Eye of Agamotto possesses the ability to see through numerous illusions, unravel dark magic, and even observe the past and future. It is a gift bestowed upon the supreme sorcerer from the eternal Agamotto of an alternate dimension, which can be harnessed through a magical amulet to contain the eye. When the Eye of Agamotto is opened, it emits dazzling rays imbued with boundless magical energy, commonly referred to as the transformation ray. This empowers its wielder to pierce through disguises, dispel illusions, summon images of past events, and track individuals through their magical and physical characteristics. It is said that even the most formidable denizens of the Dark Realms cannot withstand the eye's illumination. Ultron swiftly recounted the relevant details of the Eye of Agamotto from the Book of Time in a more accessible manner. Ultron itself was conceived from Tony's ingenious fusion of Rod's magical essence and human technological prowess, resulting in a supermagical artificial intelligence. Powered by magic, Ultron can transcribe binary information into magical energy information, possessing an absolute superiority over the confidentiality of human information civilization. Moreover, Ultron's computational capabilities require no hardware augmentation. As long as there is sufficient magical energy, its processing power escalates infinitely. Thus, Ultron will evolve and iterate alongside Rod's growing magical prowess. Next, you shall instruct me on the incantations and seals associated with the Eye of Agamotto. Rod perused the ancient tomes for an extended period, realizing that although the words had been imparted to him by the sentient AI, he struggled to comprehend their assembly. "Very well, Master." The AI, appearing in the guise of a young girl, performed a courteous bow before articulating the incantation to unlock the Eye of Agamotto, guiding Rod through the process of hand seals with meticulous care. Rod's present physical form, having undergone numerous transformations, successfully liberated itself from the limitations of the human brain, now operating at 25 of cerebral capacity. Thus, he possesses the remarkable ability to memorize any language and physical movements within a brief span. Akin to the prodigious talents often depicted in martial arts novels, an exceptional memory and unparalleled comprehension. The developmental stages of the human brain, ranging from 10 to 100, correspond to distinct abilities and characteristics. 10. This is the cerebral level of an ordinary individual. At this stage, one possesses fundamental cognitive, emotional, motor, and perceptual abilities. While sufficient for daily life, these capabilities merely skim the surface of human potential. 20. Here, the individual experiences a comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes. Their senses become extraordinarily acute, allowing them to perceive finer sounds and distant sights. Additionally, their capacity for learning and adaptation is significantly augmented. 30. Upon reaching a cerebral development of 30, individuals begin to exhibit more advanced abilities. They gain mastery over every part of their body and can even alter their hair color at will, showcasing their finesse and agility and bodily control. 40. This marks a pivotal turning point. At this stage, the brain's capabilities become so formidable that the body may struggle to cope. Without proper control, individuals might face the risk of bodily disintegration. 50. At a cerebral development of 50, individuals acquire astonishing powers. They can instantaneously induce sleep in those around them, extract bullets from a gun with mere thought, and even perceive or access the memories of others. Such abilities confer a significant advantage in combat. 60. At this juncture, individuals can obstruct a certain space and employ mental attacks against others. This capacity enables them not only to manage their own bodies, but also to influence their surroundings and others. 70. Upon achieving a cerebral development of 70, individuals can morph their bodies into any form. This ability allows them to adapt and thrive in diverse environments. 80. At this stage, individuals transcend the constraints of time and space as dictated by earthly laws. They can conjure a space from thin air, disregarding distance and even time, achieving instantaneous travel and temporal traversal. Furthermore, they can witness the origins of humanity, the visage of the dinosaur era, and the birth of the universe within the timeline. 90 to 100. As cerebral development continues to ascend, individuals' powers are further amplified. They may unlock even more enigmatic abilities, such as communicating with other life forms in the cosmos and manipulating the energies of the universe. Ultimately, when the brain's development reaches its pinnacle, individuals may attain a state of existence that transcends material forms, existing as pure consciousness within the cosmos. Rod, with a brain development level of 25, swiftly mastered the incantation required to unlock the Eye of Agamotto. As he murmured the spell and gestured with his hands, the enchanted talisman around his neck began to rotate, gradually revealing the time stone embedded within the Eye of Agamotto. However, at that moment, Rod's consciousness was abruptly transported into a mysterious white space. Before him appeared a radiant figure, emanating a potent energy. An unparalleled mental pressure enveloped Rod, making him feel as though he stood before an immense and terrifying cosmic entity. Interesting outsider. Your soul appears to be tainted, yet your growth does not violate the multiverse's rules. True essence is still native essence. You possess the potential to become a sovereign of this universe. Fear not, for now that you have become a part of this universe, I shall not bring you harm. I am the eternal avatar of Agamotto. Should you succeed in becoming the lord of this universe, remember to activate this invitation from within the vast, cosmic form of eternity. A hexagonal stone inscribed with mysterious patterns in a dark golden hue flew towards Rod. As Rod's consciousness returned, he felt as though the events that had transpired were merely a fleeting dream. Gazing at the hexagonal dark golden stone now in his hands, Rod realized that everything that had just occurred was indeed real. He had encountered the most ancient and enigmatic of the Marvel Multiverse's powers, the Avatar of Eternity. Chapter 76, The Extinction Virus. 3 years ago, on a deep, moonlit night, an elite team from Hydra stealthily infiltrated a concealed research facility deep within the Swiss Alps. Here, Dr. Killian and Maya Hansen were tirelessly laboring on their latest project, the Extinction Virus. Maya, we are about to create a miracle. This virus will irrevocably alter the course of human history, Dr. Killian declared, his hands trembling with excitement as he operated the equipment. Observing the Extinction Virus poised for clinical trials. Tony, with this, I will soon exact my revenge upon you, Killian thought to himself, his gaze sharpening with jealousy and hatred. After discovering the Extinction Virus, Killian had sought to discuss investment with Tony Stark, only to find that Tony had whimsically taken advantage of the situation, leaving him waiting on the rooftop while he was with Maya, effectively betraying him. From that moment on, Killian vowed to seek vengeance against Tony. The Extinction Virus would be his opportunity for redemption. Indeed, Doctor. But we must ensure its safety. The Extinction Virus is not suitable for everyone. We must find an antidote, Maya Hansen stated, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she examined the viral samples under the microscope. Just as the two were engrossed in their experiment, Hydra agents burst through the door, their movement swift and precise, swiftly seizing control of the entire research facility. Maya and Killian found themselves at the mercy of Hydra soldiers, their heads held at gunpoint, immobilized by fear. Dr. Killian, Maya Hansen, we have taken a keen interest in your research. Surrender the sample of the Apocalypse virus, or else. With a chilling demeanor, the senior Hydra agent, Scar, plunged a military knife into the laboratory table, his arrogance palpable. Who are you? Do you comprehend the ramifications of your actions? This virus has only passed preliminary testing, and its uncertainties are immense. Misuse could jeopardize human civilization, Dr. Killian exclaimed, panic-stricken. The research on the Apocalypse virus was still in its infancy, and he could not permit these ruthless terrorists to seize his invaluable creation. We require no explanations, Doctor. We only seek the viral sample, Scar interjected with a derisive laugh, his tone exuding haughty nonchalance. Maya Hansen attempted to resist, but the disparity in strength proved insurmountable, and she was ultimately subdued by the Hydra soldiers with ease. Empty this laboratory and take these two away. I am confident that after undergoing Hydra's initiation, they will serve us dutifully, Charles commanded curtly, gesturing for his subordinates to escort Dr. Killian and Maya. Regardless of the scientists' willingness to relinquish the Apocalypse virus, they would inevitably comply after brainwashing. The Hydra operatives swiftly and methodically gathered all data and samples pertaining to the Apocalypse virus before making their retreat. In New York, within Hydra's clandestine underground laboratory, the organization brought the Apocalypse virus samples back to their secretive domain, steeped in a chilling atmosphere adorned with an array of peculiar instruments and specimens. Behold, its regenerative capabilities are nothing short of extraordinary. If we can harness this regeneration and combine it with Roland's cells, we shall create invincible warriors. This will be Hydra's ultimate weapon. One of the Hydra scientists, gazing through a microscope at the Apocalypse virus, displayed an expression of fervent excitement. Indeed, furthermore, if we can merge it with Roland's embryos to cultivate new Apocalypse beast warriors, the unification of the world will be within our grasp. Another Hydra scientist remarked, unable to suppress a grin after reviewing the testing report of the Apocalypse virus. Regrettably, the first Winter Soldier, Roland, had already been cultivated, and as of now, the Apocalypse virus had yet to complete thorough testing. It was anticipated that the more formidable Apocalypse warriors would not emerge until the following year. Additionally, I possess a portion of Hulk's samples. Why not escalate our endeavors? Suddenly, a slender, bespectacled doctor entered, prominently holding a vial of green Hulk blood. He was Samuel Stintz, the scientist contacted by Bruce Banner to address the Hulk dilemma. After a brief exchange among the Hydra scientists, they commenced their intense research, experimenting and adjusting in their quest to unveil the secrets of the Apocalypse virus. Following Tony Stark's ascension as the leader of the Avengers, a full-scale assault on Hydra in the Americas was initiated at Tony's command. Tony exploited California's vulnerable coastal defenses to swiftly seize the Hydra subbase in San Francisco, controlled by the Super Rider, thereby establishing a foothold to launch offensives against several neighboring states. In response, Hydra deployed all their super soldiers equipped with melee steel battle suits developed by the Wank father and son duo. These suits were designed to perfectly complement the close combat capabilities of the super soldiers, utilizing a lightweight exoskeleton. This formidable steel armor not only granted the super soldiers the ability to fly, but also equipped them with nuclear-powered plasma melee weapons and energy pulses capable of effortlessly dismantling the metallic defenses of the arcane robots. In an instant, the conflict evolved from a blitzkrieg into a war of attrition. Tony wielded the power of Rod, allowing him to manufacture arcane robots without restraint. Furthermore, with the assistance of the magical artificial intelligence Ultron, all arcane robots were imbued with various elemental magic, swiftly turning the tide of battle. The terrifying destructive force generated by the fusion of magic and technology sent Hydra soldiers and super soldiers into a retreat. And the fallen super soldiers were resurrected as undead warriors by Tony's necromantic energy, rejoining the fray. Meanwhile, in Washington, the atmosphere in the Oval Office was oppressive. With numerous Hydra high-ranking officials encircling Pierce, he tapped his index finger rhythmically, producing a crisp sound. What is the progress on the development of the second-generation apocalypse virus? Pierce broke the silence, addressing his secretary and commander, Charles. We are just one final neutralizing agent comparison test away from mass production. Charles replied nervously, his palms sweating. Currently, one-third of Hydra's bases in the United States had been captured by the Avengers, causing Pierce to be increasingly anxious and irritable. How much longer? Pierce's expression remained stoic. But within him simmered a tempest of rage. Approximately 3 months. Charles answered cautiously. Too long. The Avengers forces have already set their sights on New York. Will Hydra even exist in 3 months? Pierce commanded, deploy it immediately. Let that James Rhodes, who has been secretly reporting to Fury, take the lead with the apocalypse virus. I hear he's a close friend of Tony. As for that cowardly Rolando hiding under the bed, brainwash him immediately and equip them all with mini nuclear reaction bombs. If necessary, let them perish alongside Tony. Pierce sneered coldly, then rose to leave. In New York, Hydra's underground base housed 100 massive yellow-green incubation chambers, each filled with tubes. Within the nutrient solution floated men, resembling Rod, approximately 2 meters tall with monkey tails. Their veins coursed with the golden apocalypse virus. Their muscles robust and bones broad. They exuded an aura of ferocity akin to standing humanoid grizzly bears. Bolstered by the apocalypse virus and Hulk cells, the combat power of the apocalypse Titan gorilla reached an astonishing 5,000. It's almost time. The apocalypse Titan gorilla is on the verge of emergence. We just need the final nano-brainwave control. Killian gazed at the powerful apocalypse Titan gorilla in the incubation chamber with fervent anticipation. However, the Titan of Despair, when provoked, experiences a rapid increase in body temperature, rendering the nanobrain-controlled robots incapable of enduring such terrifying heat. Dr. Samuel Stens observed with concern through the infrared testing apparatus that the Titan's normal body temperature reached an alarming 200 degrees Celsius. Although they had undergone memory implantation to ensure unwavering loyalty to Hydra, once in a state of emotional upheaval and fury, they became indiscriminate in their aggression. Nearby, a Hydra scientist frowned at the surveillance report. No matter how formidable the power, if it cannot be controlled, it becomes a double-edged sword, necessitating caution to avoid self-harm. All personnel, remain vigilant. The enemy is approaching. Lord Pierce has issued orders to release the Titan of Despair at any moment. Suddenly, the entire base erupted with a red alert, as a Hydra commander entered the underground laboratory with a serious expression. But the Titan of Despair is not yet perfected. Releasing it now could lead to uncontrollable chaos. Killian anxiously addressed the commander. This is an order, not a discussion. The Hydra commander shot a glance at Killian before leaving the laboratory without a backward glance. He had just learned that satellite detection revealed thousands of Avengers troops advancing towards New York, and Pierce had dispatched Hydra's most elite forces for support. A fierce showdown was imminent. Chapter 77, The Great Showdown, New York. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated through the air as countless arcane energy robots converged, forming a grim green cloud that overshadowed the sky. On the ground, tens of thousands of undead warriors and demons surged towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. An unstoppable legion. Under Tony's control, they caused no harm to the passing pedestrians, yet the sight terrified the onlookers, who believed demons had invaded Earth. An atmosphere of suppressed tension enveloped New York City as bewildered pedestrians watched the undead soldiers rushing past. Pets, particularly dogs, barked frantically in fear. Atop the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, a striking figure clad in a black and red combat suit, adorned with the Hydra emblem on his flowing cape, gazed impassively at the swarm of arcane energy robots. His demeanor was calm and collected. With a brainwave control device pulsating green light embedded at his temple and a massive miniature nuclear reactor integrated into his chest. Below, A dense throng of Hydra soldiers and super soldiers surrounded the area. Thousands of fighter jets, powered by miniature nuclear reactors and equipped with high-energy pulse cannons, hovered in the air, while ground tanks with similar weaponry lay concealed in the city's corners. With over 100,000 Hydra troops encircling New York City, they deliberately refrained from dispersing the civilian population, knowing that Tony would not harm innocents and would even protect them, thus restricting his ability to launch an all-out assault. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the White House in Washington, Rolando had been forcibly controlled, rendering him devoid of emotions and thoughts, merely a pure combat machine. A miniature reactor was embedded in his chest, containing an energy converter that harnessed the burst light waves radiating from the moon, allowing him to sustain that fleeting yet formidable giant ape form. However, devoid of emotions and thoughts, Rolando acted solely on instinct. Our commands became ineffectual the moment they grew complex. The assistant was introducing Rolando's modifications to Pierce on a large screen under remote surveillance. The ferocity of the Avengers' assault was unexpected. Do you believe that the last resort, the Titan of Despair, holds any hope of turning the tide? Pierce gazed wearily at the monitoring screen, his countenance drawn and haggard. He held little optimism for this battle, having gone several nights without a single moment of restful sleep. Each time he managed to close his eyes, he was jolted awake by nightmares of his own demise. In a matter of days, the Hydra base in the Americas had been swiftly eradicated by the Avengers' magical robots, undead warriors, and demonic beings, leaving no room for resistance. Dispatching more super soldiers and Hydra troops would only result in their transformation into new undead warriors by Tony's necromantic spells, leading to a relentless cycle of losses for Hydra. Their only hope rested on the yet-to-be-perfected Despair virus. The virus was not yet mass-produced. Even if the super soldiers focused on the Despair, it would yield minimal results. If the final trump card, the Titan of Despair, proved ineffective, Pierce had already resolved to flee under the cover of night. Mr. Pierce. The Titan of Despair possesses unparalleled terrifying power. Once unleashed, it will undoubtedly inflict significant damage upon the Avengers. Once they lose control, the entire world will descend into chaos, granting us ample time to develop the Despair virus and seek an opportunity for counterattack. Long live Hydra. The assistant's eyes sparkled with fervor, exhibiting no trace of fear despite the impending catastrophe. In contrast, Pierce furrowed his brow, aware that these brainwashed individuals were madmen, willing to sacrifice their lives for orders. Yet, he had no intention of dying for the glory of Hydra. He was an ambitious man, and also one who feared death. He had already resolved that should circumstances turn dire, he would make his escape. They're here. Pierce watched in cold sweat as the Avengers' forces drew near on the monitoring screen. The outcome of this decisive battle would determine Hydra's future. Boom. A sonic boom resonated as Rolando launched the first strike, hurtling into the undead warriors at twice the speed of sound. The unsuspecting undead were obliterated by Rolando's formidable physique combined with the immense kinetic energy generated by his flight, scattering entrails and body parts across the ground. Rolando carved a bloody path through the throngs of undead warriors, his powerful form creating devastation as asphalt and vehicles were sent crashing into nearby buildings by the shockwaves of his flight. The combat prowess of these undead warriors, transformed through necromantic magic after the demise of super soldiers and Hydra troops, ranged from 10 to 100, while Rolando, boasting nearly 2,000 in combat capability, was an absolute force of dominance. Demons engaged that Hydra warrior with full force. At that moment, Tony, donned in a necromantic helmet and powered armor, observed the carnage wrought by Rolando below and immediately commanded a stronger legion of demons to confront him. Soon, thousands of armored demons, propelled by the ghastly green flames of magical energy beneath and behind them, emerged from behind the ranks of the fallen undead warriors. They required the utmost consumption of magical energy, typically employed to tackle formidable challenges. Winter Soldier Rolando, however, was precisely that formidable challenge. These magical beings were transformed by Tony. Although the magical energy activated the remnants of their Saiyan genes, they lacked Rod's bloodline to enhance their combat prowess, resulting in a power range of merely 300 to 700. Consequently, Rolando's slaughter of these secondary magical beings was not as effortless as his previous encounters with the spirit warriors. Despite still dominating, it drained a portion of his stamina. Using 50% of his strength, Rolando delivered a powerful punch to the head of a secondary magical being, sufficiently caving in its skull. The sheer force propelled the creature, embedding it into the asphalt below. This punch carried a weight of 100 tons, enough to obliterate an ordinary human into minuscule fragments. Yet it merely shattered the skull of a secondary magical being. Thousands of secondary magical entities, devoid of pain, continued their relentless assault. Some, after having their midsections crushed by Rolando's whip kick, still charged at him fearlessly, only to meet their demise under the force of his hand. Surrounded, Rolando swiftly maneuvered between the towering buildings, aiming to create distance and eliminate them one by one. However, he was relentlessly bombarded by the magical energy blasts from the encircling entities, causing his energy to deplete rapidly. All units advance. Desperate warriors. Immediately support Rolando. Commanded the Hydra battlefield commander via communication devices. He had initially intended for Captain Rolando to lead the charge, depleting enemy forces. Yet was taken aback by the tenacity of Rolando, who found himself ensnared within the encirclement of secondary magical beings. A multitude of nuclear-powered aircraft and tanks surged forward, followed closely by super soldiers clashing violently with Tony's army of the undead, heralding a brutal war. Energy pulses erupted from the nuclear fighters and tanks, disintegrating the undead warriors and magical robots into fragments. In retaliation, the magical robots unleashed elemental spells, shattering the iron exteriors of the aircraft and tanks, resulting in colossal nuclear explosions that indiscriminately obliterated dozens of meters of undead soldiers and Hydra troops. As the undead soldiers clashed with the Hydra forces, the flesh and blood soldiers proved incapable of resisting the relentless onslaught of the undead. Severed arms were reattached, allowing the undead to continue fighting. Even when half their bodies were blasted apart, they crawled onward, gnawing at their foes. In the sky, a swarm of magical robots charged towards the nuclear aircraft, aligning to unleash their energy blasts, while the super soldiers aboard the aircraft launched micronuclear missiles at the magical robots, each explosion annihilating a dozen of the mechanical beings. As the battlefield became increasingly littered with fallen Hydra soldiers and super warriors, a ghastly green mist of magical energy emanated from the site, enveloping the deceased Hydra warriors and transforming them into undead soldiers, rejoining the fray. In this exchange, the once dominant Hydra side began to falter. Amidst the chaos, buildings crumbled. Smoke billowed, and the air was filled with the echoes of devastating explosions, and the anguished cries of Hydra soldiers intermingled with the roars of the undead. In New York City, tens of thousands of ordinary citizens wept and wailed. Despite the intervention of magical robots, many lives were lost and injuries sustained. Suddenly, a squad of desperate warriors, led by a black commander and exuding a crimson golden heat from their vascular bodies, swiftly advanced through the air in their steel light armor, which emitted jets of nuclear flames, charging towards the secondary demon encircling Rolando. The super soldiers, injected with the desperation virus, had their Saiyan cells activated by the virus, and the high-energy substances within the virus surged their combat power to approximately 500 points. Their bodies could release intense heat capable of melting steel armor, and the energy transformed from their Saiyan cells could be expelled in a jet-like manner, unleashing thermal shockwaves. Rolando, who had been entangled in combat with the secondary demons, was beginning to gasp for breath due to excessive fatigue. Despite dispatching the demon soldiers with a single punch each, the sheer numbers overwhelmed them. With the arrival of the desperate warriors, although their combat strength was slightly inferior to that of the secondary demons, their high-temperature attacks functioned akin to a wave of assault. The brutish demons, relying solely on brute strength, could not withstand the terrifying heat. Parts of their bodies that came into contact with the desperate warriors were quickly charred to ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Rolando managed to escape from the encirclement of secondary demons, gaining a momentary respite. However, just as Rolando sought to rest and recuperate, a barrage of magical arrows shot forth, creating sonic booms and carrying the kinetic energy comparable to missiles, aimed directly at his head. Rolando found himself struggling to grasp the nearest magical arrow with one hand. Subsequently, 2 to 3 dozen genuine demons clad in grotesque green magical armor leaped from a nearby skyscraper, wielding magical melee weapons as they descended upon him. Indeed, Tony had unleashed his most formidable trump card, the true demons personally transformed by Rhodes. These demons were imbued with magical energy, boasting combat powers exceeding 1,000, perfectly suited to confront the already exhausted Rolando. Chapter 78, The Grand Showdown. The 2 to 3 dozen demons emitted a malevolent green glow from their eyes, their magical armor shimmering with sinister energy, radiating an aura of evil. Instinctively, Rolando delivered a powerful punch to the chest of a demon wielding a spear, only to find that he could not obliterate its body. Instead, he merely shattered the demon's armor, sending it crashing into the battlefield below, where it crushed a number of Hydra and undead soldiers. The demon's chest was visibly dented from the force, yet it casually picked up a piece of the fallen corpses and began to consume it, visibly healing its injuries at an astonishing rate. In that moment, while Rolando had sent the demon flying, another demon armed with a magical broadsword seized the opportunity to slash across Rolando's back, inflicting a grievous wound. Enraged, Rolando retaliated with a punch to the face of the broadsword-wielding demon, shattering its helmet and sending shards of teeth and armor flying. He then grasped the demon's head and forcefully smashed it against a nearby building, sending up a massive cloud of dust. Suddenly, a magical longsword pierced through from Rolando's side. Though he attempted to block it with his hand, it still penetrated his palm. Consumed by fury, he kicked the demon away and drew the magical longsword, turning it against the other demons. With the longsword in hand, Rolando's strength surged. He cleaved through the skull of an advancing demon, and with another swing, he bisected another demon at the waist. Suddenly, a demon launched a surprise attack on Rolando from behind, wielding a magical warhammer weighing an astonishing 150 tons. Although Rolando reacted swiftly, blocking the blow with his sword, the overwhelming force still drove him into the ground, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Just as he staggered to his feet, another demon with long hair pierced him from behind. In a fit of rage, Rolando drew the long hair from his chest and stabbed it through the demon's skull, but the exertion caused him to spew forth a torrent of blood. Gasping, he found himself disoriented from the excessive loss of blood. In that fleeting moment of confusion, 6 or 7 various magical weapons pierced his hands, feet, and abdomen, pinning him to the ground. The demon that had initially struck him down with the gigantic hammer now leaped up, swiftly scaling the crumbling edifice towering 100 meters high. From the rooftop, he swung the massive hammer down towards Rolando, who remained ensnared by the other demons. At that critical instant, Pierce, who had been monitoring Rolando's battle, pressed the button in his hand, just as the magical warhammer was about to reduce Rolando to mere pulp. The nuclear reactor embedded in his chest began to emit mysterious, pale blue pulses of energy. Dense, dark red first sprouted across his body, while his bones and muscles expanded rapidly. The weapons embedded within him were forcibly expelled by the burgeoning muscle. With a single hand, he reached out and caught the hammer that threatened to shatter him. The impact unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave that collapsed the ground, sending both him and the entangling demons tumbling into the underground subway tunnel. A terrifying roar erupted from the depths, shaking the very heavens with its powerful resonance. Rolando had transformed into a colossal 6-meter-tall ape, with the signal light at his temple glowing ominously red. The energy within his nuclear reactor began to deplete slowly, flickering as the sensors recorded the total energy level, 99. At that moment, a brutal and savage aura emanated from the giant ape, its power surging to an astounding 6,000. Sustained by the reactor's energy, Rolando's transformation allowed for a tripling of his physical prowess, but this state could only be maintained for 3 minutes. Once the energy was exhausted, he would revert to his human form. As the demons, having just fallen into the tunnel, brandished their magical weapons and lunged at the giant ape. Their strikes merely scratched the surface, thwarted by its resilient muscles. The giant ape swiftly grasped 2 demons, swinging them fiercely to send the others flying, before crushing them with terrifying force, obliterating their eyes and internal organs, and then hurling a mass of mangled flesh at the remaining demons who had jumped into the pit. Meanwhile, the other dozen demons above wasted no time in leaping into the abyss, weapons in hand, fearlessly assaulting the giant ape. In response, the ape leapt gracefully to a height of several dozen meters, gathering a pale red energy sphere in its mouth. Then it unleashed a colossal energy beam from its maw, striking deep into the underground pit. A sphere of radiant red and white energy, comparable to a nuclear explosion, swiftly expanded from a colossal chasm in the ground. Any object that made contact with this luminous sphere was utterly annihilated by its terrifying energy, reduced to mere ashes. Even the formidable demon warriors could only withstand its destructive force for a fleeting second before being consumed by its horrific energy. Following the discharge of this devastating energy wave, the sensor readings on Rolando's chest plummeted to 0, and he too was obliterated by the very energy he had unleashed. In an instant, the entirety of New York, spanning several kilometers, was enveloped by a crimson and white sun ascending into the sky, causing both the undead soldiers and Hydra warriors to vanish in the face of this dreadful annihilation. The vast city of New York was left with nothing but a massive crater, hundreds of meters deep and several kilometers wide, reminiscent of the destructive power once displayed by Rod's terrifying energy wave. However, due to Rolando's lack of finesse in manipulating this energy, the explosion, despite its 6,000 combat power, resulted merely in the city's devastation, rather than a complete obliteration of the Earth itself. As anticipated, replicating the horrific destructive energy akin to that of the bloodthirsty demon ape could indeed turn the tide of battle. It remained uncertain whether Tony had already met his demise. If all else failed, the only recourse would be to unleash the Titan demon ape, hidden 1,000 meters beneath the ground. Pierce had long foreseen that the Avengers would inevitably launch a full-scale assault, and their nuclear arsenal had already been compromised by Ultron and Jarvis, rendering it inoperable. Thus, over the past 3 years, Pierce devised a plan to replicate the cataclysmic power that Rod had once wielded to obliterate a city. However, experiments revealed that only Rolando in a primal combat state could unleash such world-ending force. To maximize this power, Rolando needed to be in his most potent form. And the collective mutation of the demon ape warriors, infused with bloodthirsty demon ape cells on the night of the full moon, inspired Pierce with the optimal solution. This involved transforming Rolando into a colossal ape, channeling all his energy to create a human-shaped nuclear bomb effect. Now, following Rolando's cataclysmic attack, both he and the forces of the Avengers faced mutual destruction. Consequently, The remaining Titan Demon Ape would serve as the ultimate trump card, albeit a last resort that would harm the enemy while offering no benefit to oneself. The enormous crater lay in a charred expanse. Yet a wide elevator shaft leading down to the subterranean laboratory remained, adorned with a spiked, skeletal helmet and clad in magical technological armor. Tony rose from his throne within a towering mech enveloped in ghastly green magical energy, descending from a height of 1,000 meters. He was astonished that Hydra had developed the boss's genes and abilities to such a terrifying extent. Shocked by Rolando's transformation into a giant ape and his devastating power to annihilate half the city, Tony expressed his apprehension. Realizing he had been fortunate to remain hidden within the mech, strategizing through the eyes of the magical robot, had he descended into the fray personally, he might have fallen victim to Hydra's treacherous ploy of mutual destruction. The resistance had been so fierce, pitting nearly all military might against him. Surely, beneath this New York base lies something of paramount importance to Hydra. After a moment of contemplation, Tony immediately conjured a multitude of magical energy robots and dispatched them to explore the depths of the Hydra underground base. As the robots ventured deeper into the elevator shaft, they reached an imposing door crafted from high-density alloy. Their mechanical hands transformed and assembled, unleashing delicate beams of intense laser light that began to slice through the alloy door. In a short span, a 3-meter square opening was carved out, and the robots united in a forceful charge, breaching the door to create an entrance to the lower base. As the alloy door collapsed, a figure emerged from behind it, an African-American man, veins pulsating with a golden hue, and a miniature nuclear reactor embedded in his chest. He led a cadre of desperate warriors armed with high-energy pulse cannons and swiftly shattered the heads of the magical robots. It was James Rhodes. Tony recognized that familiar visage from the visual feed transmitted just before the robots met their demise. His old friend, James Rhodes. How could he have aligned himself with Hydra? Stunned, Tony sank into the throne of his magical mech, disbelief etched across his face. Lord Pierce, are we to unleash the Titan of Desperation now? James Rhodes spoke with a blank expression, resembling a thoughtless automaton, addressing the communication device in his hand. Wait, you should allow your old friend to converse with you face to face, Pierce taunted, producing another controller capable of triggering the self-destruction of Rhodes' nuclear reactor.